Hello, our friends. The story is about a female judge who gets into trouble when the defendant in a high profile lawsuit has killed lawyer Kate Fanty, who is attractive, sexy, and tough minded, has just been appointed to the federal bench in Philadelphia. With her new status in the elite meritocracy that is the federal judiciary, she often feels like an imposter because of her working class background. Things go from bad to worse in a hurry. Before you start listening, please click on the like button and write your comments. If you are not yet subscribed, please subscribe now. Thank you for supporting us. Now make yourself comfortable. Don't think about the day's events or your problems that cause stress. Listen and hear only the story. Let your body and mind relax. Kate Fanty was the guest of honor at this celebration, which was drawing to a liquefied close. She raised a final snifter of cognac, joining the judges toasting her appointment to the district court. Tomorrow would be a slow day on the bench. The wheels of justice weren't lubricated by Remy Martin. To Judge Kate Fanty, our new colleague, Chief Judge Sherman shouted, and the judges clinked glasses with a costly chime. Wrinkled cheeks draped their tipsy smiles, and their bifocals reflected the flickering candlelight. Their average age was 62, and an appointment to the federal bench was for life. At 39, Kate felt like she was joining the world's most exclusive retirement village. Speech! Speech! The judges called out, their encouragement echoing in the private room. Golden light glowed from brass sconces, and coffee cooled next to scalloped half-moons of creme brulee and red pudding veined with cinnamon. Speech Judge Fanty, order in the court, you crazy! Kate called back, rising with her glass and only apparent bravado. She managed to smile that masked her panic about what to say. She couldn't tell the truth, namely that she was secretly intimidated by a job described in the Constitution of the United States, or that she only looked in a Chanel suit of butterscotch tweed donned like overpriced armor. Keep it short, Kate. Judge William Sasso formed a megaphone with his hands. It's past my bedtime, Judge Gloria Sullivan chuckled. Give her a break, Bill. We listen to you. And God knows what a trial that can be. No, he's right. Kate gathered her nerve. Thank you for this lovely dinner, everyone. You said a lot of nice things about me tonight, and I just want you to know I deserve every single word. At last, an honest judge. Chief Judge Sherman burst into laughter, as did the others. The young waiter smiled, hovering by the wall. The judges clapped, shouting, "Way to go, well done." "Thank you and good night." Kate mocked, bowed, and coughed the waiter's eye, then looked away. She accepted the congratulations and goodbyes as the judges rose to leave, collecting their briefcases and bags. She grabbed her purse and they all walked to the door, filing out of the Four Seasons restaurant. On the way out, Kate felt a soft touch on her arm and turned to see Chief Judge Sherman, tall and stooped at her shoulder, his sterling silver hair slightly frizzy. "Don't look so happy, kiddo. You're taking a major pay cut." Kate laughed. "Chief, you give fixed income a good name." Chief Judge Sherman laughed, as did Judge Jonathan Meriton, who fell into stride. Meriton was 50-something, conventionally handsome, with sandy hair going to gray and a fit if short stature. Kate had legal history with Meriton. When they were both in practice, he'd tried a securities case against her and ended up losing the jury verdict and the client. Tonight, he'd acted as if all was forgotten, so he'd sucked it up or warmed to her with Glenliven's help. They walked out of the lobby into the humid summer night, and Kate played the good hostess, waiting until everyone had dispersed to grab the last cab. Inside, she leaned against the black vinyl as the cab lurched into light traffic. Its tires rumbled on the gritty streets, wet from an earlier thunderstorm. The air conditioning blew, only faintly, and Kate eyed the rain-slick buildings like a stranger to the city. She'd lived in Philadelphia since law school, but her heart wasn't in the city. She'd grown up in the mountains in a small town erased from the map. Kate still felt a twinge at the thought, even though she knew she wasn't supposed to care about her hometown anymore. She was pretty sure the official cutoff was 4th grade. Kate's head began to ache. Today, she'd presided over opening arguments in her first major trial, a construction contract case with damages of $50 million. Fleets of pricey lawyers from New York had filed special appearances, and the witness lists contained more PhDs than most colleges. It was a bench trial with no jury to make the decision, but at least it was a civil case. Kate already sentenced 4 men to federal prison, which was 4 too many. The cab was stifling and Kate lowered the window. A breeze blew in, too sticky to offer any relief, and she unbuttoned the top of her silk blouse. She felt the weight of her pearls like a noose. The night sky was black and starless, and the full moon a spotlight. She leaned back against the seat, but her shiyong got in the way, so she loosened it with her fingers. She looked idly out the window. Couples walked together, their arms wrapped around each other, their hips bumping. A handsome man in a white Oxford shirt dashed across the street, his tie flying. The cab turned onto one of the skinny back streets that scored Center City, no more than an alley with rusted blue dumpsters lining the curb. Kate caught a whiff of the rotting smell. "The scenic route, huh? It's faster than south," the driver said, and the cab slowed to a stop sign, waiting for someone to cross the street. Kate eyed a rundown tavern on the corner. Del and Roy's flicker to failing neon sign and graffiti blanketed its brick. Its side window was covered with plywood, though an amber glow emanated from yellow plexiglass in the front door, which was the only indication the bar wasn't abandoned. "It's Miller time," Kate thought, the line from an old TV commercial. Her mother used to drink Miller, the champagne of bottled beer. "I'll get out here," she said suddenly, digging in her purse for the fare. Here, the driver twisted around on his side of the smudged plastic divider. "Lady, this ain't the best block. I thought we were going to Society Hill. Change of plans." Kate slid a 20 from her wallet and handed it to him. 10 minutes later, she was perched on a wobbly bar stool behind a glass of Miller. Lipstick stained the rim of her glass, a sticky red kiss slashed with lines, like Vanity's own fingerprint. It wasn't her color, but she drank anyway. The bar reeked of stale draft and Marlboros, and dusty liquor bottles cluttered its back. Underneath a cardboard cutout of Donovan McNabb set askew. The bar area doubled as a hallway to a closed dining room. Its dark and doorway marked by an indent, old-fashioned sign that read "Ladies' Entrance." Kate looked away. The bar was half empty, and a man with dark hair hunched over a beer 2 seats from her smoking a cigarette. He wore a white t-shirt that said CNC Towing stretching in block letters across a muscular bag. 3 men sat beyond him silently watching the baseball game the Phillies playing San Francisco on a TV mounted above the bar. They watched with their heads tilted back, their bold spots and ellipsis. Kate crossed her legs bare in her brown pumps and took a sip of warm beer. She hated herself for being here, and at the same time wondered how long it would take. It wasn't that she wanted to get home to sleep. She could function on almost none, from a childhood interrupted by nighttime alarms. She'd be pulled from bed and dressed in a winter coat with an embroidered penguin worn over a thin nightgown. The coat was turquoise, and the penguin of raised black fuzz she remembered now for some reason. She had loved that coat. "Hey," said a voice beside her, and Kate looked over. It was the man in the t-shirt with his beer and dip. Up close he had bloodshot blue eyes, heavy stubble, and hair that shone in greasy strands. He smiled drunkenly and asked, "Very beautiful." Kate turned to him and smiled, evidently beautiful. The man chuckled and set his beer on the bar, his cigarette trailing a snake of smoke. "I think I know you're from somewhere," he said, putting his hand on Kate's bare knee. "What is your name again?" "Karen," Kate told him, then moved his hand up onto her thigh, feeling thrilled and miserable both at once. Chapter 1. 6 months later, Kate sat in her high-backed chair atop the dais, waiting to start the day's session. The courtroom was packed, and she hid her anticipation behind a professional mask, which was turning out to be a job requirement. The jury trial had taken all last week, but today was the only day that counted, like the final 2 minutes in a basketball game. Sixers, Hornets. It was on the bar last night. Wonder who won? Kate shifted behind the slippery wall of stacked pleadings in front of her. She hadn't slept well last night and was relying on her concealer, but was otherwise in full costume, synthetic black robes, dark blonde hair, and a judicial chignon, a swipe of pink gloss on her lips, and neutral makeup on largish blue eyes. Finally, the courtroom deputy flashed Kate a wink. "Showtime," Kate gestured to plaintiff's counsel. "Mr. Temin, let's begin. I assume that plaintiff continues his testimony this morning?" "Yes, Your Honor." Nathan Temin was a Raleigh-Polly lawyer with the paunch of a much older man and a dark suit that begged to be ironed, worn with equally unruly black hair. Still, Kate knew better than to judge a trial lawyer by his cover. She had dressed down for road court many times. Prada didn't win jury verdicts. Excellent, Kate nodded. Fire when ready. Thank your honor. Temin hustled to the podium with a big pen and a legal pad, then pressed down his suit with a pudgy hand. He greeted the jury and turned to his client, already rising from counsel table. Mr. Mars, please take the stand. Richard Mars walked to the witness stand and next craned from the gallery. Reporters scribbled away and sketch artists switched to their flesh-toned chalk. The Eastern District of Pennsylvania didn't allow cameras in the courtroom, for which Kate thanked God and Chief Judge Sherman. Good morning, Your Honor, Mars said in his soft-spoken way, sitting down after he was sworn in. He was barely 30 years old, and his baby blue eyes showed litigation strain. He smiled tightly, his lips taut as a rubber band, and he ran a finger rake through muddy brown curls that sprouted from under a crocheted yarmulke. A dark suit jacket popped open over his white shirt, and his striped eye hung unevenly. Everybody knew that people looked like their wrecked dogs, but Kate thought they looked like their lawyers. Good morning, Mr. Mars. She smiled at Mars in a professional way, feeling subterranean sympathy for his position. He was claiming that a powerful TV producer had stolen his idea for a series about Philadelphia lawyers and developed it into the cable blockbuster Attorneys at Law. In this battle between David and Goliath, Mars held the slingshot. At the lectern, Temin tugged the black butt of a microphone down to his height. You testified last week that you had 2 meetings with Mr. Simone leading up to the critical meeting. Please remind the jury of what took place of the first meeting on June 10th. Objection, Your Honor, said George Hartford, defense counsel. Hartford had gray eyes behind slightly tinted bifocals and was prematurely bald. He had to be about 50 and stood tall and fit, in a slim Italian suit with a yellow silk tie. Asked and answered, plaintiff's counsel is wasting the jury's time. Temin said, Your Honor, it's appropriate to review this proof because the weekend intervened. Overruled, Kate shot both lawyers her sternest look. Let's not let the objections get out of the boys. Play nice. Thank you, Your Honor. Temin nodded, but a cranky Hartford eased back in his chair next to his client, producer Art Simone. Even seated, Simone looked tall and trim in his prime at a prosperous 40-something. His reddish hair had been shorn fashionably close to his scalp, and his tortoise-shell glasses paired with a caramel-colored silk tie and tan hound's tooth suit. If Mars and Temin were the mutts in this dogfight, Simone and Hartford were purebred Afghans. Mr. Mars, Temin began again. Tell us briefly what happened to the June meeting with Mr. Simone. Well, my background is from the DA's office handling cases concerning computer fraud and internet crime. I always liked computers. Mars sounded almost apologetic, but I wanted to be a writer. So I started writing a screenplay for a TV show about 4 lawyers and how they use computer skills to solve murders. I called it Hard Drive. It was my wife who said, "Why don't you do something about it?" Mars smiled at his wife in the front row of the gallery, a sweet-faced brunette wearing a long skirt and sensible shoes. So I called Art, Mr. Simone, and told him what I was doing and asked if he would meet with me about it. And he agreed to fly out to Philly to take the meeting. Mars turned to the jury in an earnest way. That's what they call it, male taking a meeting. When they say no, they call it taking a hard pass, a soft pass, as a maybe. I thought a soft pass was about sex, but what do I know? The jurors chuckled with evident warmth. Nobody loves underdogs like Philly. Temin asked, I do not miss just Simone Pryor? Yes, I knew him from summer camp from when I was like 10 years old. Camp Willow Bart, Unit A. He was my senior counselor, and I looked up to him like a big brother. I heard he was doing TV in Hollywood, so I hoped he'd help me out. And what happened at the meeting briefly? We met at Lebec Fan, and I told him all the details about my idea and asked him, would he consider it for his production company? The lead lawyer in my series is a former detective, an Italian guy from South Philly who dresses great and is like a tie freak. You needn't repeat the details, Temin interjected, preempting Hartford's objection. Okay, right, sorry. All that's important is that the 4 lawyers I told Mr. Simone about ended up being exactly like the 4 lawyers on Attorney's Law. Objection opinion, Hartford said, and Kate waved him off. Overruled, the jury knows his opinion. Temin paused. By the way, Mr. Marge, were you surprised that Mr. Simone flew here to see you as opposed to you flying out to California to see him? I was, but he said he wanted to visit his mom anyway. She lives in a nursing home in Jersey. Mars's expression darkened. Now I think he said to meet in Philly because Pennsylvania law is tougher than California law on objection, Hartford shouted next to a stiffening client, and Kate raised a hand. Granted, that's enough opinion, Mr. Marge. Don't make me sorry. The jury smiled and Temin asked, did Mr. Simone take notes during this meeting? No. Now, Mr. Marge, let's jump to the second meeting on September 15th and 16th, also in Philadelphia, who was present myself, Detective Russo, and Mr. Simone and his assistant, Micah Gilbert. Is that Ms. Gilbert seating in the gallery behind Mr. Simone? Yes. Mars gestured to a pretty young woman in the front row. Micah Gilbert had attended the trial since day one, sitting next to an attractive jury consultant whose chin-length hair was an optimistic shade of red. What happened at that meeting? Mr. Simone came to Philly to meet with me and a friend from the FOB Homicide Division, Detective Frank Russo. Russo was the role model for the main character in my show, the South Philly guy. On the first day, we met at Liberty's and Northern Liberty's. I picked the place because real detectives hang there. The jurors' eyes had lit up with recognition. The restaurant in Attorneys at Law was also called Liberty's, and most of them had seen the show. It was impossible to find anyone in America who hadn't, despite Hartford's best efforts. The defense lawyer had used his 3 peremptory strikes to eliminate as many viewers as possible, with the help of his red-headed jury consultant. Kate never used a consultant. Picking a jury was trial, Lawyer 101. Now, what took place at Liberty's Detective Russo and I told Mr. Simone about our characters and storylines. Also, I gave him some info on computers. Gaze slid sideways to a Simone because he doesn't know anything about them. Did Mr. Simone or Ms. Gilbert take notes while you were talking? No. Did you think that was strange? I didn't then, but now I think he didn't. Want a record of objection? That's speculation again, Your Honor. Move that the irrelevant evidence be stricken. Hartford rose, but Kate waved him into his seat. Granted. Kate turned to Mars on the stand. Please refrain from editorializing. Timon continued. And what happened after lunch at Liberty's? Detective Russo and I took Mr. Simone and Ms. Gilbert to the Roundhouse, the police administration building, and we told him how things really work in homicide. We showed him some details about the squad room, like how the detectives prop the door open with an old trash can, and they never notice that the trash can stinks, only visitors do. Mars turned again to the jury. The trash can matters because it tells you about the characters, how they get so used to bad stuff, like the ugliness they see every day on the job. Several of the jurors nodded soberly, and one cast a cold eye at the fence table. If the jury got the case now, they'd vote for Mars and his symbolic trash can. And what did you do the second day? Detective Russo and I drove Mr. Simone and Ms. Gilbert around the neighborhoods where the stories took place. It's called scouting locations. Timon turned a page on his legal pad. Finally, we come to your critical meeting with Mr. Simone on November 9th, also at Lebesque Van, who was present at the meeting, me and Mr. Simone. And what took place at this lunch meeting? Mr. Simone said we were celebrating. He ordered champagne, 2 bottles, even though I'm not a big drinker. Mars shot a resentful glance at the fence table. Anyway, I told him I had the treatment ready ahead of schedule, and I gave it to him. Please explain to the jury what a treatment is. A treatment is a detailed outline of who the characters are and what the storylines would be. I had told Mr. Simone I'd get the treatment done by August, but I couldn't do it and my job at the DA's office, so I quit my job. Your Honor, may I approach? Timon asked, and Kate nodded. He took from counsel table 3 thick black binders labeled hard drive and gave one to Hartford, one to the court clerk, and walked to the witness stand, handing the third to Mars. Mr. Mars, is this the treatment that you wrote and gave to Mr. Simone? Yes, Mars answered, examining the notebook which was admitted into evidence. Timon turned again to his witness. Did Mr. Simone take notes of the luncheon? No, Timon let the implications sink in, and then what happened? Then Mr. Simone said, objection, hearsay. Hartford called out his shiny, more blonde, poised in midair, and Timon stiffened. It's not hearsay, Your Honor. Overruled. Kate turned to Mars. Please go ahead. He said he was going to get the show ready to be produced, and when he got it, together he called me, he was very excited, and we made a deal. Objection to the characterization. Your Honor, Hartford called out louder, rising. There was no deal in this matter. Yes, there was. Timon matched him decibel for decibel, and Kate raised her hand like a stop sign. Gentlemen, enough. The objection is overruled. Mr. Hartford, the plaintiff can give his side of the story in his testimony, and your client can give his side. It has an isometry, yes? Kate gestured at Timon. Proceed. Mr. Mars, what was the deal between you and Mr. Simone? The deal was that he would produce my ideas at TV series, and he said, if I make money, you'll make money. He said those words? Timon asked, and back at defense table, Hartford shook his head in mute frustration. Simone remained stoic. Mars answered verbatim. Is it possible that you misheard him? You testified that you had been drinking champagne. Maybe he said base the salt? No, I heard him perfectly. Plus, he already had the salt. The jury laughed, and so did the gallery. Timon was trying to take the sting out of the cross. Examination to come. But Kate didn't think it would do any good. She disguised her concern, resting her chin on her fist. Mr. Mars, seriously, how can you be so sure? Because I'd been wondering about when we were going to discuss money. My wife kept wanting me to ask him, but it was never the right time. Mars reddened and his wife looked down. So when he said that, I knew he had a real deal. Did you and Mr. Simone put this deal into writing? We didn't need to. At least I didn't think we needed to. Mars sculled. We're friends. He was my senior counselor. I trusted him to take care of me. Mars pursed his lips, and his disillusionment hung in the air between him and the jurors. On the bench, Kate was about to burst, but instead wrote on her pad, didn't law school cure you of trusting others? Timon said, Mr. Mars, some jurors might not understand that you as a lawyer would go so far without a written contract. What would you say to that? I'd say they were right, but lawyers were people too. Mars turned again to the jury. I'd made a guy carried away with the whole Hollywood thing. He has a jet, a limo, he knows all these famous people. I felt cool for the first time in my life. I may have been naive, but that doesn't change the fact that Art Simone stole my show. No further questions, Timon said, but Hartford was already on his feet. I have cross-examination, Your Honor. Kate nodded, and Hartford strode to the lectern vacated by Timon. He began in a clipped tone. Mr. Mars, just a few quick questions about this alleged deal. You admit it was never put in writing. It was an oral agreement. Oral agreements are made every day. It's called an if-come deal. Standard in California. Kate picked up her pen. Please, God help this boy. Can't you see his yarmulke? Hartford bore down. Mr. Mars, I repeat, this deal wasn't written, was it? Yes or no? No, it wasn't. Now, you and Mr. Simone didn't discuss any specific terms of this deal, did you? As I testified, he said, if I make money, you'll make money. Perhaps you misunderstood me. Hartford squared his padded shoulders. I meant you and Mr. Simone did not discuss a specific price for your idea, did you? I gave him the treatment for hard drive 2. Mars added, I'll amend my question. You and Mr. Simone didn't discuss a specific price for your idea and your treatment, did you? No. You didn't discuss when, where, or how any payment would be made, did you? No. You didn't discuss who would pay you, whether it would be Mr. Simone or his production company, did you? So you discussed no specifics of this supposed deal at your luncheon meeting, did you? No. How about in any of the phone calls or the emails between the two of you about which you testified last week? No. As I said, because yes or no, no. Mars answered reluctantly. His mouth snapped back into its rubber band, and the jurors eyed him, a sympathetic furrowing of their collective brow. They'd not only hold Simone liable for damages, they'd have him drawn and quartered. No further questions, Hartford said, finishing his cross more quickly than anyone except Kate had anticipated. Mr. Timon, any redirect? She asked. Yes, Your Honor. Timon returned to the lectern and embarked upon a series of questions that rehashed old ground. And Kate sustained 2 of Hartford's objections for good measure. But the testimony didn't change anything. And by its conclusion, she adjourned court for lunch, grabbing her legal pad as she rose. On it, she had written, It's the Only Justice on TV, Chapter 2. Kate understood on sight why Detective Frank Russo could be a fictional character. His craggy skin served as a rough canvas for dark eyes, a prominent forehead, and heavy, sensuous lips. His shiny hair, a suspicious shade of black, matched a pair of longish sideburns. He wasn't tall, about 5'9", but powerful shoulders stretched his dark jacket across a broad back, and a flashy tie of red silk proclaimed him the aforementioned tie freak. He sat forward in the witness stand, leaning to the black butt of a microphone. Going back to that 2-day meeting, who asked you to come, detective? Timon asked, getting to the point. Mr. Mars, did he say why? Yes. What did he say? He wanted me to help Mr. Simone with research. Where did you meet? Liberty's. Up on the dais, Kate hid her smile. Russo's testimony was to the point, typical for law enforcement personnel. Detectives appeared in courts so frequently they answered only the question asked and never volunteered a word. Kate sympathized with poor Timon, struggling to pull teeth from even his own witness. And by help Mr. Simone out with his research, what do you mean specifically? Give him the standard operating procedures in the homicide division. Tell him how we handle murder cases, work with the ADA, and whatnot. Did you do anything after Liberties that day? Yes, and what did you do? And please explain as fully as possible. Russo arched an offended eyebrow like Italian kabuki. Mr. Mars asked myself to give Mr. Simone an assistant to tour of the roundhouse, which I did. I showed him the squad room. I let him see the interview rooms. I introduced him to the guys, too. I was real popular that day. Russo chuckled, and so did everyone else. Detective, did Mr. Simone ask you any questions that day? He asked about our slang. He said he wanted to make the character talk like a real detective. What did you tell him? We speak English. The gallery laughed again, as did the jury and the ball. Deputy, loving every minute. Detective Russo, did Mr. Simone take notes on what you said at the call? No. Was his assistant with him? Yes. Did she take notes? No. Tell me, did you think that was strange? I think everything about Hollywood people is strange. Russo answered, deadpan, and the gallery laughed. So did Kate, caught off guard. Timon waited a beat. Detective Russo, what happened the second day of your meeting with Mr. Simone? Mr. Morrison, myself, drove Mr. Simone and his assistant down Delaware Avenue and other neighborhoods, not so nice ones in North Philly. And what took place during this drive? Mr. Mars told them where the characters in the show would live, where their law office would be, and where they'd eat lunch and whatnot. He also told about his experiences as an ADA, which is young, but before he started with the computer crimes, he tried a murder case in major felonies. Did you provide information during the drive too? No, Timon blinked. What did you do? Drove. Then why were you there? Protection. The jury and the gallery laughed. Kate looked down behind her fist. Detective Russo added, for the record, I used my vacation days to do this. The city didn't foot the bill. Timon cleared his throat. Detective Russo, did Mr. Mars ever discuss with you the terms of his deal with Mr. Simone? Objection irrelevant and calls for hearsay. Hartford said, rising, but Timon shook his head. Your Honor, as you have said, relevance is broadly defined, and it's coming in only for the fact that it was said. Overruled. On the day, as Kate turned to the witness, you may answer, Detective. Yes, Mr. Mars discussed the deal with me, Russo said, and what did he say? Continuing objection, Hartford said, and Kate nodded. Noted counsel. Detective Russo, you may answer the question. Mr. Mars told me that he made a deal with Mr. Simone and that Simone was going to pay him when he got paid, like a contingency fee. When did Mr. Mars tell you this, Detective? Right after his lunch with Simone. He called me on a cell, walking down Walnut Street, all excited. He thought we were going to be players. Russo smiled in a benevolent way. Rich gets like that, carried away, like he said. He's like a little kid. Timon paused, letting it register. Let's switch gears, Detective. Did you make a deal with Mr. Mars to be compensated for your time and services? With Rich? Yes. What was your deal with Mr. Mars? Objection. Relevance. Hartford rose. Overruled. Relevance is broadly defined in the federal rules, Mr. Hartford, and this is certainly within its definition. Kate turned again to Russo. Go ahead and answer, Detective. Thank you, Your Honor. Russo faced Timon. Mr. Mars and I had an agreement that we'd be equal partners when Mr. Simone produced the show, that I wouldn't get any upfront money, but when the show got made, I'd make whatever he made. Did you consider that generous? Yes and no. Raised a large cautionary hand. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Mars is an all right kid, but him and myself, we spent a lot of time developing the ideas for the series, working at night, making up the 4 characters and their histories. The lead was going to be me, the good-looking one. Again, smiles all around, but for Kate, who knew the ending to this episode. Detective, wasn't your intention to quit your job after the plot show was produced? Yeah, but this would have been like winning the lottery. Mars quit his job to work on it full-time. Russo shot Simone a hard look. Glad I kept mine the way it turned out. Detective Russo, was your agreement with Mr. Mars ever written down? We shook on it. That was good. Enough for us. Russo eyed the jury, who got the message wrapped to a member. No further questions, Timon said, obviously pleased, and took his seat. Kate faced defense counsel. Any cross, Mr. Hartford? Thank you, Your Honor. He answered, standing up and approaching the lectern. Mr. Russo, to the best of your knowledge, was the alleged agreement between Mr. Simone and Dio. Mr. Mars ever reduced to a written contract? No, thank you, Detective Russo. Hartford looked at that the days. No further questions, Your Honor. Temin stood up. No redirect, Your Honor, and plaintiff rests its case in chief. We would like to reserve rebuttal. Of course, and thank you, Mr. Temin. Kate excused Detective Russo from the stand and looked expectantly at defense table. Hartford stood tall. I would like to call Arthur Simone to the stand, if I may. You may, Kate answered, shifting forward in her chair. She wanted to hear from this character. I'm sorry, Chapter 3. From the lectern, Hartford asked, Mr. Simone, could you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Sure, I'm from Reno and went to UNLV in Vegas, graduated in an English major. You know what that means, job-wise. Simone smiled crookedly. Hello, my name is Art, and I'll be your waiter tonight. A chuckle ran through the gallery, especially from the red-headed jury consultant and Simone's assistant, Micah Gilbert. Gilbert looked to be in her early 30s, sat with her legs crossed in tight pants and her long dark hair flowed to her shoulders in a sexy curl. She took almost constant notes, and Kate couldn't help wondering if her dedication to her boss was more than professional. I went to law school at Hastings, but as much as I loved reading cases, I got bored. I don't know how law school manages to make winning and losing life and death just as an injustice so deadly dull. Simone scoffed, and his fine hands rested on the edge of the polished wood, showing a thick gold wedding band. I always loved TV, so I moved to LA and got into the business as a gopher. Then moved up to producing my own true crime shows and selling them to cable markets. Then I started writing and producing Attorneys at Law. Hartford flipped a page of his legal pad. Mr. Simone, you heard Mr. Mars testify that he gave the idea for the series that eventually became Attorneys at Law. Didn't you? Yes, I did hear him say that. Is that true? No. Simone's good humor faded. No, absolutely not. Kate saw Mars lean forward in his chair at counsel table. Mr. Simone, what gave you the idea for Attorneys at Law? My imagination. One day in the shower, I realized that none of the current lawyer shows showed the inside view. The way lawyers really work, in court and out. So I said, if I want to see it, I guess I have to write it. And that was that. Did you copy the idea from anyone or anywhere? Of course not. Let me see if the idea of a lawyer's show isn't copyrightable, and it isn't even new. And there were 4 main lawyers in LA Law, Ally McBeal and Boston Legal. Mars didn't invent it, neither did I. It's started as far back as Perry Mason, and I live in the same world as anybody else. Simone shifted forward, warming to the discussion, though Hartford's confused expression suggested that his client was veering from their script. By that I mean I'm influenced by reality, by my own life. I'm being sued in this ridiculous lawsuit, and on the bench sits an attractive woman judge with real star power. Simone turned suddenly toward the dais. You mind if I suck up Judge Manty? Kate flushed, caught off balance. Is this relevant? Yes, of course. I'm trying to explain that my ideas come off and from my life. For example, I could turn this very lawsuit into a TV series, write a spin-off from Attorneys at Law, and call it Judges at Court. And it could star a blonde female judge who's a lot like you, Judge Fenty. Charismatic, attention-getting, the most alive person in the room. What do you think? Kate stiffened to the flattery, but the jurors in gallery held their breath, waiting for her reaction. Most federal judges would have admonished him, but that wouldn't diffuse anything. She answered, Great idea, get Charlize Theron for me. Done, Simone laughed, and so did everyone else. Hartford cleared his throat. Now, Mr. Simone, were you ever friends with Mr. Mars? No, not at all. It was one of my campers, that's it. Long story short, we barely stayed in touch over the years. We were never close. At counsel table, Mars scowled and his wife looked equally unhappy. Hartford asked, Were you sitting in this courtroom when Mr. Mars testified that he met with you on 3 occasions? Yes, I did hear Mr. Mars testify, but what took place at them wasn't what Mr. Mars said. June meeting, Mr. Mars told me he had an idea for a TV series, and I gave him my time because he was a nice kid, and he was in dire straits. Things weren't working out for him at the DA's office. An objection, Temin interrupted. Overruled, Kate shook her head and Simone continued before she directed to do so. Mr. Mars said he wanted a new career. I thought I'd do him a favor and listen to him talk. But that's it, and that's all. I promised him nothing, I offered nothing. Simone turned to the jury, his tone newly agitated. His idea isn't what became Attorneys at Law. I was already working on the scripts for attorney's law when we met, and I set it in Philly because I'm from here too. It's pure coincidence that both shows are about lawyers. What show isn't about lawyers and crime these days? Law and Order, Monk, The Sopranos, CSI. They're all the same hook. The jurors looked disapproving, obviously disbelieving Simone in this credibility contest. Even the courtroom deputy looked down, examining his nails, his fingers curled like a grappling hook. Mr. Simone, skip ahead to the final meeting at Lee. Bekva, you heard Mr. Mars testify that you and he made a deal at this meeting, and you allegedly said to him, if I make money, you'll make money. Did you hear him testify to that effect? Yes, I heard that, but it's absolutely not true. We had no agreement or deal. I never intended to buy his idea or his treatment, and I never ever said I would, and I certainly never said, if I make money, you make money. At counsel table, Mars gasped and Temin touched his arm to silence. Hartford asked, did you discuss a price term? That is how much you would pay Mr. Mars for his No, not at all. He quit his job at the DA's office to work on his treatment, and I listened to him talk and nodded a lot, which is all I did to encourage him. I wanted to cheer him up. Did he cheer up? After a few bottles of Dom, everybody cheers up. The jurors didn't laugh, and Kate knew they didn't get the Dom reference. She wouldn't have either, but for her legal law education. Mr. Hartford made a note. Let me ask you a question. If you didn't want to buy his ideas, why did you accept his notebooks? I couldn't not. He kept insisting, so I took them. Suddenly I left the restaurant. I threw them in a trash can. At plaintiff's table, Mars stirred, and so did his wife behind him. Now, to finish up, did there come a time when you heard from Mr. Mars again? Yes, he attempted to contact me a few times after that, but I didn't respond. I was busy, and he asked me if I read his treatment, which I hadn't, as I said. Then, when Attorneys at Law became a hit, Mr. Mars wrote to me alleging that I stole his idea. Then he filed his lawsuit against me and my production company. Resentment edged Simone's voice. You know the saying, no good deed goes unpunished. Thank you, Mr. Simone. Hartford flipped the pad closed and looked up at Tull. Kate, Your Honor, I have no further questions. I have crossed, Your Honor. Temon shot to his feet. Go ahead, counsel, Kate said. And the plaintiff's lawyer began an earnest cross-examination of Simone that didn't change anyone's view, least of all hers. Hartford rose to his feet. Your Honor, this time the defendant moves for a judgment as a matter of law under Rule 50. Temin argued, Your Honor, plaintiff opposes any such motion. Kate banged the gavel. Crack. Arguments at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, gentlemen. She left the bench, checking her watch on the fly. 5:05, she had to get going. She had a standing date. Chapter 4. Honey, I'm home, Kate called out, and from the kitchen came a laugh. She led herself into the townhouse and shot the front door against the cold night. The living room was dark, but light and music emanated from the kitchen. At this hour, her best friend Gina Kitsakis would be washing leftover dishes and playing Mozart on the bows. Of necessity, this household ran on a rigid schedule and listened 24/7 to Deflate Her Mouse, and Gina, the biggest disco fan and their law school class, had adapted to that change in her life and many others. Kate set her purse and an aromatic brown bag on an end table, then slid out of her sheepskin coat, shook off the winter chill, and turned on a table lamp. The light illuminated a living room littered with toys, but it was no ordinary kitty clutter. An orange Fisher-Price sliding board had been upended. Color flashcards and activity books had been strewn among dry Cheerios, and a Minute Maid juice box spilled over a denim beanbag chair. Kate picked up the juice box, then collected the flashcards and stowed them in the Reebok. Vanty, stop cleaning, Gina called from the kitchen. In a minute, Kate picked up an activity book, lying open to a page titled All About Me, updated with a new photo, an adorable little boy with round brown eyes and shiny brown-black hair, whose bangs had been scissored off in a raggedy homemade cut, posed in front of a landscape found only in Walmart's photo department. A closer look at the picture revealed that the child's gaze focused to the right of the camera, and his smile curved off kilter. Kate reshelled the book, picked up a Baby Gap sweatshirt, and set it on the couch. Stop now. Give me a minute. Kate brushed the Cheerios back into an overturned Dixie cup and stood up, having improved the room only because it was so small, a far cry from Gina's Predivor's tutor in suburban Villanova. Don't make me yell. Kate grabbed the trash and brown bag and went into the kitchen, where Gina stood at the sink at an oversized pink cable knit and mom jeans that couldn't hide a killer body. She was emptying a large pot of boiling water into the basin, steaming up the window, and filling the tiny kitchen with starchy fog. Spaghetti was on the menu tonight. It was the only thing Warren ate. I hate when you clean. Gina turned from the sink, frowning in mock offense. Even Urzat's emotion-animated large brown eyes that flashed darkly, thick eyebrows like bold slashes, and a strong nose that fit full cheekbones and generous lips easily coaxed into too loud laughter. Gina Kitsakis was Maria Callas with a JD "Hey girl." Kate threw out the trash and set the brown bag on the kitchen table next to Warren. The 3-year-old sat in his blue padded high chair, taking no notice of her. His gaze focused on the steam blanketing the window. Kate knew he needed time to get used to her being here, so she didn't greet him. Instead, she said, "Dinner is served." Gina scuffed to the table in tan Uggs and peeked in the brown bag. "What'd you bring me?" "But I always bring crack cocaine, chicken curry." Gina reached an eager hand inside the bag, and it's still hot. She pulled out a white Chinese food carton and held it up with a broad smile. "You know what I love about this? That it's free?" "No, the carton." Gina pointed to the red letters on the white waxed point, the politically incorrect Asian font. "Only a Chinese restaurant can get away with that. We love our customers. How great is that? They love us." "How could they not?" Kate asked. But she didn't have to say anything. She knew that her friend needed to talk pent up from the day. It struck her that this was Gina's Miller time. "It's like my dry cleaners." Gina set the container down and unpacked the other one, then pint-sized rice, boxes, and tinfoil trays of egg rolls with plastic tops. The paper on the hanger says, "We heart our customers." I love that too. I need more love in my business relationships, don't you? I don't even need love in my love relationships, Kate answered, then caught herself. But Gina, barely. You just missed a great Dr. Phil. What about people who love Dr. Phil too much? No, fault finders like Mike. Remember he was like that? He found fault with everything. Marks on the walls, laundry on the floor. That's the whole problem. Nobody's kind anymore. Gina went to the drawer, retrieved silverware, and grabbed 2 pre-folded napkins on the way back. "We got a new speech therapist today, and she's horrible. Not anywhere near as dedicated as Lisa. The new ones just mean cold. That's too bad." Kate opened a cabinet and slid 2 dinner mud plates out of the stack on autopilot. They set the table the same way. Every time she came to babysit on Monday nights, moving around each other like an old couple. Their friendship had lasted almost 15 years, spanning a marriage and divorce for each. They had even been each other's maid of honor. And if they'd just married each other, they'd still be together. Gina was saying, "You can't have 3 different speech therapists in 6 months. Not for a kid like him. How can he make progress with that kind of turnover? They probably don't pay them enough." Kate set the plates of their chairs each catty corner to Warren. She glanced at him, but he was still gazing at the cloudy window. "So we had some fussing in the living room today, huh?" "Just a little. How are you?" Gina lined up their silverware beside the napkins, and a wiry black curl fell onto her cheek. Her hair was growing in again, and she tucked the shiny strand into its stubby ponytail. "How's the big trial?" "Fine." Kate went to the refrigerator and grabbed 2 cold Diet Cokes from the door. The white wire racks held only a few green peppers, a dozen eggs, a head of romaine, and a row of strawberry yoplait. "You need food, honey. They really dumbed down the trial coverage, and they don't even mention you on the news. They just call you the judge. They don't even say Judge Fanti. They give Simone all the attention, and as preppy lawyer who I want to smack, every day he's holding press conferences." Kate returned with the Cokes. "I should have gagged him. It would have been my first gag order. Isn't that sweet? A girl never forgets her first." Gina sat down behind her plate and opened a container. "And how's the baby?" Kate walked around the table to Warren, who still stared out the window. There was nothing there but bare trees obscured by vanishing steam. Kate lowered herself into the child's field of vision before she spoke to him, as she'd been taught. "Hello, Warren." Warren didn't respond. At about 18 months old, this happy, bright, and communicative boy simply withdrew, growing quieter and more still, slipping bit by bit from everyone. He used to call Kate for a big hug and cling to her with a kitten's tenacity, but that had stopped after a time and had gradually lost all speech. Kate believed he was in there behind his eyes. "Warren, hello, Warren. He's still got that ear infection. He's not feeling so good." "Warren, hello," Kate repeated, modulating her voice, because he was soothed by sing-song phrases. He loved classical music too, which was why the bat. Mozart, she checked his plate, covered with cooling spaghetti. He isn't eating much. He will. Gina ate a fork full of chicken, dripping mustardy curry. We had a hard day. After the bitchy speech therapist, we had to go to CVS to refill his Amok script. I wish they delivered. Hello, Warren. Kate knew he heard her. She ignored the constriction in her chest. I'm very happy to see you. It's okay. Let it go. Come and eat. Warren, it's you and me after dinner. Kate went to the table, pulled out a chair, and picked up the small container. White rice fell out in a solid block, reminding her of the sand molds she used to make down the shore with Warren. They'd packed dark, wet sand in a blue plastic castle and turned it over. He'd been creeped out by the filmy shelled sand crabs that would borrow away. And frankly, so was Kate. It seemed so long ago, but it was only last year. I'm wondering if I should go tonight. Gina broke up her rice with the side of her fork, eyeing Warren. Go to the Acme. My godchild needs food. Should I work with him or let it go tonight? Work with him with the mirror, but just a little. Gina shook her head. I hate to give up even one night, or he'll fall further behind. Go and don't worry about it. Thanks. Gina brightened and dug in for another forkful. Hey, I might even take a shower before I leave. Lately, even the produce is looking at me funny. Also, I could crash my cart into somebody single. Kate smiled. So what happened today? Why do you have a tantrum? I tried to do floor time after the doc. Gina popped open her Diet Coke and poured it into her glass where it fizzed against the eyes. We were working on All About Me and the activity book. That's where you went wrong. Kate scooped goopy yellow curry onto her rice. You should have stuck with Faces and Places. I know, right? I love Faces and Places. All About Me as a ballbuster. Only thing worse is You and Me. You and Me will kill you. Gina burst into laughter. If I were better at You and Me, I wouldn't be divorced. They both laughed again. Though it wasn't true, not every marriage survives a child with autism. When the doctors finally diagnosed Warren, Gina quit her job as an insurance lawyer and dedicated herself to finding the best early Dalvin intervention programs. Her husband, Mike, had edged away and finally opted out of the marriage, though he sent support checks big enough to cover most expenses. Kate had set up a trust fund for Warren, contributing yearly. She'd tell Gina about it someday if the girl ever stopped talking. So what's going on in the outside world, Kate? How was your weekend? Did you do anything? No, it just worked. You anything from the old firm? No, they don't call. It would be inappropriate. So what do you play with? You. Gina didn't smile. What about that stockbroker, Graham? What's his name? Is he still calling? I see him tomorrow night. Yay! Gina clapped, then stopped abruptly. Her brown eyes wide. Wait, is this the third date? It's time for third date sex. Woo-hoo, slow down, girl. Kate hid her discomfort. She'd never admit to Gina what she did on the side. She barely admitted it to herself. You know the rules? You have to. Gina leaned over her plate, her dinner forgotten. How am I going to live vicariously if you have such a boring life? You're a judge, done a nun, maybe you got confused. The black robes are too matchy, Kate smiled. Everybody should have at least one girlfriend who can make her laugh. Enough about me. Tell me about the bitchy speech therapist, she said, because she knew Gina needed to talk and they were off. Later, while Gina was upstairs getting ready to go, Kate sat at the kitchen chair next to Warren and a watery Diet Coke. Its eyes smelted to slivers. The kitchen lights were dimmed and Mozart played in the background. Warren remained focused on the window and Kate followed his gaze, confounded. Outside under the security light, the branches of a low bear tree moved in the wind in a stiff, jittery way. Kids with autism saw details and patterns that people without it couldn't see, so she squinted and tried to see them the way Warren did. Spidery black lines coated with yellow light moved back and forth. Then the black lines disappeared into complete darkness. Autistic brains saw everything, but normal brains didn't see things, if they didn't expect to see them in a phenomenon called inattentive blindness. There had even been an experiment where airplane pilots had failed to see a jet on the runway because they didn't expect it to be there. He's got to come back to us, to his mother, to me. Kate picked up a medium-sized round mirror rimmed with cheery red felt and tilted it at Warren so that it captured his face. Warren, you're Warren, she said. In the reflection, the child's mouth tilted down at the one corner, though his gaze stayed at the window. She pointed to his reflection anyway. Warren, then she tilted the mirror to herself so he could see her reflection. She pointed to her face in the mirror. Karen. What? Kate. Kate blinked and pointed again. She must be tired. Carol, Sandra, Emily, Hallie, Kate. Then she tilted the mirror to the boy and pointed again. Warren. Warren stirred in the high chair and began to move his head side to side. It's okay, Kate said in calm voice. What was bothering him? Maybe too much pointing. Autistic kids don't point, and he was just learning how to point in school. She set the mirror down gently. Sudden noises wouldn't help. We won't do this anymore if you don't want to. Warren shook his head side to side. Warren, it's okay, we'll stop. It's okay, Kate soothed. But sing-song wasn't working. She wanted to kick herself. It's okay, Warren, she said. But he started shaking his head faster than swinging his small arms, jostling the high chair. The chair banged against the kitchen table, and Kate's glass tipped over, with a loud clunk, spilling Diet Coke and sending ice skidding across the table. Warren burst into screaming, shaking his head back and forth so violently that he rocked the high chair, almost toppling it. Kate leapt up and grabbed him under his arm so he didn't fall, but he was strapped into the high chair and went ballistic. Kate managed to unlatch him and scoop him, shrieking into her arms, kicking his feet, writhing back and forth. Kate tried to go. Remember her training. Kids with autism are calmed by tight squeezing. She hugged him tightly and he kicked against her stomach with his baby sneakers, but she didn't let go. Gina rushed into the kitchen in a towel, her expression stricken and her wet hair plastered to her shoulders. Do you need? No, I got it. It's okay. Warren, it's okay. It's Kate, and it's okay, Kate said, over and over, squeezing him. Gina stood at their side, her hand covering her mouth, her tears silent. The child stopped screaming and his kicking finally lessened, then ceased as his tense body loosened in her arms. It's all right, Warren. It's gone now. I love you, Warren. Kate kept repeating, and Warren went finally limp in her arms. Gina signaled in time that he had fallen asleep, but Kate didn't let him go. He felt so good in her arms, permitting her embrace only in slumber. And Gina understood because she nodded to Kate to go upstairs to put him down. And when they were finished, Kate picked up her purse, slipped back into her sheepskin, and closed the townhouse door, grateful and heartbroken to leave. Afterwards, Kate found herself driving the long way home, knowing she was in some vague state of denial. She piloted the white Mercedes through Roxborough, a working-class neighborhood on the way home, a brick labyrinth of row houses with green plastic, awnings heaped now with crusty snow and trimmed with sunny icicles. She felt oddly comfortable here. It was a lot like her hometown, and she kept seeing her own past. She drove by an old Catholic grade school that's windows covered with construction paper snowflakes. She had gone to an elementary school like that, St. Ignatius, and remembered making snowflakes, folding the paper into thick eighths, cutting the corners with useless safety scissors, then unfolding the creation in a school girl's suspense. She'd been either disappointed to discover cut holes that were bigger than they were supposed to be, or happily surprised when a humongous star burst at the center of the snowflake. She didn't know why she remembered it now. She drove past a small church with an attached rectory, then a large stone funeral home that was ironically the nicest building on the block. It was always that way in neighborhoods. It had been in hers, too. She cruised ahead, listening to the thrumming of the Mercedes engine and passing old Fords and minivans whitewashed with road salt and grime. She slowed when she came inevitably to a corner bar. Patty's read the neon sign, a glowing green cliché with a sideways shamrock. Kate eyed the place as the car idled at the stop sign. Its brick facade needed repair, and its one window in the side of the building was of old-fashioned block glass, almost stop time. A broken concrete stoop led to a wooden front door so close to the street that Kate could hear laughter from within. She felt a familiar tingle of arousal and fear. Hong hong! Kate started and checked the rear view just as a pickup flashed its high beams. She hit the gas and cruised forward, half looking for a parking space, half driving home. She checked the digital clock on the car's tan dashboard, illuminated with a ghostly white 11:13, then the temperature 18 degrees. Kate lapped the block once, then twice, thinking and not thinking. She flashed on Warren, sleeping spent in her arms, then Mars for some reason, which reminded her. She still had work to do tonight. Tomorrow would bring a big decision. The motion she had to rule on would prevent the case from ever going to the jury. They'd never get to decide who was telling the truth, and Mars would be dead in the water. Kate took a left onto Ridge Avenue, heading home. Good morning, gentlemen. Kate shook hands all round and gestured Taman and Hartford into the mismatched chairs across from her desk in chambers. The lawyers greeted her nervously, undoubtedly taken aback by her surprise request to meet with Week. And as they sat down, they still glanced around the office. Kate still hadn't decorated the place and for a second saw it through their eyes. Her leftover desk, medium-sized Joe, issue of brown mahogany-like laminate would impress no one, and her desk chair was covered with brown pleather. Briefs and pleadings lay stacked on the conference table across the room, but at least the papers hid the water rings. Bookshelves lined the walls, but they remained empty, except for unpacked boxes she'd brought from her old firm. There was, however, a floor-to-ceiling window with a spectacular view. Gray clouds made a dreamy canopy over the blue Benjamin Franklin Bridge, which spanned the Delaware River and connected the snow-covered row houses of colonial Philadelphia to the renewed waterfront of Camden. Kate asked, "Great view, huh?" "Sure is," Tamman answered, falsely cheery. His curly hair looked damp and white, conditioner plugged one ear. He wore his trademark wrinkly brown suit. You can see forever, more at least jersey. "It's lovely," Hartford agreed, tugging up his pants leg. He wore great pinstripes, newly squeegeed glasses, and a tight smile. "Thanks for coming, both of you," Kate said. "I called you in because I'm troubled by this case. As you know, I inherited this matter, so I wasn't involved in any settlement discussions. The way I see it, this is a garden variety contract case. If we strip away the Hollywood glamour, why hasn't it been settled? Plated did try to settle, Your Honor, but defendant was unwilling." Kate turned to Hartford. "How unwilling?" "Completely," he answered firmly. But Kate wasn't hearing the firmly part. She turned back to Tamman. "What was your demand?" "Your Honor, our financial expert examined what the attorneys at law franchise has grossed to date, not counting future DVD sales domestic and worldwide. And he tells us we're talking $760 million gross." Kate almost laughed. "As I said, what was your demand?" "We started at $20 million, then went down to 15, then 10, then 8, then 2. Tamman shifted his girth. "Right now we're at $925,000. It's a start. Sounds like movement to me." "What about you, George?" "Your Honor, the rub isn't me, but my client. He refuses to pay a penny." "Not a penny. He doesn't want to set a precedent. And successful producers become major targets if they pay. Besides, it's a principle with Mr. Simone." "Yeah, right. He must have a number." "He has no number. He believes that his reputation is on the line. His reputation is taking a pounding in the press." Kate hadn't been reading the articles, but her clerks memorized them. Entertainment Weekly, Variety, People magazine, they're all on Mars' side. "The consensus is your client stole Mr. Mars's idea." Hartford shook his head. "They just want to bring a successful man down. And Mr. Simone thinks long-term. He expects to be vindicated and change the public's mind. In any event, he says that all press is good press and the ratings are up." "The ratings," Kate repeated, appalled. "Is that what's going on here? That as long as this case stays alive, your client is getting better ratings?" "No, no, no," Hartford rushed to say, holding up a conciliatory hand. "It's about the principle, I assure you, and the precedent." "Yeah, right." Kate changed tacks and faced Tamman. "Let's close the Steel Council. Will your client take half the amount he's currently asking? Let's say $500,000. I believe he would. Confidentially, he's still out of a job." "There is no number." Hartford shook his head, and Tamman turned to him in appeal. "George, what about 250 grand? That would make my guy whole for the time. He was out of work and covered at least some of my fees." "I can't help you out, Nate." Kate folded her arms, bowing out for a minute. Tamman said, "Come on, you got to be kidding. Your guy makes more dough than God." "That's not the point. Would you recommend it to him at least?" "Honestly, no. Why not? He wants vindication. He wants blood." Tamman shot back, and Kate stepped in. "Mr. Timman, please. That won't help." "But, Your Honor, what does he want?" Timman threw up his pudgy hands. "He took my guy's show. He took his livelihood. My guy's got nothing. I'll give up my fee, Judge." Tamman turned to Hartford again. "George is a good kid. He made a mistake. How can you take advantage of that kid and sleep at night?" "I'm not." 100 grand then, Tamman said, raising his voice again. "No fee for me. 2 years of salary from my guy. How about it?" "No, a year then. The guy has 2 kids and a motherly support. She lives in the duplex upstairs. Not for 50 grand or even 25. It's not going to happen. Your client started this, and we're going to finish it." Kate raised her hand, and Tamman bit his tongue. Her only hope was convincing Hartford that there was a risk if he didn't settle. "Mr. Hartford, you act as if a verdict is guaranteed your client. But have you been watching? The jury favors Mr. Mars. Hartford smiled without warmth. With respect, we feel confident we will prevail. If not before you this morning, then in the Third Circuit. And if not there, I am authorized to take it all the way up. So the Supremes? Temin interrupted, incredulous. What? That's burning money. An appeal that far will cost 100 grand. You can settle it right now for a song. Hartford set his jaw. I cannot settle this case. Even if I recommend it, he will not take it. Kate had to let it go. Judges were permitted to aid. Settlements, not muggings. Mr. Hartford, go and take the final demand to Mr. Simone. If you won't recommend it to him, tell him that I do. Tell him I strongly recommend that he do the right thing, the smart thing, and settle. But, Your Honor, go, Mr. Hartford. Kate repeated firmly, then rose, which cued the lawyers that the meeting was over. You have an hour before. We're in session. Tell the bailiff if you need more time, Your Honor, go and do. Now, 10 minutes later, Kate was sitting at her desk across from Emily Carroll, she of the nose ring, eyebrow, bar pierce, and weird earlobe stretcher circle thing. The girl dressed in heavy goth, with black eyeliner around her dark eyes, a maroon cardigan that picked up her purple fingernail polish, and black pants that fit too snugly under a wide belt dotted with silver studs. But if there was a case that would save Mars, Emily would find it. Hardware aside, Tommy something good, Kate said, leading over her second cup of coffee. Teeman and Mars were still in discussions. They had 15 minutes until court started. Nothing, Judge. There are no cases. There have to be. There aren't. Emily shook her head, and something metallic jingled. Kate didn't want to know what. Did you check all jurisdictions? Yes. Kate had researched the question herself online last night with the same result. Can you think of any new theory? No. Sorry, I tried. The law is clear. You have to grant this motion. It's a slam dunk. Emily tilted her head, or maybe her eyebrow ring was weighing her down. You feeling this, Sky Judge? Mars? Kate hadn't thought about it. Yeah, I guess I am, but he's so lame he shouldn't own better. It still doesn't excuse intentional wrongdoing. Kate understood Mars for the first time. He's a guy with a dream. That's all. Everybody's entitled to their dream, aren't they? My dream is to pay off my student loans. I have trailer trash dreams. Don't say that about yourself. Whatever. Emily shrugged her soft shoulders. Anyway, Mars said to know he'd lose in court. He's a lawyer. He figured there was at least a chance that I'd let it go to the jury. It's his dream, and he wasn't going down without a fight. Actually, I admire that. Suddenly, there was a rustling at her office door, and they both looked. It was Jonathan Meriton who shared the floor. Val must have let him pass, or maybe he'd ignored her, which was his style. He leaned into the doorway in his dark suit, gripping the threshold. Kate, I understand you've got a motion today? Yes, praise be. Meriton rolled his eyes. I can't abide these Hollywood people. They were blocking the hallway all day yesterday, and my parties before me couldn't get to my door. Today's motion will finally end the circus, eh? If they don't settle, would you? Meriton raised a skeptical eyebrow. When I hear they've got that kid over a barrel, I like to think I'd settle. I could get it for a song, and it's fair. Fairness. Ah, youth, Meriton said dismissively, which annoyed Kate. I'm not that young. You'll always be a rookie to me, Meriton shot back. Then his head popped from the doorway as quickly as it had appeared. Jerk, what an ass, Emily wrinkled her perforated nose. His clerks are asses, too. Everybody hates, and everybody wishes they were working for you. You're the fun judge. Great. That's me. Class clown of the Eastern District, Emily smiled. We're the cool chambers. Totally. They both laughed, but Kate was wondering if Mars and Timon had a settlement yet. Chapter 6. Kate strode to the dais, her robes billowing theatrically, making her feel like a knit actress playing a role. Some days she'd feel like she belonged in this costume, but today wasn't that day. The negotiations had failed, and Simone had refused to settle, even when the lot demand decreased to 10 grand. It made no sense. The attorney's fees for today alone would be that Hartford didn't sneeze for less than 20 grand. All rise, the deputy boomed, his voice echoing in the crowded courtroom. At the bar of court, Timon and Mars stood in matching wrinkles and brave smiles. Hartford and Simone, both tall, gym-toned, and Armani-clad, didn't bother to smile. The gallery of reporters, sketch artists, and spectators rose, setting aside newspapers and notepads. Detective Russo anchored the first row next to Mars's wife and occupying the seat beside, the red-haired consultant. And Micah Gilbert was a woman reporter whom Kate recognized from Fox. She'd evidently been tipped off that today might be a big day. Good morning, everyone. Kate said as she seated herself on the dais and arranged her robes around her. The jury box remained empty and the black bucket chairs left swiveled in their positions. The jurors wouldn't be present for the oral argument. "Good morning, Your Honor," replied the chorus, more or less on cue, and Kate managed to stage smile. "Mr. Hartford, you have a motion to make?" "Yes, Your Honor." Hartford crossed to the lectern, squared his shoulders. At this juncture, a defendant moves for judgment as a matter of law under rule. As Your Honor knows, the standard is well established, and for these purposes only, the defendant, Mr. Simone, must accept as true the facts as alleged by the plaintiff. We therefore assume that the facts are as Mr. Mars testified, that is, that Mr. Simone agreed to produce Mr. Mars's story idea and treatment for television, and also that he said verbatim, "When I make money, you'll make money." Back at Council Temple, Temin made notes and Mars sat flushed, his fingers linked on the glistening walnut surface. His wife looked miserable, sitting in the row behind him. Kate could only imagine the pressure Mars was under. His job and his dream gone. Defendant's argument is simple, Your Honor. Mr. Mars's testimony is undisputed that he and Mr. Simone did not write down the terms of their contract. Therefore, we're dealing with an express oral contract. It is also undisputed that Mr. Mars and Mr. Simone didn't discuss a price term for the contract, neither a specific number nor dollar amount. It is equally undisputed that they didn't discuss a method of payment, means of payment, or time of payment. In fact, both parties agree that those facts are true. At defense table, Simone nodded slightly and Mars glanced over. This court must grant judgment as a matter of law on the grounds that the single statement by Mr. Simone, taken as true for these purposes only, that "when I make money, you'll make money," is too indefinite to form an oral contract that is enforceable by this court. In other words, it doesn't matter whom you believe in this case, Mr. Mars or Mr. Simone. Even if everything Mr. Mars said is true, he still doesn't have a contract as a matter of law. Kate made a note on her legal pad. "I'm not going down without a fight either. As Your Honor knows, this matter comes before this Court on Diversity Jurisdiction, and Pennsylvania law governs the facts as all meetings regarding the alleged contract took place in Pennsylvania." Kate had been up most of the night researching online and had learned that a different result would probably have applied under California law, a state more experienced with the way entertainment contracts were formed. It told her just how manipulative Simone had been in arranging that the relevant meetings were held in Philadelphia. She generally approved of shopping, but for the perfect shoes, not the perfect law. Hartford said, under Pennsylvania law, it is clear that express oral contracts that are indefinite as to the price term are not enforceable. The seminal case for this proposition is Kate raised a finger and Hartford fell instantly silent, demonstrating the deference shown only to Article 3 judges and Saudi royalty. Mr. Hartford, what do you say to the fact that Mr. Mars quit his job at the district attorney's office in reliance on his oral contract with Mr. Simone? Your Honor, with all due respect, that would be irrelevant. I remind you that Pennsylvania recognizes the doctrine of justifiable reliance. Mr. Mars justifiably relied on Mr. Simone's representation to his detriment. Your Honor, Mr. Mars' reliance was not justifiable on these facts. A reasonable man would have questioned the price term long before Mr. Mars did, especially given that he is a lawyer. Isn't that a question for the jury? Not on these facts, Your Honor. A Pennsylvania court would not apply the justifiable reliance doctrine in these circumstances, and with respect, this court is not free to disregard Pennsylvania law. Temin scribbled while Mars shifted in his seat, his brow knitting in anger. Simone was smiling. Kate leaned over the dais. Pennsylvania also recognizes the unjust enrichment doctrine. What do you say to the fact that Mr. Mars worked for 8 months on a treatment, which Mr. Simone accepted and then produced, making millions of dollars? Taken as true, these facts make clear that your client was unjustly enriched at the expense of Mr. Mars. The gallery shifted, reporters took notes, spectators whispered, the courtroom deputy smiled. Your Honor, Mr. Mars made an imprudent decision in quitting his job, one that a reasonable man wouldn't make. We've all heard the adage, don't quit your day job. Furthermore, Detective Russo, given the same set of facts, did not quit his day job. The law of unjust enrichment does not insure against bad judgment. Kate bore down. Certainly, Mr. Hartford, the equities do not lie in your client's favor. With respect, Your Honor, the equities are irrelevant under the law. There is insufficient evidence of an enforceable contract for this matter to be put to the jury, and the law requires you to enter judgment as a matter of law in favor of Mr. Simone and his company not to do so. On these facts, I dare say would be reversible error. Kate glared at him, unable to say what she wanted, and too mad to write in big letters. Hartford said, to continue my argument, Your Honor, the seminal case in Pennsylvania is. Kate eased back in her chair, barely listening as Hartford recited the litany of Kate's law, supporting his position. She had read them last night, and Emily had confirmed them this morning. She was hoping Temin could come up with something. And when Hartford finished, she motioned to him. Mr. Temin, your response. Certainly, Temin scurried to the lectern and Mars shifted upwards in his seat. May it please the court, plaintiff opposes defendant's motion for judgment as a matter of law. This case presents a clear question of credibility, which the jury can and should be able to decide. To grant this motion is to deny Mr. Mars day-in. Kate's shoulders sank, hidden in the voluminous robes. Temin's argument was absolutely true, but it wasn't a legal argument. It was about justice, not law. And Hartford was arguing law, not justice. The law was clear that even if Simone had said his famous line, it wouldn't be enough to make an enforceable contract in Pennsylvania. And in that case, the law did not permit the question to be decided by the jury, because they would be swayed by justice. Temin was saying, Mr. Mars has an absolute right to his day in court, Your Honor. It is his word against Mr. Simone's, and only the jury is qualified to make that decision about who's lying and who's telling the truth. To take the case away from them would allow Mr. Simone to take ruthless advantage of. Kate couldn't listen to him either. Temin was making a persuasive jury speech, but the kind of words that swayed the heart, not the mind. And her heart felt sick. She'd sentenced a young mother to life in prison last week and felt better than she did right now. Then, at least, she had followed the law and done justice. Today she had to follow the law and not do justice. She had known, as a trial lawyer, that this could happen, but she'd never seen it, much less been the one to actually do it. The responsibility was all, Temin finished up. And for all of the foregoing, Your Honor, we ask the court to deny the defendant's motion. Thank you, Mr. Temin. I have your argument. Kate looked down at Hartford. Rebuttal, counsel? Yes, thank you. Hartford took the lectern, standing very erect as Temin moved aside. Your Honor, with all your respect, defendant takes issue with the court's demeanor as well as its characterization of the facts. And I object to what? Kate frowned. My demeanor is of no legal significance, and I haven't characterized any facts, Mr. Hartford. I asked a few questions. Trust me, I'm allowed. I never meant to suggest otherwise, Hartford said, backing down. And conclusion, defendant moves that the court enter judgment as a matter of law. Thank you, Your Honor. He made his way to his seat, and Simone acknowledged him with a nod. Kate eased back in her chair, surveying the scene. Mars and Temin on tenterhooks, and Simone and Hartford on a roll. She knew the law, and she knew she had sworn to uphold it. It wouldn't make sense to delay the inevitable. There was no other way, or was there? Kate straightened up. Gentlemen, I intend to rule from the bench and file a written opinion later. But before I do, I want to say a few words. She turned to defense table. Mr. Simone, I'm speaking directly to you now. I cannot imagine a case of such manifest injustice as I see before me today. I think your sense of right and wrong has utterly failed you, if indeed you had any in the first place. Simone's eyes narrowed behind his hip little glasses, and Hartford's mouth dropped open. Reporters scribbled away, sketch artists flipped the page, and whispering swelled in the gallery. The courtroom deputy looked up from his desk, his eyes shining. Kate didn't reach for the gavel. She felt empowered enough already. I haven't been on the bench very long, and I hope I never encounter a case such as this again. You may have made a fortune, Mr. Simone, but as far as I'm concerned, you stole every penny of it. You're no better than a common thief. Hartford popped up, mortified. Objection, Your Honor, that's slander. Sit down and shut up, counsel. Kate didn't even look at Hartford but locked eyes with Simone. The idea for the show was Mr. Marcis, and the storylines were his and his alone. You manipulated and exploited him, and I want my opinion of you, and this case to be perfectly clear, regardless of my judicial decision. You may get a judgment today, but you will not get my respect, nor will you use my court for public relations, or worse, television ratings. You're getting away with murder, and you know it. Simply put, against my judgment, I grant judgment for defendant. Kate picked up the gavel and slammed it down. Crack! No, Mars shouted suddenly, leaping to his feet. You bastard, I'll kill you. Suddenly, he lunged for Simone and grabbed him by the shoulders. Hartford sprang away, and Simone toppled over in his chair with Mars on top of him, throwing punches. Bailiff Kate yelled, shocked. Simone's fancy glasses flew off, and Mars went for his throat. His wife screamed. The courtroom deputy leaped from his chair and rushed to help. The stenographer sprang from the steno machine. Chaos broke out on the gallery. Reporters wrote frantically. Simone's assistant ran to help him. Russo went after Mars, and Marcia's ran from the back of the courtroom. Judge, let's go, said a voice, and Kate turned. It was Emily on the dais. You should get out of here. I'm fine, Kate answered. Her mouth had gone dry. Her heart hammered and her knees felt weak. I caused it, and I'll stay until it's over. Back in chambers, Kate sat in her crappy desk chair staring out the window. The doors were closed at her office, quiet, except for the almost constant ringing of the phones. On her desk and work table, she didn't answer. On the other side of the closed door, her secretary, Val Denton, fended off calls from the media. A religious woman, Val, would give them the wrath of God. The law clerks would still be buzzing, though at least they had turned the TV off on her command. The news at noon had carried sketches of the fist fight, and her lecture from the bench had gotten lost in the melee. Ring, Kate tried not to hear any of it, watching the pewter clouds inch across the skyline behind the Ben Franklin Bridge. It looked like a storm brewing, but it could have been her state of mind. She didn't know what she not had done. Strike that. She didn't know if she was allowed to do what she had done. Buzz. The white light flashed on her phone, which was Val's signal for Kate to pick up, which she did. What are the townspeople of the gate with torches? Val chuckled. Chief Judge Sherman on the line. Should I put him through? Do I have a choice? No, but don't let him intimidate you. It's Meriting you gotta watch out for. I hear he's running around whining about what you said in court. Thanks. Kate's nickname for Val was invaluable because she was now hold for Sherman. There was a click on the line. Then the soft, quavering voice of Chief Judge Sherman. Goodness, dear, I just heard what happened. What a calamity. How are you? Fine, thanks. Wasn't as bad as it sounded on TV. I don't keep a TV in chambers. I heard about it from Jonathan, who said it was quite a to-do, Meriden. But I only decked one guy, Chief. Sherman laughed softly. What a case. It's a trial by fire for you, isn't it? I thought handed you a plum. But maybe it's a crabapple. Don't forgive me. Not at all, Chief. I think it's been fascinating. A real lesson in lots of ways. I'm entering judgment today, and the courthouse will go back to normal. Sherman clucked. I rather enjoyed the excitement. I heard Stephen Butchko was in the hallway last week. You remember Hill Street Blues? Was I born yet? By the way, I heard you said some rather intemperate things on the bench. Kate cringe. Here it comes. I've gotten a call or two from the others. It's probably my job as chief to let you know. I would have rude from the bench, too. But if you don't mind some constructive criticism, I wouldn't have made those comments in open court. In my own defense, what I said was completely in order, undoubtedly. Judge Sherman lowered his voice. But the next time, make all the comments you want, but keep them in chambers off the record like the old man does. Kate smiled. Gotcha. Thanks. And sorry, that's my girl. Sherman paused. You know, all of us are moved by cases before us, certain cases from time to time. That's part of the passion for the law that I have. And I see and you. We don't choose our cases. They choose us like our children. Kate thought of Warren. And I do like your fire, Kate. You're a new kind of judge, a new model. You energize our stodgy old court. The law needs new life from time to time, or it grows old and stale, inflexible, brittle. We have to change, but the times, and we do. That's what I love about this court, our court. Sherman chuckled. Well, no, I am boring you, aren't I? I leaned to the rabbinical. Now, thanks for the advice, Rabbi. Kate would have stayed on the line with him forever. He was her new friend. Take care now, Sherman said, hanging up. Kate hung up too. She couldn't help wondering about which judges had called Sherman Meriton and who else. Why hadn't they called her directly? Why run to Daddy? She fingered her pearls like worry beads and eyed the sky where storm clouds conspired, though she tried not to take it personally. She felt a familiar pressure building up inside, needing a release, and her thoughts skipped ahead. It would be the third date after all. Chapter 7. The door banged open against the bedroom wall, and Kate found herself being hoisted against its hardwood. She wrapped her legs around Graham, her slim skirt hiking up, and he kissed her breathless, pressing into her. He pushed harder against her, opening her thighs, then slipped both hands under her panties in the back, cupping her in two rough palms. The sensation thrilled her, and she kissed him deeper, her heart hammering. Suddenly he lifted her up and whirled her toward the bed, and Kate squealed, clinging to him. "You didn't warn me," she laughed, spinning in his arms. "You're like—" Yes, Kate fell backwards, onto the soft white comforter, her pearls against her throat, and her arms opening like a snow angels. Graham stood between her bare knees at the end of the bed, laughing and breathing hard. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and let it drop. The hallway light silhouetted the hard caps of his butt, shoulders, and a muscular torso that tapered to a trim waist. Kate couldn't wait another minute. She yanked her skirt up rather than waste time, taking it off and wriggled out of her panties. Graham's belt buckle jingled, the leather belt flapped to the side, and as soon as she saw him, unzipping his jeans, she reached for him. "Wait!" Graham stepped back, laughing in surprise. "You're not even undressed." "I'm undressed enough." "No, you're not. Blouse is still on, and your skirt." Graham leaned over and found the top button of her blouse, and Kate's hands flew to help him. "But I can do it faster." "Faster isn't the point." Graham pressed her hands away. "Now be still, arg." Kate gave up and let her arms flop back on the sleigh bed. Up close, she could see the dark flash of his eyes and the glint of his smile. A raggedy fringe of his hair fell forward, and she breathed in the wintry scent of burning smoke from the fireplace. She stroked his arm while he unfastened the button between her breasts, his knuckles grazing her nipple. "You did that on purpose." "I'm guilty, Judge. Now take off your skirt. I'm fine with it on. Take it off. I don't want to mess it up." Kate scoffed. He was teasing her, and it was driving her crazy. "You don't give a damn about my skirt." "Oh, I do. I care very much about your skirt." Graham finished opening the third button and stroked her breasts gently, sliding his fingertips along the fine silk. She arched her back, but he only moved to the next button, chuckling softly. He took his time, and when he finally unbuttoned the last button, he moved aside each side of the filmy blouse, one after the other, as if he were unwrapping a very expensive present. Kate laid breathless on the bed, her heart hammering, her neck vulnerable, and her arms resting back. Her breasts lay exposed in a lacy black bra. "You are beautiful, you know that," Graham whispered, seeming to stall over her. "Arg, come here." Kate squirmed under his gaze, hating the scrutiny even in the dark. She reached for him again, and he finally lowered himself under her, kissing her more softly than before, more gently than he had, even downstairs. She kissed him back, excited by the heat of his skin on her, wanting to feel that groove again, the one they had against the door. She ran her hand at the length of his thigh, feeling the hardness under his jeans. "Caught me, huh?" "Yup," Kate giggled, then she felt again, a small box shape. "What's this?" "I was going to give it to you afterwards, but since you busted me," Graham pulled away, propped himself on one elbow, and dug in his front pocket. "I have something for you, Kate. I know you do, but you won't shut up." Graham chuckled, reaching for the bedside lamp. "You look like such a classy lady, but only I know the real you." Suddenly, the light came on, and she shielded her eyes from the brightness. When she moved her hand, Graham was holding a medium-sized box wrapped in robin's egg blue paper, with a satiny white ribbon on top. Tiffany's. Kate's mouth went dry. "Once this? You have to open it to find out." Graham handed her the box, and she shifted up on the bed with it, bracing herself on her free hand. "But a present? Why? Stop asking questions and open it." Graham tugged on the ribbon, which slipped off like silk. "Cool, isn't it?" Kate unfolded the wrapping paper and took it off. It was a medium-sized box of black velvet, and her fingers trembled as she opened its lid. Inside glittered a gold-linked bracelet with a heart pendant. It was lovely, which only made her want to cry. She didn't know what to do. Graham took it out, unhooked it, and held it up to the light. The heart gleamed expensively, a rich 18-karat gold. Finally, Kate found her voice. "I can't take this. It costs too much. Please, hush. Give me your wrist." Graham lifted her wrist, put the bracelet on it, and held her hand up with obvious pleasure. The heart dangled prettily, and he turned it toward Kate. "If you want, we can get it engraved. But I like it the way it is. What do you think?" Kate winced. "I ordered this for you after our first date." Graham took her hand, and Kate stiffened. She felt a sudden urge to move, but he was holding her hand, sitting only a foot away. "You might think it's too soon to get involved after my divorce, but I'm 42. I know what I want, and it's you." It was right from that first night. Kate heard the emotion in his words and couldn't meet his eye. She looked away and her gaze found one of the bedroom windows. In this colonial townhouse with bubbled mullions and thick wooden sills 2 hands deep, she had measured them last time with her own spread fingers. Outside, the winter sun had set and its pinkish rays clawed the deepening blue, only reluctantly surrendering its stake on the sky. You don't have to feel the same way I do. I understand that. It's still early. Silence fell between them, and the temperature in the bedroom dropped a tick, chilling Kate in her bra. You okay? Graham squeezed her hand, and the gold heart glinted in the lamplight. You don't look happy. I'm fine, sure, Kate said. Though she wasn't. She knew she should stay, and she knew she would go. Talk to me, would you? Kate wished she could, but she couldn't. She released his hand, stood up, and started buttoning up her blouse. What are you doing? Graham rose slowly. You're leaving? You're leaving? I think I should. I'm sorry. Kate tried to get the bracelet off, but couldn't. Undo the clasp, fumbling. Don't leave, baby. Graham reached for her arm, but Kate withdrew it. She had to go. She couldn't explain it to him. This wonderful man. She just had to. She hurried to the door, her bare feet cold on the floorboards. Her shoes and stockings were still downstairs by the fireplace. Graham followed her. Wait, listen, I shouldn't have sprung it on you. It just came out. I'm sorry too, Kate said, but she hurried away. It took Kate less than an hour to find a good corner bar in a working-class neighborhood, south of the business district near the airport. It had stopped raining outside, and an increase in the temperature made the air unseasonably wet. It was after 6, so the TV news wasn't showing more reports of her courtroom, and she sipped her smudgy glass of Miller's, leaving behind thoughts of Mars, Sherman, and even Graham. He had called twice on her cell, but she hadn't picked up. Behind the bars sat the same line of dusty bottles as in the other bar, and junking up the mirror hung the same leftover Christmas decorations. Kate speculated that the bars rotated the items to save on filth. The men looked the same too. 2 Verizon employees and navy blue coats sat at the end of the wooden bar, joking with the bartender and ignoring CNN. They'd had to settle for Larry King on closed captioning because the Sixers weren't playing tonight. A few seats down from the 2 men hunched a dark-haired man with mutton chops who reminded Kate of Detective Russo. Odd, the thought caught her up short. It was the first time Kate thought about work on one of these outings. She kept the 2 worlds separate, or at least her brain did for her. Her head began to ache, and she shifted on her bar stool uncomfortably. Mars, she couldn't keep doing this anymore as a judge. She imagined that if you looked up appearance of impropriety in the dictionary, there might well be a photo of her at this bar without her panties. I said a masculine voice, and Kate looked over. It was the man with the black mutton chop standing next to her. He wore a black motorcycle jacket and was reasonably handsome. He looked lonely. And by your drink, the man climbed onto the bar stool next to hers. And Kate felt a tingle she couldn't deny. If you're Elvis, you can. If you're Priscilla, I will, the man said, and they laughed. It turned out Elvis knew a motel with a sign that read Cable TV Air Condition. It was 3 stories tall with concrete stairs and hallways on the outside in front of numbered doors painted dark pink. The walls were paved with matching stucco, as if the place was in South Beach and not behind Terminal C. Kate parked the Mercedes in the lot and waited in it while Elvis checked them in, and when he left the tiny office with its plastic window, he gave her a wave and she got out of the car, chirped it locked, and fell into step behind him. Done goddess lay a honeymoon sweep for so long, he said in a terrible Memphis accent. He reached back for Kate's hand and led her down the concrete hallway, past a busted vending machine and up the concrete stairs. 2nd floor, 3rd suite, but I'll make it worth your while. He laughed again, and the sound echoed in the cold night. Airplanes hung suspended in the flight path overhead, their red lights twinkling in a perfect line like a strand of precious rubies. They reached the top floor, and Kate followed, permitting herself to be led as they took a right at the head of the stair. Elvis withdrew something from his jeans pocket, an old-fashioned key hanging from a plastic diamond scored with 3 to 5. And he had no trouble finding the room. You've done this before, she said, her heart starting to race as he opened the door and clicked on the light. Well, I have, darling. I've been saving myself for you. Kate laughed, standing on the metal threshold, thrilled and nervous. A long hallway led into a small room containing only a double bed covered with a brown-patterned quilt and a metal TV cart next to a louvered closet. Come on in, he said. And before she had time to think about it, he pulled her gently inside and shut the door behind her. And she found herself suddenly wanting him when he wrapped strong arms around her and kissed her once, tasting of beer. Against the door, Kate heard herself say, "Whatever," he murmured, easing her back against the door. In the dark hallway, she was on fire, and his hands grabbed at her skirt, pushing it up. He moaned when he felt bare skin. "Watch out," Kate said, giggling. He kissed her deeply, and she reached up around his shoulder, feeling his leather jacket under her hands, which was when she saw a flash of gold darkly. The bracelet, Kate still had it on. She couldn't wear it here. She turned her head from the kiss, pressing him back, saying, wait, what?" he asked, his hair mussed in front, his expression bewildered. He reached for her, but she was trying to undo the bracelet. He reached again. "Come here, come back here." "Wait a minute," Kate said firmly, holding up her hand, and he stopped, then eased down the hall and flopped backward on the bed, waiting. "Women," Elvis laughed, throwing up his arms. "When is it a when-mand? Where to don't, I don't give an am," but the bracelet wouldn't come off. Kate couldn't undo the clasp link, and Elvis was too drunk to help. It made her stop and think, what am I doing? Graham Mars, Sherman. She couldn't keep this up. It was wrong, inappropriate, not only because she was a judge, because she was a woman. She wouldn't do this again, never ever. "All right," Elvis hollered, sitting upright, but Kate had already pulled her skirt down and got partway down the hall. "Listen, wait, I'm sorry, but I don't want to do this, I can't." "What?" "I have to go, I'm sorry. Now you want to leave?" Elvis sat up, his dark eyes wide with disbelief. "You can't do that. You got me up here, bitch." "I know, I'm sorry." Here Kate reached reflexively into her purse, grabbed her wallet, and handed him cash, trying vainly to make it right. "Here, this is for your trouble, I'm sorry." "You can't pay me," he shouted, batting her hand away, cash scattered in the air. Kate hurried to the door, but Elvis launched himself off the bed, rushed down the hall, and reached her just in time to straight-arm the door shut with a loud bang. "No," Kate cried, but he smashed his mouth against hers and pinned her against the door with his body. She tried to scream, but his mouth was covering hers, his berry tongue thrusting inside. She tried to push him off, but he shoved his hand crudely up her skirt. Now she screamed, but he mashed his hand over her mouth and started to pull up her skirt in front. He wedged her legs open against the door and plunged his hand between them. His fingers probed cruelly, hurting her, and he grunted in satisfaction. Kate gave way to panic. He was going to rape her. He was enjoying her pain. No one knew she was here. He could even kill her. She must have been crazy to come here. She torqued her head this way and that, trying to get free to scream, to think. Kate trounced with all her might on his foot, driving her stiletto into his instep. He shouted, releasing her and bending over, and in that split second, Kate opened the door, bolted out, and half ran, half stumbled down the stairs to the second floor. "You bitch, you bitch," he yelled, running onto the balcony after her. It was raining hard again, but she kept pounding down the stairs, almost slipping on the last flight, streaking to her car and chirping it unlocked on the run. She jumped inside while he kept screaming at her from the balcony. Kate wasn't a block away when her cell phone started ringing. Chapter 8. Kate slammed on the gas, ignoring the cell phone, probably Graham again. She gripped the wheel and sped away from the motel like a madwoman. Rain pounded the car and bounced off the white hood. Her heart stuck in her throat, every muscle tensed. She sped past the row houses lining the street, and teenagers crowded into a hoagie shop with a glass storefront. The counter was full at an open Dunkin' Donuts, and the signs of normal life let her breathe easier. Had she gotten away? Was she safe? The traffic light turned red, and Kate pulled up, checking for Elvis's van in the rearview mirror. No van. Her heartbeat slowed. He wouldn't come after her. She waited, calming at the traffic light. Ring, ring. She looked over, and her cell phone had slid out of her purse onto the seat. Gina read the green letters glowing in the dark. Gina never called at this hour. It could be some emergency with Warren. Kate flipped the phone open. "Jean, I saw on the news that—" "Wait, did I wake you?" Gina said, and Kate felt sudden tears come to her eyes at the sound of her friend's voice. Everything was falling apart, and she finally felt safe enough to cry. "Kate, what's the matter?" "I'm fine." Kate tried to hold it together. "I really am. What happened?" "Did you see Graham tonight?" "Where are you?" "God knows, by the airport." Kate looked out the car window, but between the waterworks of the rain, she could barely read the sign. "Ellsworth Avenue, a stupid pink motel? Can you believe this? What are you doing there?" "Screwing up my life." Kate wiped her eyes, but they kept welling up. "This man I went with, he attacked me at the motel. I was almost raped, Gina gasped. Graham? Oh, the irony. No, someone else. Oh my God, I'll meet you. I'll get the neighbor to sit. I'll be right there. No, don't. I'm going home. But you're upset. You can't drive. I can too. This is ridiculous. I'm acting like a baby. Kate didn't know what was happening to her. Nothing was working. She was losing control. What about Warren? Is he okay? Fine. Go home and I'll be right there. Drive carefully. Have you? Kate flipped the phone closed and accelerated, the windshield wipers working frantically. She drove ahead, but in the next minute, her loud bobbling sound from the front of the car. A flat tire. Not my night. She hit the car's button for roadside assistance, and a female operator was piped through her car's speakers. Well, have a truck there as soon as possible, the voice assured her, echoing like the Wizard of Light Mercedes. Kate hung up, counting her blessings. She called Gina to tell her she'd be late, but there was no answer. She flipped the phone closed and waited in the driver's seat, wiping her eyes and trying to get over herself. It's easier to fix a flat than a life. An hour and a half later, Kate had reached her townhouse in Society Hill and pulled into her driveway behind Gina's brown Pathfinder. A plume of smoky exhaust rose from the back of the car. Gina must have been running the engine to stay warm all this time. Kate grabbed her bag and got out of the car. At least the rain had stopped. Kate, Gina burst out of her car, arms outstretched in her parka, and hurried to the Mercedes. What took you so long? I forgot myself, so I couldn't call. Sorry, the truck took forever to come. What truck? Gina gave her a huge hug. I was so worried. I never heard you cry like that. Her expression looked stricken, and loose hair fell from its ponytail. This time her trademark high drama was in order. What happened? It's a long story, Kate answered, and they went inside the house side by side. So that's it. All of it, Kate said, sitting at the round Moser table in her kitchen behind coffee in her favorite mug. Halogen lights of multicolored Murano glass hung overhead on a track, making a cozy glow against walls of warm tangerine. She felt so happy to be home, safe in her kitchen and restored to her life. She told Gina everything and watched her friend's expression change from freaked out to extremely freaked out, though she merely listened in silence. But her brown eyes glistened when she heard what had happened at the motel. You should call the cops on that bastard, I swear. Gina nodded angrily. But you know you can't. It'd be all over the papers. I don't know if there's enough for attempted rape legally. Kate felt raw and ugly. So you hate me now? No, not at all. Gina slumped in her chair, lost in her gray pen sweats. The plaid flannel collar of her pajama top stuck from her sweatshirt. But I am mad. You didn't tell me about these guys you go with. You wouldn't have told me about tonight if I hadn't called you. How long have you been doing this, you idiot? Kate thought back. About a year, maybe a year and a half. From when you were a beaker, you were a partner in a law firm. Gina shook her head in disbelief and a dark curl fell from behind her ear. I don't know why somebody so smart would do something so dumb. Honestly, me neither. That's not good enough, Kate. Gina smoothed her hair back. You can do better than that. It's self-destructive. So what's it about? You have dates. That's not the same thing. So why then? Think about it. Gina looked at her directly in the frank way that was second nature to her, and Kate knew she was right. It happens when I feel stressed. It's like some people reach for a drink or a drug. I pick somebody up. Thanks. Are you a sex addict? No, it's not like I do it all that often. How often? Once a month at most. And in my defense, men have been doing it for centuries. Have you seen a Budweiser commercial lately? Gina scoffed. Oh, are you justifying it now? If you're so proud of it, why keep it a secret? Hey, stop being right. It's not about gender, it's about you. That behavior, it's not you. Gina shook her head, adamant. You leave Graham, a normal man, a stockbroker who gave you something from Tiffany's on the third date. That breaks all the rules, and you leave him to run to a rapist. Kate fingered the bracelet still on her wrist. Never again. You're stopping now? Swearing off? Working class hunks. How could you let yourself be used like that? I didn't see it that way. Kate considered it. I guess I just feel more comfortable with that kind of man, like my husband. I knew him from high school, remember? Barely, the construction guy. Yes, it's where I came from. I worked to get where I am. I wasn't born to it. My mother never went to college. I'm not the Ritz. I'm the Pink Motel. You make fun of Dr. Phil. You should watch. Gina scowled. You loved your mom, right? Yes, she was great. She was devoted to me. After my dad left, she got a job at my school in the office. It was her and me. Her mother had died right after Kate had graduated from college, and Kate missed her every day. It was us against the world. She worked at my school for the principal. People thought we were trying to be better than them because she wanted college for me. She protected me against everything, the mean nun at school, the monster at night, everything. She and your dad broke up when you were how old? 3. And you didn't see him again, no visitation or anything? No, it was gone. You know all this. So obviously you have abandonment issues with men. And so what? Who doesn't? Gina didn't laugh. You're a smart woman, Kate. Let's figure this out. Something must have triggered this behavior. If it started a year and a half ago, what was happening then in your love life? Kate could barely remember. I was seeing that guy at Schneider. That when you hated Mark with a C narcissist alert. Watch out for French cuffs. I told you, but you didn't listen. Kate smiled. We broke up about that time, but it wasn't serious. About him anyway. But wasn't that when they started talking about you for appointment to the bench? Kate thought back. Yes, Mark with a C was threatened by that. I remember you saying he didn't want people calling him Judge Mark with a C. Kate smiled again. More or less, you remember my life better than I do. Thank you. You were kind of surprised when your name came up for the vacancy. You thought you weren't political. You didn't think you'd get it. Kate laughed. No, I knew I wasn't political. I didn't leave work early enough to vote even. And they began the background check and evaluated your credentials before you could be confirmed. Maybe you were sabotaging yourself in a way. Worried they wouldn't find you qualified? You know better than that. The scrutiny for us isn't like for appellate judges. The confirmation hearing is pro forma. We're basically appointed. I knew I had the credentials and I was a woman, which didn't hurt. It played out in my favor that I wasn't political. They were so polarized. I was the only one they all agreed on for the job. Maybe you didn't want the job. Kate blinked. Of course I wanted the job. What if you didn't? We've talked about that. It's kind of lonely and you can't see your old partners anymore. You love the action in court. Aren't you a little ambivalent about being on the no bench? How could I be? Slow peak of the profession. Every trial lawyer wants to be a trial judge. There's only 700 in the country on the federal level. It's the ultimate promotion. That's not my point. Gina cocked her head. You really wanted the promotion, but did you really want the job? Oddly, Kate had never really thought about that. Being a judge was the best option she could be, and she always wanted to be the best. I don't know. She shook her head, too tired. To think, I guess I should get some therapy. Hello, you think? And meds. Lots of meds. Gina smiled, and then so did Kate, rising. Okay, enough. Want more coffee? Kate crossed the shower cabinet, retrieved a paper filter, and slotted it into the coffee maker. How's the baby? That neighbor's there. He won't even wake up. Great. Thanks for coming over. Kate dumped ground coffee into the filter and went to the sink to fill up the glass pot. Hey, why'd you call me in the first place? Another tantrum? No, it wasn't about him. I heard on TV about the fighting court. I figured you might be upset. Oh, that. Between the rape and the flat tire, I almost forgot. Kate flicked on the coffee machine, thinking of Mars. Is that what set it off? Said what off? Your little frolic and detour. Tonight, I'll last my new shrink. Suddenly, the phone rang and they exchanged glances. Kate said, I'm not getting it. It's Graham and I haven't had my therapy yet. Ring. It could be the sitter. She knows I'm here and I left my cell at home. Sorry, Kate picked up quickly. Hello, Judge? Did I wake you? Invaluable. Kate smiled with relief at Val's voice. What are you doing up so late on a school night? Chief Judge Sherman needed to reach you, but he didn't have your number, so he called me. What's up? There's bad news. Chapter 10. After their tour, Kate walked back to the chambers with Meriton falling into step down the hallway. What's your problem with me? She asked when she couldn't keep her own counsel a moment longer. Is it because of Edge Electronics? Let's Security's case so long ago? Because if it is, let's have it out here and now. Meriton blinked. Impressive. Edges in the past. Win some, lose some, no big deal. I don't have a problem with you. Oh, come on, you never miss a chance to undermine me. The next time you have something to say about me, how about you say it to me? You sure? Meriton's dark eyes flicker with challenge. Shoot. Okay, that's the way you want it, Kate. Here goes. You never should have said what you did in open court. Your comments were emotional and inappropriate for a judge. I'm a human being, Jonathan. I don't check my conscience at the courtroom door. Your conscience isn't the law. Meriton's mouth flattened to a rigid line. You lack judicial demeanor and everything you do, the way you look, the way you act, even the way you dress. We wear black robes for a reason to equalize us, but you insist on standing out. Whoa. There is no one right way to act, and it's none of your business how I dress off the bench. It is my business because it's my. You never should have ruled from the bench. You give new meaning to the term judicial activism. Judges aren't knights errant, or haven't you read your Cardozo? I know the quote, and I don't need you to lecture me on the proper role of a federal judge. Beg to differ, Kate. Meriton leaned so close she could smell Listerine. A prudent judge would have issued a written opinion. Later, you made a mistake that endangers us all. Ouch. Oh, go straight to hell. Kate turned on her heel and stalked down the hall to her chambers. She couldn't let him see how she felt. And worst of all, was he right? Should she have ruled from the bench? Sherman said it was okay, but was it? She'd been locked in that question loop all night. Kate opened the door to her chambers where Val was busy on the phone. She waved hello, walked by Val's desk, and went back to the law clerk's office. Just outside their door, she could hear them laughing and a TV playing. She popped her head in with an automatic smile. Emily jumped up and flicked off the TV. We were just waiting for the news at noon, Judge. She was sitting at her desk chair facing the tiny TV stuck on the bookshelf among the case files. She shared the small office with co-clerk Sam Herman, a slight and serious young man. He had a feathery brown haircut, pale skin, and a long, bony nose that divided brown eyes set too close together. He wore a gray sweater and khakis since they weren't in court today. Turned the TV back on. I'd like to see the news too. It's only The View. It's not time yet. Okay, listen up. Kate leaned against the desk. Obviously, a terrible thing has happened with Art Simone being killed. The police think Mars did it, and you may have some feelings about that. You in particular, Emily, says it was your case. Emily bit her lip but said nothing. Evidently, big goths don't cry. You have to understand one thing, the decision to grant that the motion was mine and no one else's. You guys do legal research and write memos, but it's my decision and my responsibility. You hear? I was right on the law and I had to make the decision I did. Kate would believe that in 5, maybe 10 years. What matters is that the police are concerned about our security. They suspect that Mars may come back to Chambers to hurt us. Sam's eyes, that's not cool. No, Sam, not cool. Kate wondered about this kid sometimes. Both clerks had flawless academic records, and it served on their law reviews, but their personalities were a different question. She'd been confirmed at such an odd time of year. She'd missed the regular batch of clerk apps. I want you two to stay together when you leave the building. All comings and goings stay together. But we staggered our lunches, Emily said. Don't go together and don't buzz anybody in without clearing it with Vow. The media is an issue too. A reporter tried to get to us by buzzing into Meredith's chambers. Retard, Sam said. I don't like that word. Kate was thinking of Warren. You've been called that on the street more than once. Loser than Kate let it go. Mars drives a Navy Subaru, so keep an eye out for that too. I have the license plate number, and Judge, it's time for the news. Sam jumped up and switched on the old Sony Trinitron. We were on ET and the Insider last night, and that was before the murder. Excellent, Kate said dryly. But the news was beginning with its bright blue and red graphics. The banner came on, and behind the handsome anchorman floated a large photo of a grinning Art Simone. Kate stifled a wave of sadness and regret. The anchorman said, in our top story, police are still searching for Richard Mars, a former assistant district-wide attorney being sought in connection with the shooting murder of Hollywood television producer Arthur. Kate watched the TV screen as they flashed photos of Mars, barely able to listen. She shouldn't have said anything from the bench. She had given Mars the validation he needed to kill. The TV screen changed to file footage of the male lead from Attorneys at Law with a voiceover about a great loss and a tragic crime and how the show would go on. Then the picture changed again. Kate froze when she recognized the photo on the screen. Chapter 11. It's Elvis from last night, the anchorman was saying, and in Southwest Philadelphia, a tragic accident claims a man's life. James Partridge was killed when he fell from a balcony at a motel here. Oh, I hate when that happens, Sam joked, and behind him, Kate stood riveted. The anchorman said, "Police say that Partridge, a frequent guest of the motel, may have lost his footing in the rain and was inebriated at the time of the fall." And in other news, an overturned tractor trailer. Emily leaned over and switched off the TV. "Once again, the proverbial tractor trailer," Sam laughed. "It gets him every time. Dang things can't stay upright." But Kate was already backing back out of the room. "I have work to do, guys," she said, shaken, and retreated to her office. She closed the door, hustled to her desk, and called Gina's cell phone. She told her about the man's death, hunched over the phone, confused and stricken. Her head began to pound and she rubbed her forehead. When she finished, she felt vaguely nauseated. "Maybe I should go to the cops," she said. "Are you nuts? Why? He probably fell down the stairs trying to come after me. Did you see that?" "No, he was on the balcony when I left." Kate squeezed her eyes shut but couldn't remember for sure. "At least I thought he was, so what anyway? So what? The man is dead, Jean. I was the last person to see him alive. It wasn't a murder, it was an accident. He fell down trying to rape you. You don't know him anything." Gina could barely contain herself. "You want to go to the VAR? Cops? Tell him you pick up strange guys in bars?" Kate flushed, mortified. What was she thinking? For a judge. She had no judgment at all. You'd be risking your reputation for nothing. Kate put her face in her hands, rattled to her foundation. What would she go to the police with? Even she knew she wasn't making sense. She was screwing up so much lately, and now people were dying. "Kate, you're just panicking. Between stuff with Simone and this, you're just a mess. Thanks. Take a deep breath. I left him alive. Of course you did. And then he fell off the balcony because he was a falling down drunk. No good big rapist. God, this is so awful. He's dead." "Yes, and you're not," Gina said with finality. "Look, I gotta go. The pediatrician just came in. Don't do anything stupid. I'll call you later. Thanks." Kate hung up. So preoccupied she barely heard a knock at the door. "Yes?" Val stuck her head inside, frowning with concern. "You okay?" "Fine. Mars will have to get through me to get to you." "Oh, don't even think that." Kate willed herself to get it together. Nobody knew about the man last night, and nobody ever would. She waved Val inside. "Sherman and the cops think Mars might. I got the cord mail. I'll keep in touch. Eye on the clerks, too." "Thanks. And you be careful. Mars may know what you look like. I can take that little white boy." Val lifted an attitudinal eyebrow. "Not if he has a gun, you can't." Val waved her off. "By the way, those flowers came for you while you were with Sherman." She gestured at the conference table where a huge bouquet of long-stem roses sprayed from a clear glass vase. "Geez, Graham." Kate felt her chest tighten. Val chuckled. "How'd you miss those? There's 2 dozen there. I counted." Kate got up, crossed to the flowers, and slid the white envelope from its clear plastic trident and opened it. "Judge, I have a major crush on you, but I promise to take it slower. Like not love, Graham." And Graham List called again this morning. Val said, "It's none of my business, but between the phone calls and the 2 dozen roses, you might give the man a little attention. It's about time you had a date. Now, did you remember you have an oral argument at 2 o'clock?" "Of course not," Kate answered, turning with card in hand. "In what case?" "Turnover versus General Insurance. I ordered you a tuna fish salad for lunch." "Thanks. Great idea." Kate had meant to study the briefs on the bench memo last night. Now she'd have to go on the bench cold. "Where's Emily? It's her case, isn't it?" Val whispered. "She says you saw Simone's picture on TV and got very upset." "Great, don't be silly. Open the door, please, Val, and cover your ears." Val complied, and Kate called out, "Emily, come out, wherever you are." And at the appointed hour, Kate was berobed and back in court, presiding atop the dais. From her first moment in the courtroom, she flashed on a freeze frame of the very last time she'd sat here. Mars was launching himself at Simone. She saw it over and over until she walled off the thought and concentrated on the BO proceeding at hand, which involved a question of conflicts of law. Before today, she'd thought of conflicts as an abstract area of the law, but now she knew that no area of the law was truly abstract. She'd seen the intersection of the law and human beings, and it ended in a head-on collision. Kate collected herself and mustered a smile for plaintiff's counsel. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gill." "Good afternoon, Your Honor." Herman Gill was a standard-issue big firm lawyer, tall, middle-aged white guy in a dark suit, horn-rimmed glasses, and brown wingtips, as if he'd been mugged by Brooks Brothers. "What do we have today, specifically?" Kate asked, glancing of the papers. Your Honor, I will review the facts briefly. Plaintiff Jean Patrice Chourneau is a decedent, a Pennsylvania resident and former CEO of Vista, View Communications, Inc., a Pennsylvania corporation with its headquarters in Bluebell. Kate listened, coming back down to earth. The defense lawyer, another big firm, squashed his player, crossed his pinstripe legs. She made notes, though she knew Emily had included it in her bench memo. The law clerk sat off to the side, taking her usual copious notes. She seemed better at than she had been this morning, too. Sitting at his desk near her, the courtroom deputy was catching up on the crossword puzzle. The courtroom was back to normal. The pews sat empty, 10 vacant rows of honey-hued wood, and Kate could see clear to the back wall with its oil portraits of past district judges, all of them men with bald heads, horn-rimmed glasses, and somber smiles. The way you look, the way you act, even the way you dress. Kate wondered if she would ever feel like this were her courtroom. Suddenly, the door opened in the back, and the movement drew Kate's attention. A man in a dark suit entered and sat down in a back bench. Something familiar about him gave Kate pause. Then she realized who it was. Gill was saying, "We urged the court that there is a true conflict because Indiana law, unlike District of Columbia law." Kate tuned out, her concentration broken. The man in the back was Detective Russo. He sat still, facing front, his arms folded. He couldn't be here for the argument. Was he watching her? She couldn't see his features at this distance. It unnerved her. She couldn't get her bearings today with so many distractions. Art Simone was dead, and so was the man from last night, Partridge. It was like a 1-2 punch, and now Russo was watching her. The sole spectator in the empty courtroom, sitting squarely in her line of vision. In the next minute, Russo folded his arms. He knew she had to see him. Was he trying to intimidate her? Kate tried to catch the eye of the courtroom deputy, but he was doing the crossword, chewing the end of a pencil. Emily sat, absorbed in her note-taking, her legal pad balanced on her lap. Kate tried to focus on the proceeding, but couldn't. She would rule later in a written opinion. She wouldn't rule from that bench, though she would have preferred it that way, and so would counsel. She'd always liked the quick answer when she was in practice. Gill finally concluded his argument. Then defense counsel rose, took the lectern, and made an endless counter-argument. But by then, Kate was dying to get off the bench. She couldn't shake Russo's gaze and felt it like a weight. Did he blame her for what Mars did? Could he blame her more than she blamed herself? As soon as the rebuttal was finished, Kate banged the gavel, ended the session, and practically fled the courtroom. Russo was still sitting there when she left. "Keep a lookout tonight," a dark blue Subaru. Kate shuddered. Driving away from the courthouse, it was almost dark, and she'd ended the workday early. Having fussed all afternoon with the same opinion, unable to clear her head enough to write. She hadn't heard a word from Russo. He made no attempt to call Chambers or contact her. She'd called Nesbitt and left a message for him at the homicide desk. But he hadn't called back yet. In truth, she didn't know what she'd have said to him. Russo hadn't done anything wrong, and he wasn't the threat to her. Mars was. "Do you have a gun?" Mars really could be out there. She couldn't be in denial. She'd been fairly safe, in her office walled behind locks and federal marshals. But now she was on her own. She glanced in her rearview mirror at the car behind her, but it was too dark to tell its make. Its headlights were too high to be a Subaru. It must be an SUV. She eyed the cars around her as she traveled down Race Street. Plumes of exhaust curled from the car bumpers, chalky in the bitter cold night. She didn't see a Subaru, but she wouldn't have been able to tell one from a Toyota or Honda. She felt tense the whole time and took a quick right when the light changed, heading east to vary her driving routine just in case. She drove all the way to her street with an eye in the rear view, and after she saw no Subaru on her street, wasted no time barreling into her garage, closing the door behind her and hustling into the house, checking all the locks. It wasn't 5 minutes later that her doorbell rang. Chapter 12. Kate hurried to the window and pushed the curtain aside an inch. She couldn't see who was at the door. Maybe they'd go away. Ding-dong. She went for her purse, dug out her cell phone and flipped it open, her finger on the emergency button. She went to the door and pressed an eye to the people. Russo. Kate froze. She didn't know what to do. What did he want? Why was he here? Had he seen her come in? Was he watching her house too? On the other hand, what was she afraid of? He was a detective, and she liked him when he testified. Ding-dong, she couldn't ignore him, could she? She hated feeling so afraid for no reason. She was working herself up for nothing. She finally pressed the intercom to speak. "Yes, Judge Fandy, it's Detective Russo. I'd like to speak with you for a few minutes if you don't mind. I tried to see you after court, but your secretary said you'd left early. It's important." "Hold on," Kate said, relaxing. She was being paranoid. She flipped the phone closed, set it on the entrance table, and opened the front door. "Come in, Detective." "Thanks." Russo entered the entrance hall and Kate closed the door behind him. He took up most of the small room, taller in his brown leather coat than he looked on the witness stand. His eyes were dark and his largest nose red from the cold, though his hair remained in glossy place as if he'd just combed it. He said, "Sorry to bother you at home. Would you like a drink? A Coke or something?" "No thanks, I won't stay long. Come on in." Kate walked ahead and gestured him into the living room, taking a quick look around to see if it was in order, a homeowner's impulse. She straightened 2 magazines on the glass coffee table and sat down on the soft tan couch. "Please take a chair, thanks." Russo eased heavily into the side chair, looking around. "This is a lovely house, along with your lived here? About 6 years? Nice." Russo looked around again, and in the light from the Waterford lamp on the end table, Kate could see the pain in his eyes. "I saw you in the courtroom today. Why were you there?" "I just wanted to go back, I guess. Like it was a crime scene. I'm still trying to figure this whole thing out." Simone dead, rich, a fugitive, Russo's voice softened with naked emotion. "I can't believe we would do that. I can't believe it all came to this. I know exactly what you mean." Kate paused. "Let me say something that might not be standard procedure." "Go right ahead," Russo chuckled, his heavy shoulders shifting once in the jacket. "My coming here sure isn't procedure. I'm very sorry about the way the case came out. I ruled the way I had to, not the way I wanted to. That's probably all I should say on the subject. It's not more than I said in open court. I understand." Russo's full lips went tight. "I guess it's just hard to swallow." I know, Kate felt sad for him. Detective Russo had had a dream too. He would have been an equal partner with Mars, and unlike Mars, he wasn't a young man any longer. "Sometimes what gets to me is you could never get over. You know what I mean? No matter how hard you try and how much you work or even how good you are, you can never get over. We played by the rules, we played with honor, and in the end, we didn't win. That's the worst to me. When you work that hard, you still don't win." Russo fell silent, seeming to examine his hands on his lap. "I know it must be hard," Kate said when the silence became almost uncomfortable. "It's like when I was a uniform, a beat cup, I'd risk my ass to collar some knucklehead, some wool life. Then a judge would come along and let him off on a technicality." Russo looked down. "That's what this is like. Like they got off on the technicality." Kate shifted uncomfortably. "I feel for you, and for Rich Mars, I hope he turns himself in soon. Have you spoken with him?" Russo looked up, shaking his head. "Not since yesterday. I know they have him on videotape, but it's so hard to believe he did it." "I don't know what to believe, Judge." Russo kept shaking his head, his cheeks slack. "I can't figure this out. It stinks to high heaven. I don't know who the hell's on that day." "You don't think it's him?" Kate asked, mystified. "You told me." Russo got up abruptly and crossed to the entertainment center. "This your VCR?" "Yes, why?" Russo withdrew a black cartridge from his jacket pocket and slid it into the VCR. "I want to know what you think of this, Your Honor. I value your opinion." "You have the tape?" Kate's mouth dropped open. "How did you get that?" "I'm a detective, remember?" Russo turned on the TV and pressed the button for the video. "Hey, I got the same TV, but I thought this was Nesbitt's case and the other detectives." Kate got up slowly, regretting she had let him in. "I don't want to see that tape. I don't think I should. It's not right. It could compromise the evidence or no." "Detective, I don't want to see it. Come on. Tell me what you think. I can't figure this out, and you're so much smarter than me." "Sorry than I, but a man was killed." Kate recoiled as the tape started, grainy and fuzzy. "I don't want to see that. Please don't turn it on." "Look." Judge Russo pointed at the image on the screen, which wasn't Mars and Simone at all. It was pornography, amateurish, grainy. A muscled man lay on top of a woman making love to her on a bed. The man's buttocks flexed as he thrusted, and the woman's legs were wrapped around his waist, her breasts heaving. The audio was fuzzy, but firming. "What are you doing?" Kate said, appalled. "You sick? This man is a criminal record. Your Honor, ag assault, extortion, attempted rape. He's a thug, a knucklehead. Stop it." Disgusted. Kate rushed to the VCR, then froze. On the screen, the man turned to the camera and winked. He had dark hair and dark eyes. It was the man from last night at the Pink Motel, the dead man Jim Partridge, Elvis. Russo started laughing as Kate pounded the power button. The TV screen went black. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Kate demanded, horrified. "You might answer that same question, Your Honor." "See, yesterday after you took my future away, I had to go back to work. I was on duty last night. I caught this case. Some poor slob fell off a balcony. They're not sure if it's a homicide, so I go check it out. Oh my God. I found the video camera on the closet next to the bed, but I guess you knew that. The motel owner was in business with your young boyfriend, making amateur videos, but I guess you knew that too. It sold quite a few. Was that your gig? Did you take a cut, Your Honor?" Russo grew angry and Kate backed away toward the front door. "Get out of my house. You're going to tell me you didn't know about the judge, that you're not in on it. Why do you take a piece?" Russo sneered. "All I wish you could see your face right now. Maybe you didn't know. Is that it? Why'd you throw $300 at him? Was he blackmailing you? What do you have on you? Did he have a tape on you already? Get out!" Kate shouted, opening the front door and grabbing her cell phone from the table. "Get out of her. I'll call the cops. You saw what correction who Mr. Partridge did the night before last, and you know what he did last night. You're next on the tape, but you don't get laid like the other girls." "Why not, Your Honor?" Russo headed for the door, grinning. "I'll go. I don't want you calling the police, but answer me this. What's a federal judge like you doing in a place like that? What? Pan off a thug? For what? You tell me you so. I am mighty. Was its judgment of me and my friend?" "Get out of all scream," Kate yelled, and Russo burst into laughter, his dark eyes flashing with a reckless glint he hadn't seen before or in court. "I admit it was you. It was you on that porn tape." Russo leaned over and drilled a finger between her breasts, and Kate smacked his hand away. "Don't you dare admit it. It's you. You're a crook. Get out." Kate shoved him out the door, and Russo let himself be pushed but stopped on the threshold. So close she could feel his spit on her face. "I know what a phony you are, what a hypocrite you are. I'm going to find out what he had on you, Your Honor, and what you had to do with his accident." Kate slammed the door, swallowing her scream. As she closed all the curtains in her living room and rushed back to the back TV, she had to see that tape. Chapter 13, Kate pressed the on button on the remote, her fingers trembling, and the TV came back on. The naked couple were having sex, and she fast-forwarded through it with disgust, then slowed to a stop. They were still having sex, so she sped it up again, then stopped. The date on the bottom of the screen had changed to yesterday's date. She sank into one of the chairs to watch and press play. The TV screen showed a man whose face was too close to be in focus, but he didn't look like Partridge. He appeared to be fiddling with the louvered slats on a door, permitting the camera lens to peek out. There had been a closet next to the door. Then he passed in front of the lens, a short shadow, and the scene showed an empty bed. Kate pressed rewind and watched again, confirming what she'd seen. The man must have come in to turn, on the camera. Maybe while she'd been waiting in her car, the motel owner had run upstairs. No. Partridge had called him from his car, alerting him that he was coming ahead with a girl. Ugh. Kate returned to the TV screen. The slats from the louvers on the top and bottom made a black border, giving the impression of peeking through a keyhole, spying on an empty bed. She didn't even want to think about how many women had been on tape without knowing. She could have been one. As Gina would have said, serves you right. Kate checked the bottom of the screen. The time read 10:05 in white numbers. She thought a minute. That would be about when she and Partridge got to the room. Against the door. Kate remembered her own words, sickened now by them. He had wanted to have sex on the bed, and now she knew why. In the end, he'd given up on the bed and acceded to her request. He wanted the play more than the tape. Or maybe he figured he'd get her there sooner or later. Next, she heard voices on the tape, indistinct but sounding like a man and a woman. Kate played it back with the volume higher to try to make out the words, but she couldn't. On TV, the scene showed the empty bed with talking in the background and dispersed with silences. She figured they were kissing at the door in the hallway out of the shot. Then she heard the word wait distinctly. She rewound to make sure. Wait. Kate heard herself say it, unclear, but she knew it was her. She must have been struggling with the Tiffany bracelet, trying to get it off at this point. Then she heard her voice slouch her, but she couldn't understand what she'd been saying. It must have been when he'd been walking her backwards toward the bed. He'd wanted to get her in camera range, but she'd been fussing with the bracelet. Then Partridge walked backwards into the TV picture, his back to the camera, and fell onto the bed, throwing up his arms. The view was upside down with the top of Partridge's head to the camera and his legs stretched out on the bed, hanging over it at the knee. Kate rewound to watch it again and hear what he'd said. He was laughing and she caught "damn" and then "hurry." Suddenly he sat bolt upright, and Kate knew he must have been listening to her say she wasn't staying. She watched herself walk into the frame almost. She recognized her legs and the black blonics she'd worn yesterday, and the edge of her trench coat showed. In the next second, she stepped closer, and the following frames showed her upper body in her raincoat, a flash of white silk blouse, and then her chin. But no more of her face. Kate held her breath, then exhaled in relief. She had stopped there in the motel room, just out of camera range. She hadn't walked far enough into the room to get her whole face. Thank God. Still, her gut tensed, watching. She knew what would happen next. On the TV screen, Partridge was still sitting up with his back to the camera, and Kate could see her hand offer him a wad of bills, which he slapped aside, sending the cash. Next came words indistinct until he shouted, "You can't pay me." Kate played it again, and it came through almost understandably. Had he said that, she couldn't remember. On the TV, Partridge leapt off the bed and ran out of frame. He was coming after her. He'd shoved her against the door now. She tried not to think about his rough hand or the raw terror she felt. Then the screen went still and there was a shot of the empty bed again. The bed covers wrinkled slightly. Kate watched the bottom of the screen, 10:13, 10:14, 10:15. Partridge would have been outside on the balcony now. Kate edged forward in the seat. She didn't know when he'd fallen. The tape could tell her something about his death. She watched and grossed the empty bed. And then Partridge came back into the room, staggering slightly. He stopped, faced the camera, then gave it the finger and burst into laughter. Then he fell face forward on the bed. 10:42, 10:43, 10:44. Partridge didn't move, and he appeared to have fallen asleep. She kept watching. Then the tape went black. She got up, went to the VCR, and slid out the tape. It was at its end. So either the section that Russo had given her was over, or the camera had run out of tape. Maxell, a 2-hour tape. They must have used it filming the different girls, saving on tape by turning the camera on and off after each girl. She could verify by watching the porn, but she wasn't up to that. Kate looked up at the screen, gray with static snow. At some point, Partridge must have gotten up, groggy and drunk, gone outside in the rain, and fallen off the balcony. She sank onto the padded arm of the chair. Partridge, a jerk, a pig. What did Russo said? Assault, extortion, attempted rape. It was still sad he was dead. Kate set the tape on the edge of the entertainment center, wondering how she had gotten herself into such a mess. Then, knowing exactly how she had gotten herself into this mess, her sex life on tape, and now a detective believed she was a crooked judge. She got up and went to the phone. Chapter 14. Kate reached Gina after Warren had gone to bed. She told the story start to finish, going back from morning until night. Afterwards, there was complete silence on the end of the line. "Jean, I'm here trying to figure out when your life got so exciting. Sex videotapes? What is this world coming to?" Gina sighed. "But you know what I don't get? How did Russo know it was you on the tape? It is me. You said you couldn't see your whole face, just the lower half. How does he know for sure it's you?" "He does. He sounded like he did." "How was the audio? Could you tell it was your voice?" "No, not really." Kate thought about it. She'd been too panicked to analyze it before. What if he remembered my outfit from court that day, or my shoes? Is he gay? He's Italian, mutually exclusive. Kate laughed, feeling her body relax into the soft chair. It was a puzzle. How did Russo know it was her? Then she realized something. Wait a minute, he doesn't know it's me. Rather, he does, but he can't prove it. To who? Oh no, the answer struck Kate like a blow. Hear me out. First, Russo comes over and softens me up with his sob story. Then he surprises me with the tape and about Partridge's criminal record. Then he tells me things that I know are on the tape, like that he saw me throw the money. Okay, then he confronts me with the pointy parts of the tape, knowing I won't watch it with him there. He knew the tape wouldn't show me, so he was tricking me with the fact of the tape itself. He wanted to scare me into admitting it was me. It's cross-examination 101, isn't it? Kate straightened up, convinced. He even said as much to me at the door. He said admitted it was you. But so what if you admit it? He doesn't tell somebody. Kate drew the only conclusion possible. He must have been wearing a wire. Gina yelled, "Yo, that's evil, but smart. I bet he wired himself he needed me to say it was me on tape. Why? To prove it to his friend, his old partner, the detective on the Simone murder. Nesbitt, I get it. He finds this juicy videotape in the motel, plugs it into the VCR and sees you, then runs over to his old partner, whatever his name is, Nesbitt. He tells Nesbitt it's me on the tape, but Nesbitt watches it and isn't buying it. Inattentive blindness strikes again. His brain won't let him see you because you're not supposed to be there. Ta-da, Kate smiled. Thank God that supposedly normal people can be in denial. So Russo has to prove it to Nesbitt. But do you think Nesbitt would tell him to wear a wire? Hell no, Nesbitt seemed like a straight arrow to me. I don't think he'd sanction Russo, threatening a federal judge with a porn tape. To what end? I think Russo is losing it. He's on his own. So what are you going to do? Tell Nesbitt? No. Right now I have deniability. It's not me on that tape. Kate flushed. Embarrassed. The last thing I want is them knowing about, well, my dates. I started lying and I have to stick with it. Please don't tell me about tangled webs. I wouldn't. Gina's tone warmed. I feel terrible for you. My own fault. Kate shook her head. And you know what? This morning I told Nesbitt that I went home after my date last night. He must have been surprised when his pal came up with the greatest hits tape. You're still in the clear. Maybe he'll think that was your date, or he'll pretend he does for political purposes. There's no margin in knowing dumb secrets about a federal judge, right? I'd let it lie. It's bad enough you have this Russo gunning for you. If I were the bitch he thinks I am, I'd get him fired. I'll tell you one thing, he'd better not show up in my courtroom again. Then Kate heard herself. My courtroom? She'd never thought she'd say that. If that was the silver lining to this cloud, it wasn't silver. Russo can't do anything to you, Kate. You're not crooked, so we can't prove that you are. But he can make my life miserable, and it looks like he's about to. We won't let him. Right, Kate said, cheering up. So meanwhile, did you say 24 roses? Kate laughed. Yeah, is that important right now? You damn right it is. You want to talk about what you're going to do about the Tiffany guy? I already know. Kate answered and told her. Chapter 15. Kate checked her watch. 1:32 a.m. Arg! She was sitting in front of her computer working in her home office. She couldn't sleep after Russo's visit, and she had work to do. Books on built-in shelves wrapped around the cozy study on two sides. Mostly novels she couldn't bring herself to give away, and a low metal file cabinet sat against the far wall containing pleadings and forms accumulated during practice. None of those forms would help her tonight. A porcelain mug of tea grew cold on her left, and multicolored M&Ms lay scattered to her right. Stacks of printed cases covered her desk, but she'd read them so many times in the past week. She'd practically memorized them. She'd felt too paranoid to turn on the lights in the office, so the room was completely dark, except for the square of monitor light that shone on the front of her body, illuminating a face scrubbed clean of makeup, a red cashmere bathrobe, and a high ponytail that made her feel too much the rookie for the task at hand. Kate wrote, Mars premises this argument on his view that Pennsylvania should disregard the well-established precedent of definiteness. She skimmed the line and shook her head. It still wasn't right. It had to be perfect. It felt so strange issuing an opinion after Simone's murder, but it was the court's obligation. She deleted the sentence and wrote another. Plane of premises, this argument on his view that Pennsylvania should disregard the well-established precedent of definiteness. She paused, her hands on the keyboard. She'd been given a rough draft of the opinion by Emily, but it needed work. And in any event, Kate wanted every line of this opinion to be completely her own. She knew the press and her colleagues on the court would parse every sentence. She had to prove herself rock solid on the law, especially because it had cost a man his life. The precedent of definiteness of contract is well established in Pennsylvania law, and it had hurt Kate to read the transcripts and to remember Mars on the stand, and Rousseau. But it had to get done, and the sooner the better, so the press could quote from an opinion and get the facts right. Her stomach rumbled, but she hadn't felt like eating except for the M&Ms, which were medicinal. Pennsylvania courts have always insisted that a contract be definite in its terms, especially where, as here, Kate fussed with the sentence, trying to keep Rousseau and Simone in the back of her mind in their proper compartment. But nobody was staying put in her head tonight, least of all Graham. She had called him after she hung up with Gina, but he wasn't home, so she'd left him a message thanking him for the flowers and asking him to call her, no matter how late he got in. It's easier to avoid commitment than to sit around and wait for a man to call back. Kate was kicking herself. She checked the clock again, 1:35. Graham must be in by now, right? Unless he had a date. And if he had a date, he should be home by now. Unless he was sleeping with someone. How many friggin' bracelets did the man give out? I hate Graham lists unless he emailed me, which counts. Kate brightened. She hadn't thought of email. It was late, and maybe he didn't want to call and wake her. She moved the mouse to minimize the draft opinion and clicked onto Outlook Express for her email, skimming the list of senders: the New York Times Direct, the Ritz-Carlton Reservations, astrologers usatoday.com, and the Benjamin Franklin Society. No email from Graham. Kate didn't get it. He was the one with the full court press. He was the one who called all day and sent the stupid flowers. He'd better have a good excuse for not calling, like a car accident. If he didn't have an accident, she could run him over. She clicked to minimize Outlook and thought better of it. She didn't want to keep checking the little white envelope like an obsessive compulsive. So she went into options and checked the box that said play sound when new messages. Then she minimized Outlook and got back to work. It is axiomatic in Pennsylvania law that contracts must be. Kate kept going, finally producing a reasonably respectable discussion of contract law, writing and rewriting as she went, fueled by M&Ms and her drive to perfect the opinion. At some point, she realized that the process of writing was proving cathartic, and as it got later and later, the world grew ever more still. She forgot about Graham, Simone, and even Rousseau, and worked efficiently and well, realizing that her truest reader wasn't the press or even her colleagues on the court. She was writing for Mars wherever he was, in order to explain to him somehow, some way, as best she could, that there was a good reason that he lost his dream in her courtroom, that there was a principle which applied to him and all of us and abided for all time. The principle embodied the law. Kate typed the last line. For all of the foregoing reasons, the court grants defendant's motion for judgment as a matter of law under Rule 50, and judgment in favor of defendant and defendant company is hereby entered, so ordered. Ping. Kate jumped, startled. It took her a minute to identify the sound. Outlook Express. She had gotten an email. Graham. She checked the clock, 3:12 a.m. About time he got home. She minimized the final opinion and opened Outlook, where a single name sat at the bottom of the sender list in boldface. Not Graham Lists, Philly News Direct, another news service. She was about to click away on the subject line of the email, caught her eye. Today's headlines: lawyer found. Dead, a suicide. Kate clicked on the email. It opened instantly and she read with horror. Former Assistant District Attorney Richard Mars of Philadelphia was found dead in a car at approximately 2:1 a.m. this morning, the victim of an apparent suicide by gunshot. The car, a blue Subaru sedan, was found in a remote section of Fairmount Park by students from Temple University during a late-night hazing ceremony. Police had been seeking Mars in connection with the shooting death on Tuesday night of Hollywood television producer Arthur Simone, creator of the hit show Attorneys at Law. Mars had unsuccessfully sued Simone for breach of contract in connection with the show and lost his claim for damages in federal court. At the time of his death, Mars was found in possession of a .22 caliber pistol, also reportedly the type of weapon used in Simone's murder. Police had no comment, though a press conference will be held today at 10 a.m. Kate's mouth went dry. She leaned back in her chair, stunned. She read the story over and over until she could finally make herself believe it was true. Then she put her head down on her keyboard and cried. Chapter 16. Sorry, Judge, Val said, rising at her desk as Kate entered chambers. Me too, thanks. Kate came in, set down her briefcase and purse, and shed her coat. It was a bright winter morning, and the rising sun beamed through the window opposite the reception area, belying her mood. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had a good night's sleep. After she'd gotten the email alert, she'd taken calls from Chief Judge Sherman and Val, both telling her what she already knew. She hung her coat on the rack by the door while the law clerks filtered in and collected around Val's desk. Kate turned to the clerks. Their faces unusually somber. Hey guys, guess you heard the news? This is so awful, Judge. Emily's black top and long black skirt seemed appropriate. Besides her, Sam had dressed in his casual sweater and khakis, which somehow bugged Kate. "Not cool," Sam said, and Kate turned on him. "Sam, honestly, a man killed himself. Another man is murdered. That's more than not cool. Not cool doesn't even begin to cover what that is." Kate felt her nerves unraveling like a suspension cable. "Horrible works. Tragic will do just fine, but not cool. Not cool, I ain't even close." Sam flushed with embarrassment, playing on his pale skin. "Sorry, I am too." Kate felt blood pounding in her temples. "I'm sorry you have so little empathy for another human being. He had a wife whom you saw in court, he had, and a mother too. Can you feel that lost? Sam, don't you have any respect?" Sam looked down. "Damn it," Kate added for emphasis, which was when she realized the only way she could get control was to leave. She turned to go back into her office just as the intercom buzzer sounded, and they all looked at the security monitor on the file cabinets next to Val's desk. Its gray screen showed a man in a dark suit standing at the intercom in the common hallway, and Kate recognized him surprised. "Detective Nesbit, here to see Judge Fanny," he said over the intercom, and Val looked over. "Judge, okay to buzz him in?" "Of course," Kate answered, ignoring the silent lock lurks. Commanding detective, Val said into the intercom, hitting the button to open the door to the secured half of the floor. She turned to hand Kate her messages, all the usual suspects, the Inquirer again, and a bunch of other reporters. "No comment," Kate said, and took the messages. 5 minutes later, she was sitting catty-corner to Nesbit at her work table, both of them behind hot coffee in styrofoam cups. "Where's your partner, Roots?" she asked. "He's back at base, getting ready for the press conference." Nesbit sipped his coffee, one hand against his tie, so as not to spill coffee on his gauze, camera-ready blueprint tie and dark navy wool suit. His thick hair stood up at attention, and he smelled pleasantly of spicy aftershave. "This is an unofficial visit, Judge." "Oh, really?" Kate tried not to think of the last time she heard words like that, only last night from a different detective. "My coming here sure isn't procedure." She shooed the words away. She wasn't going to tell Nesbit about Russo unless he already knew about it. It was a dicey game, and she sipped her coffee, hot and sweet, gathering strength to play. "I spoke with Chief Judge Sherman last night about the Mars suicide. I presume he called you at home." "Yes, obviously you won't have to worry about Mars anymore." "I guess not." Kate thought of the opinion she'd finished last night, too late. But it had changed Mars's mind. If only she'd gotten to it sooner. It's a terrible shame, sure is. Anyway, we'll be clearing the Simone case. We're going to announce it at the press conference. Mars shot himself with the same gun he used on Simone. The ballistics test verified it. So bottom line, he killed Simone and then killed himself. It fits with some information we got from his wife, too. Depression and all. How's his wife? Kate took another sip of coffee, then set her cup down on the conference table. As well as can be expected, Nesbit shifted in his seat. "But there's something else I wanted to discuss with you, Judge. I'd like to keep this confidential. I'm here as a professional courtesy to you now that the Simone case will be officially cleared. Russo, I understand. Let me begin at the beginning. You got the Simone case when you first became a judge, right?" "Yes, a little over 6 months ago." Jury selection started. "What? About a month ago?" "Right, about then, yes. It took a long time to pick this jury because everyone had seen the TV show." Kate didn't get it. "Why do you ask?" "When we caught the Simone murderer, we went to his hotel suite that night as part of the investigation. He was staying at the Four Seasons during the trial. He had a huge suite. We liked Mars for the doer. That is, we suspected him because of what had happened in court and because of the videotape. Also, he'd taken off. But I thought it wouldn't hurt to look around Simone's hotel room and see what we could find out." Kate nodded, unsure where Russo fit in. "I guess I was being a little nosy because Simone was a Hollywood guy and all. I mean, if you had a chance to peek and see when Spielberg's medicine chest, wouldn't you?" No doubt. Kate found herself liking Nesbit. He wasn't exactly handsome, but he had a nice, straightforward way about him. So I looked around on Simone's desk, and there were the usual items: laptop, a Palm Pilot, a couple of cell phones. He had 5 of them. Nesbit paused, pursing his lips. He didn't have a lot of business papers around except files from the lawsuit. We confiscated them, which is procedure, and I logged them in at the evidence room. Okay, I did see some loose papers and a fancy folder. The folder was leather, and it had a yellow pad inside and a clipboard. Well, inside the folder was a record of your personal whereabouts. starting from about 6 months. My personal whereabouts? Kate didn't understand. I found a record, a chronological record of everything you did for about 6 months up to now. From the looks of it, Simone was having you followed for some reason everywhere you went to court, home, or well, out. Kate's mouth went dry. That's impossible. I thought you might say that, so I made a copy of the papers. Nesbit reached inside his jacket pocket, withdrew a packet of papers that had been folded into and handed them to Kate, who opened them up and wrote the first page. September 7th, Judge leaves work at 5:15, drives to 263 Meadowbrook Lane at 6:34 p.m., leaves at 10:16 p.m., drives home at 11:30 p.m. Meadowbrook Lane, that's Gina's house, Kate ran on. September 8th, Judge leaves work at 7:06 p.m., goes to Warwick Hotel, 1822 Locust Street at 8:09 p.m., keynote speaker at Rescription for Trial Lawyers of Philadelphia. Leaves at Hotel at 11:02 p.m., arrives Mike Bar, 1003 Locust Street at 11:30 p.m., leaves bar with unidentified man at 11:57 p.m. Goes to Holiday Inn with same man at 12:10 a.m., leaves Holiday Inn at 1:35 a.m. alone, it goes home at 2:05 a.m. Kate remembered that night, that speech, that man. September 29th, Judge leaves work at 6:23 p.m., drives to Roosevelt Boulevard Conference Center and receives award from Woman Lawyers Association. Leaves Conference Center 9:07 p.m., arrives Max Shack, 1030 Cockman Avenue at 10:02 p.m. Leaves with unidentified man at 10:32, drives to Kate, skinned the record. October 30th, unidentified man. November 24th, unidentified man. January 10th, unidentified man. Kate felt sickened, her private life exposed. There were 10 pages in the packet, and she couldn't bring herself to read the rest in front of Nesbit. She was so ashamed she could barely look up and meet his eye. Somehow, seeing her behavior in black and white made it look much worse, or maybe she'd just been in denial for too long. Why would he do this? Kate asked, stunned. And if Nesbit thought less of her, he didn't let it show. Did you ever receive any unusual calls from him? I've never spoken with him on the phone. That would be an ex parte communication. That is a communication with one party in a lawsuit, which isn't done. Kate heard the huffiness in her voice and almost laughed at the irony. I'd whore around, but I'd never take an ex parte call. Did you ever receive a note from him or a letter? No. Do you have any reason to think he had an interest in you romantically? No. Did you have any encounter with him at all? An intimate encounter? No, of course not, Kate answered. As you couldn't blame him for asking, I never met the man until the trial, then I can't explain what he did. It's like he surveilled you, or had you surveilled. I've seen that in divorce cases mostly, like cheaters on TV. Kate let it go, she was getting sick of TV. You think he hired a private detective? No, these papers don't look professional enough. Private detectives, their reports tend to follow the same format. This is an amateur's work. He wouldn't do it himself. He couldn't. He doesn't have the time, and I doubt he was even in the city. I thought he worked in LA. Maybe someone who works for him did it. He has an assistant, Kate said, thinking aloud. She thought of Micah Gilbert, the young woman from the front row of the gallery with the long hair. Simone was never without her during trial. What kind of man has someone else do his stalking? Nesbit smiled briefly. That's not all, Judge. There were pictures, too. Look on the last page. I photocopied a few. Pictures? Not like that. I mean, not of that. Nesbit cleared his throat, and Kate was already tearing to the back of the packet. They were colored, but they came out in black and white on the Xerox. Kate squinted at the first photo taken at night. It was a picture of the Chestnut Grill, a bar in Fort Washington. A black curve at the top of the picture frame suggested the edge of a car windshield. The second photo was a candid photo of a good-looking man with a mustache, also taken at night on a city street. Oh boy, Kate recognized the mustache. She flipped the page. Oh no. The last photo pictured Kate herself going into another bar, her face clearly visible as she waited at the door for someone else to leave. My God in heaven. She couldn't pretend anymore. She set the papers down and buried her face in her hands, smearing lots of expensive makeup. Don't take it so hard, Judge. I'm divorced 3 years. Now, because I ran around, I don't judge anybody, not anymore. Besides, you're a single woman. Kate stayed hidden in her hands. Her cheeks felt like they were spontaneously combusting. The way I look at it is, now you know about it, Judge. You can protect yourself in the future. Kate knew what he meant. I'm never doing this again, she said, still behind her hands. As far as I'm concerned, your business is your business. It's not my business, and I don't want to know about it. But now you do, Kate said, finally lowering her hands and looking at him, and they both understood what she meant. Judge, my lips are sealed. I'm a by-the-book kind of guy. Always was. Nesbitt made a hand shop. It stops here. But you came to me with these papers. That's not by the book. Beg to differ. Nesbitt held up a warning finger. I don't like people spying, and I'm not violating procedure by being here. I'm giving you a heads up. And that's something the department does all the time for important people like yourself, a city councilman or a CEO topic guy. We do it more than you think. Does Russo know about this? Kate asked. When it occurred to her, no, just me, you didn't tell him? No, this investigation is on the Simone case, so it stays with the Simone case. The roundhouse can be a friggin' sieve, so I always keep my investigations close to the vest. No leaks, Nesbitt shook his head. I didn't even tell Roots about those papers on you. He doesn't need to know. That's why I came. Alone this morning, Kate felt grateful. But you and Russo are friends. No, we're not. We used to be partners as all. On the cop shows, the partners are always best. Nesbitt smiled. This is no buddy movie. Fact is, Russo's okay, but there's a reason we're not partners anymore. We're like Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy opposites. Russo's not a by-the-book cutter guy. No, he certainly isn't. He came to my house last night, Kate ventured, since she was feeling safer about confiding in him. And Nesbitt stiffened his mouth, tightening. He shouldn't have. What happened? He's angry that he lost the case. He showed me a videotape of amateur porn and a man in a hotel room. Nesbitt's feature has darkened. He shouldn't have done that, either. So you saw it? With the man in the hotel room? Yes, he showed it to me. He thinks the duck woman with the man partridge is you. Kate's heart hiccuped. And what do you think? I wasn't sure. I thought it could be you, Judge. But I didn't tell him that. I figured if it was you, that some guy you picked up, Nesbitt caught himself, dated. Kate flushed, mortified. I don't know why you threw money at the guy. But it doesn't mean you're crooked or being blackmailed. Knowing what I know, Nesbitt just showed up the papers lying between them on the work table. I figured it was a lover's quarrel. Kate winced. Hey, whatever. If there's no murder, it's not my job. Partridge wasn't the homicide, so it's just another weird coincidence. Philly's a small town in a lot of ways. And given what you were up to, it's not unlikely you'd run into a guy like Partridge. In fact, it was just a matter of time. Nesbitt pursed his lips under his brushy mustache. Look at it this way. Russo doesn't know about you, which are up to. So he figures it is what it looks like, a crooked judge or a judge being blackmailed. Not that I'm making excuses for him. Did you know he was going to my house with the tape? Of course not. You think I'd let him get away with that? Makes the squad look bush league. Kate believed him because he looked so offended. Don't worry about Russo. I've seen him like this before, and he gets over it. He had his hopes up about the TV thing. Me and him used to talk about, and he took the verdict bad. He'd started spending the money before he even had it, picturing himself at one of those infinity pools or on the golf course. He's a hothead and emotional guy, but then it goes away. Kate wasn't so sure. I thought about reporting him, but I'm not, for obvious reasons. Please don't. Nesbitt looked worried again. You don't need that kind of blowback, and there's no reason to. Trust me, I've known the guy 20-some years. He's all talk, no action. Have you seen him since the news about Mars? No, and he's off today. I'll catch him as soon as I can. Nesbitt rose to go, brushing down his dress pants. Anyway, I gotta get moving the conference. Right. Kate rose too. Thanks for coming by. I do appreciate your judgment and your discretion. You're welcome, Judge. Nesbitt smiled. I'm sure this has been a rough couple of weeks for you, but it's all over now. Case closed, as you guys say. Kate walked into the door and Nesbitt smiled. You mean case cleared. Kate laughed as he turned to go, and she shut the door behind him. She leaned against the door for a minute, then looked out the window without seeing anything, and wondered why Simone would have someone follow her. Was something going on between him and his assistant? Was Gilbert jealous, and that's why she followed her? That didn't make sense. If that were the reason, why do it for so long? And why be so precise? 9:33, 10:23. From these papers, it looked like work or research. She felt confounded until a suspicion snuck up on her. Chapter 17. Kate had come across it last night, drafting her opinion. She went over to her briefcase, opened it up, and unpacked it on the couch. taking out the 3 transcripts from the most important days of trial. She shuffled a thick green-bound transcripts and found the day Simone had taken the stand. She opened the transcript and flipped through. Where had she seen that reference? She thought it was just a throwaway at the time, but now it was looming large. She turned the pages, searching. 146, 148, there, Simone, on direct examination. Answer, for example, I could make this lawsuit into a TV series, write a spin-off from Attorneys at Law, call it Judges at Court, and it could star a blonde female judge who looked a lot like you, Judge Fenty, charismatic, attention-getting, the most alive person in the room. What do you think? The court, great idea, I'd love it. Get Charlize. Theron for me? Answer. Kate closed the transcript, angered. What if Simone hadn't been kidding? What if he really was making a new TV show with a woman judge as its lead? What if he'd been having her followed for research? It fit the photos, too. The questions led to more questions. Did he start having her followed, then found out what she did at night, or vice versa? Could he really have turned her sex life into a TV show? Could he still through his production company? Kate shouted in the thought. If he did, every judge on the court would know it was really her, and so would every litigant, witness, and juror who came before her. Her old partner is a beaker, and her clients, CEOs and VPs of Fortune 500 companies. They'd all speculate, gossip, whisper. No, Kate wouldn't have it. She couldn't. She went back to the table, picked up the phone, and called information for the Four Seasons. Then punched the number in and got through to the front desk. May I speak to Maka Gilbert, please? I believe she was with the Arthur Simone Group. Please hold while I check the number, the operator said, then came back on. I'm sorry, Miss Gilbert was never a guest. Damn. Thank you, Kate hung up on fire. Gilbert hadn't testified at the trial, but she had undoubtedly been deposed during discovery. But deps weren't required to be filed with the court. She knew nothing about the Simone organization. She went back to her desk and logged onto her computer, clicked through to google.com and plugged in Maka Gilbert and Arthur Simone. 3 zillion entries came up in a list dominated by attorneys at law. She clicked the URL on the screen, changed to a simple white page with a black border which read, "We mourn the passing of our creator, mentor and dear friend Arthur G. Simone." Before Kate's disappointment had a chance to set in, the tribute dissolved, revealing the slick homepage for attorneys at law with gritty photos of the fictional lawyers and a lineup of standard web page buttons. Kate clicked About Us and 2 addresses appeared on the screen. One and the coveted 90210 zip code listing after creator Arthur Simone came. Executive producers, co-executive producers, supervising producers, and the like. After that, there was one name, next to an address in the less than coveted 1906 zip code, Philadelphia. Attorneys at law evidently had offices in town, and the production assistant Philly was Maka Gilbert. Bingo. Kate passed the mouse over Gilbert's name, and another page popped up with a large photo of the lovely Maka in a tight black pantsuit next to a short biography, which Kate read. Maka joined the posse 2 years ago, and before Maka joined us, she worked forever. Okay, only 5 years, but that's like 20 in publicist years. As a liaison/consultant for the Philadelphia Film Office, Maka is all about Philly, and her city savvy helps make that attorneys at law rock on Sunday nights. Maka works way too hard, so she can be reached anytime at 215-363-3949. Kate picked up the phone and pressed in the number. After 2 rings, a woman picked up. Attorneys at law? Maka? Yes, sorry, wrong number. Kate pressed the hook to hang up, feeling her juices start to flow. She hit the intercom button and Emily answered. Can you please come in? Kate hung up, then went back to the table, grabbed Simone's chronology, and stuffed it in her purse. Then she called out, "Come in, Emily." The door opened. "Hi, Judge. Hey, girl, close the door and come back here if you don't mind." "Sure." Emily swished into the room in her flowing black skirt and black Doc Marten boots, and took a seat in the chair opposite the desk, looking nervous. Kate began. "First off, I'm sorry I was so rude to you and Dad. Sam, this morning I lost control and I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. That's okay, I think it's nice. That you care so much about Mars and Simone, it shows you have a good heart." Emily smiled, shyly, a dark maroon slash of lip gloss, and Kate felt touched. "Thanks. Did you get my final opinion in Simone?" "I emailed it to you last night. Yes, I just finished checking the sites." "Great. Thanks. Please print me a copy and leave it on my desk. You did a great job on your draft, and I really appreciate it." Thanks. Now I have to ask you to do some extra research for me on a different issue, and I need you to keep it to yourself. Don't tell Sam. I don't really talk to Sam anyway. Or your clerk friends in the other chambers. Emily nodded gravely. I don't have any clerk friends in other chambers. Ouch. Okay, as a hypothetical, let's say that someone is being followed without their knowledge for a period of 6 months or so in Philadelphia. Every movement followed, like surveillance. You need to plug into the harassment cases. Emily began taking notes. I think that's legally actionable. I think the person being followed can get a restraining order. I also think it might be actionable criminally under the new stalking laws. And I think there is some kind of tortious breach of privacy action that can be brought. Kate was thinking out loud, something with major damages, punitive damages. Emily kept writing. Also, if you have time, check into the false light cases. I want to know if the whereabouts of a public official can be made into, let's say, a movie or a TV show. Emily's head snapped up, her lined eyes wide. Are they making a TV show about you? So much for secrecy. I don't know, but I want to be ready. One last thing, don't do the research or the writing in chambers. Go to the library. How about the downstairs library? Emily meant the courthouse library that all the clerks used and occasionally a judge or two. No, get off the reservation. Go to Jenkins Law Library. Take your laptop. Got it? Sure. Emily said, her young face worried. She finally rested her ballpoint. You okay, Judge? Of course. Kate flashed a convincing smile and stood up. Now let's go. She got up and Emily followed, and they walked together to the clerk's office where Sam was. Bent over his computer keyboard, his back to the door. Sam, Kate said. He turned in his swivel chair, his expression cowed still. I'm sorry I snapped at you. It was uncalled for and I'm sorry. Sorry, Judge. Sam's lower lip trembled and for a minute he looked like he might cry. I know I've been kind of a disappointment to you. No, you haven't, Sam. Not at all. Kate felt a twinge for the kid, but she didn't have time for this now. You and I will have to talk about this when I get back. I have an errand to run, okay, pal? Okay, Sam managed to shake his smile. And Kate ducked out of the clerk's office and headed for Val's desk. Hey, lady, Kate called out on the fly. Please tell me my calendar's clear this morning. Let me see, Judge. Val turned to her computer, which set her long amber earrings swinging. A beige pushmina draped around her shoulders on top of a brown patterned dress. She hit a key on her keyboard and slid her eyes upward while she typed. You didn't have to say you were sorry, you know. You got to teach him. No, it was right. Kate grabbed a trench coat from the rack and slid into it as Val frowned at her monitor screen. You have a pretrial motion at 11:30, Schrader versus Ickles Industries. Damn. Kate had meant to read those papers too. She'd never been so behind on her work. Please call and cancel it. Tell the courtroom deputy and stenographer too. I won't be back until after lunch. She leaned over the top of Val's cubicle and lowered her voice. Mars killed himself with a murder weapon, so it's over? Yes, alleluia, where are you going? You don't want to know. Kate hurried for the door. I'm going to be recording into 3 parts. This is the end of the first part. I hope you liked it. 2 more parts coming soon. Please subscribe and click on the bell so that you will receive a notification about updated news stories. Thank you all for listening to the story. Hi, our friends. It is the second part of Dirty Blonde by Lisa Scottoline. We hope you liked the first part, so let's listen to this audiobook's second part. Like always, we are asking you to subscribe to those who haven't subscribed yet. Click on the like button, share this audio with your friends, and also comment on this audio story. Thank you for supporting our channel. And bundled up, people hurried this way in that their breaths making cotton puffs in the frigid air. Morning traffic clogged the narrow streets, stop and go, mostly business deliveries of this hour, and a white Liberty fish van honked, stalled by a UPS truck making a delivery. Kate lived only 6 blocks east of this neighborhood, and if Society Hill were the residential side of colonial Philadelphia, Old City had been the commercial, characterized by large industrial spaces that later proved perfect for restaurants, art galleries, lofts, photography studios, and furniture design showrooms, and evidently the Philadelphia production offices of attorneys at law. Kate stopped when she reached the address, only a black stenciled number 388 on a dented metal door, wedged between a closed restaurant and a wholesale restaurant supply outlet. She stepped back and looked up at the brick building. 2 stories above the restaurant supply outlet, fluorescent lights paneled the ceiling on the second floor. The storefront window bore no sign. The sign on the window of the third floor read Tate and Son Industrial Drawing. The attorneys at law office had to be the second floor, and in this brick sliver of a building, it couldn't be more than one room wide. Kate eyed the doorframe, dirty and peeling gray paint, home to two black buzzers recessed in grimy brass unlabeled. She hit the top button, assuming it was the third floor, and the door buzzed loudly. She slipped inside into a tiny entrance room, then went upstairs and stopped at the second floor, at a security door that read, Attorneys at Law. Kate knocked. No answer, but she knew Micah was inside from the phone call. She knocked again, then again, and was about to kick the door down when it flew open. The office is closed, Micah said, flinging open the door. Then her expression changed to bewilderment. Judge Fanti? Yes, Kate answered, equally surprised. Micah had clearly been crying, her eyes wet and her nose swollen. The sight touched Kate until she reminded herself that this girl had been following her every move, or at least she knew. Who had, whoa, this is so random. Micah quickly wiped the tear away. Her hair fell loosely to at her shoulders, and she wore a black-ribbed sweater, tight jeans, and red Converse sneakers. He caught me at a bad time. I was just watching the press conference. I'm sorry, Kate said, pushing inside. I was in the neighborhood and I wanted to talk to you about Mr. Simone, to tell you personally how very sorry I am. Why, thanks. It's just so awful. Kate scanned the cramped reception area, furnished with a funky black leather couch, a black coffee table, a one-cup coffee machine, and a dorm-sized refrigerator. Slick posters of the cast of Attorneys at Law in the trademark black and red blanketed the walls. The reception room led to a room in the back from which came the sound of a television. Is the press conference still on? I don't think so, Micah answered, her voice thick. I heard some on the car radio. TV in there? Kate darted for the office, sizing it up in a glance, a huge plasma, flat-screen TV, a black contemporary desk, a black Aran chair, and a white iBook surrounded by stacks of papers, labeled production schedules, travel and expenses, and headshots. Kate turned to Micah, who stood at the threshold, wiping her nose. I was hoping to catch the end of the conference. What do they say? Anything new? I guess you heard that Mars committed suicide. Yes, poor man. I don't feel sorry for him. He brought it on himself. The police say he used the same gun that was the murder weapon. So that means he killed Art, which I could have told. Micah blew her nose loudly, and her pretty cheeks turned red from the pressure. Maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but I really wish you hadn't said what you said that day. I think Art would be alive today if you hadn't. Kate felt a stab of guilt. I'm sorry. He was a great man, a genius. Micah dabbed at her eye with the Kleenex. I know they say that about everyone in Hollywood, but he really was. I'm so sorry. It's upsetting. It really is. And Micah's sentence trailed off as she watched the TV, and Kate turned to the life-size screen. A woman with a model's lovely features, long blonde hair, and a tight-fitting black pantsuit stood behind a lectern topped with a bouquet of microphones. The panel captioned under the picture read, Mrs. Erica Simone. Is that his wife? Kate asked needlessly, eyeing Micah for a reaction. Yes, she's Swedish. Micah kept her gaze riveted to the screen, her eyes glistening. If she were jealous of Simone's wife, it didn't show. So either she wasn't having an affair with her boss, or she was a really good actress. On the screen, Erica Simone was saying in a sexy Nordic accent, I wish to thank the Philadelphia Police Department, and particularly Detectives Nesbitt and Roots, for their great work and the kindness they showed us. The city of brotherly love has truly been very good to my family, and I would like to donate $100,000. The reward money we had originally offered to the Widow and Orphans Fund. Thank you very much. Now it's nice, Kate said, and Micah nodded, her lips tight. Was that your idea? I didn't even know about it. Micah switched off the TV with a black remote, and the room fell abruptly silent. When's the funeral? Kate asked, breaking the spell, and Micah dropped her Kleenex into the wastebasket beside the desk. Saturday in LA, you get to go on the company jet? Kate was guessing they had one. No, I'm not going. Erica wants to keep it small, I heard, so it's only immediate family. I can understand her not wanting to turn it into a big Hollywood funeral. That's so lame when people do that. Now it happens for you. It's a one-woman office, and the show must go on, of course. Micah nodded sadly. It won't run as well as before, but there's a guy in LA who's going to executive produce. What is it you do exactly for the show? Kate tried to sound friendly. Everything and anything, really. There's lots of little things that have to be done here, even though most of the show is filmed in LA. Like one time Art called me in a total panic. Micah smiled sadly. I had to FedEx 10 cheese sticks to him from Pat's and Gino's, so the characters could talk about whether they like Pat's or Gino's better. Kate faked a laugh. So you're the Philly expert, huh? Yes, I went to Girls High in the city and then Drexel. I'm not one of those suburban posers. So anything he needs in Philly, you make sure he gets. If he needs somebody followed, do you do that too? Micah smiled faded. Like me, for example? Are you the one who followed me, or should I sue someone else? Micah blinked, her long eyelashes still wet. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. Kate shoved a hand into her purse, pulled out the folded chronology, and held it up high. Recognize this? A professional detective didn't do it, and you're the only employee here. Kate slipped the paper back into her purse. Well, Simone making a new TV show called Judges at Court. Like he testified on the stand, I'm just a production assistant judge. But you know what I'm talking about. Micah didn't reply, suddenly looking out the window at the view of brick nothing. You followed me. You took notes on me, dates, times, men. You even took pictures from a car. Micah puckered her pretty lips. How do you know this? Just answer me. Did you do it? I don't have to answer you. I have rights. You have to go. Micah strode to the door, but Kate stood rooted. You're going to throw yourself out because I'm not leaving. You're trespassing. You have to. I'm asking you to leave. Make me call the cops right now. Kate gestured at the tiny cell phone on the desk. Let's ask them if it's okay to stalk a federal judge. The legal department said it was legal, hence the name. But don't argue with a judge. Am I right or am I wrong on you? Listen, I'll make you a deal. Tell me what I need to know and I won't sue you. How's that? You can't sue. Legal said. Micah frowned like a small child and Kate almost laughed. I can always sue. Didn't your lawsuit with Mars teach you that? Didn't he make your life miserable? Taking your time, costing some own a fortune. Micah began listening, her eyes widening. Can you afford to be sued? What do you have it out? Your age? What are you? 30? So what? An apartment in Center City? A white Saturn with 2 years of payments. What do you have? Because legal fees will take it all from you, and that's if you win. Micah paused, walked back into the office, and sank into the air on the chair opposite the desk. Good call, Kate said, crossing her arms. 19. So how did it come about, you following me? Kate asked. How did Simone even know about me? I didn't meet him until trial. How do I know you'll keep the deal? Will you put it in writing? I give you my word. Kate ignored the irony. The girl had learned her lessons from Simone. Now, how did Simone know about me? You have to promise not to tell anyone you heard it from me, too. I need this job, I promise. By the way, you're not telling me anything I won't find out in discovery. Okay, Micah said reluctantly. When you first got the case, you held a meeting or something with our lawyer, George Hartford. Some kind of meeting in your office. I had a pretrial conference with both counsel. It's standard, whatever. Micah brushed a dark tendril from her eye, recovering her composure. After the meeting, George told Art about you. He said you had stark quality, which is like a 1950s term for hot, I think. Art had been thinking about expanding the franchise, so he asked me to see if George was right. I went and watched you in court, and we took— Kate felt her teeth clenched. You began to follow me. I had to. He told me to. It was my job. You invaded my privacy. I didn't think of it that way. How could you not? You were in public. It wasn't hidden. Just because something happens in public doesn't mean it's not private. You remember when the Challenger blew up in midair? Did you want to see those poor people watch their daughter explode? Micah looked blank and Kate realized she must have been in diapers at the time. How about the moment of someone's death? You want to see that? Even if it happens on a street or when you weep at Simone's funeral. Is that public or private? Or when you get married? Or hear someone say I love you for the first time? Kate heard herself getting worked up. The location doesn't make something public or private. Your heart does. It was research. No, it was my life. Kate shot back. And you found out stuff you didn't need to know, which is now going to be in a TV show all over TV screens, a new franchise for the Atlaw cult. My life, me. The show isn't about you. It's fictional. Me. Fictionalized. Kate raked her fingers through her hair, loose to her shoulders today. And they're going to make this show even though Simone is gone. Yes, Matt Gahan was hired to exec produce from LA. Kate made a mental note. When does production start? It's in production already. It started 2 months ago, December. Kate didn't get something. Then why did you keep following me? You were following me up to last week. I didn't know they'd started. Will you be the production assistant on the new show? Yes, I'm the Philly girl. More jobs, same pay. Resentment edged her tone, but Kate had her own problems. Where is it being produced? LA. Yes, it's too expensive to shoot here. We shoot exteriors in Philly next month. Is it called Judges at Court? Yes, just like the Law and Order franchise. When will it air? September next. Kate had plenty of time for an injunction, if she could get one. What's the show about? Micah hesitated. A woman judge. Federal? Yes, and 3 other judges on the court. In Philly? Yes. Are the characters based on the other judges on my court? Kate asked, appalled. She'd been so self-centered she hadn't even thought of that. Have you been following my colleagues too? No, Art thought they were boring. They are, God bless them. Okay, let's talk about the woman judge. Is she married? Single. Describe her. Kate folded her arms in the thick sheepskin coat. Or should I just look in the mirror? Well, yes. Micah smiled weakly. Only taller. Hollywood doesn't like shorter women like us. And don't tell me, let me guess. She sleeps around and no one knows. She has a secret sex life. Oh God, but she's good, Micah rushed to say. She's a good person, she's fun and cool. Like you, she's a strong heroine, she's empowered. Kate Mox shuddered. Make me anything but empowered. I hate empowered. Micah smiled for the first time. They haven't cast her yet. Did you really want Charlize Theron? Kate groaned. I was kidding. She sleeps with another judge on the court who's crazy about her. In the first episode, they have a threesome. Kate's eyes flew open. 3 judges? No, 2 and a male law clerk. Kate burst into laughter. Wait and miss the point. Oh God, I thought what I did was bad, but this'll make it look worse. I didn't think that was even possible. It's entertainment, Judge R. Kate had a terrible thought and sobered immediately. Met over a glane. Wait a minute. This judge doesn't have a best friend, does she? Well, yes, I mean she has to. To show that, tell me about her friend. Kate felt new anger in her chest, and Micah must have seen it because she edged back in the chair. Well, to be honest, she's a lot like your friend. No. Kate thought quickly ahead. Warren. She doesn't have a kid, does she? She doesn't have a kid, does she? He's mildly retarded, but in the end, no, you can't do that. Kate shot up, her body rigid as a stake in the ground. You cannot do that. His mother didn't ask for this. He's a little boy. He didn't ask for this. It's not them. It's just characters. It is them. And all their friends will know. All the people on their street and all the kids in his preschool when he goes next year. You think he doesn't have it hard enough? Judge, maybe it won't help. You didn't do it to help. You did it to make money. I didn't do it. Even Micah looked upset. I'm sorry, that boy doesn't deserve this, to be exploited, to be put in the spotlight. His mother doesn't deserve this. They're just people living their lives. It's out of my hands, Judge. Micah was shaking her glossy head. Art really loved the little boy as a subplot. He's not a subplot, he's a child. Kate couldn't stand still anymore. She learned all she needed to know. It was going to be worse than she thought. Never mind the threesome. Gina and Warren, the people she loved most in the world. She felt stunned, stricken. She couldn't even speak. She went to the door. Judge, there's nothing you can do. Kate hurried for the door of the office, her stomach churning. What had she done? What had she caused? She ran out of the office and down the stairs and made it to the curb, panicky and sickened. She looked right and left, found an alley and bolted for it. And inside the alley, with one hand on the dirty brick wall, Kate got sick to her stomach. Chapter 20. Kate drove down 5th Street in light traffic, heading back toward the courthouse, her emotions and tumult. A pack of Trident gum couldn't overcome the taste in her mouth. She would never have dreamed that she could have caused so much harm or set into motion a series of events that would hurt Gina and Warren. Their vulnerability upped the ante. She steered onto Market Street and, preoccupied, almost ran a red light. She had to keep that show off the air, and down and dirty legal research from a law clerk was only the beginning. She'd hire the best litigator in town, if not alive, and she'd wage the biggest, baddest court battle she could afford, which was plenty. Kate reached on the passenger seat for her purse and dug around for her cell phone. Ring? Suddenly, the cell rang in her bag. She fished the phone from her purse and checked the number on the lighted display. It was a number she didn't know, and the 215 area code. Funny? Almost nobody had her cell number. She pressed send to answer the call. Hello, Judge Fandy? It was a man on the line. This is Vector Security? Yes, Kate said, surprised. And by the end of the next sentence, she had swung the car completely around and hit the gas. Kate pulled up to the unwelcome sight of a police cruiser in her driveway. She parked behind it, turned off the ignition, and jumped out of her car, then hurried up her front steps in the cold, readying her keys to unlock the front door. But it swung wide, having been opened by a uniformed cop standing on the threshold of her house. His blue eyes peered businesslike from under the black patent bill of his cap. "You the judge?" he asked, his tone surprised. His build was short and stocky in a dark blue jacket, his gleaming badge worn under a black nameplate that read Officer Theodore Gilkenny. "Yes?" Kate stepped into the entrance hall, introduced herself, and extended a hand, and they shook his hand in a thick black leather glove. "How did you get in?" "Through the gate in the back fence, then in through the back door the way they tried to." Kate groaned. Vector was her burglar alarm company. They had said the alarm on the back door had gone off. "What did they take?" "Nothing." "You looked out." Officer Gilkenny closed the door behind them. "We figured they ran when the alarm went off. Did anybody see them? Or him?" "Don't know, we just got here. We don't usually kind of this for burglary, but if we have time we'll check it out before we leave." "Thanks." Kate glanced around, relieved to see the entrance hall and living room, looking untouched. "It just seems strange. Society Hill is such a safe neighborhood. Come with me." Gilkenny turned and walked Kate down the hall as if she were a guest in her own home. "It's safe, no judge. We walked through the entire house. No one's here." Kate shattered at the thought, as what had happened began to sink in. "Someone had tried to break into her house. Dispatch told us you were a VIP. Said you have that case down the courthouse with the cop show, right? My wife watches that show, Law and Order, SVU, it's Attorneys at Law. My wife always calls it SVU, like the car." Yes, Kate had no idea why she was having this conversation, much less correcting him. They reached the kitchen where everything was in place. The granite counter is glistened, the cherry wood table shone, and the coffee pot sat drying upside down on a dishcloth, the way she'd left it this morning. "The kitchen looks okay," Kate said, vaguely aware that she was comforting herself. She'd never been burglarized before if you didn't count her divorce. "I can't believe how many times a week they got that show on," Gilkenny continued, chatty. She walked ahead of the cop through the mudroom to the French doors in the back of the house. "Gilkenny was saying that my mother, she lives in Tampa. She watches the reruns on cable, too. She misses that Orbach guy. She loved him. And Kodak, too. She loved Kodak." "Oh, no," Kate said, when she saw the back door. The round knob hung loosely from its stem, and she reached automatically to shove it back in, then stopped. "I guess if I touch it, I'll leave a fingerprint." "Yeah, but we won't be dusting for prints. Not for burglary. It's not like on Law and Order. Besides, if we dust it for every burglary, this would be one dirty city." Gilkenny managed a tight smile, but Kate barely listened, looking out the mullioned window and catching the eye of another uniformed cop, a woman who was standing in her patio making notes on a white paper pad. She reached for the knob, which fell off into her hand. "Oops, should have warned you." Kate slid the doorknob uselessly back into the hole, pulled the door open by the wood frame, and stepped outside onto the patio. "Hello, officer," Kate said, squinting to read the nameplate on the cop's puffy navy jacket while her eyes adjusted. "I'm Jill Wiedersheim." The woman cop grinned and extended a gloved hand. "Morning, Judge. Pleasure to meet you. Nice house." "Thanks." Kate looked past her, appraising the patio. Nothing had been disturbed. The gas barbecue was on the left, next to a table and 4 chairs protected from winter with green plastic covers. Flower beds lined the sunny back of the patio, now patches of frozen dirt and ice encased impatience. A wooden privacy fence surrounded the backyard and looked intact. The gate was even closed, probably by the cops themselves. "Everything looks in order. How did they get in?" "It was a gate in the fence." Wiedersheim slid her notepad into her back pocket and gestured to the fence. "That's about 6 feet high, correct?" "Yes." "Should I put a lock on it?" "You can, but those coconuts will just jump it." Wiedersheim turned to the fence, bordering the back of the patio. "There's no alley back there, and all the backyards on the street are connected. You share that with the back of our neighbor, right?" "Yes, the Marcotts. They work during the day, but maybe somebody's home. Maybe they saw something." "Well, check it out, Judge." Wiedersheim shrugged. "Good thing you had your alarm on. You'd be surprised at a number of people that have them and don't use them. I bet. Kate still felt troubled, but kept it to herself. How often does something like this happen in this neighborhood? All the time. You just don't hear about it. We had a burglary on the Lancy Street last week. They got in through the back door there, too. Really? Kate was thinking about Russo, but she wasn't about to broach the subject with a member of the Philadelphia Police Department. I wonder if we could keep this with the Philly cops. We don't need to extend the jurisdiction, if you know what I mean. Officer Wiedersheim smiled. I'm not calling in the feds if that's what you mean. They turned this thing into a federal case. Yes, I don't want this blown out of proportion, Kate nodded. Then the visit from Russo would come out and the videotape with Partridge. Come on, let's go in. Too cold to stand out here. Kate opened the door and Wiedersheim followed her inside, jiggling the broken knob. I have to go back to court, and I can't leave the house open like this. I guess I better get a locksmith right away. We designed Cockerhead. We can boat it up for you for the time being. Then reset the alarm, and you'll be good to go. It'll take about 20 minutes tops. We'll have you back in court in no time. Gil Kenny nodded. You got me lumber. A couple of 2x4s? Kate brightened, getting the hang of the VIP thing. In the basement, I think. This way. She led them to the basement stairs off the kitchen. Officer Gil Kenny said, Judge, I'm not going to be here. Judge, what's Mariska Hargate really like? She's great, Kate called back. But that wasn't the detective she was thinking of. Chapter 21. An hour later, Kate was back in the car driving up Market Street to the courthouse. It was the noon rush hour and buses, cabs, and cars clogged Market Street. An immense brown and white draft horse trotted past, pulling a white-painted cart that held 2 tourists crazy enough to visit this time of year. Kate pulled out her cell phone, called information, and waited while the call connected. I'm a side division. A man answered. Detective Nesbitt, please. He's not in. Can I take a message? Kate wasn't taking no for an answer. Can you give me a cell phone? Sorry, I can't do that. This is Judge Kate Fenty. He's been working with me on the Simone case. It's very important that I speak with him. Hold on, Judge, the detective said, his voice warming. I think you still have the brass after the press conference. The line went dead, and Kate drummed her fingers on the smooth wooden steering wheel, idly watching the horse blow steamy breath from nostrils big as quarters, then shake his massive head, almost throwing off a straw hat that read Dave. Kate had ridden when she was little, mucking stalls at a local barn to pay for lessons. It wasn't a fancy barn, not where she lived. Barbed wire marked the grazing pasture, and the horses drank from an abandoned bathtub. She had loved riding, her mother watching, clapping. Judge, here's a cell number. The detective came back on, interrupting her thoughts. He ran off a number, and Kate thanked him before she hung up and pressed it in. After a few rings, Nesbitt's mechanical message started, and Kate left him a message with her cell number. Now where was I? Kate's head was spinning. The burglary, Russo, Gina, and Warren. It was triage, and she didn't know which wound to treat first. Graham. Kate flipped open the phone and put on a happy face, or at least voice. Hey, how are you? Fine, sorry I didn't get back to you. I just got in, actually. I was in Minneapolis visiting a client and my plane got rerouted. I spent the night in Denver. Sounds cold. Kate cruised forward when the light changed, approaching the glitzy new Constitution Center, shining metallic in the bright sunlight. Tourists and blaze-orange jackets thronged on the sidewalk, collecting like a mob of hunters. Business people hurried to and from lunch. Graham was saying, I see from the newspapers that all hell's broken loose with you. Suicides. What's going on? You don't know the half of it. Kate considered telling them about the break-in, and then decided against it. Thanks again for the flowers. Glad you like them. Have dinner with me tonight so we can stop with the phone tag. Not another date, I hope. A younger man, like 3 years old? I babysit tonight. Kate drove forward, finally passing the courthouse, noting that there were only a few reporters. Funny we didn't earn a few bucks. Aren't the taxpayers paying you enough? It's my godchild. Oh, can you do it another night? I'm not free Friday. I got a late meeting. It's a long-standing gig. How about Saturday? Kate asked, her heart curiously leaping into her throat. She had taken strangers to bed with less trepidation. I think I'm asking you on a date. Prime time? You've never given me a Saturday night before. You've arrived, pal. Kate laughed and started Graham. What did I do right? Was it the bling? Tell me so I'll do it again. Calm yourself. Kate approached the security kiosk outside the parking garage and waved at the guard in the booth. Saturday at 8, then, Graham said, a new warmth in his voice. I have a party to go to that night, Give him by one of my best clients, which mind going as my date. I'd love it. I'll show you off. How about I pick you up at your house? Okay. Kate felt a twinge. She'd feel funny going home tonight. She gave him the address, hoping Nesbit would call back soon. Got that? See you then. I'm where that bracelet I gave you. I will. Kate drove down the ramp to the parking garage underneath the courthouse, then aimed her remote at the sensor and waited while the brown corrugated door lifted. You're not wearing it, I know. I am. Kate smiled to herself. The gold bracelet was peeking out from under the thick sleeve of her coat. But he didn't have to know that. See you Saturday, she said, and hung up. She pulled into the garage, checking the car's clock. 1:15. She was late. The parking lot was quiet and still, and she found her space and parked. She grabbed her phone and purse and juggled both to lock the car and call Matt on the cell. She couldn't remember his direct dial offhand, so she pressed in the main office number, hustling toward the locked door that led to the secured half of the courthouse. Speaker in heart again, said a woman's dignified voice when the call picked up, and Kate felt herself stiffen. It was Mrs. Pershing, the prim switchboard diva who'd been with Beaker since the Jurassic. Kate didn't even want to think about Mrs. Pershing knowing her business. Mrs. Pershing, it's Kate Fandy. Judge, my goodness, how have you been? I keep hearing so much about that case before you with all those movie stars, and that poor man who killed himself and so young. Yes, it's very sad. Kate fished for her keys in her purse, resting her hot cell phone in the crook of her neck. I hate to cut you off, but I'm kind of in a hurry, so could you? Judge, we're so proud of you here at Beaker. Tell me, did you meet Cleant? He's a favorite of mine. Clint Eastwood didn't have anything to do with this case, Mrs. Pershing. Kate finally found her key, shoved it into the lock, and twisted until she heard the telltale click. Would you connect me to Matt Sorion's office? She asked, just as she burst into the small lobby for the judge's elevator, where Jonathan Murden was waiting for an elevator, in a dark topcoat over his suit and reptile carrying a boxy briefcase. Damn, Kate never would have called Sorion if she'd known Murdon would overhear. She could feel him making a mental hatch mark in the Why Kate is a Bad Judge column for fraternizing with the bar. Mrs. Pershing was saying Mr. Sorion is at lunch, Judge. She should be back soon. Please mention that I called. Thanks. What is this in reference to? Mrs. Pershing asked. By now, Kate answered, and hung up rather than go with, it's about my secret sex life. The elevator arrived and she stepped inside the cab behind Murden. They went to opposite corners of the cab, like boxers. She didn't want to speak to him, but she decided to be civil. Hi, Jonathan. Hello. Murden nodded as he hit the button for their floor. They both watched the orange elevator numbers change, with Kate thinking that lifetime tenure might be a long time not to stop the car. Her tenure might be a long time not to speak to a person. Can this marriage be saved? She asked, managing a smile. But Murden's mouth remained a flat line. What do you mean, Kate? It was a joke. Oh, they watched the elevator number turn to 7, their eyes heavenward. How's Sorion doing? Murden asked after a minute. Matt? I don't know. He and I go way back. He's before me next week. Murden paused. Do you see a lot of Matt? No, Kate answered just as the elevator reached their floor and the stainless steel door slid apart. She stepped off the elevator to the ringing of her cell phone. Matt, aren't you going to get that? Not just yet. Kate opened the door to chambers. Inside, an alarmed Valve was standing up at a desk on the phone. Oh my God, I was just calling you Judge. Val's forehead was knitted with worry. Sam stood beside her, even paler than usual. What's the matter? Kate asked, entering. And before she could stop him, Murden slipped in behind her. Chapter 22. Kate walked into her office, stunned at the sight. Debris lay everywhere. Case files had been opened and scattered over her conference table. Papers and bound briefs littered her floor. Case books had been pulled from the bookshelves, and cardboard boxes she had yet to unpack had been upended, their contents strewn onto the blue rug. Kate thanked God she had kept the chronology with her in her purse. What happened here? Murden asked a guest. He hovered over Kate's shoulder, but she ignored him. She walked numbly to her desk and found all her drawers hanging open as if they'd been searched. Even her blue mug had been knocked over, spilling coffee onto her papers. Kate stood by her desk, still in her coat. It's my fault, Judge Fenty. Val stepped forward, her brown patterned dress flowing around her. I shouldn't have gone to lunch. You're entitled to eat, Val. Kate remembered that Emily would still be at Jenkins. She turned to Sam. Well, you here? Did you go after lunch? I'm really sorry, Judge. Sam. He was almost hyperventilating and his forehead had taken on an unhappy sheen. I mean, I'm really sorry. sorry. I didn't think this would happen. I've been trying so hard to do better, and I'm so sorry." Murden interrupted. "This is a major security breach. Jonathan, I can handle it," Kate said, stepping closer to Sam, but Murden shook his head. "We need to call the FBI right now. This is an attack on a federal judge on federal property. Let me find out what happened first." Kate turned to Sam, feeling Murden's stare boring into her back. "Sam, slow down, take a breath, and explain to me what happened. No matter what I do, I screw up." "Breathe, Sam," Kate said, and the locklerk inhaled on command, his skinny chest heaving under his gray crew neck sweater. "Okay, well, everybody else was out, and I was working in my office. I heard the buzzer, so I came out to see what it was. And there was a man there on the monitor." Sam briefed again visibly. He pressed the intercom and identified himself as Detective Russo. "And I knew it was really him because I recognized him from the trial, so I thought I could let him in. I was sure it was okay to let him in. I mean, he's a detective. Russo, it had to have been him breaking into the house." Murden scoffed. "Did Detective Russo have an appointment?" "I don't think so. Never buzz anybody into chambers without an appointment, no matter who they are. That's a hard and fast rule, and my—" Kate put a hand on the sleeve of Murden's cashmere coat. "I said I can handle my clerks." "Then when will you start?" "Exploded. They buzz anybody in. My chambers are on this floor too. That detective could as easily have ransacked my office as yours." "How do you know he didn't?" "Better go and check. I'll try to handle this without your guidance." "This is absurd." Murden turned and stalked to the door, then stopped when he reached Sam. "If you worked for me, you'd be on the street, son." Sam shook in his penny loafers. Val gasped, and Kate's emotions finally broke loose. "How dare you?" she shouted. "Get out of my chambers." Murden spun around, his split coattails flying, one chasing the other. "What did you say?" "I said get out of my chambers." "Now how distinctly uncollegial of you, Judge Fanny. You managed your clerks. I'll manage mine." Kate strode past him to her office door and held it open, even though it already was. "Goodbye." Murden stormed out of the office, and Kate slammed the door behind him. "That was fun," she said, brightening. She felt better even standing amid the debris. It was the same feeling as when she'd said, "My courtroom," to Gina. She found herself grinning. Val said you shouldn't have done that. But way to go, she broke into a smile. "Thanks, Judge." Sam's best at hound eyes looked wet, and Kate felt for him. "Don't worry, Sam. Now let's get back to the story. Russo is in the hallway. You're not going to fire me?" "No." "Now tell me about letting Russo in. What did he say on the intercom? Just who he was." Sam wet his lips with a dry tongue, starting his story over. "Also, I let him because the chief judge had sent around a court mail this morning saying that the security threat had been lifted now that Mars was dead. And thirdly, I remembered that this morning when that other detective came here, Nesbit, I think his name was, that Val asked you if she could buzz him in, and you said, of course. You're right." I said that. Kate slid out of her coat and placed it on her desk chair. "So I thought, of course, Detective Russo can come in too. I didn't know he'd do anything like this. He's law enforcement." Sam threw up his matchstick arms, bewildered. "I mean, quiz custody at Ipsos Custodies." "What?" "He's hysterical," Val said. Sam answered, evidently feeling more himself. "The translation is who guards the guards. The Roman poet Juvenal famously posed the question in the 1st century. But why did you let him wait in my office, Sam?" Kate asked, mystified. After all, Juvenal wouldn't have. "I didn't. He said that he needed to see you about your security. He said he'd only come back to chambers because you weren't on the bench. That you were supposed to be in court at 11:30. "Okay," Kate said slowly. "So Russo had checked the schedule downstairs. He said the security threat was from a man, an ex-convict, and he asked me if I'd ever seen the man in chambers or in your courtroom. He showed me a photo of the man." Sam pumped his head, his movement jerky. "It was of the guy who fell off the balcony the other day. I remember that story from the news. Partridge with the videotape." "He showed you a photo of him?" Val asked Sam if the man was dead, how could he be a threat to the judge? Sam turned to her. "The detective said the men worked with a gang and they were trying to kill her." Val's mouth dropped open. "How could you believe that, Sam? That sounds crazy. And he shows up all by himself without the marshals." Kate raised a hand. "Wait. Please, Val, we need to get the story. Sam, how did Russo get into my office from yours? He said he had to search chambers for wiretaps. Suite for wiretaps, he called it. He said that the man and his gang used wiretaps to find out about judges they were going to kill. Oh man, where did you go while he searched? Kate asked, trying to keep him on track. He said he had to search the clerk's office too. So he told me that I had to go out and come back in about half an hour. So I went down to the cafeteria and got lunch. Val's brown eyes flared. How could you leave him alone in chambers? He was a detective. Sam wailed, getting upset again. I thought he was okay. Okay, relax. Val, Judge, I'm really sorry. Please don't say anything, Judge. Word gets round, and I still don't have an offer yet for next year. Don't worry. Kate walked to him, put a hand on his knobby shoulder, and looked at Val. Did you call for marshals? Not yet. I was about to when you came in. Kate's gaze traveled back to the law clerk. Sam, don't speak to anyone about this. Please don't tell any of your friends in the other chambers. I don't have any friends in the other. Okay, Kate couldn't bear to hear it from him, too. Don't tell anyone. What about Emily when she comes back? Val will tell her. You can talk to her, of course, but don't either of you discuss it outside chambers? Kate ran a hand through her hair. Now go back to her office and leave Mummy and Daddy alone, okay? What? Go. Kate pointed at the door. Out. Sure, Judge. Sam turned and left the office, closing the door behind him. Kate said, somebody tried to break into my house this morning. I think it was Russo. Val's hand flew to her mouth. Are you for real? He's angry that I ruled against him. Best I can figure. It was partly true, and Kate would die if Val knew about the videotape. I already have a call into Detective Nesbit. I can't believe it. Your house down Society Hill. He take anything? No, he didn't get in. Praise God. Wait, that way you went this morning? How'd you know your house was going to be broken into? Micah? No, I had something else to do. Then they called me in the car. I say Val mulled it over. Wow. So Detective did this? Trying to make your life miserable? Seems like he's after you. Or looking for something in here. He didn't mess up my office or the clerks. I have no idea what he's looking for. I think he's just plain mad. Office rocker? Yep. He can't want to be a detective anymore. He just killed his career. Kate eyed the wreckage of her office. Russo had just broken the last barrier, and she didn't know if he could ever get back. He must have reacted strongly to Mars's suicide. He must blame me for it. I'm glad he didn't kill you or me or Sam. Save me the trouble of killing him my own self. An unlikely grin spread slowly across Val's face, and Kate burst into laughter, which felt unexpectedly good. Val said, I tell you, I've seen clerks come and go. Every year new ones. I've watched them get married and babies get divorced. But in all my years, I've never seen a stranger to as these. Each one's crazier than the other. Sam, he takes the cake. Nah, he just got scared. He got scared. Now I'm scared. You scared? Kate felt it too then. Honest? Yes. It's that safe round here all of a sudden. Val pursed her lips. I better tell the marshals and they'll tell the FBI. And the chief should send out another court mail about Russo this time. Oh, here we go. Kate didn't know how long she could keep a lid on that videotape. This was about to get public. There would be questions from the FBI. I bet Meriden on the phone to the chief as we speak. Probably on the cell on the way down the hall. Valt, that man is a jerk and he does not like you at all. All of a sudden, nobody does. Can't understand why. I like you. Val smiled warmly, and Kate smiled back. I like you too. Val turned on her heel, her dress swirling, then turned back. Judge, I almost forgot. You have a plea hearing at 2:30 this afternoon and a sentencing at 4:30. I should cancel both. Kate groaned. No, I can't keep canceling these court dates. It backs up my docket and I'm on trial next week. In that product's case, keep the 4:3D. Mooring went a phone and Kate sprinted for her purse, which she'd left in the reception area. That better be Nesbit or Sorian or the cavalry. Chapter 23. Kate froze, standing in her ruined office, her phone at her ear. When Nesbit told her she was facing the window, so she remained facing the window, though she suddenly saw none of the view. Nesbit had said Judge Russo stole my case file on Simone. He has the record about you. Judge, you there? He really has the record. Yes. I kept the original in the file. The record of my, what had Nesbit called it only hours ago, personal whereabouts? Yes, I'm sorry. What about the pictures? Those two. Copies, not the originals. Kate tried to process it and couldn't. How did this happen? Come down to the roundhouse, Judge. We need to talk about it. Be there in 15 minutes. Kate let the phone snap closed. Kate had never been at the roundhouse before and couldn't ignore its seaminess. The lobby downstairs was a dark, empty space, reeking of cigarette smoke that blew in from the smokers in front of the building. Nesbit met her there, clamping a strong arm on hers and whisking her up a funny pod-like elevator to the homicide division. They passed a cramped waiting area with two black couches arranged facing each other against a wall that read wanted and was covered by rows of 8 by 10 glosses of scary, effectless faces. Then Kate was pressed through a swinging half door she'd seen in only the cheapest bars. "This way, Judge," Nesbit said, and led her through a large, dim squad room that contained about 20 institutional gray desks stacked with files and arranged in no apparent order. Water-stained curtains hung unevenly, and on the right side of the room sat a row of puff file cabinets of different colors and sizes in grimy gray, black, tan, and even olive green, lined up like rotten teeth. Detectives and shirt sleeves talked on the phone at the desks, and one rather Daily News, his shiny loafers crossed on his desk. All of them pointedly ignored Kate and Nesbit. "Come on in, Judge," Nesbit said, gesturing her into an office off the squad room. And at Kate's entrance, a tall, thin detective in a houndstooth stood up with a professional smile. Nesbit stepped in behind her. "Judge, this is my sergeant, Marvin Schiller." "Hello, Sergeant." Kate extended a hand across the desk, trying to act as dignified as possible. Both men knew her secret, and it felt lousy. She could only imagine the jokes they'd made before she got here, and she wondered how many of the other detectives in the squad room knew too. She forced herself to meet Schiller's eye as he shook her hand, and he almost crushed Booth in a large rough palm. She said, "Quite a handshake." "And impresses the chicks," Schiller grinned, showing unusually small teeth and a broad face. "And nobody else," Nesbit added, and both men laughed. "Thanks for coming, Judge. Sorry about the inconvenience." Schiller was about 55 years old, with wide-set blue eyes and bushy gray eyebrows that looked dyed to match his wavy gray hair, expensively layered. He had a large, doughy fighter's nose, and redness tinged his flat cheeks as if he'd just come in from outside. "Oh yeah, of course. Call me Marvin." "That's the nicest thing he's been called recently," Nesbit said. Then they laughed again. "Can I get you some coffee, Judge?" "Ours is the worst." "No, thanks, and I already make the worst. Please sit down." Schiller waved a large hand at the stiff chair across from his desk, and Kate took one seat, while Nesbit took the other. A synthetic American flag stood in the corner of the room, slightly askew in its gold stand, next to a 3-drawer set of file cabinets. Degrees and framed certificates hung on the scuffed walls. Schiller eased into his chair, which squeaked. "Judge, I'll get right to the point. We have a problem with Frank Russo." Clearly, Kate told them what Russo had done to her house and office. "So at this point, I'm afraid for my safety and that of my staff. Before we begin, you didn't call the FBI, did you?" "The marshals, well, if they haven't already." Kate had known it would be the first thing, Schiller asked. Everything was jurisdiction with the locals, and nobody wanted the FBI involved. Least of all Kate. "I'm not that happy about it either, for obvious reasons. It makes our job harder, understood, and I would like to keep this as confined as possible. I assume everything we say in here is confidential." "Goes without saying." Kate shifted forward on her uncomfortable chair. "Now I understand that Russo stole the Simone file from Detective Nesbit, and I want to know how that happened and what we can do about it." Nesbit raised a hand, his good mood gone. "I can explain, Judge. Most of the detectives keep the files in unlocked drawers, and it's nothing to go in and look through somebody else's cases. It happens all the time. I don't do that. Not for my high-profile cases, because I don't want any leaks to the press. Your case file was under lock and key in my desk drawer. I keep the key on my keyring. Then how did Russo get it?" "At some point, he must have gotten a copy of the key or made one, and he took the file and walked out with it. The Upman swam go this morning." "Upman?" "The detective who answers the phones at the front desk. We rotate and he's up, and the Upman didn't stop him? Why would he? He didn't know he had it, and he didn't know it wasn't Russo's file. All the files look the same. Didn't anyone see him get it from your drawer?" "No, and if they did, they wouldn't have thought it was all that strange. We used to be partners. That's how he knew where I kept sensitive cases." Kate felt her cheeks flushed with anger. "Why did you keep it there if you knew Russo was interested? And the case was so sensitive. I mean, he was a key witness. He had a stake in winning." "Judge, I'm sorry." Nesbit met her eye with regret. "I made a mistake. I never thought Russo would go into that drawer without my permission, much less break in and take a file. It's unprecedented." Chiller at it, leaning forward. "Unheard of for one detective to do that to another. I'm not joking around. I respect Nesbit more than I can say. He's the best on the squad and the most discreet. To tell you the truth, He's next in line for my job." Chiller nodded at Nesbit, and Kate could see he felt bad enough. But why did Russo do that? Why did he want the file so badly? Nesbit and Chiller exchanged glances. Then Nesbit said, "Our best guess is that he's been checking on the Simone file all along without my knowing after hours. It would be a way to keep tabs on the investigation because he knew I wouldn't tell him what was going on. Then, when the case was cleared and we were all out at the press conference, he took the file." Kate was confused. "So then he's known about the record and me for a few days." "No." Nesbit shook his head. "Those records about you weren't in the file until today. I kept them at home because they weren't part of the investigation. Like I told you, I knew I wanted to show them to you. I even used my home copier to make the copies. This morning, after I left your office, I put the originals back in the file. Then I went to the press conference, and when I came back, it was gone." Chiller cleared his throat authoritatively. "Judge, you can rest assured that I'm having internal affairs investigate the matter completely. Russo will be put on immediate suspension, and he will be discharged. I can promise you that." Kate almost laughed. What could Belvat do? He's off the reservation, isn't he? Breaking into my house, my chambers, violating state and federal laws. He's a Rottweiler off the leash. We do have procedure. Fire him if you want to, Sergeant, but I think he quit. I'm right, aren't I? Kate turned to Nesbit because she knew he'd give her a straight answer, and his mustache tilted down at the corners. "Yes." Nesbit looked at Chiller, then back at Kate. "Did you talk to Russo about Mars's suicide?" "Yes. He called me after I left your chambers. He'd heard it on the news, and he took it badly. He was upset. He really liked Mars. Does he blame me for the death?" "Yes." Nesbit checked with Chiller again. "I tried to reach him after I saw the file was gone, but he wasn't answering his home or cell. I went to his apartment, and he wasn't there. His neighbor said he hasn't been home for days. My guess, it's since the verdict." "What about Mars' wife? Did you try her?" "She hasn't seen him. I went over. That's where I was when you called this morning. I had turned the phone off because she's in mourning. Shiva and all. Would she tell you if she knew?" "I think so." "Is Russo married?" "They broke up years ago." "Does he have a girlfriend?" "Not that I know of. A kid at Penn State, and he hasn't heard from him in months. They were never that close. He lived with the mother." Kate Futter got tense, still raw from this morning. "So where is he?" "We're looking for him." He's a fugitive. We'll find him." Chiller added firmly, "Well, I'm by the end of business today, if I have to go out and drag him in myself." Nesbit shifted forward on his seat. "I did hear from him one other time, which is what I wanted to talk to you about. At about 1 o'clock today, I assume that was after he had been to your office." Kate did a rough calculation. "Yes, what did he say?" "He was angry. He had read the file, and he was claiming he found mistakes in my investigation. My assumptions, even the lab results, etc. Your investigation of what? Of Simone's murder. Isn't that over? Not for him. Russo doesn't think Mars killed Simone." Kate blinked. "Mars shot himself with the murder weapon. Russo thinks the gun was planted. He's got some crazy new theory." Nesbit glanced at Chiller again, and Kate saw their expressions tense right before her. "What?" she asked. After a minute, "Why do you keep looking at each other? What's going on here?" Chiller answered, "Russo's new theory is that you killed Simone." "What?" Kate almost fell off the chair. "Me? Why?" "Don't get upset, Judge," Chiller said, but it was too late. "Are you crazy? This mad dog thinks I killed his friend?" Kate turned wildly to Nesbit. "What is going on? What did he say?" "Judge," Nesbit put up his palm, "don't worry. We'll get this under control. Russo's a hothead, and he had a big shock with Mars's suicide. He'll calm down." Kate thought ahead, trying not to panic. "Tell me what he said. Where is he getting these ideas?" "He saw the record of what you do at night." "Okay, my personal whereabouts." Kate almost wasn't embarrassed anymore. Nothing like a true emergency to put things into perspective. "And so he figured out that Simone was having you followed." I checked. So he remembered that Simone had said something on the witness stand about making a TV series of your life and that you didn't look too happy about it, even though you made a joke. Did that happen?" "Yes, but how does that make me a killer?" "Russo thinks that you had Simone killed to prevent him from making a TV show about you. A TV series that exposed your personal life." Kate gasped, but it came out like a hiccup. "But I didn't kill Simone. Russo doesn't think Mars had it in him. He thinks you do. He doesn't even know me. This is crazy." "It's not rational, Judge. How can he think I shot Simone? Didn't you say there was a videotape from the parking lot, and it shows Mars pulling the figure on the tape isn't clear. It's a short person in a baseball cap. We thought it was Mars, and the suicide confirms it." But Russo doesn't agree. I want to see it, Kate said. We can't. The only copy was in the file that Russo took. But if it's not Mars on the tape, who does Russo think it is? He thinks it's Partridge. Partridge? The man on the porn videotape. I know who Partridge is, but Kate cut her sentence short. Oh my God, he showed Partridge's photo to my law clerk because he thinks you hired Partridge to kill Simone. And that's why you were paying him that night on the tape. Just shut him up because he was blackmailing you. And on the tape, he threw the money back at you. It looked like you were paying him, and it wasn't enough. He said, you can't pay me, remember? Kate found herself rising from the chair as it dawned on her. She could see how Russo would think that. It made sense, but it was all wrong. This is a nightmare. This whole day, this week, it's a nightmare. Judge, please sit down. Kate felt suddenly restless, as if she had to move. Russo thinks I got away with the murder of his friend. That's why he's after me. He's trying to see what he can find out. He's investigating me for proof I was behind Simone's murder. He will calm down, Nesbitt said, and Schiller stood up slowly. Obviously, he's having a hard time getting a grip on things, but he will in a day or two. I remember when he got divorced, he was a mess for a week. Then he was as good as new. I need protection, don't I? Not yet, Judge. Schiller rocked back and forth on his feet. Russo's a little nuts right now, but he'll come to his senses. He tried to break into my house. I have 2x4s for a back door. That's different from aggressing on you physically. He won't take it to that level. Can you guarantee that, Sergeant? Schiller nodded. Oh, please, Kate turned instead to Nesbitt. What do you think? By the book? You need protection, he answered, his eyes frank, and Kate felt a tingle of true fear. Chapter 24. Kate opened the door to her chambers, immediately taken aback. Men in dark suits, FBI windbreakers, and even bulletproof vests clogged her reception room, spilling into her office along with personnel from the clerk's office, the circuit executive's office, and an array of federal marshals. They milled around, talking to each other and into walkie-talkies so loudly that they didn't hear Kate enter. Vowel, she called out, and the secretary waved over their heads. Their faces turned toward Kate one by one, and everyone greeted her while she threaded her way to Vowel's desk. She thanked them and leaned over the divider. Vowel gestured her closer. You ever see so many cops? They're playing CSI Philadelphia, you ask me. When they leaving? Soon, I hope. I don't know when I'm going to clean your office eyes. They don't want us to touch it while they're looking around, but I can't stay late tonight. I have choir. Vowel held up a business card with a tiny gold FBI seal. Special Agent Mike Brady is the one in charge. You'll know him right away. He's the tallest one. And Chief Judge Sherman says call your rabbi when you can. That mean anything to you? Yes, Kate smiled. By the way, Mo said Meriton called Sherman 5 minutes before the police arrived. You said Meriton called Sherman 5 minutes before we did. So great school. But the funny thing is, Mo keeps losing his phone messages. Vowel's eyes glittered with ersatz evil, and Kate laughed. Did the FBI talk to Sam? Yes, and so did the marshals, and Mike from the clerk's office, and Brad from the court executive's office. Oh boy, see okay? For a bowl of Jell-O, yes. Poor thing. Oh, Kate checked her watch. 4:10. I got to be on the bench in 5 minutes. Proceedings at 4:15. 4:30, Sam here? It's his case. No, it's Emily's and she's in her office. I'll buzz her. Vowel hit the intercom button on the telephone and picked up the receiver. The judge is here, Emily. Bring the case file and her robe. My robe? Good thinking. Kate rubbed her forehead. She had an Ettinson's last night running on bile and caffeine. She tried to collect herself as Vowel hung up the phone. You sure you don't want to cancel this proceeding? Nah, it's just a guilty plea. No, it isn't. Vowel frowned. Judge, we canceled the guilty plea. That was the one at 2:30. Yikes, what's this one, a sentencing? Uh-oh, Kate worried. Guilty pleas were easy, involving her asking a series of road questions, but a sentencing was something else entirely. She hoped that Emily had written a good bench memo. The summary for judges who are too busy with murder-suicides. Okay, we'll just have to see how it goes. Maybe it's an easy one. Vowel held out her hand. Give me your coat, Judge. Thanks. Kate slid out of her coat and passed it to Vowel. And your purse. Thanks again. Kate plopped her purse on top of the coat. Need a pad? Vowel handed Kate a fresh legal pad and a pen, which she accepted. How was the meeting with the police? I'll fill you in later. Expect a phone call from Specta Safe, a security company. Kate had called them from the car on the way in. I'm hiring us a bodyguard until they pick Russo up. For real? Vowel lifted an eyebrow. Yep, he's going to sit on that couch and keep you safe. He should be here first thing tomorrow morning. They're going to call you back with the details. Give them my personal American Express for the bill." Kate turned to her left as louder talking came from her office, and a basketball player in a suit made his way through the crowd toward her. She tried not to let her nerves show. "Judge Vandy?" The agent extended a huge hand, and Kate felt her squashed for the second time that day. "Special Agent Brady, I know you need to speak with me, but I'm due on the bench." "Judge, where are you?" It was Emily on the right over the din. She emerged from the crowd with a file in a black robe. "Yay!" "Right here," Kate hollered way too eagerly. On Kate's left, Special Agent Brady was saying, "Judge, if you have a minute before you go on the bench, we can chat now." Simultaneously on her right, Emily was saying, "Judge, we're good to go. Thanks, Em." Kate accepted the documents and robe, then turned to Special Agent Brady. "You left your card with my secretary, and I'll call you when I get off the bench." First thing, "Hey girl, let's go," Kate said to Emily, juggling the papers to escape through the front door. A judge running from the law. What's wrong with this picture? Once they were safely outside, Kate slipped into her robe and they ducked inside the anteroom to the courtroom, where they could be alone. Kate asked, "Okay, what did you find out at Jenkins on the stalking issue?" "Judge, there's no case on point, so it's arguable either way." "How so?" Kate checked her frustration. "Clerks always said things like this until they became lawyers and read the law the right way. They're clients. Your actions occurred in public, so they were entitled to follow you. It shades into harassment and stalking at some point, but the issue is your knowledge." The argument would go that you didn't know that you were being followed, so you weren't harassed by it. What about the TV show issue? If it's fiction and properly disclaimed, there's no liability. Damn. What about for private people, like friends of mine or their families? You didn't ask me about that. I never dreamed they'd stoop so low. Well, from your reading, does it turn on the fact that I'm a public figure? Emily frowned, stumped. That I'd have to check. Okay, good work. Kate would have to get Matt Sorry on the phone. She checked her watch, 4:25. "We'll talk later." "Let's go," she said, pushing open the courtroom door. "All rise for the Honorable Kate Fatty," the courtroom deputy boomed. Kate entered the courtroom, whisked up the few stairs to the dais, and took her seat behind her desk. She skimmed the pleadings index while the courtroom settled down. After a minute, she raised her head and caught the courtroom deputy's secret wink, this time with a sympathetic smile. "Good afternoon, ladies," Kate said at the sight of two female lawyers before her in identical dark suits like girl bookends. "My things are changing, aren't they?" The lawyers laughed only because they had to, and she checked the pleadings for the attorneys' names before she faced the assessment. She faced the Assistant United States Attorney on her right. "And you are Jessica Connell?" Jessica Conley, the AUSA corrected with an easy smile. She was a slim brunette with bright eyes. "Sorry, Miss Conley." "What brings the government here today?" Kate asked, though usually when she said that, she already knew the answer. "May it please the court. The government comes before you to fix a sentence for defendant Louis Dalma, who was convicted by a jury almost a year ago of conspiracy to distribute cocaine in violation of 21 U.S.C. Section 846 and use of a communication facility in furtherance of the conspiracy offense in violation of 21 U.S.C. Section 843b. Kate groaned inwardly. A sentencing in a drug case had become a morass since the Supreme Court's decision overturning the federal guidelines. Every district court in the country struggled with the new law, and now so would she, completely unprepared. She reached for her bench memo, but it wasn't on top. She shuffled through the pleadings and the other papers, but it wasn't there. She felt herself sweating under her robes. The delay in sentencing Mr. Dalma was due to his cooperation with the government in connection with the Danton Bonate matter, in a series of cases being tried these past few months before Judge Dalzell with a jury. Oh boy, Kate knew none of this background and was hoping it didn't matter. She looked through her desk as casually as possible, but she couldn't find the bench memo. She started to signal to Emily, but was surprised to find her talking to a blonde male clerk sitting next to her. It was the law clerk that Sam had nicknamed Todd Hunter Preppington, one of Meredith's law clerks. What was he doing here in her courtroom? Eva Conley continued. "The sentencing issue in this matter, which was tried before Your Honor ascended the bench, is complicated by the fact that the jury did not find the amount of narcotics attributable to defendant. They convicted him of conspiracy to distribute an unspecified amount of cocaine, a Scheduled II controlled substance. The government urges that it is permissible for the court to make a finding as to drug weight for sentencing purposes. Kate couldn't stop watching Meredith's law clerk. He was talking to Emily nonstop. Meredith couldn't come himself, so he sent his kid to spy. She hated that he'd seen what Russo had done to her office. He must have called the chief right after. The AUSA was saying, the government urges that the court can and should apply a base offense level of 32, which is the level applicable under the guidelines when 5 to 15 kilograms of cocaine are involved. The gallery was empty except for the defendant's side, where an older woman sat in the front row, dabbing her eyes with a Kleenex. She wore a torn black North Face jacket and blue stretch pants, and was flanked by younger women who could have been girlfriends or sisters because they'd been crying too. Around them, teenage boys, girls, and 2 children clustered like a forlorn collection of hollow street gold, sideways baseball caps, and Sean John sweatshirts. The sight brought Kate to her senses. This was the most important day of their lives, and she wasn't even paying attention. Conley said the maximum statutory sentence for the Section 846 conviction would be 20 years or 240 months incarceration. 20 years. Kate felt the blood drain from her face. She looked at the defendant, Dalma. He couldn't have been 20 years old. He sat slumped in his olive green jumpsuit at counsel table, his face all dark eyes above a flat nose and a small mouth, his hair shaved to a fade on a head shaped like a mason jar with a fuzzy lid. A black script tattoo marred his neck. In addition, Section 841B1C provides that if any person commits such violation after a prior condition for a felony drug offense has become final, such persons shall be sentenced to a term of imprisonment of not more than 30 years. 30 years. But he's just a kid. Kate blurted out from the bench. The courtroom deputy looked up. Emily stopped talking and Meriden clerk sat riveted to the dais. Kate didn't care anymore. Did you say he had a prior conviction? He doesn't look old enough to have a prior conviction. The AUSA nodded, professionally hiding her surprise. It's in the record, Your Honor, and in our brief. Also in the pre-sentencing report, Mr. Dalma does have a prior conviction and the jury so found, as a matter of fact. Kate didn't know what to say. She was completely unprepared. She didn't know the facts. She was shaky on the law. She never felt more the imposter than she did at this very moment. Her gaze strayed to Dalma's mother, wet-eyed, looking up at her with a naked hope. The AUSA was saying, Your Honor, may I continue? No, Kate answered finally. Do you have another question, Your Honor? No, but thanks for asking. Kate found herself on her feet in the next moment, with all the faces in the courtroom turned up to her. Both lawyers, AUSA, and defense. Emily with her eyebrow pierces and the preppy. Dalma's dark lost gaze and his mother's eyes begging. Kate had never done this before, so she didn't know how it was done. She knew only that it had to be. Dalma deserved more than she was giving him today, and so did the government. Kate grabbed her gavel and banged it hard. Crack! The sound reverberated in the stunned and silent courtroom. The courtroom deputy rose, looking at her funny. Judge, he asked, but Kate waved him off. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept my apologies. With your kind permission, I'll have to adjourn court for the day. Kate faced AUSA Connolly, whatever. I'm very sorry. I know you worked hard to prepare for today, but we'll have to reschedule for as soon as possible. She turned to the defense lawyer whose name she hadn't gotten in the first place. Please excuse me, and I'll see you again soon. Thank you. As if on cue, the courtroom deputy boomed, Court is adjourned. Chapter 25. The sun was setting over the Schuylkill Expressway. Its remaining red rays reflecting on the cars stopped in front of the Mercedes. Their hoods lined up like the humpy shells of box turtles, moving just as slowly. Kate pressed the cell phone to her ear, noticing that all the drivers around her were yapping away on their phones, too. When did everybody start driving on the cell phone? She never used to, but now she had a better excuse than most. If a cop stopped her, she hoped it wasn't Russo. I'm honored that you would consider calling me Judge, Matt was saying. Unusually respectful for an old friend. Kate hadn't kept in touch with many of her former partners. And this was why. Of course, Matt, you're the best. It's very kind of you to say that, Judge. I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you until now. I was actually in court in Wilmington, a jury trial, or I would have called. Matt, do you have to keep calling me Judge? Kate hated the new deference in his tone, too. We're old partners, pals. We were even associates together back in the day. And you became a judge, and all of your former partners like me are thrilled for you at Beaker. But Matt, you can still talk to me like it's me. I'm still me. Sorry, but I'm required to kiss your ass. Matt chuckled, but Kate didn't. I ordered you not to. Maybe you should tell me how I can help you. You're driving, and I know I want you to get hurt. Kate gave in and told him a sanitized version of the story, leaving out the unidentified men part. It didn't help that Matt had her on a pedestal, and he didn't need to know everything to give her an answer. She wasn't telling the whole story, unless and until she had to, come hell or client confidentiality. Judge, you want my opinion down and dirty. Yes, they're not liable to you for their TV show. It's fictional. If they run the disclaimer, if they change the names and some of the facts, like the way you look and such, it's not actionable. Like a Romana Clay. That's what we're talking about, you see. A Jackie Collins book, only not as good. Kate fed the car some gas as traffic inched around the bend of the expressway, overlooking Boathouse Row. The decorative white lights that dotted the boathouses began to glow against a blueberry sky. But she avoided the prettiness of the scene and eyed the cars around her for Russo. She didn't know what kind of car he drove. She'd been too upset to see when he'd left her house. Her bodyguard wasn't reporting for duty until tomorrow morning, and she had driven with one eye on the rear view all the way from the courthouse, raising multitasking to an art form. Kate asked, "But what if they show everything about my life incorporated into the storyline? Like what, Judge?" Gulp. Like private things you do in public, like what? Where I go, for example. That part's in public. Then it's kosher, and what do you care? You don't go anywhere you're ashamed of. Kate cringed. Assume I do, Matt? Then what? You just assume I do? Traffic broke up a little, and she cruised forward. The car in back of her was dark, but a woman was driving and on the cell phone. Okay, let me think of a hypo. It's an interesting legal question in a way. Matt's tone gained a newly serious temper. Let's say, for argument's sake, that you're having an affair with a married man. You go to his house to meet. Is that a good hypo? Yes, Kate said, though she'd never slept with a married man as far as she knew. Her husband had cheated on her, so she wouldn't even consider it. Even a slut has principles. Let's say the TV series shows you doing that, right? A judge having an affair with a married man. Something public, but something you wouldn't necessarily be proud of. Exactly. Lawful. Kate winced. She switched lanes to get to open road, feeling safer with fewer cars around her. It was getting darker by the minute. Sorry, Judge. Listen, Matt changed the hypo. Forget about me. What about my friend? I have a best friend who has a kid with autism. What if they put her and her son in the TV show? Fair game. Why? Kate accelerated, trying not to crash into anything as she glanced behind her for Russo. It's not them, it's characters like them. Women have friends, kids have autism. As long as it's not your actual friends who are private figures and not a public figure like you, it's fictional and they can go with it. I'm suing anyway. Kate hit the gas decisively. I want a TRO to enjoy in production of the show. I want to complain for defamation, false light, invasion of privacy, the whole 9 yards right away. I wouldn't advise that, Judge. You lose. In the end, maybe. In the meantime, I'll tie them up so badly they'll wish they were never born. They'll do the show anyway. There's money to be made, I'm sure. Maybe they won't end up making the show if I sue. If I make it expensive enough or get them bad enough press, then maybe they'll go away. Then your affair will become public. Kate didn't disabuse him. If they do a TV show, it becomes public anyway. It'll cost your fortune. I used to make what you do. I'm rich, Matt chuckled. Judge, look, you're angry. Very. I understand why you don't want this to happen now that you're on the bench, especially if it's harming people you love. But did you ever think that filing suit makes a bigger deal of it? Throws oil on the fire? Kate had thought about that. She checked the road behind her, which was full of trucks. If people didn't know it was you before, then they will after you filed suit. We couldn't get a seal on those papers. They might make it harder on you and your friends. Kate considered it. She was trying to keep an open mind. You still there? I hear you. Do your favor and sleep on it. If you still want to do it, call me. I'm out in the morning and in the afternoon. Matt paused and she could hear him flipping day planner pages. I'm on trial next week before Judge Meriton. I heard, obviously, don't say we spoke, of course not. He heard me leaving a message for you. He may ask you. Kate thought of that preppy brat who'd been in the courtroom today. Emily had said she had no idea why he was there. I'll say nothing, of course. So if you still want to do it, then we'll do it. And again, I'm honored that you called me judge. Above all, don't worry. All of us have something we'd rather not broadcast. Sewing over it may not be the best course. Thanks, Kate pressed end and hit the gas again. Chapter 26. It was dark by the time Kate reached the development, and she drove around Gina's block a few times just to make sure Russo wasn't following her. The townhouses, all painted light blue, stood 3 stories tall and were unusually narrow, stretching from the ground like fingers from a hand. Each townhouse had a short driveway and a uniformly fake colonial light beside every front door, illuminating a Ford, Dodge, or Honda minivan. She took a right turn onto Meadowbrook and drove down the street, satisfied she wasn't being followed. Russo wouldn't have to trail her to find her here anyway. The record he'd stolen would show that she spent every Monday and Thursday here since the surveillance had begun. Still, she scanned the parked car as she drove past out of an abundance of caution, and she didn't see anything amiss. She had hesitated about coming here tonight, but she knew Gina needed the break and wanted to talk to her anyway. Kate turned the car into Gina's driveway, parked behind her Pathfinder, then cut the ignition, grabbed her purse and the bag of Chinese takeout. She hoped that between her car and the front door, she would think of a way to tell her best friend in the world that she and her beloved son were about to be found. They sat in the warm, cozy kitchen across from each other, 2 old girlfriends nursing fresh brewed hazelnut coffee in tall glass mugs. White containers of chicken curry sat open on the tiny table, along with empty plastic tubs of egg drop soup, and a bright red foil bag covered with a snaky dragon which held leftover spare ribs. Warren sat quietly in his high chair, ignoring his cooling pasta and tapping his felt-rimmed mirror on his plastic tray. But his mood was common enough to permit Kate to tell Gina the whole story, uninterrupted and chronologically, from the break-in of her house to the dismal prospects for the restraining order. "I am so sorry," Kate said after she had finally finished. She eyed her friend for a reaction. Gina sat slumped in the chair, almost sinking into her oversized sweatshirt, a soft old white one that read Fort Lauderdale above an embroidered pink and yellow sailboat. Her large round eyes looked a weary brown, their eyeliner smudged off, but her lips curved into her characteristic smile, which made Kate feel even worse. "Gina, I feel awful about this. You shouldn't. It wasn't your fault." "Yes, it was. You didn't know they were following you." Gina's voice was soft. "If I didn't run around at night, they wouldn't have followed me in the first place. I would have been just another judge on the court, too boring to write about. No, they liked you from the pre-trial conference, remember? You're hot, you're sexy, you're camera ready. But I gave them something juicy when they started digging. And now you're caught up in it, and the baby." Kate felt her throat thickened, but she didn't want to cry. "I would be furious if I were you." "No, never. Not at you." Gina managed another smile, but Kate could see wetness come to her eyes, a sad sheen. "I'm so sorry. You can yell at me. Go ahead." "No, I admit I'm not thrilled about it, but I'm not mad at you." Gina bit her lower lip. "I mean, what'll they do to me? My character, I mean. Will they make me do dumb things or make me look like a bad mother?" Gina's voice went hoarse and Kate almost cried. "Nobody could make you a bad mother. You're absolutely devoted to Warren, and everybody knows that. You changed your whole life to be with him. You're a great mother." "Not always." Gina tucked a strand of dark bangs into her paintbrush ponytail. "It's hard sometimes. I hear moms staying home with normal kids, and I think they have no idea how easy they have it. It's a long day with him. A really long day, I know. And that's why they can't make you look bad. Besides, you have to remember it's not you. People will know that, will tell people that. Your friends, his teachers, everybody. What if they make me into some sort of saint? Because the baby has autism. I'd hate that too. That's just another way of putting him down." Gina checked on Warren, her gaze shifting to the high chair and back again. "'Cause he's not so hard, really. And I love him. And he's a gift. A gift. I know that now. You know that too, Kate. Of course I do. I know that. I just don't want them to make the baby look bad." Gina kept biting her lip. "I'd hate it if they, made him look really severe, because he's not Gina. I know that it's politically incorrect to say, but he isn't so bad and he never arm flaps. and I think he'd be one of the higher functioning kids next year. Gina's sentence trailed off. It's just that he already gets teased so much, you know? I don't want it to get worse. Kate understood, retard, tard, dummy, stupid. She'd witnessed it. Like today, we went to the pool at the Y and there was another kid about 4, and he wanted to play with him, and he kept yelling at him, but Warren wouldn't look at him. And the kid yelled, "What are you, deaf?" Gina tossed her head as if to shake it off. I remember when that was this diagnosis, don't you? Well, I hope that he was deaf. That would have been easy. Yes. Kate reached across the table and covered her friend's hand, the physical connection making palpable the pain. I am so very sorry. Did you ever think that this was meant to happen? No, absolutely not, but maybe it was, like Dr. Phil says. Gina, now with the Dr. Phil, Kate managed a weak smile. But it's true. You had a secret. You were running around and nobody knew it, not even me. Now it's about to come out. Gina shifted forward. The running around isn't the secret, Kate. It's just the behavior. What's your secret? I don't know. It's a secret. Kate chuckled, but Gina didn't. Think about it. Maybe you're supposed to figure it out. Maybe this is how. Everybody has a secret. You don't. I do too. What? Kate shot back, and the kitchen grew so quiet she thought Gina had stopped breathing. You never told me any secret? I know. Gina swallowed visibly. It's not the kind of secret you ever tell. What? Kate asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Sometimes when I got stressed out before he was diagnosed, I hit the baby. Kate blinked, shocked. I did that. Not often, but sometimes I hit his butt. I don't know if he felt it through the diaper. Gina stopped her sentence, then sat straighter. That's a lie. I know he did. He felt it because he cried. Gina's dark eyes filled. But that wasn't even the secret I figured out. Kate officially didn't want to know the secret. The secret was that I wished he had never been born. Kate's eyes widened. She felt it herself. Her eyes literally opened. See, I taught myself that. I used to dream about that. If he had never been born, that was my dream. I would still be married to Mike. I'd still be a successful lawyer. I'd have nice clothes and a place to wear them. I'd have a normal kid and he'd play lacrosse and go to Harvard, which would bankrupt me, and I still wouldn't mind. I'd live my dream. Kate thought about it. Gina, Russo had a dream, and Mars. I hear all those people bitch about their college bills, and I want to say, do you know how lucky you are? Do you have any idea? Gina leaned forward in her chair, her tone turning angry. Then the need to show like desperate housewives. And I watch every week and think, you should come to my house, pal, you should come here. Kate didn't know what to say, and Gina eased back in her chair. And after a while, my dream changed, she said, her tone calmer. I was happy he was born. I understood why. What's your dream now? Gina thought a minute and smiled. My dream is that someday he'll say, I love you, Mommy. He will. Kate squeezed her hand. But Gina withdrew it and reached for her napkin. Wow, I never said that out loud. Friggin' Dr. Phil, Gina laughed. I'm confiscating your TV. Gina wiped her eyes, recovering. So, maybe you're meant to do the same thing, Kate. To know the secret. The secret I keep for myself? Kate made woo-woo fingers in the air. Go ahead, make fun. I have a better idea. Instead of figuring out my secret, I'll sue the bastards. I don't want a TV show about me, you or Warren. We don't need that. And I have the dough to fight it. I'll send Sori in to wage World War III. Beaker has the firepower to do it. Kate, I don't know if you should sue. Why? I want to. I don't have the money. I'm not sure I'll lose because I don't think it'll get to the merits. I'll make them give it up. I want to take a shot. But you have to think about it. Don't just react. When somebody hits you, you gotta hit back. Kate heard her mother in her own voice. But then all you have is a fist fight, Gina said, frowning like she used to when she practiced law. And Kate could see she was her old self analyzing a legal problem. You'll never get the TRO, and they could counterclaim. So there's that risk. They have tons of dough, way more than you. As a practical matter, it could make things worse for me and Warren. Why? Right now, nobody knows me or the baby. If you sue, making a big deal out of it, then they will. Gina nodded, thinking aloud. You'll get the heat. I mean, I can imagine there'll be newspaper articles once the series comes out, linking you as the judge in the case. But I don't think the press will be as interested in us unless you sue. You think? Kate recalled that Matt had said roughly the same thing, but she remained unconvinced. I mean, I know why you don't want a show about it, but what's right for you might be wrong for Warren and me. You can take the heat, but can he? Gina's expression was stricken, and they both knew the answer. I mean, I guess I'd be asking you to sacrifice your interests to his. Kate felt torn, but knew how that would have to come out. I'm sorry. You don't have to decide now, do you? Sorry, and said to sleep on it, so maybe you should. You're telling me to listen to my lawyer? The phone call probably cost you $1,000. Gina leaned forward again, shifting conversational gears. You know, the shell's not what I'm worrying about. I'm worrying about that crazy detective. I wish you had your body go out. I wish you had your bodyguard tonight. I know. I almost didn't come. Please, not for us, for you. It's you that Russo's after, and he's experienced enough to know how to strike when you're on your own. You should stay here tonight so you don't have to drive home in the dark. No, I'll be fine. Kate checked behind her automatically. She'd left the living room light off so she could peek through the curtains to the street without being seen. She'd checked 3 times until Gina yelled at her to stop. If you think you'll be fine, why do you keep checking the street? Just to be sure. Then Kate got an idea. Hey, it's trash night, right? Yes, why? Nothing. Kate was already on her feet, going to the sink and opening the base cabinet. Why are you stealing my trash? I want to scope things out, see if the coast is clear before I go. You get worn ready for bed. Is this the babysitting part? Gina rose, going over to the baby who was sitting there. I didn't even get to go food shopping. I'll come back tomorrow night if you want. Better yet, I'll make my bodyguard do it. Maybe he'll be cute. All the celebrities date their bodyguards. Not happening. Kate yanked the white kitchen bag out of the plastic trash can and tied the red plastic drawstring, catching a whiff of discarded salmon skin. Guess where I'm going on Saturday night? Out with Graham, the stockbroker man. Really? That's great. Gina kissed Warren on the top of his head as she unlatched the fabric belt that held him in the high chair, and he had no reaction. See? Most kids with autism don't want to be touched at all, but Warren's not like that. He never was. He likes when I kiss his head. Kate felt a twinge. I should sue those jerks for sport. Don't you, buddy? Gina kissed Warren again, and he blinked, clutching his mirror. You like when I kiss your head, don't you? You're a great kid, you know that? She hoisted the child to her hip as Kate went to the threshold with the trash. Call the cops if I'm not back in 5 minutes, Gina frowned. That's not funny. I'm not kidding. Chapter 27. Kate stepped out into the bitter cold, and on contact, her breath became a chain smoker's fog, breathing her face. She held a coat close to her neck and carried the trash bag in her free hand. She walked down the front steps, head down as if she were watching her footing, but she kept sneaking looks at the cars parked along Meadowbrook. There were more now than when she had first come. People had arrived home from work and parked their second cars on the street, so it was bumper to bumper along the curb. Many of the cars were dark, but after a few looks to the left of Gina's house, Kate could see as far as 8 cars down in the bright purplish light cast by the streetlight. She scanned the far and near sides of the street. One each side, all 6 driver's seats were empty. Good. She walked down the driveway, alongside the Pathfinder and the Mercedes, making an apparent beeline for the dented steel trash can of the curb. When she reached it, she made a show of grabbing the metal handle, freezing in her bare hand, pulling off the lid and moving the white trash bags that were already inside, as if she were making room. The street looked quiet. Many of the cars were dark, but it was nighttime and there was no street light in that direction, so it was dimmer than the other side. If I were a bad guy, I'd park on the dark side. Kate stole a glance to the right side and dropped the trash bag in the can. She could only see 4 cars down on either side of the street because the streetlight faded at the perimeter. She was squinting past the 4th, making a fuss over closing the trash can lid, when she saw a sudden movement in one of the cars on the far side of the street. There. Kate tried not to panic. Had she seen it? Was it her imagination? It looked like a shadow in the car across the way, about 6 cars down on the edge of the light in shadow. The front door lights from the houses only generally illuminated the area. She faked a big deal of clanging the trash can lid around and fitting it on tightly, as if she were afraid of marauding raccoons, not scary detectives. She snuck another look at the 6th car, a shadow. It was there in the driver's seat. The car was dark. She tried to read the license plate, but it was too dark. It could be him. I'm out of here. Kate forced herself to walk slowly up the driveway to the front walk, then up the steps and inside the house. Her heart began to hammer, and she didn't take a breath until she got inside and locked the door behind her. The living room light was back on, and Gina was coming downstairs. "He went down like a dream," she said happily, then stopped when she read Kate's expression. "He's there? I swear I saw something." Kate tried not to panic her or herself. "Don't get all Lucy and Ethel about it. What did you see? Where?" "In one of the cars." Kate pointed to the right. On the far side of the street, Gina's eyes flared. "You're kidding, quick." Kate crossed to the table lamp and switched it off, plunging them both into darkness. "You really think you saw something? I want to make sure." Kate went over to the window and moved aside the curtain, peering at the dark street. It was harder to see at a distance and in the parallax view, and she inched so close to the window she could feel the frost on her nose. "What do you see?" Gina came to her side, trying to look out too. "I knew this would turn into Lucy and Ethel. It's inevitable. I'm counting." Kate counted the cars to the one where she thought she saw the shadow. 3, 4, 5, 6. There was a distinct shadow in the driver's seat, low in the seat, as if he were slouching down. She drew back, closed the curtain, and looked at Gina in the dark. Why would he park there? Ahead of the house? How can he watch the house with his back to it? Meadowbrook's one way. If he parks past the house, he can follow you out when you go. Right. Kate thought ahead. He must have come when they were having dinner or earlier and planted himself. He could have been there all afternoon, a crazy cop sitting in front of Gina's house. "I shouldn't have come. I jeopardized you and the baby. I'm calling 911. Gina went for the phone on the end table, but Kate was getting another idea. "Go, do it. Tell them who I am. That's working well lately. And say his name is Russo because the cops are looking for him. Dark blue car looks like a Ford. We can't see the plate." Kate dashed out of the living room and into the kitchen where the lights were still on. She hustled to the knife rack on the counter and pulled out the biggest, scariest knife she could find and ran back to the living room, hiding it behind her back, even in the dark. 263 Meadowbrook Road. Gina was saying into the phone. "He's parked in the dark blue Ford, 6 cars up from my house, on the odd-numbered side of the street. Yes, that's right, Fenty. Fante, no, Fan. Maybe I don't have the cloud I thought. Be right back." Kate opened the front door a crack and slipped outside. "No, wait, where are you going?" Kate shut the door and was already outside in the cold. She instantly dropped behind a shrub so he couldn't see her and bent over more, kicking off her pumps so they didn't make any noise. Crouching low, she scurried in bare feet around the front of the Mercedes to its far side, traveled low along the Pathfinder, then darted across the sidewalk and stopped behind the parked car. She prayed nobody would start walking their dogs as she crouched lower and dashed across the street, ripping the toes of her pantyhose on the street grime, her feet turning to ice. In 2 seconds, she was on the other side of the street, hiding behind the back of an SUV, breathing hard. Yikes, Kate covered her mouth so the breath fog wouldn't show. Then she waited, breathing as shallowly as possible, as low as possible, forcing herself to wait. It wouldn't take long for the cops to get here. They'd use the magic, a Funty name, so famous it had to be spelled twice. Kate waited and waited in the cold for the right moment. She couldn't be early, but she couldn't be late either. Now she braced herself, holding the knife at her side, then took off, sneaking around the filthy bumper of the SUV to the curb and climbing up alongside the parked cars. In the distance, she heard sirens. Too far away, wait. After another minute, she inched forward, making a hump of her back, trying to ignore her freezing feet. The sirens sounded closer, and Kate moved along the car. She hoped Russo wouldn't drive away. He wouldn't know the sirens were for him because she'd been so clever with her trash can show. The sirens got closer, and she moved forward to the 5th car, then waited. She moved along the length of the 5th car, creeping to the 4th. The sirens sounded only blocks away, and she could see curtains being pulled aside in the townhouses. Lights went on here and there. She inched to the 3rd car, her heart almost leaping from her chest, her knees aching, her feet freezing. "Hurry, hurry!" The twin sirens sounded as if they were right at the development. The entrance was only 3 blocks from Meadowbrook. Kate prayed they wouldn't get lost. Suddenly, she heard a noise closer, only a car away, coming from the 6th car. Exhaust burst from its tailpipe, a chalky explosion almost in her face. Sirens blared in the next block. Russo was turning on the ignition. He was going to get away. Neighbors started coming out of their houses curious. Sirens screamed louder than ever. White reversed lights on the sixth car blinked on, momentarily blinding. Now! Kate rushed the car from behind, coming out of her full crouch. Just as the lights blinked to red and the car started to go forward, she raised the big knife like a psycho killer, plunged it with all her might between the treads of the car's back tire, and yanked it out in one desperate motion. Pfft, smelly air sprayed from the tire hole. "You can't get away now, you bastard!" Kate shouted, springing up. The dark car moved forward only slowly, sinking in the back where she'd slashed the tire. Two police cars sped onto Meadowbrook, tearing down the street, converging on the moving car from opposite directions. The cruisers slammed to a halt, blocking the hobbled car. Then all the cruiser doors popped open and patrol officers poured out on all sides, drawing their guns instantly on the dark car. "Phrase police!" They all shouted at once, adrenalinized, their bodies jittery shadows in the high beams of the idling cruisers. "That's him! Get him! Careful!" Kate almost cheered. Neighbors flowed from the townhouses and Gina ran to order. "Come on out, you won't get hurt." The cops kept shouting, "Take it easy. Hands in the air." They aimed their revolvers, two-handed grips, on the dark car which was sinking in the middle of the street. Kate held her breath while the driver's side door opened, and she saw the backs of two hands rising in the night air. "Don't shoot, I'm a cop," came a shout from the dark car. "He's a crooked cop," Kate shouted back. "Watch out, he broke into my house, my office." Gina ran up to her side, panting. "He followed her here. He's crazy." "Get out of the car, sir. Get out of the car," the cops shouted, their weapons trained. In the next second, Kate saw the back of a black watch cap emerge from the driver's seat, and two cops lowered their weapons and rushed him as a team, flipping him face down against the car, disarming him, wrenching his hands behind his back, then handcuffing him. "Stay calm, nice and easy," the other two cops shouted, their weapons still aimed on target. Against the car, the watch cap moved up to reveal a man looking at Kate. "Judge?" he asked in disbelief. Kate blinked, astounded. The driver wasn't Russo at all. Chapter 28. It was Nesbit, cuffed and in custody against the car. Kate gasped. "What are you doing here?" she shouted. "What do you think?" Nesbit shouted back as the cops tugged him toward the cruiser. Suddenly, Kate heard a sound of a car engine starting. Her head snapped around and she spotted reverse lights on another dark car farther up the row. Russo. Who else would drive away in the middle of a scene like this? Nesbit saw it too. "No, wait, stop. You got the wrong guy," he called out, right before the cops shoved him into the back seat of the cruiser. "Officers, look up there. You got the wrong cop," Kate cried, pointing and hurrying off the curb. But the two cops in the nearer cruiser were slamming the door on Nesbit and jumping back inside. The two other cops were trying to get the neighbors to stay on the sidewalk away from the scene. Down the street, the car squealed out of the space and zoomed down Meadowbrook, almost hitting a group of residents. "Stop that car!" Kate cried and took off running. "Help, I have to catch that car." She kept running with the knife, a sight that sent neighbors fleeing in fear. She sprinted past them, her heavy coat flying, her bare feet killing her as she tore down the street. "I'm behind you," Gina called out, but Kate didn't look back. If she couldn't catch the car, she had to see the license plate. The car was dark and sleek. What kind was it? It was pulling away so fast she couldn't even read the plate. She picked up the pace to the end of the street, panting frantically, and kept running even after it was futile. The car barreled through a stop sign, then swerved onto the main road past a minivan at speed and accelerated. Kate wished she had a gun, like on TV. But all she could do was watch helplessly as the car became two red lights in the distance, then disappeared. She threw the knife in frustration as it clattered on the cold asphalt. She bent over trying to catch her breath. She couldn't feel her feet anymore, but they looked like hell, red, pink, and cut up. She straightened when Gina caught up with her, and they both stood panting in the middle of the street like the out-of-shaped gals they were. Kate said, between breaths, "I think I just made a big mistake." "You sure as hell did," Gina nodded, panting. "Go get my knife." Back in Center City, Philly, at the Criminal Justice Center, it took 2 hours, 4 phone calls from top police brass, and a signed statement from Kate to convince the uniformed cops not to arraign Detective Nesbit. By that time, stringers listening to the police scanners had gotten wind of what had happened, and the press thronged outside the CJC. Kate and Nesbit found themselves in one of the all-white attorney interview rooms. waiting for a go-ahead from uniformed cops before they could leave the building without being hassled. It was her first chance to apologize. "I really am sorry. I didn't realize it was you." She shifted in her heels. Her feet were killing her. "Don't worry about it." Nesbitt shoved his hands into the pockets of a brown bomber jacket, which he wore with jeans and old Nikes. "I wasn't taking any chances. I'd follow you home, but some wacky blonde gave me a flat. Ouch, sorry, I forgot. No sweat, it was my kid's car. Russo knows my car. He would have made me if I took my own." "So now your kid's mad at you?" "She's a college. If you don't tell, I won't." "Kate's a wacky blonde, huh?" "Yes, Your Honor." "You should have seen yourself with that knife." Nesbitt took a hand out of his pocket and raised it in a bad imitation. "Nigella on roids." "Nigella? What kind of reference is that for a detective?" "Hey, I cook." "Well, I stab. Give me some credit. I killed that tire after the uniforms came down the street." "What was that about, rookie?" Nesbitt smiled and Kate gave him a shove, forgetting that Fett was a good friend, forgetting that federal judges weren't supposed to have fun. He laughed. "What were you thinking? Were you going to get Russo by yourself?" "I called for backup." Nesbitt's eyes flared. "Where'd you get called for backup? TV? I had to tell you this, but you're no David Caruso. You're not even the cold case girl, whatever her name is. I'm a professional, leave it to me." "Then how come you didn't see me sneak up on you, huh?" Kate laughed. "Busted? Never mind that. You took a risk. So did you. You're supposed to be by the book. I was by the book. I got you into the mess, and I'll get you out of it. That's number one in the book." Nesbitt faced her fully, no longer laughing, and brushed grain bangs from his forehead, revealing eyes that were a very steady blue Kate saw for the first time. "If I hadn't taken the record about you from Simone's hotel room, it wouldn't have been in the file, and Russo wouldn't have known about it." In the next second, the door opened suddenly and Special Agent Brady came in, his expression animated when he saw Kate. "Dodge, Idar." Brady was followed by 3 other special agent types. "Sorry I'm late. I was meeting with Sergeant Schiller and Inspector Diddiness of the Roundhouse." Brady shook Kate's hand with vigor, then introduced her to the agents, filling the tiny room. She shook their hands and Brady said, "What a scare you had. I understand Detective Russo was following you." The question must have been rhetorical because Brady turned immediately to Nesbitt. "You Steve Nesbitt?" "Yes." Nesbitt extended a hand and Brady shook it quickly. "I met with your inspector and sergeant just now. They're not very happy with you tonight. None of them was aware that you were surveilling Judge Fenty." "That's right. I'm off duty. All blame goes to me." Kate blinked, surprised. Brady said there'll be plenty of it to go around. "He was trying to help," Kate interjected, feeling defensive for Nesbitt. "You can use me, Brady," Nesbitt said, his tone firm. "Jurisdiction, I know I can help. Russo was my partner, I know the most about him. I knew he'd be there tonight, and he was. I'm not going to stand here and argue with you, Detective. You're out, and we're in." Brady turned to Kate. "Your Honor, any threat to your health and well-being is within the Bureau's jurisdiction, not that of the Philadelphia police. With the recent attacks on the federal judiciary and the families, we're taking your case very seriously." "Why can't jurisdiction be concurrent?" Kate asked, annoyed. 2 heads are better than 1, and Detective Nesbitt's point about knowing that the law is not a good case, and Miss Smith's point about knowing Russo makes sense. With due respect, Judge doesn't work that way. The Bureau has more resources at its disposal and more experience with attacks on federal judges and officials. We're better able to protect you." "Then where were you tonight?" Kate shot back, and Nesbitt hid a smile. Brady answered, "We would have been there, Judge, if you'd have given us the chance. I tried to speak with you before you went on the bench, but you declined. You said you'd call tonight, but you didn't. You'll find a message from me on your home and cell phones. Your secretary gave me both numbers." Oops, Kate had turned the phone off of Gina's out of habit. The sudden noise always bothered Warren. "We can't protect you if you don't cooperate with us, Judge." Brady turned to Nesbitt. "I think we can take it from here, Detective. She needs protection tonight." Nesbitt gestured at Kate. "He's not going to let it go. We'll protect her. We'll be outside her house and cars all night. End of discussion. I think it's time for you to go." Nesbitt pursed his lips and touched Kate's coat. "Judge, no matter what these guys say, call me if you need anything." He brushed his bangs back, revealing another flash of blue. "I'll check in with you tomorrow." "Thanks, sorry about the tire, no sweat." Nesbitt turned and walked out of the room, and Kate had an attack of separation anxiety. He'd put himself and his job in jeopardy to make sure she was safe. He wasn't a by-the-book guy, he was an above-the-call guy. An hour later, Kate had shed her coat, bag, shoes, suit, and underwear on the way to the bathroom, where she'd taken an endless bubble bath, washing the grime out of the cuts on her feet, then dried off and crawled into bed, feeling clean, exhausted, and reasonably safe. Before they let her enter the house, the FBI agents had scoured the place, checking her phone messages to make sure Russo hadn't called, and even reinforcing the back door with plywood. They sat, staked outside the house in cars, forgoing her offers of the warm house and vying with the press for the few parking spaces on the street. Kate put it all out of her mind and buried her face in the pillow. Her last waking thought of Nesbit. "Oh, I cook." Nesbit was also Kate's first waking thought, and she lay in her soft, warm bed trying to understand why. A detective with graying sideburns, deep crow's feet around his eyes, and a brown bomber jacket that fit too snugly around the waist. Hardly the kind of man she usually went for, much less woke up thinking about. She flopped over and became aware that the soles of her feet hurt, which made her remember last night. In the next instant, the phone was ringing. It must have been ringing before, too, waking her. She opened her eyes, her head muzzy. The room was still dark. It sounded like it was raining outside. She lifted her head and glanced at the clock. 5:45. She double-checked the clock, but she hadn't read it wrong. Who could be calling at this hour? It had to be the press. They'd left messages last night. She let it ring until voicemail picked up. But in the next instant, her cell phone started ringing beside the bed. The blue number is springing to life in the dark room. She checked the display. It was Gina. Kate's brain came alive. "Russo, Warren." "What's the matter?" Kate said, opening the phone. "Did you see the newspaper?" "No, I was asleep. I know it has the story about Russo last night." "That's not all. Go and get it." Chapter 29. Kate put on a coat to grab the newspaper from her front step, then slammed the front door, ignoring the press, collecting on the sidewalk outside her house. She didn't see any of the FBI agents, and she didn't care. It didn't matter now, nothing did. She slid the newspaper from his clear plastic sleeve, dotted with raindrops, and unfolded it, separating its soaked pinked edges. Federal Judge Wheel's knife screamed the headline on the front page, and Kate read the story with dismay. It was all about last night, including eyewitness accounts of her running down Meadowbrook Drive, brandishing a knife, quote, on the apparent belief that she was being stalked, unquote. It made her sound ridiculous, but it was true. And at the bottom of the page was the related story. Federal Judge stars a new series, Fact or Fiction, You Be the Judge. Kate held her breath as the story reported that the offices of attorneys of law in Old City had confirmed that a new TV series titled Judges at Court was presently in production, starring an empowered-type female judge with a secret sex life. A representative of attorneys at law confirmed that the series would be completely fictional, despite the fact that the show's creator was recently sued in a case before Judge Kate Marie Fanty. The representative gave no further details except to say that the new show would bring approximately 1,568 new jobs to the city. As bad as the stories were, they weren't even close to the one that sent Gina into orbit. Kate turned to the metro section and her mouth went dry. The photo showing her going into the Fort Washington bar was plastered on the top half. She sank to the entrance hall floor, barely able to read the column. Judge Kate Marie Fanty of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania has been very busy after hours, and she's not working overtime, she's dating. You may think this is none of our business or yours until you understand that several of her dates are men convicted of assault, battery, check forgery, and even violations of federal weapons laws. Now ask yourself, is this any way to run our legal system? We should note that our many calls to Judge Fanty's chambers went unanswered. Kate could only skim the sentences, as if to read the text thoroughly would be to absorb the full brunt of its impact. Like standing still in front of a speeding car. The piece contained every detail about the bars, all culled from the record and the stolen file. Russo must have found another way to hurt her the best way. He had leaked the entire record to the newspaper, and its reporters had taken it from there, putting two and two together and calling Mika just as Kate had, then digging deeper. The newspaper even identified 4 of the men she dated with their photos: Jeff Rader, Mark Buell, Mike Holloman, Mustafa Rahid. Kate closed her eyes, mortified. She remembered the men, though she hadn't known their last names, or that they had criminal records. She'd gone to the sleaziest bars and picked up the sleaziest men. Why hadn't she thought of that? What else did she expect? Of course, some would be ex-cons, even felons. She turned back to one of the articles, an interview with one of the men who had served time for fraud and drug offenses. She picked me up at the bar. There wasn't a lot of conversation, if you follow. Kate felt as if her heart would break. She thought instantly of Graham. What would he say? How would he feel to know he was one of so many? How would he understand when Kate herself didn't? What did I do right? Was it the bling? Tell me, so I'll do it again. Kate thought of everyone she cared about reading the articles. Chief Judge Sherman, Val, Emily, Sam, the courtroom deputy, the stenographer, the other judges at her celebration dinner last summer, Matt Sorian, all of her old partners, Mrs. Pershing, switchboard diva, we're so proud of you. Kate thought of her enemies too. Meriden, how much would he love this? How could she hold her head up on the court? How had this gone so wrong? She couldn't shake the ominous feeling that her world was about to end. She felt herself sink to her knees and doubled over on her raised rug, feeling so much pain that not even a single tear would come. Her only overriding thought was to thank God that her mother did not live to see this day. In time, Kate got dressed in a black protest suit, ready for work earlier than usual, because she had to put her office back together after a hurricane, Russo. She slipped on a pair of huge sunglasses and felt as if she were running a modern-day gauntlet on the press, snapping her picture as she drove out of her garage, to Special Agent Brady at the end of the street in an unmarked car, to the security guard in the white kiosk at the judge's parking lot, to Judge Tom McGinn of the Third Circuit with his characteristic Santa Claus beard, who was getting out of his car at the same time as she was. The appellate court had its chambers on the penthouse floors of the courthouse, and Kate didn't even want to think about the talk up there today. She really liked Judge McGinn and had even met his wife, Sue, who was as kind as Mrs. Claus. She slowed her steps so Judge McGinn would reach the judge's elevator lobby first, and ended up riding the elevator alone. It gave her 8 floors to screw up the courage to walk into her chambers. And even so, it wasn't nearly enough. She reached the door, braced herself, and opened it. The 2 clerks clustered at Val's desk sprang apart, their heads snapping up, surprised at her early arrival. They'd obviously been talking about her, she could smell it in the air, and Val at her desk looked stiff and miserable, her expression grim. The chambers fell stone silent, except for the rain lashing the window, and nobody said a word as Kate walked in, shed her coat and hung it up, slid off her sunglasses, and walked to Val's desk. Good morning, everyone. Kate kept her face a professional mask and avoided their eyes as they all said their good morning judges. The bodyguard isn't doing until 8:30. Val handed her her mail and phone messages over the low divider, her tone cool. Chief Judge Sherman wants to see when it gets off the bench. She thinks that'll be around 1 o'clock. The press has been calling, but I said we have no comment. You're in court at 11 for the plea agreement we rescheduled. Thanks. Kate flipped through the messages for Graham's name, but he hadn't called. It was early anyway. She looked up at the clerks. Who asked the plea today? Remind me. It's my case, Sam raised his hand. The bench memo's on your chair. Thanks. Come in at 10:15 and we'll talk about it. It's only a guilty plea, Judge. It won't take that long. I want to be fully prepared today. Things didn't go so well yesterday, as you know. Kate turned toward her office, then stopped in surprise at the sight. The room had been completely put back together, even neater than before it had been ransacked. Case files stood up in order on the conference table. Legal pads sat stacked next to a lineup of blue and red briefs. Books had been restored to the bookshelves, and her desktop straightened up, with Graham's bouquet of red roses given a place of honor. It must have been so much work. Kate felt a wrench inside at the kindness of the gesture. The clerk stayed late last night and cleaned up all by themselves, Val said, and Kate turned to the clerks with a smile, dropping her mask. She was getting tired of so many masks all the time. They never fit right, and you couldn't breathe like a kid at Halloween. Thank you so much, both of you. Kate smiled. That was a lovely thing to do, and I really appreciate it. We organized it too, Emily said, beaming. Sam nodded. It was Emily's idea, and she did most of the work. She thought it might cheer you up after you screwed up in court. Sam, Val said, frowning. Mind your manners. Emily snapped. What are you, an idiot? She said it first. Sam shot back, and Kate held up a hand, laughing. It's okay, everybody. I did screw up in court. It's still very nice that you two too cleaned and organized my office." Kate turned to go, then turned back. "Listen, I know you saw the newspaper, and I know it's awful. I wish I could tell you that it's not true, the part about my private life, but it is." All three listened with somber expressions, with Val at the desk and the two law clerks behind her, like a freeze of federal employees. "I have nothing to say for myself except that I'm very sorry for my behavior. I know you thought better of me. I don't think what you did is so terrible," Emily rushed to say, her voice thin with anxiety. "You're not married, and they would never be making this fuss if you were a man." "Yeah, it's cool," Sam added. Then he caught himself. "I mean, what you do out of court is nobody's business. And it doesn't belong in the newspaper. They should be writing about the war in Iraq or global warming, not your personal life." "Thank you," Kate said, meaning it, and they all pretended not to notice that Val hadn't chimed in. The secretary looked down, showing her graying strands of hair at her temple, and she wore a blue patterned dress. Her gold crucifix peeked from her neckline. Kate asked, "Val, would you come into my nice, clean office?" "Yes, Judge." Val picked up a pad and Kate went inside with her mail, messages, and purse and set all of it down. By the time she turned around, Val had taken her customary seat across from the desk, with her pen poised over her paper. "This isn't business, Val." Val set the pen on the pad stiffly. "Kate, I know what I did was wrong. And I know what you must think." "I don't think you do, Judge. You're surprised." "And I am, yes, I am surprised. And you're disgusted with me, and you should be." "No, that's not it." Val shook her head sadly. "I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry that you think so little of yourself." Kate felt the words like a slap to the face, though she knew they weren't intended that way. "I feel sorry that you respected yourself so little and respected your body and your heart so little as to do the things you did. When I saw that story this morning, I prayed for you." Kate didn't know what to say, and Val rose slowly and looked at her with newly shining eyes. "It'll be a struggle around here with the other judges for you. There'll be jokes and people will talk, especially if they do that TV show." Val stood up and stepped close to Kate, placing a soft hand on her shoulder. "When that happens, tell yourself that none of it matters. None of it. That's all outside, and nothing that's outside matters. Not the other judges or the TV or the gossips. Nothing matters but what's in your heart. Don't think on what they say, because you don't have to get yourself right with them. You have to get yourself right with you." Kate felt moved by her words and the emotions that gave them life. The only person who had ever made so much sense to her was her mother. When you get yourself right with you, then you can hold your head high. "Now give me a hug." Val threw her arms open and embraced Kate, who hugged her back, taking surprising comfort in her powdery smells, despite the fact that she was supposed to be a grown-up, a judge, and a boss besides. The phone started ringing and Val released her. "I'll get it," she said. "You get back to work and don't think on it." "Thanks," Kate said, returning to her desk as Val picked up the phone. "Judge Fangi's chambers," she said, and after a minute, "Please hold and I'll see if she's available." She pressed the hold button and Kate looked up. "Judge Menking, for you? Will you pick up?" "Sure," Val pointed a warning finger at her. "Remember what I said, inside, outside." "Inside, outside," Kate repeated like a little mantra, accepted the receiver, and pressed the button to take the call. "Bonner? Kate, my God in heaven, have you seen this trash? Inquirer is out to get you. Where are they getting this? This is defamatory. You have to sue them, Kate." Val hustled out of the office, diplomatically closing the door behind her. "Truth is an absolute defense, Bonner. You did all this? You?" "Yes, I take full responsibility. I did it." "What?" Kate felt her cheeks get hot. "I did it. You couldn't have. Actually, I can't believe it either. But I did. I'm not proud of it, but I did it, and it's over." "My God, Kate, what were you thinking? It's so common." "It's over, Bonner. That's all I can say. That, and I'm sorry." Ring, ring. Kate's other phone line started ringing, but she let Val get it. "But Kate, this is an insult to the court. We can't have this. A judge of our court. They're saying on the internet that another man came forward. He's blogging about you right this moment. My clerks found the webpage. Oh God, there's nothing I can do, Bonner. I'm dumbfounded, Kate. I'm simply dumbfounded. I thought so well of you and how you represent women in our court, and now, well, it's just shameful. I'm very sorry. I am too. Now they're going to portray you on TV, our court on TV. How did this happen, Kate? How did you let this happen to us?" "I don't know, Bonner." Click. Kate sat shaken, looking out the window, watching rain drench the city. The intercom buzzed and Kate picked up. "Who's on the phone?" Judge Kingston, will you take it? Yes. And the bodyguard is here, Judge? Good. Kate pressed the button to pick up. Andrew Kingston was a senior judge and a real sweetheart. She remembered trying cases before him as a young associate, and he never made fun of her begin her cross-examination. Good morning, Andrew. Kate, I've just seen the newspaper and you must get a copy. Not the time, the Inquirer. My secretary says it's on the Daily News, too. They're writing the most terrible things about you, and they're trying to make it about our wonderful court. Spinning the story, I know it's called maligning us all, when it's in fact the most tawdry piece of pulp. I know, Andrew, I heard. Ring, ring, the other phone rang again, but Kate let Val picked up. If it was Graham, he'd have to wait. What's this world coming to when people write such scandalous stories to publish such things about a member of the court? Our court? It's a travesty. Of course it's scurrilous. Andrew, I'm sorry, but it's true. There was complete silence on the end of the line. After a minute, Kate worried he'd had a heart attack. Andrew, I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. My battery, I'm my hearing aid, it must be running out. I thought you said it was true. No, I'm sorry, Andrew. I've made some mistakes, I admit it. My Kate, it's true? Yes. All of it? Yes, I know, I'm sorry. It seems I've made a mistake too. I'll leave it to it then. Goodbye, Kate. Goodbye. Kate let him hang up, then set the receiver down. The phone began ringing again almost instantly. The intercom buzzed and she picked up for Val. Who is it? Judge me. Oh boy, how many judges are on this court again? 18, I think. Okay, I'll pick up, Kate said, and hit the button. Kate, did you see the paper? It's revolting what they're saying, and on TV, I know, Kate cringed. How can they make a TV show about you without your permission? Did you give permission for this, Kate? No, of course not. Only 15 more to go. Kate took the next 15 calls from each of her colleagues who had toasted her when they thought she was all the things she appeared to be. Most were upset about the dating, but many also cared about her safety and their own. They had called about the articles in the newspaper or online, heard accounts on local TV, on KYW radio, had gotten an email about it, or heard from one of their law clerks about a new website, www.icescrewjudgefanty.com. Kate was so busy taking the calls from her colleagues that she didn't get a chance to reach Graham, or take calls from Matt Sorion, CNN, the Philadelphia Inquirer, Matt Lauer, MSN, and the FBI, the National Organization of Women, the Wall Street Journal, Henry Schleif, Time Magazine, Entertainment Tonight, Celebrity Justice, the New York Times, Stephen Brill, the National Law Journal, David E. Kelly, American Lawyer, judges Amy Nislow, Lynn Honickman, Adrian Drost, and Fiona McCann of the National Association of Women Judges, the William Morris Agency, and Detective Steve Nesbitt. By 10:30, only 2 of her colleagues hadn't called, and Kate was due to see one of them, Chief Judge Sherman, at 1 o'clock. The other one was Judge Meriton. Kate tried not to think about it as a timid knock came at her door. Come in, Sam, she called out, taking the bench memo from her inbox. She had to get ready for court, not that she was looking forward to it. And what about Graham? Chapter 30. Good job, Sam, Kate said after they were finished. She got up from the desk and stretched her arms, trying to shake off the dreads. Rain poured outside the window, making the office gray and gloomy, which she factored into her penance. She didn't know what to expect from court today. She'd been in the judge cocoon all morning, and even though it was a lot less friendly than it used to be, at least it wasn't the public. She wondered if she'd ever leave the courthouse. Maybe Neiman Marcus delivers. Thanks, Judge. Sam gathered the papers and pleadings into a stack. Be right back. I need to get my tie-in jacket for court. Fine. Kate crossed your closet, took her judicial robe from a hanger, and slid into it on the fly, as Sam opened her office door into a crowd of men in suits. She wasn't completely surprised and was getting used to a police presence in her chambers. In morning, gentlemen, she called out, entering the reception area, and saw Brady pushing his way to the front of the pack. His eyes looked tired, and he had on the same dark suit that his white Oxford shirt must have been fresh, because it puffed at the chest in a telltale way. A black patterned tie, color coordinated with a black wire coiling from his ear to his collar. Good morning, Judge, Brady said, shaking her hand, too professional to let show that he'd read the newspaper. Don't you sleep, you poor thing? Kate fastened her robe at its gathered yoke. I'm fine, Brady gestured behind him. I understand you hired her bodyguard. Yes, and he has concurrent jurisdiction. Kate stood on tiptoe, eyeing the crowd, which smiled at her to a man. She didn't have to ask how many had newspaper subscriptions. I haven't had a chance to meet him yet. Is he scary? Bodyguard, where are you? He's coming, Val called back, and a man shaped like a tractor trailer drove through the crowd. He looked to be about 30 years old and stood 5'10". His massive shoulders strained the seams of a dark brown suit, tailored from ear mortals, and a dark tie choked his oversized neck like a tourniquet. He had blue eyes, a sandy brush cut, and a smile too sweet to be truly scary. "I'm Justin Stein, judge," he said, shaking her hand lightly to permit blood flow to the heart. "Hey, if your last name were Case, you'd be Justin Case. A good name for a bodyguard." Kate laughed at her own dumb joke, and so did everybody else. She wondered when she became a motel lounge comedian. Answer: when I got scared, embarrassed, and completely self-conscious. Well, I'm glad you're here. What do we do next? You do your job, and I'll make sure you're safe. I called the Philly cops, and they sent me a photo of Detective Russo. When did they do that? Kate asked, surprised. Earlier this morning. They turned me down at first, but Detective Nisbet gave the okay and faxed it over. Good. Are you armed? Kate asked, and Justin nodded. That makes up for your smile. She turned to Brady. Okay, what happens now? The courtroom is clear. We have agents from plainclothes in the gallery, and Special Agent Donnie and I will be in the room. We'll visually inspect the members of the general public. They won't be admitted until they go through the metal detector outside your courtroom. You got me an extra one, like in the gang trials? Brady nodded. In addition, 2 marshals will be stationed at the metal detector and one of our agents as well. Yikes! Kate felt overwhelmed. I doubt Russo will get anywhere near the courtroom, but maybe we'll keep out a reporter or two. Everybody laughed on cue, and Kate smiled, beginning to sweat under her robes. She moved her long sleeves aside and checked her watch. 10:55, time to go, she called out. Bye, Val. See ya, Judge. Val called back as Sam went his way through the crowd, and they all left chambers and traveled down the hallway as a well-armed moblet. When they reached the anteroom, the FBI agents piled in first, leaving Kate and the others to be waved ahead on a silent hand signal, which was when she understood that making a federal case was more than a cliche. She walked through the anteroom, braced herself, and entered the courtroom when she heard the courtroom deputy sound off. All rise for the Honorable Catherine Marie Fandy. Kate strode through the door into the courtroom, instantly concealing her shock at the size of the gallery. Sketch artists, reporters, TV anchor people, court TV personalities, and reporters packed the pews, shoulder to shoulder, wall to wall. They buzzed among themselves more than usual because so many were civilians, and Kate didn't see if Russo had made it in. She didn't want to make eye contact. With her peripheral vision, she could see heads craning for a better view, mascaraed eyes widening, and moose heads leaning together in whisper jokes, then parting with sly smiles. The crowd was even bigger than it had been for Simone's trial. But this time they were there for her, wanting to see the judge who slept around. Inside, outside, Kate barreled up the stairs and onto the dais, feeling 300 pairs of eyes travel her body, even in her loose robes, taking in every detail of her hair, face, breasts, and legs and breasts. Maybe they were looking for the scarlet A. Kate took her seat at the dais, as if it were perfectly normal to host the entire population of Luxembourg at a routine guilty plea hearing. The AUSA straightened his tie. The female public defender sat a little taller in her chair, and even the defendant patted his hair into place despite his handcuffs. The courtroom deputy shot her their wink. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kate turned to the AUSA. Mr. Crystal, we have a plea agreement in this case, correct? Correct, Your Honor. The government has a deal with Mr. Dow, and I believe Your Honor has a copy of the agreement. I do. Kate glanced at the papers. Though she had memorized them, it was easier than looking at the crowd, and they were still buzzing. Let's begin. Kate turned to the pretty blonde defender at defense table, whose name she'd recalled from the pleadings, Abby Linderman. Good morning, Miss Linderman. Good morning, Your Honor. This is Mr. Dow. Linderman reached down and helped her client to his feet, and Dow rose with difficulty in his ankle shackles. He was tall and thin with a short brown cut and prison pallor, and Kate dressed him directly. Good morning, Mr. Dow. Good morning, Judge, he said softly, but Kate could barely hear him over the buzzing. She eyed the gallery with evident displeasure, but they didn't know her glare was judge speak for shut up. The courtroom deputy sculled too, turning watchfully to them. Order on the court, please. Order. Kate called out, trying to keep a lid on the proceedings. She reflected that in 6 months on the bench she had yet to say that, but she couldn't let this be about her. A man's rights were at stake, and she had her focus clarified by yesterday's debacle. Kate looked down at the defendant. Mr. Dow, I understand that you have pled guilty to 19 counts of making false statements to a firearms dealer, in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 924A1A. This is a hearing to ascertain that you understand the nature and consequences of your decision, because by entering a guilty plea, you are waiving a number of very important constitutional rights. Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor. Even though you have come here today to plead guilty, you can change your mind. Kate heard some leftover buzzing coming from the back, but let it go rather than make a big deal. She didn't relish courtroom sketches of her screaming at the gallery. If at any time during this hearing you decide you don't want to plead guilty, just tell me, and I will adjourn the hearing and schedule your case for trial. Do you understand? Yes. I now have to ask you some personal questions to make sure you don't have any mental or physical problems that would make it hard for you to understand what we're going to talk about today. Would you say your full name? William Peter Doe. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the back like a wasp. Mr. Dow, how old are you? Kate heard the buzzing again and looked up in annoyance, pointedly scanning the back of the gallery, but she couldn't see the source. Every face looked back at her. The courtroom deputy left his desk on the trail of the noise. She glanced over at Sam, and sitting next to him was Todd Hunter Preppington, taking notes this time. Kate put it out of her mind. I'm buzz, buzz, buzz. Are you a U.S. citizen? Yes. How far did you go in school? How far did you go in school, Judge? Yelled a man's voice in the back, and the gallery broke into laughter, hiding their smiles behind their hands and looking down. Oh my God, order? Kate stiffened, horrified, scanning the crowd. She had no idea who said it, but it didn't sound like Russo. It had to be the buzzing from the back. The courtroom deputy was already in motion. Brady, standing near there, walked toward the pews and, just in case, edged protectively close to the dais. Heads in the pews turned and craned, giggling and laughing, wheeling to face the back of the courtroom. Amused reporters scribbled in their steno pads, and delighted sketch artists changed pastels at speed, focusing on the bench. I know all about you, Judge. I got your number, we all do. The gallery burst into its naughty laughter again, and talking and whispering erupted. The courtroom deputy and Brady were pointing at the middle of the back row, and 3 federal marshals closed in on a tall, wild-haired man in a shabby green parka and stained gray sweatpants. He looked crazy to Kate, but he had obviously read the newspaper. Crack, I'll have order. Order in this court, she called out, shaken, her face flushing red. She's a goddamn whore. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. The gallery gasped almost collectively. A commotion erupted in the back row. The courtroom deputy and the marshals yanked the man from his seat and dragged him, struggling, out of the pew. On the way out, his arms and elbows flailed, hitting spectators in the row. A whore? They're all whores and bitches. A graduated high school, Dow answered, oblivious, and the gallery broke into new laughter. Order! Mortified, Kate banged the gavel. The marshal grabbed the wild-haired man, but suddenly he wrenched himself free and all hell broke loose. Kate dropped the gavel in shock and jumped to her feet. Or is it bitches? The man shouted, his hair and parka flying, running crazily around the courtroom. The courtroom deputy and the marshals gave chase. Judge, let's go. Just in case, shouted, materializing at Kate's side and clamping 2 powerful hands on her arms, but she resisted. No, wait, this is my courtroom, she watched, riveted. Men in suits lunged for the running man, who kept bolting randomly away. Marshals and FBI agents poured into the courtroom. AUSA Crystal gave chase. The gallery fled the packed pews, climbing over the backs of the seats. Linderman got knocked over in the melee, and Dow ducked for cover under counsel table. You're a whore! The man screamed, suddenly changing direction and bolting toward the dais, just out of reach of the marshals and the courtroom deputy. Nasty, dirty whore! Gotcha! A marshal shouted, and 2 new marshals grabbed the man by the hood of his parka, but it came off in their hands. Do you know whore under them robes? The man flung himself headlong into the gallery as if it were a humongous marsh pit. Oh, war, she's not fooling me. People screamed, reporters sprang aside. Sketch artists dropped their big pads. The gallery cleared, except for the screaming man and men in suits converging from everywhere. We're leaving Judge, just in case, shouted, and hurried her down the stairs and out of the courtroom. Kate took one last look back, and standing amid the chaos was one man she hadn't seen before, and he was watching her go. Chapter 31. What happened? Val asked from her computer. You're back early. You don't want to know, Kate answered, coming into chambers with just in case, Sam, Special Agent Brady, and assorted FBI agents and federal marshals. They talked excitedly among themselves, hopped up on adrenaline and testosterone. At the disruption, Emily came out of the law clerk's office and over to Val's desk. It was so random, Sam exploded, rushing to Val in his excitement. This man went crazy and ran around the courtroom. He made a mess of everything. It was unbelievable. Oh no, Val's eyes flared in alarm and she rose from her desk. Oh yes, Kate managed to smile. And we'll leave out the tacitity she's a whore apart, or the fact that one William Dow entered a courtroom to plead guilty today, and his rights were trampled upon. Kate thought of the poor man being knocked over in his shackles. In fact, he was trampled upon too. That's awful, Emily said, her mouth the dark lipstick to O. Did he try to hurt you, Judge? No, he just wanted to heckle me. He was a psycho, Sam interjected, a total psycho. Indelicate perhaps, but true, Kate said. But beside her, just in case, was frowning. It could have hurt you, Judge. We still don't know if he was armed. Or that's right, Judge Brady interrupted. I'll find out all the details after he's taken into custody and let you know. How could he be armed? Kate asked. He couldn't get a gun or a knife through the metal detector. A ceramic knife goes through a metal detector? Justin answered. I trained with the Mossad, and they routinely use ceramic knives. Those suckers could have thrown cleaner than a metal blade. Yikes. Well, our visitor today didn't look like the Mossad. They dressed better. Kate patted Justin's shoulder, solid as an oak bookshelf. Thank you, my hero, for spiriting me away to safety. You're welcome. Justin flashed his sweet ceramic knife smile. But next time I say go, you have to go, Judge. Right, sure. Kate saluted. Brady and the cavalry were all over it, too. Thanks to you all, too. You're last, but not least. Brady nodded, acknowledging the recognition, but his expression remained stoic. Thanks, Judge, but I'm afraid the apprehension took longer than expected. Too many cooks. Give it a rest. All's well that ends well, Kate turned to Val. Will you call the parties, apologize for me, and reschedule for as soon as possible, now that we know what this heckler looks like? We won't let him in again? Sure, Judge. Val handed her a phone message and met her eye meaningfully. This call came in while you were in court. Thanks. Kate didn't have to look at the message to know the caller. Why don't I order you a salad so you can eat something before you go see the chief judge? That's okay, I'm not hungry. Kate nodded to the assembled army. Thanks again, all of you. If you'll excuse me, I'll go do my job. Are you all set for lunch? Yes, thanks, Brady answered. When are you in court again, Judge? Not until Monday, right, Val? Kate couldn't believe how much had happened in 1 week. Was it just last Monday that she had presided over a trial, and Simone had been alive, and Mars and her scummy private life had been her own? TGIF, she said, and they all laughed. Right, Monday at 9, Judge, U.S. versus Blenheim, cocaine trafficking. Yay, crime that doesn't involve me. Kate laughed, and they all laughed again. She got funnier the more stressed she got. Danger agrees with me. She appointed an Emily. Blenheim, you're a case girl? Yes, Judge. Bench memo ready? Just finished it, and the final draft of the Simone opinion is on the call. Simone's opinion is on your chair. We'll talk about both after I get back from Chief Judge Sherman's chambers. Please make me a package to work over the weekend on Blenheim. And now I depart. Thanks again, gentlemen. Welcome, Judge, they answered. And Kate slipped into her office, closed the door behind her, and crossed to the phone. She sat down the message on her desk and sank into her chair, still in her robes. After 2 rings, the phone was answered. Graham? Kate? Yes, hi, sorry, Mr. Call. I just had a crazy guy loose in my courtroom. Film it alone, you're a whore. Kate, you're so famous. Graham sounded so cold that his voice had its own windshield factor. The news is all you all the time. I know this was really something. The FBI thinks he tried to kill me, but the Mossad disagrees, as do all sensible people. So, is any of it true in the newspaper? I'm fine, thanks. Kate found her thoughts straying to the man in the middle of the chaos in the courtroom watching her go. Nesbitt, he had been there, evidently looking out for her, and he had faxed the photo of Russo to Spec to safe. Kate, are you there? Yes, I asked you. Is it true? About me being stopped or the dating or the TV series, Kate asked, as if she didn't know. She watched the rain hit the window and run down in sooty rivulets like tiny polluted rivers. She was sure someone had ordered this ecological disaster just for her. I meant the dating, Graham answered. Is it true? You are beautiful, you know that? In a word? Yes. Impossible. A nasty, dirty whore. It happened? It's true? You go into those bars? Yes, but it's over. I can't believe it. I know. I'm sorry. You're sorry. I'm going to say this straight. I don't think we should see each other anymore. Kate eyed his roses, which weren't even drooping yet. In the flowers last longer than the relationship. Graham, why don't you give me a chance to explain it to you? There's nothing you can say. This party I was going to take you to on Saturday night? It's with all my best clients and their wives. They read the paper. Graham raised his voice, getting angrier. I've already gotten calls from 2 of them who knew I was seeing you. You know, you're a little bit different. And I'm not seeing you. You don't want to know what they said. No, I don't. Kate closed her eyes. She's a whore under them robes. You made me a laughingstock. We went out 3 times. It's not about you. Am I going to be in the TV show too? No, of course not. And you gave me that crap about babysitting and I fell for it. I was babysitting. I'm sorry. It's over. What if we had dinner and talked? I don't think so, Kate. This doesn't work for me. Kate nodded, suddenly maxed out. Okay, fine, I understand. Take care of yourself. You too, Kate said and hung up. She couldn't blame him, and she refused to feel sorry for herself. This wasn't the time or the place she had to move on. She got up, slid out of her robe, crossed to the closet, and hung it back up. Then she returned to her desk, lifted the bouquet of roses from their glass vase, and dropped them, dripping into the wastebasket. The cloudy water in the vase left a funky odor. Oh, just stockbroker, Kate said, to nobody in particular. She shook down her wrist so the gold bracelet slid out from under her black suit sleeve. She unfastened the clasp and the bracelet fell into her cupped hand. Give me a wrist. Kate opened her drawer, pulled out an envelope and slid the bracelet inside to be sent back to Graham. She had more important things to worry about, like Chief Judge Sherman. Chapter 32. Come in, Kate. Chief Judge Sherman rose from behind his desk and motioned to her with a smile. Please close the door behind your dear. Got it. Kate closed the door. Cigar smoked lingered in the air. I'm having tea. Shall I ask Mo to get you some? No, thanks. Kate entered his lovely office, crossing the oriental rug and passing the jewel-toned tapestry couch. Rain beat outside his window too because all of the chambers shared the eastern exposure, but it seemed less gloomy here. More men can desert light glowed from water-furred crystal lamps on the end tables, and Kate made a mental note to finally move into her office. Is it down? Sherman picked up his black reading glasses, and Kate seated herself in a club chair in front of his desk. Did you have some lunch? No, I'm not hungry. Kate had been trying to ignore the jumpy sensation in her stomach. She'd already thrown up this year. Our cafeteria has served delicious chicken today. Chicken marsala, imagine. Sherman chuckled, easing back into his chair. Aren't we fancy? Chief, let me say how sorry I am about all of this. Sherman raised a hand, still chuckling. I must say, when I was growing up, you know what I ate every day for lunch. Know what? Kate asked, playing along. If he was trying to put her at ease, it wasn't working. She could hardly meet his eye, and she'd been doing so well with the eye meeting this morning. Every day I went home for lunch. School was only 3 blocks from my house. I went to Marion Elementary in the suburbs. Do you know it? No, Mary is only 20 minutes outside the city. The golf club is there. Kate sensed she should know it, but she didn't. In any event, every day I'd go home for hot dogs with baked beans. Every day my brother and I ate the same thing. The only difference was that sometimes we put the hot dogs in the beans. In other days, we ate the hot dog on white bread. You know, that soft white bread. Wonder Bread, of course. Wonder Bread. Kate smiled. It is a funny name. Milled strong bodies, 12 ways. What 12 ways? Kate said, and they both laughed. They used to spray it with vitamins. Ah! Imagine if you tried that today. Think of it. At home, Ellen buys that artisanal bread from Whole Foods. Dark brown with what? Tree bark sticking out, for God's sake, Kate laughed. You can hardly dare to part with your teeth. I lose my bridge work every time. 55 grains or some such silliness. Milled strong bodies, 55 ways, right? Perfect, Kate? Sherman laughed heartily, holding his chest, his reading glasses still in hand. Their stems like crossed legs. Everything old is new again, isn't it? It sure is. Kate felt her stomach relax a little and eased back in the chair. Your master plan is working, Chief. I'm starting to feel better. Excellent, excellent. Sherman said, doing a passable Montgomery Burns, and they both laughed again. Then he cleared his throat. Tell me, Kate, how are you holding up through this travail? Not terrible, not great. I understand you're at quite a morning. Sherman nodded sympathetically. Tell me about the man in your courtroom today. It was bad, but it's fine now. Your attacker was unarmed. I understand from the Marshal Service. I figured. He wasn't really an attacker. He was more like a heckler. He began yelling during the colloquy and running wild. It disrupted the entire proceeding, and I got off the bench. Safely, I trust. Yes, Sherman nodded. The only problem with public service is the public, it seems. And yesterday, what happened? Kate had to think. Yesterday was the longest day of my life. I'm referring to the sentencing for conspiracy to distribute DAMA. Oh, right, Kate remembered. How had he heard about that, Meredith? I had to end the proceeding. Tell me what happened. I was unprepared, frankly. My house and chambers had just been broken into when I was distracted. Understandable. Russo is targeting you, it seems. Yes, definitely. He blames me for the ruling and for Mars's suicide. Terrible, just terrible. Sherman tisk-tisked. The risks we take as judges, the responsibility we carry. I hired a bodyguard. He's sitting in your reception area with the FBI agent as we speak. Between them and the marshals, I feel safe. Kate thought again of Nesbit in the courtroom. Good. Sherman sipped tea from a white porcelain mug with the tea bag hanging out. The little square of white paper fluttered on its string as the mug moved back to the desk. Why did you end the proceeding then? You mean Dama? I wanted to hold it when I was fully prepared. It's scheduled for this coming week, I believe. Kate made a mental note to check with Val. But you're on trial this coming week, US versus Blenheim. How will you do both? I'll squeeze it in somewhere. Kate answered, surprised. Sherman, as chief judge, had access to their dockets and schedules, but she hadn't realized he followed them that closely. There was another matter, I understand, that you canceled. There was? Kate had to think a minute. She hadn't expected to be talking about this after what had happened in the courtroom today. Where was this coming from? A pretrial motion. Shredder versus Eccles Industries. Oh, yes, right. Kate thought back nervously. That was what she'd canceled to go see Micah. I had to run out. I was following up on something about Russo. Did you reschedule that? The motion hearing? I'm not sure, but I will. Kate's stomach tensed. It's vacation over. Why do you ask, Chief? I got a call this morning from the parties. They needed a ruling on a question about an out-of-town deposition. Kate flushed. Oh, sorry. I guess I didn't call them back yet. It was a simple discovery matter, so I ruled during a break in my trial. Ma will send Val a copy of the order. Thank you. I also got a number of calls this morning from your colleagues, Bonner, Andrew, Gloria, Bob. Sherman paused. I couldn't field all of them because I was on the bench. I forget who else called. And Jonathan, he must have called. Yes, he did, of course. Almost all of them weighed in about this newspaper coverage today, and about your proclivities. Sherman smacked his lips as if the word had an aftertaste. Your colleagues tell me that you said the reports are true about these things. Yes, they are. Kate felt her stomach and face on fire, which might be a biological first. I say they were unanimous in their judgment, and I must say as a personal matter I'm very disappointed in you. I had such hopes for you. Sherman frowned behind his glasses. I knew you were young, but I was certain you'd mature into the position. I liked your style, I guess I should say. Through your different but refreshingly so, I saw you as the future of this court. We're used to. Kate felt like dying. We think as a court that its conduct done becoming. It hurts me to tell you this. Sherman slid off his glasses and examined his reading glasses as if he'd never seen them before. I normally wouldn't consider your personal life a matter for public discussion. But your whole public office, Kate. You're a public official. The duties you perform serve the public and the cause of civil and criminal justice. I know, Chief, and I'm sorry. It'll never happen again. I'm sure of that. I know you. At least I felt as if I did. You do, Kate rushed to say. All of us are married, as you know. We have families except for the one messy divorce every year, which is our annual allotment. At this, Sherman smiled slightly. We lead exemplary lives on and off the bench. We have to. The first canon of judicial ethics is that a judge must uphold the integrity of the bench. The comments require us to personally observe high standards of conduct. I know, Your Honor. Canon 2 instructs us to avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety in all activities, not merely those on the bench. I know, and I'm sorry. I was wrong. Kate felt like it was the quietest, longest, and most excruciating dressing down she'd ever had. I didn't think the prospect of this TV series about judges, of course, is completely unacceptable. I hate the idea, too. They're saying it's fictional, but no one will believe that. I don't want anyone making a TV show about my court." Sherman stiffened. "It's anathema to me. I assume you will file suit with your resources. I had heard that you've been in touch with Matt Sorian. He's exactly whom I tired Kate. A lawyer with teeth. Meriden, I did call Matt, but he advises me that I wouldn't win, and I agree. I've been thinking that suing would do more harm than good. I've decided not to sue." "How so? Why?" Sherman's lips parted in surprise. "You can't be seen as acquiescing. This is a question of appearances. You must sue." "No, I won't. I think it would bring more attention to the show." Kate had decided last night after talking to Gina. She wouldn't compound the damage she'd already done. It's protesting too much, giving it publicity, making it bigger than it is. You wouldn't be making it bigger than it is. Sherman frowned deeply and his tone took on a new urgency. "A Turn is at Law is a hugely popular show. Everyone watches it, even me. Ellen's book group switched their night to Monday because of it. I'm going to weather, Chief." Sherman set his reading glasses down quietly. "What are you saying?" "The relevant question is, can our court weather it? Are you saying you'll stand by and do nothing to stop this? To stop them from hurting our court?" "I have no choice, Chief." Sherman eyed her for a moment over his folded reading glasses. "Then I'll have no choice. You'll be leaving me no choice. If you don't sue, I'll have to ask you to resign." Kate almost fell off the chair. "Resign? From being a judge?" "Yes, of course. I'll have to ask for your resignation if you won't sue. At least that." Sherman shook his head as if the explanation were simple. "I have to protect our court, our judges, our staff. We all work too hard to get dragged through the mud on television. Or in the press, you have to sue Kate. Then you'd at least be doing something to remedy this terrible situation you created. Then at least I could defend you. Chief, this will die down. It has to. And not if they make a TV show about it. Not the way the press massages TV and vice versa." Sherman scoffed. "It's a 24-hour news cycle, as they say. And I cannot have the entire Eastern District on TV as news or entertainment. You tell me which is which nowadays. Kate, won't you sue? Please rethink your position." Sherman hunched over an appeal. "Give it a day. Confirm with Matt. You're not thinking clearly. You'll be an excellent judge someday, Kate. Don't throw it away. Don't make me ask you to step down. You don't have to." "Yes, I do, and I will if you don't sue." Sherman edged away in his chair, watching her as if from a distance. And Kate flashed forwarded on what it would be like to be frozen out of his friendship, much less off the bench. "But I just got on the court. I'm not giving it up. I earned this job." Kate thought about what Gina had said. You wanted the promotion, but did you want the job? And then she knew. Just as she was about to lose it. Maybe finally because she was about to lose it. "Chief, I want this job." "Then you should have taken better care of it." Sherman faced off with her over his desk. "We can do this easy or we can do this hard, resign or sue." Kate reconsidered it, her resolve wavering. It would be so easy to sue, just file the papers. Then she remembered. "But what's right for you might be wrong for Warren and me. I can't, then step down, I won't, then that's that, I tried." Sherman's tone hardened, and he shrugged, as if shedding her. "Effective immediately, your cases are reassigned. Blendtime, Dalma, all of them. You're off the bench. I'll reassign Val to another judge. Nobody wants those law clerks. They're on their own." "You can't do that, Chief. You don't have the power." "I most certainly do. I manage the dockets, and your docket just got cleared. You left me no choice. Federal judges hold their office only during good behavior." Kate rose. "The Constitution doesn't speak to this, Chief. And you don't have the power to execute even if it did." But Sherman had stopped listening. He rose too, then pulled a sheaf of papers from his desk and handed them across the desk. "This is a complaint of judicial misconduct against you. It will be filed by the end of the day." "A misconduct complaint?" Kate snatched the papers, but she was too emotional to read them. The misconduct statute wasn't meant for an overactive sex life. The statute is aimed at conduct on the bench, within the scope of office. Bias, conflict of interest, it doesn't cover me. Who drafted this, Jonathan? He feels very strongly that the court is being harmed. And now that we've spoken, I agree. Chief, this is insane. No, it's insane to sacrifice an entire court from one individual, no matter who it is. I won't have my court turned into a television spectacle. They'll still do the show. If you aren't on the court, it won't be about a sitting judge. It won't involve us any longer." Sherman bore down, leaning across the desk. "Kate, last chance, don't make me file against you. The complaint goes to the Chief Judge of the Third Circuit, And he can hold hearings, take testimony. Is that what you want? You want trial, a judge as the defendant. Oh no. Your misconduct is clear. It's all over the press and it affected the performance of your official duties. You just admitted as much. Admitted, Kate blinked. Where'd she heard that before? Russo at her door. You canceled important court appearances. You dismissed an ongoing proceeding because you were unprepared. I had to leave the bench to rule an emotion you hadn't rescheduled. Are you taping me? Kate looked around in disbelief, and Chief Judge Sherman flushed red. I have a court to protect, and so do you. No. Will you resign? Hell no. Kate turned on her heel and ran from the office. Chapter 33. Kate stormed into the unfamiliar chambers ahead of a bewildered Justin Case and Special Agent Brady. Meredith and Secretary looked up from her computer keyboard. Judge Fanti. Hi, Denise. Kate called over her shoulder, flinging open the door to Meredith's office and gesturing Justin and Brady inside. Follow me, gentlemen. Judge Meriton's going to need protection. Judge, Justin said. But Kate was already striding to Meriton's desk, where he sat on the phone in his shirt sleeves. His reptile flopped over his shoulder and his feet crossed on the desk. Say goodbye, Jonathan. Kate reached over and pressed down the hook. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? Meriton hung up the phone and whirled around in his chair facing her. I was on a very important phone call. Listen, you little bastard. Kate leaned over the desk. I was just with Sherman, and I saw the complaint you wrote. I know what you're trying to do, and I know why you're trying to do it, and you won't win. You should look at yourself in the mirror. No, you jerk. You had it in for me from the beginning. You were never a colleague. Kate glared into his baby blues and realized that not all monsters had scary red eyes. Some even wore starchy white collars and boring ties. You don't like me. You're jealous and you're mean, small, and petty. I don't have to take this. Meriton stood up. You threw me out of your office and I'll throw you out of mine. Don't bother. I'm going. I was dumb enough to hand you a card and you played it to the hilt. But this isn't over, because I know how to fight for my life, and you don't. You never had to, and so you're afraid. Oh, please. That's why you kept hatch marks on me, why you send your law clerks to spy, and why you run to Daddy all the time. You're not man enough to confront me, and you never will be. I'll win because you're afraid. You'll see. I'll hold my breath. Please do. Kate turned, shaking with anger, and stormed out of the office with Justin and Brady falling in place behind her. She stalked out to the reception area and threw open the chamber's door, then stormed down the hall to her own chambers. You all right, Judge? Justin asked while Brady kept his own counsel. Never better, Kate said, fuming. Bet the Mossad never taught you about a pissed-off Italian. No, watch and learn, pal. Kate was at her own door in the next few steps, and opened it just as Val was hanging up the phone. She knew from the secretary's shocked expression that she'd just been called by Sherman's office. Lord Kate, Val said, her tone hushed as a prayer. It doesn't waste any time, does he? He's suspending you? Looks that way. Val's hand flew to her mouth. I am so sorry, me too. Kate walked over to her desk, and the clerks came out of their office and gathered around for the way they always did. Except this might be the last time they did it. What's going on? Emily asked worriedly. What do you mean you're suspended? Can they do that? Sam went pale. Just could you screw around? Kate was beyond wincing. Definitely yes, at least until I figure out what to do about it. What's that mean for us? Sam asked, are we suspended too? Of course not, silly, Emily said, rolling her lined eyes, and Kate didn't have the heart to tell them what Sherman had said. Give me a minute, folks. Everybody go to their desks, please. I'll be right back. Kate hurried into her office, closed the door behind her, and made a beeline for the phone on her desk, pressing in the main number. Beaker and Hardigan said the quay of ring voice when the call connected. Mrs. Pershing. Matt Sorion, please. Judge Fonte, is that you? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Please hold. Mrs. Pershing said, and the next voice was Matt's. Matt, it's Kate. My God, Kate, I saw the papers. We both did. Listen, I have some hard questions, law review type issues. 1. Is it within the power of a chief judge to suspend a district court judge for off-the-bench sexual conduct? Obviously, the issue is what you read about in the paper. Well, Kate, wait. Hold on, there's more. 2. Does sexual misconduct rise to the level of judicial misconduct within the meaning of the statute? And 3rd, what is meant by good behavior in Article 3 of the Constitution? Kate, I can't undertake that research for you. Chief Judge Sherman just called. He called you? We just hung up. He's angry with me and with Beaker for advising you not to sue. What? What are you talking about? He has no right to do or say that. I'll tell you what I told him, that I did not so advise you. I merely suggested that your chance of prevailing would be low, and that the decision to sue or not to sue was a personal decision which you should make. What? Kate thought she'd entered a parallel universe where your boss taped your conversation and your partners betrayed you. That's not what you advised me at all, Matt. You advised me not to sue. That's not what I said. And what do you get off talking with Sherman or anyone else about my legal business? What about client confidentiality? You waived it, Kate. You spoke to him about my advice, and I thought it only fair to clarify what I told you. Clarify you lied, my speaking to him waives nothing, and you know it. I can't afford to have my legal advice misconstrued to the chief judge of our district court. Beaker can't afford that either, Kate. You, of all people, should understand. Screw you, too, Matt. Kate slammed down the phone just as there was a knock on the door. Come in, she called out, flustered, and the door opened onto two federal marshals, a bodyguard, and an FBI agent. Kate tried to recover. Yes, gentlemen. Judge Fandy? The marshals entered her office in their dark blue jackets, looking so somber that Kate felt a bolt of alarm. What is it? Is Russo back? Judge, we've been asked to escort you out of the building. But I'm not going anywhere, Kate said, and came up to speed, incredulous. Am I being thrown out of the courthouse? The clerk's office asked us to take care of it, Judge. We don't know any more about it. We're just doing what we're told. I'm with you wherever you go, Justin said. His lips pursed. So am I, Brady added. And Kate wondered fleetingly whether Justin and Brady could take the marshals. Okay, I'm going. Kate rose and looked around her desk, trying to think clearly. She hadn't seen this coming. She didn't think any of this could happen. What should she take? What should she leave? Would she ever come back? She hadn't even got the chance to went back. She picked up her purse and went to the door, smiling at the marshal. It was one she recognized. Please don't cuff me, Mel. I'd like to avoid the obvious handcuff joke. No cuffs, Judge, he smiled sadly. And Kate led her entourage out and into the reception area, where Val and the clerks were standing stricken. The clerks looked at her, blinking like baby chicks, and even Val looked worried as a mother hen. Kate said, "Nobody, freak. I'll get us out of this. Here's what matters. Val, they're going to reassign you. To who? I don't know yet. I'll assume they'll give you some time to organize my files. I'll need time. I just won't leave you. I can't just walk out of here. I don't want to." Kate raised a hand. Do what they say so you don't get in trouble. And remember, you're invaluable. Val threw her arms open and gave her a big hug, which still smelled like powder. Kate willed herself not to get choked up and turned to the law clerks. Guys, listen. Did either of you get job offers? Not yet, Emily answered, and Sam shook his head. Morgan just rejected me yesterday. Kate patted his tiny shoulder. Okay, don't worry. Take the weekend to put your life in order. Sleep in. Enjoy yourselves. Are we out of a job? Emily asked, upset. No, you work for me now, and I'm giving you both a vacation. Take some time off, I'll match your pay. In fact, I'll give you a raise, okay? You don't have to do that, Judge. Emily's eyes glistened, but Sam nodded. Yes, she does. I'll be in touch with you next week. Just don't worry. Kate gave them each a quick hug, went to the coat rack, and slid into her coat. See you later. Say goodbye to the courtroom deputy for me, she said, as she left her chambers. She held her chin up as they crowded silently into the tiny judge's elevator and rode it down to the judge's lobby, where Kate turned to Brady. You must be exhausted. Don't you have a shift change or something? That too will switch. Good. Kate turned to Justin. I'd like you to go over to a house on Meadowbrook Road and stay there until the end of the day. She gave him Gina's address. Then go back next week and the one after that. Stay there just in case Russo gets in somehow. You sure? Yes, thanks for everything. Kate shook his hand and nodded to Brady. We out of here? She asked. And she went through the door to the parking lot, got into her car and drove it out, picking up Brady's black-crowned Vic on her tail. By the time she reached the security kiosk, she took a ride onto 7th Street, then another on to race around the back entrance of the courthouse. Traffic was light, but the rain was heavy. And she cruised down the street, the windshield wipers thumping back and forth. And she stopped at the red light, numbly watching them beat, trying not to think about the fact that she'd lost everything she had in one stormy afternoon. She reached her street and took a left, stopped by the traffic and commotion she'd never seen before on her quiet street. A mob of reporters carrying umbrellas crowded the sidewalk in front of her house, and at least 8 boxy white news vans, each with its cheery multicolored logo, clogged traffic by parking on the curb, their microwave poles soaring into the storm like modern-day church spires. Oh no, Kate kicked herself. She should have realized that at least some media would be staked out in case she came home. She'd been too preoccupied to think ahead. She hit the gas, then braced. A WCAU TV news van stuck out into the street, preventing her from going forward. Kate threw the car into reverse just as one of the reporters spotted her, pointing with a surprised shout that was muffled by her car windows. Suddenly, photographers aimed still cameras at the car, their automatic flashes firing like tiny explosions. TV cameramen raised their video camera to their shoulders, pointing long lenses at her. Reporters started running toward her. Kate had to get out of there. She checked her rear view. The Crown Vic idled behind her. "Brady, move!" Kate yelled, signaling frantically for him to back up. But it was too late. Reporters banged on the window, shouting questions. "Judge, are you fit to serve on the bench? What do you have to say about reports on your personal life?" Klieg sprang to life, aimed at Kate in the car. "Judge Fandy, give us a comment." "Come on, any comment, Judge." "Look this way, Judge." "Put down the window, Judge." Kate slammed on the horn. She couldn't go back. Reporters swarmed the car. Brady stopped. She looked around for an escape. She couldn't get out of the car. She'd be imprisoned in the house. There, the sidewalk. "Judge, why are you dating the criminal element, Judge?" "Judge, where's your ex-husband?" "Judge, are you getting a cut from the TV series?" "Judge, are you going to sue?" Kate edged forward as if they weren't there, and the reporters parted when she didn't stop, springing out of the way, hollering after her car, filming and snapping away. Reporters ran after the car, but Kate drove up on the curb, then accelerated, avoiding a cameraman near the front bumper. She hit the gas and sped to the end of the street, then turned around the corner, driving away. News vans gave chase, but they were no match for the Mercedes 8-cylinder. Kate barreled through the city streets, hit the expressway at speed, and lost them all, including Brady. By the third exit, her cell phone started ringing. She flipped open the phone, tense and upset. "Yes, Brady, where are you, Judge? Listen, I think I won't be needing you for a while." "What?" Brady had to shout over the pouring rain. "You're on 95, I'm on 95, looking for you." "Brady, relax." Kate drove under the I-76 sign at the Art Museum exit. "I'm going out of town, and where I'm going, nobody will find me. Not the press, not Russo, not anyone. Judge, tell me exactly where you are, where you're going." "Thanks, Brady." "For everything," Kate said, and closed the phone. She didn't want him following her. She didn't want anybody following her. She'd had enough invasions into her privacy for a lifetime. She hit the gas, reaching 70, then 80, soaring away. She didn't exhale until she left the city limits. And 2 exits after that, she realized where she was going. The only place where no one could find her, because it didn't exist anymore. Chapter 34. Kate drove with the radio off, insulating herself from the news and leaving Philadelphia far behind. In time, the only sounds were the regular thumping of the rain on the car and the pounding of the big windshield wipers. And she switched on to the Pennsylvania Turnpike and drove north for an hour, finally beginning to relax only when she steered off the turnpike. She slowed the car and felt a calming inside, her heartbeat returning to normal at the familiarity of the sights. The First Energy Stadium, the truck accessories outlets, and the plywood gazebos for sale, interspersed with the onion domes of Ukrainian Catholic churches, their golden minarets and hatched crucifixes oddly exotic in the rural American landscape. The elevation changed at Pricetown, and Kate felt the slightest pressure in her ear, like the whisper of an old friend. The rain became sleet, and the car climbed over the wet bridge and into the snowy tree-covered mountains that embraced the road. The traffickers sparse her on this exact route through the Appalachians, and Kate drove over steep hills and down deep valleys, the motion making her aware of her own fatigue, as if she were being rocked to sleep. Snow began to fall, and she spotted a billboard for a Holiday Inn Express, got off Route 61 in Frackville, and pulled into an almost empty parking lot, where she grabbed her purse and got out of the car. The frigid air took her by surprise, and icy snowflakes bit her cheeks like tiny shards of glass, as if heaven itself was shattering and falling in pieces around her. When Kate woke up, she wasn't sure where she was. The room was pitch black, disorienting her, and she sat up uncomfortably hot. She still had her coat on and shrugged her way out of it, then rubbed her eyes. A window was in front of her. The curtains open and the hillside glowed a ghostly white from the new fallen snow. She turned around and found a clock by its green digital numerals glowing in the dark, 9:30. At night, Kate got up, walked around the bed, and found a switch which immediately cast a harsh light around the room, reminding her. Holiday Inn resigner Sue Russo after her Mars dead Simone murdered Gina and Warren. She searched around for her cell phone and saw that the display had gone black. Her battery was dead. She hadn't plugged it in, of course. She set it down and reached to the end table for the telephone. And her call connected after 2 rings when she said, "Gina, Kate, I've been calling your cell. Are you okay? I heard there was a crazy guy in court." "You're a whore." "Oh, that, I'm fine, really." "Where are you?" "A Holiday Inn in Frankville." "You're kidding." "Is Frankville near Frankville?" "What are you doing in Frankville?" "I got out of Dodge. I was over the press." Kate considered telling her she was suspended, then let it go. "Don't turn the TV on then. You'll freak." Kate sighed. "How's the baby?" "Fine, we still hate the new speech therapist." "Hey, why didn't you just come here?" "After last night, I think you guys are better off if I stay away. By the way, did you get the bodyguard I sent you? Justin? He's parked out front. You didn't have to do that." "Yes, I did. So why don't you come over here now that we're all safe?" "No thanks. I feel better away from it all." "When are you coming back?" "God knows. After the weekend. What about work? Don't you have court?" "I'm not on the bench until later. Much later. Nesbitt was here today. He came and got his car. Nice guy. He was asking about you." "Habba happa." Kate flashed on Nesbitt, watching her from the middle of the courtroom. "Calm yourself. I'm never having sex again." "Who's talking about sex? I'm talking marriage." "Oh, wait. The baby's about to knock over a glass. I'll let you go. I'm fine and I'll call you later." "Okay, stay in touch. Love you, me too." Kate hung up, suddenly aware that she was hungry and thirsty. She grabbed her bag, found her card key, and left, walking across the parking lot to a Cracker Barrel. The air was black, the night starless, and her blonics were wet by the time she reached the restaurant, warming instantly at the sight of its ersatz coziness. Antique ladles and strainers hung from the ceiling, and its fake country store sold cast-iron skillets, goo-goo pies, and souvenir sweatshirts that reminded Kate she had no clothes. She bought a tourist sweatsuit, a stash of Trident gum, and a takeout meatloaf called Comfort by the slice, then carried her booty back to her Holiday Inn, where she ate, showered, and slept her way through to Sunday morning, ignoring all media until she picked up the free news for the night. She picked up the free newspaper and the hotel lobby. Schuylkill Sunday. Kate guessed that it wouldn't mention her secret sex life. She got upstairs and skimmed the newspaper at her desk over Cracker Barrel's country morning breakfast. Soft, indirect light filled the room, reflecting off the pristine snow outside the window, and Kate felt rejuvenated for the first time in days until her gaze fell on the date on the newspaper. On February 23rd, the anniversary of her mother's death. She felt a familiar tightening in her chest. Her mother had died 17 years ago of an aneurysm. Today. Ring! The phone jarred Kate from her thoughts. Gina was the only person who knew she was here. She crossed to the end table and picked it up. A man's voice said, "Judge." Kate went silent, the fear rushing instantly back. "It's Nesbitt, Stephen Nesbitt." "Oh, geez." Kate sat down on the bed, relieved. "How did you know I was here?" "Your friend Gina. She called me at the Roundhouse and said you were going home. She's worried about you." "I'm fine. It feels good to be alone, me and my Cracker Barrel. I'm developing a taste for Velveeta on iceberg wedges. You called off the feds in your bodyguard as eating pancakes at Gina's. You think that was a good idea?" "Yes. When are you coming back?" "I don't know." Kate hesitated to tell him she'd been fired, but he already knew much worse about her, so she did. "I figured Sherman for a much better man than that." "Thanks," Kate said, touched. "I don't know if you're safe up there. We still don't have Russo, and Frackville's not that far from the city. But how would he know I'm here?" "He could dig a little. He knows there's a state prison in Frackville. All of us do." "Does your buyers show your hometown?" "No, and Frackville isn't my hometown anyway." Kate had made sure to keep that to herself in the snotty Philly bar. "Up here, I feel safer than I have in a long time." "I won't take that personally." Kate caught herself. "I didn't mean it that way. I could call the local police, ask them to check in on you." "No, that's okay. I doubt they can spare the car, and I like that no one up here knows my story. Or cares. Look, it's Sunday and I'm off duty. I could come up, keep an eye on things, we could have dinner," and Nesbitt added quickly, "Obviously I don't mean anything by it. I mean, well, you know what I mean, not like a date." "Abba haba." more above the call, like in the courtroom. "I got you in. I'll get you out. I told you that. So what do you say? Should I come up tonight? February 23rd. Probably not. It's the anniversary of my mother's death. I might go visit the grave. I could sit in the parking lot. Keep an eye out. That's okay, thanks. Well, I'll give a call and check in on you. Take care, Judge." Kate set the receiver down on the hook, feeling a warmth that evaporated when she eyed the snow-covered scene outside the window, bracing herself for what was to come. Chapter 35. Kate's was one of the few cars on Route 61 which had been plowed and salted, its shoulders triangles of clumped snow. She felt fortified by a fresh cup of Mobil Station coffee, her windshield newly cleared by a cheap scraper. The route snaked around tree-covered hillsides into the town of Ashland, and she traveled the main drive, which ended in an immense bronze statue of Whistler's mother, sitting atop the peak of the hill. She looked away as she passed its pedestal, which read, "A mother is the holiest thing alive." The road was a single lane each way and the modest houses built close to the street. She drove through the entire town in about 10 blocks, then traveled straight up a steep grade and reached the mountain that signaled she had arrived home. A tall white sign marked the spot, but it didn't bear the town's name. Instead, this sign read, "Warning, danger." Kate felt an angry twinge inside her chest as she passed the sign, following Route 61 as it had been rerouted to the right and traveled to the summit, where the school and church used to be. Sitting across the street from each other like family at a holiday table, St. Ignatius Cemetery was off the road on the left. Her mother was buried there, but Kate wasn't ready for that yet. She drove ahead, down the valley, passing the abandoned landfill where it had all begun. Locust Avenue, as this stretch had been called, used to be lined with two-story row houses, but the houses were gone. Kate descended into the valley and encountered a sight that looked like hell on earth. The trees were dead, their tops stumps and their branches reaching brittle into the gray sky. Green street signs remained, jutting pointlessly from the new fallen snow. Billowing smoke burned from various holes and wafted in white drifts that rolled across Locust Street. The smoke looked as innocent as the homey white curls from a chimney, but it contained carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and toxic steam. Its stench, acrid and sulfurous, seeped into Kate's car. The odor defined her childhood, along with baking apple pie and Play-Doh. It used to make her lightheaded, and her mother had been among the first to realize that it wasn't her child who was sick. It was the town. A fire had been raging underground for decades, fueled by a seam of anthracite coal that lay under Centralia and the surrounding towns. The fire started back in 1962 in the dump behind Kate's school, and state and federal governments botched chances to put out the fire when it was still possible. As a result, row houses that had housed 1,400 people had been demolished, and the town had ceased to exist. Whoever said you can't go home again must have been from Centralia. Kate took a left, then another, driving up the street, the toxic smoke momentarily engulfing the Mercedes. She held her breath and pulled up at the top of the street, where her house used to be. Under the snow, only a rim of black asphalt remained of their sidewalk, and a sinewy trail of poisoned smoke snaked from where her living room had been. The gases had seeped in through their basement, causing her mother to fall asleep in her recliner at night. The Fanties were told that the gas levels were safe, but they still kept the windows open on the coldest winter nights and shared a gas monitor with neighbors, placing it in the basement so that its alarm would wake them before the poisoned gas sent them to a more permanent slumber. Kate eyed the snake of poisoned smoke in the middle of the ghost town that was her hometown. Time to go. She turned around and drove to St. Ignatius Cemetery, set among the bare trees. Steam rose everywhere around the graves. Local lore always held that the mine fire never reached underneath St. Ignatius, but Kate doubted it. Her mother had still wanted to be buried here. Kate drove through the gates, left open, but the asphalt road up the center hadn't been plowed. She cut the ignition, got out of the car, and steeled herself. The cold air hit her fully in the face, along with the awful sulfur odor, and she flipped up the collar of her coat. She approached her mother's grave, her jaw set and her chest constricted. She stood almost immobile at the corner, her feet in warm slush, reading a monument she had never seen before because she could never bring herself to visit. Deirdre Afonte, it read April 10, 1937 to February 23, 1989. Underneath was Beloved Mother because that said it all. Kate bowed her head and her gaze fell upon the rounded monument next to her mother's. A tiny white angel, its cherubic cheeks pitted from the natural and unnatural elements in the air. William Fante, January 11, 1970 to January 11, 1970. Kate's baby brother, stillborn. He had been born severely underweight, his brain underdeveloped. Her mother didn't have the heart for the autopsy. She would tell Kate much later. The cause of death was filling their nose and making their eyes water anyway. Kate felt suddenly stiff as she looked at the miniature tombstone. Her brother's birth and death marked the before and after of her mother's life. Before, her mother had been a vital woman, a natural force, a blonde of the flashiest magnitude. Her star brightly set in relief against this dark, grimy mining town. Kate remembered her as laughing, dancing, and making jokes before the baby was born and died. Her mother never recovered, blaming herself, the gases, the mine fire, and the borough council. Her father left them just after. Kate bit her lip, realizing she hadn't brought any flowers for either of them. This cannot be, was still all she could think, and then tears came to her eyes, too persistent to deny. She sniffled, getting a snootful of sulfur dioxide when she heard the sound of a car door slam. A red Toyota was parking in front of the cemetery, and an older man in a gray cabbie hat had gotten out. She wiped her eyes with her hand and heard crunching behind her as the old man made his way up the road, stooped and with difficulty. He seemed to be heading in her direction, and she moved aside to give him room to pass. "Hello," the old man said, giving her a friendly little wave, a pass of gray wool gloves with brown leather palms. "Hello." Kate wiped her eyes again, remembering that people in small towns always said hello. She'd been in Philly too long. When he drew closer, she asked, "Am I in your way?" "No, not at all." The old man smiled pleasantly, his teeth even, and brushed back a sparse fly-away white thatch that had fallen over his lined forehead. His light blue eyes flashed with liveliness behind his bifocals, and he had a bony nose, pink of the tip. "Pardon me, but aren't you dear Dr. Kate?" Kate felt her lips part. "Yes, my, you have your mother's good looks." The man smiled again, offering his handshake. He was tall, almost 6'1" and too thin even in a navy blue down jacket. He wore tan Timberlands with his brown slags. "How nice to meet you finally. My name is Ed Bell." "Hello, Ed," Kate said, though she didn't recognize the name. "Edder was very proud of you. My condolences on this very sad day." "Yes, thank you." Kate felt mystified. "How did you know my mother?" "Edder was an old friend of mine, a very dear friend. We knew each other after you left for college." Kate thought back. "I didn't see you at the funeral. You were too upset to see anything that day." Mr. Pell's eyes strayed to the grave, and Kate watched them move across the headstone, reading it. After a moment, he said, "It's funny. All of fussing and the fighting, the things that matter so much in life, all come to nothing in death." He grew suddenly sad, the crease from his nose to his chin deepening. "Excuse me, would you?" "Of course." He shuffled to the head of the grave in the snow, and Kate reached out to support his elbow as he leaned slowly over and placed a bouquet of pink carnations at the foot of the monument. "Oh, my love dear," he said softly. "What?" Kate had no idea who this man was, and she asked him, and she almost didn't believe the answer. Click on the like button, share this audio with your friends, and also comment on this audio story. Thank you for supporting our channel.
Hi, our friends. We hope you liked the previous two parts, so let's listen to this audiobook's last part. Before you begin to listen, we are asking you to subscribe to those who haven't subscribed yet. Click on the like button, share this audio with your friends, and also comment on this audio story. Thank you for supporting our channel. That's stimulating us. Work on the more audiobooks that we will upload soon. Here we are, a maroon sweater vest over a white shirt, well worn but spotless. Amount of tea is Coco K? It's a classic bait and switch, I'm afraid. Thanks. Kate Rose accepted the glass and set it down on a quart coaster on the table. You mind if we share the couch? Ed came around the coffee table and gestured at the cat. I can't disrupt Mr. Puggy. He looks asleep, but he's on the job, you know. Has a paperweight for chairs. Kate smiled. How old is he? He's 75-15. Kate laughed and so did Ed. Well, this is nice to have you here, he said, patting his leg and leaning back, regarding her through the bottom half of his bifocals. You do look so much like Deirdre. Yes, you're almost a carbon copy. Ed searched her face in a way that managed not to be creepy. You have her blue eyes and the exact same color of her hair. You're both lovely women. Thank you. And she was so proud of you, as I said, of your record as a student, and she was so thrilled that you were going to law school. So you knew her just before she died? Yes, Kate felt a twinge. Her mother's life insurance had paid for her tuition at Penn Law. She never could have afforded it otherwise. Oh, she would have loved to see you become a judge. Even with your troubles of late, I've been following them in the newspaper. Ed shook his head. Up here, Philadelphia seems like a different world with its murders and such. Oh, Kate said, surprised. She didn't realize that he knew she was a judge. Bait and switch indeed. Oh, now I can see I've gone an upset year. My apologies, Ed frowned. I can be too blunt. My wife always says that. Your wife, Kate, glanced around. It was clearly a man's apartment. Everything's set up for one. I'm a widower. My wife, Melinda, died 3 years ago. I met her at a photography class I was teaching. Did you come up for the day today to visit Deirdre? No, I've been up. Kate started to explain, then stopped herself. How did you meet my mother? I used to be an investigator. Here, I brought this out to show you. It's my favorite snap of us. Ed pulled a curled photograph from his sweater vest. Don't judge my photographic abilities by it, please. We took it with the self-timer on the camera. Set it on a ledge at a custard stand on the boardwalk. The boardwalk. Kate took the photo. It was of her mother and Ed, both grinning broadly, their cheeks pressed together. The sun shone high in a cloudless blue sky and shimmered on the sea behind them. They were giggling, their arms around each other, their love palpable. Kate couldn't get over it. Her mother with this man, and happy even after. I have many, many pictures of your mother. You do? Kate asked, gazing at the photo. She held it under the low lamp light with wonderment. Boxes and boxes, she was my favorite subject. Ed nodded, his mood lifting. That one was taken on a trip to the Jersey Shore, Atlantic City. My mother went to Atlantic City. I didn't think she went anywhere. Ed frowned behind his bifocals. Don't be so hard on her. It was so hard for her to be happy. You must know that. I do, Kate said, oddly chastened. I believe it was what did us in ultimately. She just couldn't permit herself to be happy again. After her baby died that way, she thought the fire had something to do with it. The fumes. I think she was right. It may have, if the government had paid them sooner. She would have moved in a minute. So how long did you see her for? Ed squinted, thinking. We met in the spring of '87, and we saw each other for the next year and a half. I asked her to marry me on my birthday. I told her the best gift she could give me was her heart for the rest of my life. So I blocked her in. She had to say yes. Ed laughed, and she did. Ed nodded unmistakably proudly, and Kate tried to process the information. So you saw each other for a year and a half, and even got engaged, and she didn't tell me. I talked to my mother every other day at least. She didn't want us to tell you. I think that was part of her guilt over her own happiness. It was as if, by telling you, she was afraid of being judged. But I wouldn't judge her. I'd be happy for her. Kate felt confounded. I used to tell her to go out and date. No, she was judging herself. Ed swallowed visibly, so about a month after that, she told me she couldn't see me anymore, that we weren't getting married. Even gave me back the ring, though I didn't want it. She was punishing herself the rest of her life for the baby's dying. Kate knew he was right. She had even suggested her mother get therapy, but Shed refused, and a month after that, she died. I read it in the obits. It was so sudden. Ed sighed, falling silent for a somber moment, and so did Kate. She was in such good health. It took me by surprise. I kept thinking she'll come to her senses someday. We could have had a wonderful life together. I'm sure, Kate said, eyeing the room. She would have wanted just this for her mother. This warm, comfy place with this caring man. And the next minute, she told him as much, and he looked up with a sad little smile. Thank you. I hate that she's buried in Centralia, the fumes, the fire. It's like she consigned herself to hell forever. Like Kate heard herself say it, though she had never thought of it that way until this moment. Her gaze fell again on the photo. How did you meet again? I went to see her for my job. You said you were an investigator? For a law firm up here, John Bobber's firm. You know, Goel 1-800-12. Ed laughed. John got all the big cases those days. Mall class actions, birth defects, stillbirth, cerebral palsy, and all those breathing disorders, COPD, asbestos, black lung, and emphysema, especially in Centralia area. My job was to keep an eye on the hospitals and the morgues for unreported cases for potential members of the class. So what did my mother have to do with that? Was it because of the stillbirth? No, your father. Kate frowned. What about him? When I saw that he died of black lung, I went to see your mother and see if she wanted to join the class. Black lung? Kate blinked confused. My father didn't die of black lung. He had a heart attack. No, it was black lung. His death certificate said so. Coal workers knew moconiosis. That was my job, to review the death certificates in the region for black lung or any similar disease. Progressive massive fibrosis or silicosis. Most of those cases were in Kentucky, Virginia, and West Virginia, but plenty were up here. My beat was the mining counties: Schuylkill Carbon, New Zealand, Northumberland, Lackawanna, Columbia, and Dauphin. Sullivan County, too. Kate listened, reeling. Black lung. Usually I heard somebody got sick and went to visit while they were alive, or on oxygen, at home or in the hospital. They all got sick sooner or later, but a few would slip through the cracks, like your father, and I'd pick him up when I reviewed the death certificates. They used to pay a clerk to tip us off, too. Do you remember where you found his? Columbia County, I think. He stayed close to Santradia. Your mother told me he didn't see you much. Not at all. That's too bad, Ed said with sympathy. Then I used to go find the family and see if they wanted to sign up. They usually did. They'd be mad as hell about the black lung. They'd authorize the release of the medical records, and I'd review them and see if they qualified for the clerks. Which they always did, if they wanted in. Is this really news to you about your father? Yes, my mother said he died of a heart attack. No, black lung. He died young from it. It was only 50. Most miners die or at least show symptoms around that age. A shortness of breath, wheezing coughs that won't quit. Ed wrinkled his bonny nose. I don't buy all that hooey about when coal was king. Coal was hell for miners, but my father wasn't a miner. Yes, he was. Can't die from black lung and not be a coal miner. It's caused by the coal dust that gets in the lungs. I know, but Kate didn't finish the sentence, as she knew what her own father did for a living. At least she had thought she did. He had a motorcycle shop. I went to it when I was little. I remember. She did remember. The visits stamped on her brain with a child's impressionism. The shop was dark and smelly and a little cold. He went there every day. I still have a t-shirt with the name of the shop on it. Mike's Bikes. Maybe he did that for a time. But Deirdre told me he was a miner. You can't be right. We had motorcycles parked out front of the house. All the time people came to see him. Kate flashed on the engines, roaring. The black exhaust smoke, her father's greasy hands. Maybe he became a miner after he left? That's not what Deirdre told me, or what the certificate showed. She told me he mined, and she wasn't surprised when I told her what he died of. Ed brightened. Then she told me they were divorced. So I asked her out. But my father wasn't a miner, Kate repeated, then remembered something. The small bathroom wastebasket at their house used Kleenex tissues, stained with black dirt against the white. Don't touch that. She told me no, said she didn't want to date anyone. She had her job up at the school and she was busy. I didn't know then about the baby, of course. So I called her about 50 more times, and she finally gave up. The only woman I ever met was a will stronger than my own. For a second, Kate could almost hear something. An echo, the heck of a cough first thing in the morning. A racking that wouldn't stop. Was she imagining it? Was it the power of suggestion? We didn't go out much in the beginning, but after a while we did, and always out of town. I told her she used to make me feel like we were cheating. I figured out it wasn't your dad. She felt like she was cheating on. Ed slapped his leg. Oh no, I'll go get you those pictures. I keep the boxes in my little office. Ed shuffled from the room, leaving Kate with her questions. Why had her mother kept Ed a secret? Why had she kept her father's job a secret? Then she realized the answer with a start. She hung her head, and by the time Ed returned with a cardboard box, she felt overwhelmed by sadness. With one little fact, everything about her family was explained once and for all. As she reached for her cola and took a shaky sip. This is only the first box. Ed set the box down and pushed back the strand of white hair that had fallen onto his forehead. But it could take all afternoon to go through them. That's okay with me if it's okay with you." Kate looked up at Ed, who was reaching into the box and handing her a first stack of photos. "Well, did you figure out why they didn't tell me about the black lung?" Ed stopped the photo stack in midair and his cheer vanished. "My father had to have been a bootleg miner. That would explain it. But he had the bike shop in the day, but he mined at night, right?" "Probably." Ed set the photos down on the coffee table. "Don't judge too harshly, Judge. A bootleg miner was only a petty thief, a man who poached coal and undersold it to make extra money on the side. It's a tradition going back to the Molly Maguires. But in Centralia, you know what it means to be a bootlegger as well as I do. As well as my mother did. Part of the reason the mine fire couldn't be put out was because of the bootleg mines. Wasn't that right? Bootleg mines didn't show on the mine maps." Ed nodded, his lower lip buckling. "Yes, bootleg miners did what's called robbing back, working the mine the wrong way back to front, chipping away the coal pillars that were left to support the mine roof. It took out the pillars, collapsing the mines. It made it impossible to stop the fire when the government filled the shafts with fly ash in the 70s and again in the 80s. Kate felt a wave of shame. She must have known he was bootlegging, of course, but it was extra money and times were tough. Nobody liked the bootleggers, it's true, but mostly they looked the other way. They hated the coal company even more. They couldn't foresee the fire, that the bootlegging would jeopardize everyone, the entire town. And a little baby, Kate added, dry-mouthed. No wonder she blamed herself. Ed fell silent, and she reached over and picked up the photos to meet the stranger who was her beloved mother. Chapter 37. It was almost dark by the time Kate was back in the car, driving south toward the Holiday Inn in Frackville. Trees etched crooked black lines against the overcast sky, an odd gray-purple that deepened to ink behind the mountains. The temperature had dropped to 28 degrees according to the car thermometer. And the tires rumbled where cold tread met salted road. Only a few cars traveled Route 61, and there was an old black Continental behind her. Don't touch that. Kate had spent the afternoon looking at the photos Ed had taken. Her heart felt full and her head tired. An emotional exhaustion weakened every muscle in her body. Ed had served her a thick cheeseburger and a hot coffee, which revived her for the drive. It had also given her a full box of photographs, and it sat beside her on the passenger seat, along with something else. Don't touch that. Kate kept her foot on the gas as an old Continental switched into the fast lane to pass her. Her thoughts rumbled long. She would never have guessed that her father had been a bootlegger. Her mother had carried that pain to her grave, lying now beside the child whose death she believed Shed caused. Don't touch that. Kate bit her lip, driving down into the next valley, where it grew darker. And she had always sensed the whispers about her and her mother, and thought it was because her mother wanted more for her. But maybe the gossip was about her father. Bootlegging couldn't have been an easy secret to keep in a town of miners. No one would have been fooled by their secret. No one except their 3-year-old. The Continental switched lanes to get in front of her, its red taillights vivid in the darkness, the 2 round red eyes against the black. Kate flashed on a fleeting memory. The red-eyed monster with the black face, her childhood fear. Shed's seen it in her house, coming through the front door at night. Shed run screaming to her mother. "Adjust your eyes, planned tricks on you." Kate stared into the red taillights of the black car. It wasn't a monster coming through their front door. It was a miner coming home from bootlegging, his face black with cold dust, his eyes red and irritated. Her father, it all made sense, jibing with what Ed had told her. So many secrets, consuming them all as a family, burning them alive in a town afire. A passing truck jolted Kate out of a reverie, and she decreased her speed, approaching Centralia. Steam rose like ghosts from the earth, and it killed her to think that her father had contributed to this calamity and her mother had been complicit. She steered the car through steam, hot and wet enough to leave momentary condensation on the windshield, and began the drive up the hill to St. Ignatius Cemetery. She parked outside the gates, set her emotions aside, and cut the ignition, then grabbed what she needed and got out of the car. The frigid air hit her in the face, more brutally than it had this morning, and she walked up the center aisle of the graveyard, yanking her coat close to her neck, and trying not to breathe. It was almost dark and steam rose everywhere, rolling in eerie drifts across the marble gravestones and shrouding the stone crucifixes. Kate froze at a shadow behind the smoke, then it was gone. Just your eyes playing tricks on you? Kate steeled herself. She had something important to do. The task wouldn't get easier, and the sky wouldn't get lighter. She made her way to her mother's grave, and its smooth rose marble seemed to glow in the red, lessening light, as if the memorial had managed to marshal every last particle of luminescence. Kate blinked back tears, feeling more fully than ever how much she loved her mother, and how sorry she felt for all her suffering, so needless, even now that she knew her secret, and her sacrifice too. You should have kept this, Mom, Kate whispered, bending over and plunging her fingers into the cold snow, then burrowing deeper until she hit earth, scratching a tiny hole. Then she took the small black box containing the engagement ring and placed it inside the hole, burying it with snow. I love you, I love you. She wiped her eyes and turned to go. It was getting dark fast and colder, and she was beginning to feel woozy and nauseated from the gas. Goodbye, Mom. Kate made her way down the road, her feet getting colder in the soaked sneakers. She reached the gates and headed toward the car, digging in her pockets for the keys. Smoke rose around her, and she held her nose, accidentally dropping the keys. Damn! She squinted at the snowy ground in the dark. A wave of smoke obscured her view, and she got a powerful whiff of toxins. Kate waited for the nausea to pass, but it didn't. She bent over, but couldn't see the keys in the snow, even though the black plastic should have been easy to spot. She plunged her hands into the nearest snowdrift as she heard the sound of a car coming up the road. Two headlights on high beams appeared over the crest of the hill, and Kate took advantage of the temporary illumination to search the snow. She kept fishing and heard the sound of the car as it accelerated. She looked up, struck by a vague sense of alarm. The car was going too fast to make the sharp turn down the new part of Route 61. She could get hit if it didn't turn soon. Kate straightened up, and what happened next went so fast. She couldn't do anything but react. The car gunned its engine, accelerating. The dark hood sped toward her with frightening speed. Kate heard herself scream and sprang out of the way, diving headlong into the plowed snow by the side of the road. She rolled away just as the car zoomed past her, spraying snow and salt into her face, aiming straight for the Mercedes. Metal crashed metal with an ear-splitting bam. The dark car slammed into the Mercedes' trunk. The impact sent the car sliding into a snowbank. Exhaust filled Kate's face, and she screamed again, scrambling frantically away. She popped bolt upright in time to see the car's red taillights as it sped away, carousing crazily down Route 61. Her heart jumped through her coat. She was too stunned to think. Her stomach roiled in protest. She scrambled to her feet, brushing wet snow from her cheek and digging a clump from her neck. Snow soaked her sweatpants and covered her coat. What was going on? She could have been killed. Haven't the driver seen her? Was he drunk? She ran to the Mercedes and saw its back end smashed. The trunk lid had popped up, but the front end of the car looked untouched. She could still drive it if she could find the damn keys. She had to get out of here. She had no phone. There were no police in Centralia. She was too far from any of the few remaining houses, even if they were occupied. Her car would signal roadside assistance, but it could take forever for a tow truck to get here. Suddenly she heard a car coming back up the road. Her gut tensed. Two headlights popped over the crest of the hill from the other way. She couldn't tell if it was the same car. If it was the same driver, he already knew she was here. If it wasn't, Shed, get the help she needed. Help! Help! Kate hurried around the Mercedes and waved her arms frantically. It was a dark car. She couldn't tell the make. The driver switched his high beams on. She waved, ducking behind her car just in case. Please help! Suddenly the dark car charged the Mercedes, its engine roaring. No! Kate screamed at the top of her lungs, jumping backwards as the dark car barreled into the Mercedes. She was almost pulled under her car as it piled her way, but staggered backwards. She caught a glimpse of the driver. His teeth clenched in rage. Rusa. Help! Kate screamed at the top of her lungs, her desperation echoing through the hills. He must have followed her up here. She took off in sheer panic. Smoke wafted around her, muddling her thinking, intensifying her nausea. The car gunned its engine and she ran for her life. stumbling in her wet sneakers. She stopped screaming. No help would come. She'd have a better chance if she didn't betray her position. Her breath went ragged as it hit the icy air, mixing with a swirl of toxic fumes. A phosphorescent sign stood in her path. Danger. Ground prone to sudden collapse. Dangerous gases present. The sign stood at the north end of the old Route 61, now closed off. Kate knew the old route by heart, and it gave her an idea. She ran past the sign, her breathing labored in the poisonous air. Russo must have been reading her mind, because in the next second, she saw his car, visible by its headlights, driving over the hump placed as a barrier at the head of the old Route 61. The car's grill bounced as it bounded past the sign, spraying snow from its tires. Russo was going to run her down or get close enough to shoot her. But Kate knew this terrain. She fought to think through her confusion. She could see the stripped tree trunks in front of her, black shadows against the snow. She prayed the ground didn't collapse beneath her. She bolted behind the cemetery, her hands hitting stray branches. She fell in the snow, then got up. She climbed higher up the hillside. She knew was there. It was the only point on the summit higher than the cemetery. A shed played on it all the time as a kid, since it was so near school. She tried to run fast and lightly so the ground wouldn't give way under her. Darkness descended the higher she climbed. The only illumination came from below, the headlights of the dark car as it swung around. The high beams swept beneath her, cutting a lethal swath through the smoky air. Go, go, go! It was pitch black, no street lights or highway lights, no moon, nothing to delineate the terrain. To anybody who didn't know every inch of it. Her heart hammered. She kept running alongside the hill, not wanting to go too high because the land fell off behind. She prayed she was remembering right. Fumes filled her nostrils. She couldn't think. Russo drove below, going straight, approximating the road she knew, curved sharply off to the right. He wouldn't see that. The road followed the curve of the mountain. He wouldn't anticipate that. It was her only chance. Kate watched him slow his speed, looking for her. Smoke surrounded them, obscuring everything. The mine fire raged underneath. Russo stopped at a smoking rent in the road. The asphalt ruptured like an earthquake. Kate prayed he fell in from his car's weight. She covered her nose to keep her wits about her. Russo careened around the steaming fissure. Kate bolted along the hillside, bracing herself on dead trees, trying not to breathe too deeply. Russo caught up to her on a parallel track, almost time to put her plan into action. And soon Russo would get out of the car and hunt her down on foot. She ran harder, panting. Now, Kate ran down the hill in the dark, wet and bedraggled, kicking up snow all around her. She cut the mountain at a diagonal toward the car, then half ran, half stumbled down onto the unplowed road. The engine gunned. Russo accelerated toward her, snow pinwheeled from the tires, and Kate took advantage of her brief head start. She gathered all her strength and bolted across the front of the car. The car burst forward, but she was past. Crack! A gunshot exploded over her shoulder. Kate screamed in terror. A bullet seared her cheek now. She threw herself down onto the hill and dove into the snow, grabbing for a tree trunk. She hugged it with all her might and scrambled for purchase with her feet. In the next second, Russo followed her at top speed. Old Route 61 curved to the right under the snow, but Kate had led him to the left. It had worked. The dark car sailed right over her head. She buried her face in the snow. Heat, dirt, stones, and pebbles rained down on her like a storm from hell. The car flew over the side of the hill, into thin air. The next sound she heard was Russo's scream, joining in others. Hers. Then the hideous crash of his car, smashing into the highway below. Debris and broken branches roiled down the hill around her head, and the next minute everything felt quiet. Russo couldn't hurt her anymore. Kate should have felt horror or relief, but a terrible sleepiness took over. Smoke curled from the wooden embankment. Fog clogged her nostrils. Tears filled her eyes. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't muster up a single thought. She felt distanced from herself. She didn't know if Russo survived the crash or if had died. Her consciousness dissolved into smoke. She told herself to hold on to the tree, but her grip began to loosen. Her sopping sneaker lost its foothold. Her eyes closed drowsily. She was so very tired. It had been a long, long day. If she could only put her head down and rest on a pillow. On a shoulder, a man's shoulder, not Graham's.
Nesbitt's.
Don't touch that. Chapter 38. Kate woke up to Nesbitt's face in soft focus fog. For a minute, she wasn't sure if she was dreaming. He looked worried, so it couldn't be a dream. Nobody worried in dreams. Also, she didn't dream about Nesbitt. Much. Good morning, Judge, Nesbitt said, and Kate blinked. Is it morning? She said. Her mouth felt dry. I'm joking. Nesbitt checked his watch. It's 9 at night. Oh, Kate felt her head begin to clear. The room came into hazy focus. She was lying in a hospital bed with pull-up plastic rails, like blue walls and a window on the right, its blue patterned curtains drawn. An oxygen tube was under her nose, a mounted TV played on mute, a basketball game in too vivid color. How do you feel? I feel good. Kate thought a minute. She didn't hurt anywhere. She felt really happy. Why am I so happy? It's the drugs. I feel so calm. Kate smiled and Nesbitt smiled back. It makes a nice change. What happened to me? Did I fall off a cliff? No. They found you by the side of the road, passed out from the fumes. You got the full brunt. You were lying near a big crack of steam. Well, at least my pores are clean. Then Kate began remembering it all, albeit hazily. The cemetery, the cliff, the dark car, Russo. Is he dead? He's not dead, is he? No, he's upstairs here. I saw him and he's resting. A bunch of broken bones, but the doctors say he'll be fine. Good, I think. Kate felt her emotions revive, though buffered. Now that he's alive, am I allowed to wish he was dead? Nesbitt smiled. Now that you're alive, I can say I told you so. So we're even? Exact. Is he in pain at least? I believe so. A lot or a little. Tell you what, as soon as he heals, it'll beat the crap out of him for you. Nesbitt's smile faded. We got the call almost as soon as it happened. He had his idea on him, and his gun he took a shot at you? Nesbitt asked, alarmed. I hadn't heard that. I almost caught one, but I missed. Sorry. Kate remembered the heat on her cheek. It didn't even bother her. These must be some drugs. She resolved to show more empathy on the next drug case before her. Then she remembered she wasn't a judge anymore. They'll be released into our custody and, well, charge him. How does that work exactly? Will you charge him and then beat him up? Or beat him up and then charge him? Usually we beat them up first. That way we get the confession. Don't vary it on my account. Passers-by found his car and they called the locals, who were already on their way. My genius car called the cops, didn't she? Right? How much did you pay for that baby? Not enough. By the way, you're going to need a new one. That thing's an accordion. Luce, I do that too. Yes. Were you in it at the time? No. It's a Mercedes. Hate crime. Kate saw Nesbitt's frown despite her excellent joke. Well, need a statement. You'll tell me in detail when you feel better. I'll never feel better than I do now. In fact, I may be in orgasm as we speak. I'm embarrassed to admit that I didn't know about Centrillion. It's incredible. Toxic smoke coming right out of the ground like that. I can't believe the feds don't cordon it off. It's a theme park for carbon monoxide. I don't understand why they can't put it out. After so many years, we can land a man on the moon, but we can't put out a fire. Bootleg miners didn't help, but that's another story. So when can I go? They won't let you go until morning. They want to watch your blood gases. My blood has gas? Nesbitt laughed. I feel fine. Time to go. Kate began to lift herself from the bed, then sank back down dizzy. Not chill, or as my daughter says, chillax. By the way, I called your friend Gina, telling her you were fine, so she didn't find out from the TV news. I told her that you'd be out tomorrow morning, and she didn't need to come up. That okay with you? Good, thanks. Kate nodded, pleased. Putting Gina out would have been the last thing she wanted. It'll take you back. Lie to the city tomorrow morning when they discharge you. You'll need the ride. Okay with you too?
Sure.
Thanks. By the way, there is good news. Jenna Whitcomb was found in bed with Mark Melendez. Kate frowned, confused. You mean Jenna Whitcomb, the actress? Yes, the new Julia Roberts. She was caught by Access Hollywood cheating on her husband, Ron Torvald. The new Russell Crowe. Mites, how could any woman cheat on the new Russell Crowe? I wouldn't even cheat on the old Russell Crowe. It's a major scandal. They've released the photos, and he's already said he's filing for divorce tomorrow. Mark Melendez is the new Russell Crowe. How do you know these people? I told you I have a teenage girl. My house gets Cosmo. We vote on Hottie of the Month. We even take the quizzes. Don't all the guys on the squad? Boys can be so dorky. Nesbitt rolled his eyes and Kate laughed. So why does this matter to me? This is the gossip of the decade, which means the heat is off of you, At least temporarily. You're off the map. There's no press for you outside the hospital. And I bet there'll be very few at your house, because there's a big local angle to the story. Mark is from Doylestown. Mark, you're on a first-name basis? Nesbitt actually blushed. Give me a break. As Hottie of the Year. We voted for him, so the press is gone? I feel so used. Kate felt a residual sleepiness, and Nesbitt, watching, cocked his head. You want some water or something? No, thanks. I should tell the nurse you're awake. I don't feel so awake, Kate said, her eyelids drooping. Suddenly she felt good and drowsy, post-coital without the coital, and in the next second she drifted into sleep. The next time she woke up, the room was dark, except for various red and blue numbers on her vital signs monitor. Her heartbeat was a glow in the dark green outline of jagged peaks and valleys that reminded her of the Appalachians. She touched the tube under her nose, and the oxygen was still there. But Nesbitt was gone. His chair was empty. She tried not to feel let down. He was above the call, but he wasn't crazy. Kate breathed in and out, taking silent stock of her situation. On the plus side, she was alive. She hadn't gotten Russo killed, and there was a new Russell Crowe from Doylestown. On the negative side, she had no job, no boyfriend, and no reason to go home. She lay still in the dark, watching the Appalachians march across the vital signs monitor. She had no idea if it was truly nighttime in the artificial day-night of the hospitals. She felt oddly suspended in the middle of time and space. She didn't belong here up north among the peaks and valleys. Centralia had loosened its hold on her. She had overdosed on its toxins, and they'd almost killed her. She felt oddly free of it somehow. The fire that raged had burned from within and consumed their family like so much fuel. She wouldn't let it consume her. Too, the Kate didn't belong here anymore. She needed fresh air. She wanted to go home, and for the first time, home meant Philadelphia. She had to start over. She'd figure out how when she got there. Maybe on the way back, she'd talk it over with Nesbitt. She told herself she wasn't looking forward to it before her eyes closed again. Judge Vandy? It was Brady at the door the next morning, in his dark, neat suit, worn with a black top coat and a fresh shave. How you feeling? Fine, thanks. Kate rose from the bed and shook his hand. Dressed in her sweats and sneaker is now dry. She was already in her coat, feeling herself again, and had even showered for the trip home with Nesbitt. You've had quite an experience with Russo and all. How is he? Kate's nurse hadn't known. Has fine resting. Hell be in the hospital a while unless they've transformed Philly. Good. I heard that your car is totaled. I came to take you back to the city. No, Nesbitt's taking me. Another jurisdictional dispute over Little Ohm. You can't make it. Well, he was going on a job, and when we heard you were stranded up here, I came up. Rats, thanks. You didn't have to do that. I could have taken a trainer, rented a car, had him detailed to you until the end of the week. I took the liberty of getting your personal items from your car. Your purse, your cell phone, and some boxes. I think your secretary calls your insurance company. We're good to go. Great. Thanks, Kate said, then rose with her signed discharge papers. We should stop by the hotel to get my stuff. I did that too. There wasn't much, but I took it. We're all packed. Wow. Kate managed to smile, and they left. The trip home went quickly. The sun cleared and cold outside the car window. Brady opened up about his feelings, the way people tend to do on long car rides, except that his only feelings concerned the Eagles. He was so annoyed by Terrell Davis that he almost drove over the divider, and he believed that Donovan McNabb was too damn happy to win a Super Bowl. Kate listened idly, making the appropriate noises, and watching the RV dealers whiz past the window. By the time Brady had established that Andy Reid totally deserved Coach of the Year, they were pulling into her driveway, where not a single member of the press stood watch. Amazing, Kate said at the sight. What a difference from the other day, remember? Her house, peaceful and undisturbed, the street quiet, and the neighbors evidently all at work. The snow that had fallen so hard upstate was nowhere to be seen here. It was all back to normal, and she was home. I know even the Philly press is gone. Brady leaned over and shut the ignition. His from Doylestown. I hear that movie star guy. The reporters moved up in there, stalking his high school principal, finding his prom date, who went to the prom with Martinez. Melendez, don't you read Cosmo? Kate grabbed her bag and got out of the car in her dumb outfit. She thanked Brady with an awkward hug goodbye and went up her sidewalk feeling separation anxiety for her federal babysitter. She climbed the steps to the front door and remembered that she'd lost her house keys in the snow, so she went into the secret lockbox hidden behind a bush out front, pressed in the code, and retrieved the extra key. She unlocked the door with Nesbit in the back of her mind, with his yin-yang of magazine subscriptions. She wondered if she'd see him again, now that the murders were solved and nobody was trying to kill her. Not that it mattered. Kate stood at the granite island in her kitchen, talking to Gina on the phone and sorting her mail. There'd been a stack of it, slid through the mail slot in the front door, and spilling in a messy heap when she got inside. "Of course you'll see him again," Gina said on the other end of the line. "Only you could find a bad side to the fact that you're finally safe." "I'm not sure I want to anyway." Kate had thrown away the newspapers that came in while she was gone. She didn't need to see those headlines. At least she was yesterday's news. "Is he my type? Has your new type? Strong, reliable, and out of jail." Smiled. "This is silly, this whole conversation. I mean, nothing's going on. He was a detective assigned to the case, and that's that. As a man, and you're an Italian, enough said. Is not attracted to me. If he liked me, he would have found a way to drive me home. He got busy catching murderers. Give the guy a break. He called here to tell me not to worry about you, and he sounded worried about you. That reminds me, did you see a shrink yet? I've been a little busy, dodging bullets." Kate set aside for disposal the catalogs for Nordstrom's and Taylor, Strawbridge's, Bloomingdale's, and Neiman Marcus. Then she retrieved the Neimans. "Call soon. Now tell me what happened in Centralia." "What a nut job. Vuso tried to run you over?" "It's a long story. I don't want to tell you while you're driving around. He'll tell you tonight. It's Monday, our date night. I can't tonight. Justin's bringing over a DVD he wants me to see. The Godfather. I never saw it. Are you serious? Lots of people have never seen it." "No, they're ditching me for Justin." Gina giggled. "Yo, suburban moms need bodyguards. Is it a love connection? I just like the guy. His brother has cerebral palsy, and he lives at Elwyn. So Justin understands. At least some things. He's 30. Younger works for me. Nesbit's older, right? Older works for me." They both laughed, and Kate warmed at the excitement in her friend's voice. She hadn't heard her that happy in years. "Good, great, go for it. I bought him through next week. Consider him a late Christmas present." Gina laughed. "I'm not above paying for it, especially when you are." Kate smiled, stacking a Pico bill on top of a Verizon wireless bill. "Then Comcast, how's the baby? Fine. He likes Justin. He does." Kate came upon a bill for a Cosmopolitan subscription and thought of Nesbit's. "Jealous is not allowed to like anybody except me. Way to be possessive of a kid I'm trying to socialize. Hey, maybe we can go on an imaginary double date. You bring your imaginary law enforcement hunk, and he'll bring mine. I have a bounder pick with you. It said in the newspaper that you were stepping down indefinitely. Chief Judge Sherman has quoted. What does that mean? Why didn't you tell me? Gulp, it means I'm fired, unless I sue the bastards. And first, I need to find a lawyer willing to bite the hand that feeds him." Kate came upon a yellow envelope forwarded from her chambers according to the return address. The name on the front was in Val's handwriting, and she felt a twinge of loss. "I can't believe this. They can't fire you. District judges are appointed for life. We'll see what they can do. For now, I'm going to decompress and figure out my next move." Kate opened the envelope and out slid a small white letter and a Sephora catalog bearing a post-it from Val. All that read, "Miss you." Kate thought, "Miss you too. You should get away. Take a vacation. Get some sun." Nah. Kate eyed the letter, feeling a draft from her back door. Still boarded, up from Russo's break-in. The front of the envelope showed feminine handwriting, and it had been marked personal and confidential, which was why Val had forwarded it unopened. Kate didn't recognize the letter's return address. "I have to do some things around the house, things I've been wanting to do to make it nice." "Who is this you? Wanting to putter around the house?" "Yes." Kate opened the letter with a fingernail and pulled out a few sleeves of white notepaper, folded in two. She skimmed the first few lines. "Dear Judge Fenty, please forgive me for writing to you, but you are my last resort, and..." Gina was saying, "Are you nuts? Miami's perfect this time of year. Go to South Beach, walk around Lincoln Road, and buy shoes you don't need, like we did last year. I have enough shoes I don't need. Kate read, "I could tell by your compassion during our trial. Then how about the Caribbean? Get away before the papers. Remember who you are the only person I could turn to." And, Kate set the letter aside to read later. Since she'd become a judge, she'd gotten so many letters from girlfriends, wives, mothers, and even children of inmates asking for her help. They all believed their loved ones were innocent. And even if Kate agreed there was nothing she could do, except send a form reply, but something about this letter made her pick it up again. Then she realized whom it was from. Or go to a spa. That's the new thing. Kate, you're there? I know that you will feel the same way. Hello? I have to go, okay? Kate folded the letter into thirds. I'll talk to you later. We're going into Chahari. The bathroom? Give the baby a kiss for me? Kate felt a surge of renewed energy and ran upstairs to change. Chapter 39. Kate left her heavy coat in the rental car, feeling warm enough in the black wool suit, and walked up the front path to a modest gray stone twin house. Much like the others on this winding street in Winfield, about half an hour outside Center City. Her black pumps clicked on the frozen flagstone, the cadence slowing as she approached the front door. She was beginning to regret coming here, though she'd been asked. The timing couldn't have been worse. Kate didn't know what she'd face inside. What if people recognized her? At the rent-a-car, the young clerk had made her instantly, his eyes lighting up the moment Shed walked in, had offered her a free upgrade from the Acura, which she didn't accept, but she still didn't relish the notoriety. What if she caused a fuss inside? How would everybody react to her after Shed introduced herself? She wouldn't find any friends here, and wouldn't expect any. As she reached the front door, noting the silvery bowl full of water beside the door jamb, and followed the instructions, plunging her fingertips into the water, though the surface had almost frozen over. The thin ice shattered like red syrup on a candied apple, and the frigid water chilled Kate's hands to the bone. She wiped her hands on her coat, whether or not that was permissible, and followed the rest of the directions, opening the front door without knocking, and finally slipping off her pumps, revealing her stocking feet. She looked around the room, hoping that reinforced toes were in order and a Shiva, but the living room was completely empty. The house was quiet. Kate had been told the door would be left open so that mourners wouldn't be disturbed, but there were no mourners. Odd, low benches ringed the small living room, in front of a beige sectional couch and chairs, but they were all unoccupied, like empty chairs at a canceled show. A cushioned stool sat at the fireplace, vacant. "Hello," Kate called out, wondering if she was in the wrong house. "Judge Fenty?" Mrs. Mars came hurrying in from another room, walking toward Kate with a nervous smile, her hand extended. "Thank you so much for coming," she said in a soft voice. Kate relaxed and shook her hand. "I'm very sorry about your loss, Mrs. Mars. Please call me Sarah." Richard Mars's young wife looked prettier up close than she had in the front row of the courtroom gallery. Though her eyes were bloodshot blue, ringed by weary gray circles, she wore no eye makeup, and her small mouth was unlips-ticked. Her lips tilted down, her grief undisguised. Her brown hair had been styled into a bob that seemed overly coiffed until Kate realized it was a wig, and she wore a black knit suit that was too old for her, draping in a way that hid her compact form. "Judge, come. Would you like something to eat?" "It's lunchtime." "Yes, thank you." Kate realized how hungry she was when she was led into a dining room filled with the aromas of seasoned roast beef, a fresh spinach salad dotted with tomatoes and hard-boiled eggs, and 3 baked chickens. The delicious feast looked untouched, next to a stack of glistening dinner plates and clean silverware. "This is amazing. You must have food for 50 people here easily." "I didn't make it. We're not permitted to. My family brought most of it, but they went back last night." Sarah's face fell, and her voice grew soft. "My mother passed away when I was little, and my father is from California, and he had to get back to his business. He couldn't sit the entire week, as not as observant as we are, as I am. Richard was Orthodox, and his family came for the Sadat Havra, the meal of consolation after the funeral, and they'll be here later. That'll be nice. My friends from Temple Choir, they came, and some of our friends from the congregation, but they're also uncomfortable with the circumstances. I can tell." Sarah shook her head unhappily. They seem distant, and there are many people I thought were friends who didn't come. Why not? I can only guess that I'm the wife of a murderer now. The wife of a suicide. Kate fell silent, watching hurt etched lines into Sarah's young face as surely as a drawing pen filled with ink. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think there would have been more people here. Everyone. If Richard had been killed in a car accident, but a suicide and a murderer, people don't know how to react, maybe out of respect for me, or because of their own discomfort. I don't know. I feel like a social pariah overnight. Sarah picked up a plate and filled it with the choicest slices of medium-rare roast beef, a few florets of broccoli, and a scoop of golden noodle pudding, replacing a heavy silver ladle on a spoon rest so as not to drip on the lace tablecloth. I know this will sound terrible, but a woman down the street, her husband was killed in a car crash. She had cars around the block from all the shiver calls. Evidently all widows are not created equal, but enough. Would you like salad? She asked, which was when Kate realized the food plate was for her. Yes, thanks, and I could have done that myself. It's the least I can do, for your coming, for your kindness. Have you made a shiver call before? No, I've been to plenty of bar mitzvahs, but not a shiver. Sarah lifted a pair of silver tongs and plucked some fresh greens from the huge salad bowl, then set a slice of hard-boiled egg on top. The round food served at shiver reminds us of the circle of life. Dressing? Yes, thanks. It's Italian. Works out perfect. Yes, Sarah laughed, a surprisingly girlish sound, and spooned some oil and balsamic vinegar carefully onto the salad, between the wig and the heavy, mature pantsuit, as she gave the appearance of a little girl, playing dress-up at her mother's clothes, which Kate found in theory. You're handling all this very well in the circumstances. I don't know if I could bear up with such style. It's all an act, Sarah shot back, then laughed. Tell me about it, Kate nodded, laughing with her. Sarah shook her head, seeming finally to relax. This has been so terrible. As I said in the letter, the family torn apart in an uproar. Everybody hurting in pain. Sarah sighed. As a suicide, Richard couldn't be buried in a Jewish cemetery. But his father was an Orthodox rabbi, and he passed away 2 years ago. It was out of respect to him, and my mother-in-law, that they admitted Richard and gave him a proper burial. Kate's heart went out to her. Then the reporters came like locusts, but they're finally gone. That's why I'm glad you came. Just for the company, and the honor, of course. Sarah finished the plate, and Kate grabbed a cloth napkin and silverware. Aren't you eating? I've been eating all morning. Please sit down. Sarah led Kate back to the living room, where she gestured her into a regular chair, and she took the stool in front of the fireplace. Thank you. Kate accepted the food plate and balanced it on her lap, on top of her skirt. More Chanel, but it wasn't making her feel as good as it usually did. Nothing could, with the sorrow that pervaded the empty house. Kate stabbed a piece of salad and ate. Delicious. My aunt made most of this. I love to cook, but can't during Shiva. Sarah looked up at her from her baby stool. Why the stools, ma'am? It symbolizes being struck down by grief. Visitors don't have to sit on them. I see. Kate scanned the room discreetly, noting the covered mirror which she had seen before at an Orthodox Jewish wedding. The air smelled a little smoky from a large white candle burning on the mantelpiece among an array of framed photos, undoubtedly the couple in happier times. Kate got on with it. So, to your letter, I must tell you, I'm skeptical. I know, I understand. That's why I'm so thrilled you came today, just to hear me out. That's what you said you wanted. So here I am. Well, first, Sarah nodded, hugging her knees oddly high on the low stool. I felt that I could turn to you because of what you said about my husband at the trial. Next time I shut up, Kate cut some beef, which oozed warm juices, and ate a pinkish piece, which melted in her mouth. You understood my husband, I thought, and you showed a real sense of justice and injustice. Thank you, Kate nodded, chewing so she wouldn't comment further. She had promised herself only to listen and didn't want to do anything unjudicial in case she ever got a job back or hell froze over. Judge, I know my husband didn't kill anybody, and I know that he didn't kill himself. He would never do such things. Sarah's tone rang with love and certainty. I spoke with his lawyer after the funeral and told him, but he didn't believe me. He thinks I'm in denial. Are you? Kate took another bite. No, and I thought you might understand better. First, Richard came from an extremely observant family. As I said, his late father was a rabbi. Richard almost became one too. He knew a violent crime such as murder and later suicide would violate Jewish law. Kate listened dubious. 1 year of being a judge had taught her that respect for law was a flexible concept. Correction, 1 day of being a judge. He would have known that both crimes would kill his mother, and he loved her very much. She lives with us, and since this happened, she's on round-the-clock drinklisers. I even had to hire a nurse for her. He would never do that to her, and she knows it. We both do. Kate ate listening. She had remembered from trial about the mother upstairs and wondered where the dog was, that she walked for them. Also, we loved each other. We did. He felt bad enough that the trial was going so terribly, just for the strain it put on us. He never would have left me alone this way. Kate ate, though she was losing her appetite. Every bereft wife felt like this. Suicide left so much pain in their wake. What do you think? Do you understand what I'm telling you? Yes. Kate rested her fork on the plate. I'm very sorry for you, for your loss. I was moved by your letter, but you said there was something you had to tell me. Something that would convince me that your husband didn't commit murder or suicide. Kate paused. It was so hard to say to this girl, her young life in ruins. And to be honest, Sarah, I'm not hearing anything like that. I know you're in pain, but when there's enough to spare, even the most reasonable judge. I'm pregnant, Sarah blurted out. I'm 2 months along. My mother-in-law doesn't know. My father doesn't know. I told Richard's lawyer the other day to try to convince him. And of course Richard knew. Kate blinked. We had been trying for 3 years, since the day we got married. We both wanted this baby so much. I told Richard the night before he supposedly committed murder, then killed himself. I have never seen him so happy in my life, and I've known him since high school. Like Kate couldn't help considering it, given the new facts. We were waiting until the 3rd month to tell our families. He insisted that he be the one to tell when the time came. Sarah's eyes glistened, but her voice held firm. He wanted a child even more than I did. He even picked out the name, Ariel, after his favorite aunt who died of breast cancer, or Jacob after his father, of course. Kate felt touched. We both sensed it was a girl, and Richard wanted a girl so badly. Judge, why would a man who just found out the happiest news of his life kill himself or kill someone else? Kate had no immediate answer. Her head resisted the conclusion, but her heart was listening, and she didn't know what she could do about it anyway. Richard always had a great perspective, and he loved kids. He coached girls and boys basketball at the JCC on Cityline. When did you tell Temin about your pregnancy? When he came over after the funeral. But I don't think he understood the significance. Has not a woman. Kate let it go. She didn't think that sympathy had a gender. But he knew Richard, didn't he? They seemed close at trial. Nate didn't know him that well. Not well enough, anyway. He only knew Richard's professional side. But what about at the trial? After I ruled, Richard got so upset about my judgment. He attacked Simone. He lost his temper, but it wouldn't last. It never did. He would never kill Simone. He would never stay angry enough to kill Simone or anyone. He would never ever do that, not knowing a baby was on the way. His baby. Maybe he felt even worse because he'd lost with a baby on the way. Now he knew he'd have a family to support. No, my family has money and I have a trust fund. That's why we're not in financial trouble. We've lived on my trust fund for this past year after Richard quit his job to write screenplays. His lawsuit was never about money, but it was about his pride in his writing and the fact that Simone was getting away with stealing his work. Kate began to feel the tiniest wedge of doubt that Mars had been the killer. He told me more than once that he wouldn't be that upset if he lost the lawsuit. He expected to lose the lawsuit, and Nate told him he would too. Besides, Richard was a lawyer. He knew the law. He knew his case was a long shot, but he thought if he got to the jury, he had a jury. If he got to the jury, he had a chance, and he really wanted to hold Simone accountable. He wanted his day in court. Exactly, Kate nodded. It was just what Shed thought. She would have done the same thing. Richard did not kill Art Simone, and he did not kill himself. I just know it. The police assured of their case, and it's closed. They're good cops. Smart, like Nesbitt, Kate thought, but didn't say. But other detectives don't agree at all. Like Frank Russo, he knew Richard better than any of them. Russo? Kate burst into laughter. What? He tried to kill me last night. Upstate. He thinks I killed Art Simone. What? Sarah's brown eyes flared in disbelief. It's in the newspaper. Didn't you see it? A small headline, relatively, and almost no article. Maybe I should have been offended. I didn't see it. I haven't seen a newspaper since Richard died. We suspend our normal activities to sit shiver, and it lasts 7 days. Maybe I should convert. Maybe everybody should. What happened? Sarah asked, and Kate told her, making attempted murder as entertaining as possible. This girl didn't need more tourists, so I'm not sure. Russo is your best argument. Did he know Richard well? Well enough to know Richard wasn't the type to commit suicide. Don't you see? Sarah leaned forward on the tiny stool. Russo's instincts told him that my husband wasn't the killer. But he was just wrong about who was. I don't know who did it either. I just know that Richard didn't, and I think that that person killed Richard and made it look like a suicide. Let me ask you something, Kate said, against your better judgment. She set the plate of food down on the glass coffee table. What happened after that day in court, after I ruled from the bench? Sarah thought a minute. You made your ruling, and Richard got into that fight in the courtroom. Then you left the bench, and they separated Richard and Simone. And Simone left with his lawyer, and Richard hugged me and said he wanted to be alone, and asked would I please take Mom home, because she was upset too, so I did, and he disappeared after that. Kate frowned, and Sarah raised a hand as if to stave off the thought. It's not as weird as it sounds. Richard frequently went off alone to think. He was a scholar, a philosophy major, a Swarthmore. Well, he thought about things. Sarah's eyes came alive with love. He was internal, always pondering. That's why he liked computers so much. He was an intellectual, not a man of action or violence. He attacked somebody in open court, Sarah. Attacking isn't shooting to kill, Judge. Mied. True then, where did he go to think? To temple, to the library, or sometimes the park, off by himself. That's where I think he was, when whoever it was killed Simone, outside the restaurant. Sarah raised her voice, vehement. Richard would never do that. We didn't own a gun. Where did he get it? Where everybody does. Bought it or got it off the street from somebody. We didn't know anybody who could get him a gun off the street. But he was an assistant, yeah. Didn't he meet criminal types there? No, he handled computer crime, met geeks, and when did he buy this gun, supposedly? He rushed right out after court and bought it. Why not? He wouldn't even know how to fire a gun. It can't be hard, Kate said, though she had never fired one either. There are too many dumb people who are good at it. Judge, don't you see what I'm saying? Sarah asked, newly urgent. Don't you agree with me? I don't know. Kate shook her head. I see your point, I do. And even if I was agreeing, I don't know what I could do about it. Ask the police to reopen the case. I've already written them, and they refused. Maybe they would do it if you asked a federal judge who heard the case. An ex-federal judge, but you don't read the papers. Forget the police. They won't do anything officially. They reopened cases for newly discovered evidence, not supposition. But Richard didn't do it, and the killer is still out there, free. Tell you what, I've come to know Detective Nesbitt, who worked on the case. I'll bring it up with him and see what he thinks. Unofficially, I'm sure I'll be talking with him later. At least I hope I won't be. Thank you, thank you. Sarah jumped up and impossibly threw her arms around Kate, giving her a heartfelt hug. I knew you would help. Please don't have any false hopes, though. What it? Kate rose and hugged her back, then held her off, steadying her. Hear me? You have to be realistic. Nesbitt believed his original theory, and he has hard evidence to support it. I'm not sure your pregnancy changes anything for him, or anybody else. I know, but I think it will. I pray it will. Chillax, Kate said, using as motherly a tone as she could muster, borrowing Nesbitt's expression, and Sarah laughed, her tone lighter than before. I can't am so pleased. Sarah clapped her smallish hands with delight, and Kate started to worry she was getting carried away. You know, even if we managed to get them to reopen the case, which I swear we won't, it wouldn't bring Richard back. I know that, Sarah said, her expression growing suddenly serious. That's not what I'm hoping for. What are you hoping for? That his name is cleared, that the world knows has not a killer, and that justice is done. I know it will never bring Richard back, but it will bring back my friends, my community. Look around you. Sarah gestured at the empty room. I don't want to raise a baby like this apart from the community. I don't want people whispering about our family or her father. Can you imagine what that does to a little girl? As a matter of fact, I can. People will whisper about him, about us, and it's unnecessary. Her father was a great man, and I don't want her raised knowing only lies about him, even if it protects her." "Good girl," Kate said, her heart speaking for her. "Thank you. I don't want my baby to grow up thinking that her father was a murderer or that he committed suicide. I want her to know the truth about her father. That's the only way to truly know him. If you don't know your own father, how can you know yourself? Yikes, how did you get to be so smart?" Oh, Kate asked, swallowing the lump in her throat, and she couldn't help but think ahead. Chapter 40. Kate turned up the heat on the well-behaved Acura and wound her way back through the neighborhood to Scottoline Avenue. She didn't want to be persuaded by sympathy for Sarah or by any resonance in her own life, but she had to admit that she was beginning to doubt that Mars had killed Simone. Then himself. She opened her cell phone and pressed in the number, warming to the familiar voice, smooth as syrup, on the end of the line. "Judge Fanty's chambers," Val said, and Kate wanted to hug her for her loyalty. "Keeping my name alive. Thank you, Val. Judge, I was so worried after what I heard. We called the hospital up there, but they said you were discharged. Are you okay? They said you were treated for smoke inhalation or some such." "Am fine. It was nothing. We're all thinking of you. The clerks are right here, breathing down my neck as usual." Val chuckled, and the clerks shouted, "Judge, judge like little kids." Kate smiled. "Tell him I said hi." She says hi and settled down so I can hear. Val told them, "Judge, if you're so fine, why'd they keep you overnight? Where are you now?" Coming back to the city, the traffic light changed to green, and Kate fed the car some gas. "And how are you? How many job offers you get today?" In the background, Kate could hear the clerks yelling, "We miss you, Judge." Val laughed. "I don't want to work for another judge. It's so boring here without you." "Judge, one good thing? We only got 2 calls from the press, one from the Daily News and the other from the AP. They're forgetting me. Yay! Anything else I need to know?" "No, I got it all in control. What happened to Ickles versus Schrader? Sherman reassigned it to Meriton. Doesn't he have a trial this week? The case pig?" Kate traveled Scottoline, 4 lanes of stop-and-go traffic. "Oh, you got that right, but he's trying to change his image. Today's his birthday, and he's taking everybody on the floor to lunch, including me and the clerks. You, Kate almost ran a red light. My clerks, what's up with that? I don't want to go, but I feel like we have to keep up appearances." "You do. Go. Just don't have fun." In the background, the clerks were shouting, "We're not going." Kate smiled. "Tell them to go and don't embarrass the family." "Done deal. By the way, you get that mail I sent you?" "Yes, thanks. I got more here. All official, nothing personal." "What was that little pink one?" "Another prisoner letter." "No, from Richard Mar's wife. She doesn't think her husband killed Art Simone." "You know what? Neither do I. I swear the case against him stinks. Something's very fishy." Val clucked, "Judge, don't you get involved. You're already in too deep, with that crazy cop trying to ring you down like a dog. It's because he knows Mars didn't do it." "Yes, he did. Mars did it. The man killed Simone and then himself. Judge, you listen to me. Leave the investigating to the police. They got the right man, and it's over." "Okay, Mom?" Kate heard the clerks chirping. "What? What investigation? Hush, you two. Tell them I said goodbye and to be good at lunch. Call if you need anything." "You better listen," Val said, and Kate switched lanes into the turn lane, heading for the expressway. Kate introduced herself to the young receptionist, who snapped her moose head up from her paperback, so wide-eyed that her liquid eyeliner disappeared. "Judge Fenty? Well, please have a seat in the waiting area." The receptionist said, too genuine to hide her surprise. "Thanks." Kate entered the faux hip reception room. 2 businessmen in suits occupied separate chairs, pointedly avoiding her eye. One talked too loudly on a cell phone, and the other read the Inquirer. Kate caught a glimpse of her own photo staring back at her. Her face grew red, but she seated herself as if she weren't the town's slut. Green and Wachtel had undergone an extreme makeover since the old days, when it looked like the law firm where Ralph Lauren went to die. Its old minuet maps of colonial Philadelphia and scenes of fox hunting in Chester County had been replaced by vast canvases of self-important modern art. Abstract washes that made Kate think somebody had too much water in his tin of Crayola watercolors. Also gone were the burgundy leather wing chairs with the shiny bullet tacks, and in their place stood massive sectional seats of black suede. Their color reminded Kate of coal slag, but she had centralia on the brain. "I'll see you now, Judge," the receptionist said, turning from her desk and motioning. "His office is that way, the last door on the hall." "Thanks." Kate got up, squared her shoulders, and tried not to hear the receptionist pick up the phone. As soon as she was out of earshot, she walked down the well-appointed hallway, completely aware that every secretary wasn't staring as she passed. She had a lifetime of people whispering, and at the end of the hall, George Hartford was standing to meet her. A smile looked plastic, but it always did. "Judge Fanny, great to see you again," George said, at the door to his office, and Kate shook his hand. Come in. Can we get you some coffee?" "Great, cream and sugar, easy peasy." George signaled to one of the secretaries. "Jen, 2 with everything." "Say please." Kate paused as she entered the lawyer's immense office. "My mother was a secretary." "Please," George called after the secretary, who undoubtedly flipped his preppy ass, the finger. "Please sit down, please." "Thanks." Kate took a seat in the leather club chair, opposite a supremely uncluttered mahogany desk. Ralph Lauren Home was still alive here. In fact, it was a knockoff compared to this office, which reeked of old Bryn Mawr. Real silver frames gleamed from retro black and white photos, and mahogany end tables shone with hand-rubbed finishes. Sunlight filtered through sheer muslin curtains in the windows, and even the dust mites wore penny loafers. "Here we go," George said brightly, as a young secretary hurried in with china cups and saucers of aromatic coffee, which she placed on the end of the desk on coasters. "Thanks so much, Jennifer," George said pointedly. "You're welcome," the secretary said, stealing a glance at Kate before she left. "See, I'm educable," George said with a stiff smile. "Old dog that I am." He wore a gray pinstripe suit and an almost tie of the palest blue. His dark blue shirt of British birth sported a white cutaway collar, but something about him was different. "Don't you wear glasses?" "George, not anymore. I had my eyes lasered." "Can you say midlife crisis?" "Radial keratotomy is the new red Porsche. I lost only a few hours of work, and the procedure was remarkable, and I was made managing partner last week. Did you hear? Congratulations, and I hadn't heard. I've been too self-involved." "So we do have something in common," George said with a sly smile, and Kate caught a lechy note in his voice. "Then you're too old. Some would say I'm in my prime. You're not. In other words, back off." George laughed, and Kate joined him so she could pretend she was kidding. "Oh, George, I need a lawyer, a very good lawyer. You did a great job before me at trial, and after Beaker. This is the second best law firm in the city, but still the most expensive." Kate laughed, and George joined her so they could pretend he was kidding. Lawyers were easy to get along with once you knew how. Kate said, "You've been following my troubles in the news, I'm sure." "Yes, and after last night, I'm surprised to see you. You're looking so well." George let his gaze run over her silk blouse. "What happened? Detective Russo tried to run you over? Is he a lunatic or what? In short, he doesn't think that Richard Mars killed your client, Art Simone." "He thinks I did." George's new eyes widened. "That's absurd. Of course I didn't kill anybody. But what if he's half right? And Richard Mars didn't kill anybody. Right? And Richard Mars didn't kill your client. Possible." George reared back, and his neck waddled, chafed his white collar, with its edge stiff enough to cut hard cheese. "Police said they had videotape of Mars shooting him. It's not clear that it's Mars on the tape." Kate sipped her coffee and set it back down. "Take a second to tell me what happened that day." "At dinner with Simone." "You were with Simone at that dinner that night, right?" "Yes, I told the police in detail. So now tell me, your new favorite client." Smiled, relaxing. "Well, after you ruled from the bench, we went to an early dinner at Le Chardin on the riverfront. I knew that Art liked French restaurants, and it was the only one we hadn't been to. I told him we were saving it for our victory dinner." "Sure of yourself, huh?" "I was right on the law. I know you weren't happy with the equities, but the legal principle was sound. I represented the principle. Let's not go there. Who was at the dinner?" "Art, the jury consultant, and me." "The jury consultant was the pretty redhead with my taste and clothes." George chuckled, Courtney flavored. "What about your associate from the trial?" "She wasn't at dinner?" "No, let's put it this way. She has a brilliant legal mind." George laughed. "Nice. What time did you get there?" "Around 4, as I recall. Early. We went straight from court. It took a cab or had a driver. Cab, we couldn't all fit in one, so Courtney and I took one, and Micah and Art took the other." A double date, but Micah didn't go to the dinner. No, I think Art dropped her off and took the cab onto the restaurant. Kate made a mental note. Do Courtney and Art know each other? Yes, from working together. Art was very interested in the jury selection process. George pursed his lips, but still managed to smile. Nothing untoward took place, if that's what you're suggesting. Of course not. I wonder why Micah didn't go to the dinner celebration. She was in court every day. Why wasn't she included? Art didn't think of her that way. She was a glorified secretary. Ouch, Kate let it go, but it still didn't square. By the way, did you know that Simone was going to do a TV series based on me? I had no idea, and I'm sorry about that. George frowned suddenly. Hold on, Judge. It's not Art's estate or its production company that you want to sue, is it? Because, of course, I'd be conflicted out of that, though one of my partners might not be if... No, that's not who I want to sue. But back to the dinner for a minute. Why did Art leave alone? Yeah, to catch an early plane back to the coast. You flew commercial? No, but he wanted to get back early, so he didn't stick around. He said he needed to be out by 6 to catch his plane from the airport at 7:15. George thought a minute. We were having dessert, but he passed. He was on low carb. Did you walk him out? No, he went out alone. And Kate tried to picture the night of the murder. Why didn't you walk him out after dinner? As a client. No reason to. He was a client. You met me at the door. You're a woman. George shrugged. There was no reason to. He didn't invite that sort of friendship, nor did I. I didn't waste his time, and he didn't waste mine. We shook. We congratulated each other, and he said, send me a bill, and I said I would. Boy intimacy. You let him get a cab? No. He said he had a car coming. He just excused himself and went out at 6 as had said he would. George's light eyes clouded a flicker of regret. I wish I'd gone with him now, of course. I don't know if he would have been killed if a witness had been there. Or you could have been killed with him. After all, if the killer was Mars, presumably he'd have the same grievance against both of you. Evidently he didn't, and even the most aggrieved plaintiff distinguishes between lawyer and client. Not really. Kate considered it. In fact, it makes me wonder why, if it were Mars, he didn't go into the restaurant to shoot you too. He had to know you were there. Either he'd guess it, or he followed you. I have no idea. It couldn't be, because it would increase the risk of getting caught. Why worry about getting caught if you're going to commit suicide anyway? I'm sure the police asked these questions. Kate made a mental note. Did Simone have any enemies besides Mars that you know of? Art Simone was an enormously successful Hollywood television producer. What do you think? George smiled, but Kate didn't. Did he mention anyone specifically? No. Ever hear him in an argument with anyone? No. Do you know anything about his marriage? Now wait a minute. This is important. People are trying to run me over. I'm entitled to ask a few questions of my own. The police asked me all this. It's the police who tried to run me over. Kate shot back and George paused. I think his marriage was fine. We never discussed it. Kids, one in France setting Art. Okay, back to that night. Please finish the story. Then, almost as soon as Art went outside, we heard a loud shot. The sound was unmistakable, a gunshot. George shuddered visibly. We got up from the table, and the staff at the restaurant went running for the door. And there he was, lying on the pavement. George wrinkled his nose. It was really quite awful. Did somebody call 911? Courtney did. I bent down to do CPR. George couldn't clear the disgust from his expression. It was obviously dead. The bullet was point blank in the forehead. Even in the dark, I could see that. Did you go to the funeral? Yes, I flew in and out. It was very sad. His wife be a raft. Who invited you? Erica called me personally. Lovely woman. Yes, I saw her on TV. Was Micah invited? I have no idea. I didn't see her there. Was your associate invited? Yes, but she had to work. We have another case going to trial next week, and she had to draft some pretrial motions. Kate thought back to her confrontation with Micah. It seemed like so long ago in the attorneys at law office. Erica wants to keep it small, so it's only immediate family. What about the jury consultant with the red hair? Courtney Flavor, what about her? Was she invited? Yes. So Micah had been excluded. Why? She went, yes. Did you fly out together? Yes. George looked away and reached for his coffee, taking 2 long sips and replacing the cup with a tiny clink. Now, can we change the subject? This is so morbid. Why did you call me? Wait, I'm just curious. Was it a big funeral? Did you see any celebrities? George brightened. It was huge. I would say 300 people. And all the actors from the show, plus the cast of The Sopranos in Law & Order 2. It was a real treat. I got Dennis Farina's autograph. The man reeks of credibility. He was a real detective. Did you know that? Before he became an actor. He was great in Crime Story. Remember Crime Story? George seemed to get happier, merely thinking of Dennis Farina. Now, so what is the representation you came to see me about? Kate had gotten all the information he could give her, so she switched gears. I need you to go to war for me. I'd be honored to represent you. George smiled. I did run a conflicts check, and we're not conflicted out. We represent the Inquirer, but we don't represent the Daily News. Though they're owned by the same entity, they divide their legal work among all the top-tier firms. No, I'm not suing a newspaper. It's not a defamation matter. All of what they printed about me is true. Oh, George's eyebrows flew upwards, but at least he didn't point and laugh. As you probably read, the chief judge has effectively relieved me of duty. And I don't think he has the power to do that. It's a constitutional question, probably of first impression. Let me frame the issue for you. Does the active sex life of an unmarried federal judge qualify as impeachable conduct within the meaning of Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution? Kate reconsidered. Okay, to be fair, you probably have to include that some of my paramours had criminal records. You want me to sue the Chief Judge of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, and the Circuit Executive and the Clerk of the Court. Kate thought a minute, and the Chief Judge of the Third Circuit on a respondeat superior theory, since he's essentially the administrative boss. George reddened. I want my job back. I can't do it. Why not? Are you man or mouse? Judge, George shifted in his comfy chair. You have to understand. How can I? Kate asked, anchoring. You haven't explained it. I've headed this trial group for 7 years. My partners are in front of that bench and those judges all day long. Furthermore, I'm managing partner now. I represent 321 lawyers in this office alone. Good. I need a big gun. That's why I'm here. It's a cutting-edge legal question. Oh, it could go up to the Supremes? Let's make some law. George shook his head. I can't afford the retaliation factor. If I litigate against the chief judge, it's career suicide. Or it's protecting my right to my job. I can't do it. George sighed heavily and smoothed down his tie. No big firm could and none would. You can't fault me, so you're a mouse. Kate rose to her feet, not completely surprised, and walked a few steps to the door. You'll beat up on a kid like Mars, but you won't take on a chief judge. George rose too, spreading open palms. That's just reality, Judge. I thought you represented the legal principle. But this is different. Kate turned on the threshold. How? George blinked. Thought so, Kate said and left. She was already feeling more herself, thinking of where to go next, because as much as she missed her job, she had realized something she could never have known before she got fired. However, unconstitutionally, you don't need a robe to do justice. Chapter 41. Odd, despite the cold, the front door with a stenciled number 388 stood propped wide open with a brick, and Kate slipped through and climbed the stairs, almost banging into Micah as she descended, carrying a huge cardboard box that held papers and files, a chrome gooseneck desk lamp, and her white eye book. Judge Micah started behind the gooseneck lamp. What are you doing here? I heard you were in the hospital. Out of town somewhere. I'm fine. Detective Russo tried to kill you. That's so random. Yeah, ain't it a bitch? Kate smiled in a way she hoped was casual. It's a long story. Meanwhile, what's going on here? You moving the office? No, just me. I'm just not sure where yet. Out of a job. Micah's face fell, and the box slipped, but Kate grabbed the bottom. What happened? Oh, they let me go. Revealing a clean look to her pretty brown eyes. Here, let me help you with the box. Thanks. Micah righted the lamp, gathering up its see-through electrical cord, and Kate eased back downstairs. They reached the bottom, waddled through the open door with difficulty, and Stutter stepped onto the cold sidewalk with the box between them. Micah nodded down the street from her side of the box. Micah's the blue one. A few down, I got a great space. You lead. Kate let her go ahead, holding one side of the heavy box. So how'd this come about? You were being let go. Gone is cutting costs, and he doesn't think the show needs anyone in Philly anymore. But Attorney's Law has to be one of the most profitable shows on TV, Kate said as they inched down the street with the stuffed box between them. It wasn't the hard-hitting interrogation she had imagined, but she could make it work to her advantage. Why do they need to cut costs? Because he's a greedy jerk, and maybe this'll be easy. But what about the Philly details? They give the show its realistic feel. Hez willing to sacrifice that. He doesn't care about the quality of the production. Only the bottom line. Micah's brown ponytail swung left and right as they walked along. She wore a navy down vest over a thick fisherman sweater and jeans, with her red Converse sneakers. I heard some of the writers are getting fired too. Isn't that terrible? Between crap like this and the new reality shows, there's no work for writers anymore. It's like all my friends are getting shoved out. That's a shame. A new broom sweeps clean, huh? What? It's an expression. It means when a new guy comes in, he brings in his own people, and he kicks all the old guys out, even if they're good at what they do. It sounds like what's happening. Exactly, Micah nodded. Here's my car. Can you hold the box while I get the keys? Sure. Kate glanced over at the car, then did a double take, unable to hide her surprise. At the curb glistened a brand new navy blue Mercedes, the two-door coupe. Huh? This gorgeous creature is your car? Yes. Wow, I'm jealous. Kate almost buckled under the weight of the box as Micah dug in her pocket, retrieved the keys, and aimed them at the parked car. The trunk lids sprang open on cue, and the women struggled to dump the box inside and position it on the black carpeted bottom. Kate was already wondering how the child owned a nicer Mercedes than hers, especially since hers was now an accordion. I thought you said you had a Saturn. No, you said I had a Saturn with 2 years of payments. Micah managed to laugh, and so did Kate. Overruled. I'll say Micah closed the lid and brushed off her hands. Okay, that's everything except the plasma TV. That big one on the wall? They're giving you that? They are now. Micah smiled bitterly. Will it fit in the car? It'll have to. Oh, can you help me carry it? I'd really appreciate it. I will, if you'll have coffee with me after. I'll tell you the story of how I almost got run over. Deal, Micah answered, her smile lingering unhappily. I guess I'm wondering about the night Art Simone was murdered, Kate said. After they'd both been brought, a Niswa's salad that barely fit on the round Tuileries-type table of greenish tin at a neighborhood bistro, pretending it was located in a chic arrondissement of Paris and not across from an electrical supplies wholesaler. What about it? Micah asked. She picked up her fork and speared a slice of hard-boiled egg. Kate flashed on poor Sarah, sitting Shiva by herself at this moment. We eat round food to symbolize the cycle of life. I'm wondering why you weren't at the celebration dinner that night. After you'd won a trial, you were in court every day, and I saw you taking notes. Kate was treading a careful line between overt flattery and over-the-top flattery. She had no other way to get the information without the proverbial rubber hose. I figured you were Simone's right hand, at least as important as a jury consultant, Courtney. Whatever. I am. I was, so I went you there. They were, but you weren't. I'm not sure, to be honest. Micah answered, looking down as she ate. Her ponytail curled onto her shoulder. Art said he thought it would be better if I weren't, and I accepted that. He asked me to get the files back in order after the trial, which I did back at the office. All by yourself? Like Cinderella? Exactly. Micah laughed. Hurt. So no alibi. But why did he ask you to do that then? It seems like it could have waited. Not for Art. He never waited for a thing. Micah looked up, meeting Kate's eye directly. He wanted the decks cleared right away, so we could get back to work. Full throttle. The lawsuit interrupted all of us and slowed the show's production. That's why I caved so fast when you threatened to sue me. That day in the office, litigation sucks. I agree, but the cleanup could have waited a night, couldn't it? Isn't it possible that you were intentionally excluded from the dinner? By Art? Yes, not necessarily. By anyone else who was there? Why do you ask? Why did you even care? Kate felt at a momentary loss. I'm trying to understand everything about that night, because I'm not sure Richard Mars was the one who killed Art Simone. And you think I did? Micah's eyes flared with a shock that looked genuine. Maybe. No, you work for Simone, and we're loyal to him. I can see that. I'm just trying to understand what really happened that night. The police know what really happened. Mars did it? They have him on security video, as if they needed that. Micah scoffed defensively. He tried to kill Art right in front of you, in court. Mars' wife doesn't think he did it. Of course she wouldn't, but now that it is Russo who thinks I did it, that's ridiculous, Micah said. Incredulous. Why would you? Because I supposedly wanted to stop you and Simone from making a TV series about me. By killing Art? Ha! That wouldn't have stopped a single thing. Micah's eyes remained wide. Look, Art is dead, and they're making it without him, me, or any of our old writers. If there's money to be made, Hollywood makes it happen. Kate tried not to think of Gina and Warren on TV. Sunday nights at 9, but you'd have to be in TV to know that, for sure. So back to this celebration dinner. Did someone want you not to be there? Like the jury consultant? Kate was making it up as she went along, but Micah leaned forward intently. How do you mean? Do you think someone, let's say Courtney Flavored, asked Art not to have you there for some reason when you rightly should have been? Is that what you think? No. Maybe. I'm trying to figure out her role. In my experience, jury consultants don't always stay so involved after the jury is impaneled. But she was there all the time at trial. Kate pressed ahead, putting her cards on the itsy-bitsy table, sort of. And for example, I know that she was invited to Simone's funeral, and so was George Hartford. Micah set her fork down, her lips parted slightly. Courtney was invited to the funeral? That can't be right. It is. I can't believe Erica invited her. Are you sure? Yes. How do you know? Micah asked the question, a challenge that Kate was happy to meet. George Hartford told me they flew out together. They did? Micah's eyes narrowed to streetwise slits, and her forehead knit unhappily, if not downright angrily. Yes, you told me it wasn't supposed to be a big Hollywood funeral, but that's exactly what it was. All sorts of celebrities were there. I saw that on the news. If there was room for Courtney, there was room for you. That bitch. Absolutely. Kate couldn't stop the questions. What was going on? Was Micah sleeping with Simone? Had he bought her that delicious coupe? Had he dumped her after the trial, when she was no longer useful? Had Erica excluded her from the funeral because she suspected an affair? Micah was frowning. Wait a minute. Why were you talking to George? Confidentially, I was there to discuss my own legal trouble. I don't know if you heard, but I got fired too. That's why I'm free today to all-around plasma TVs. I did read that. Sorry, I thought I would be an episode already. Judges behaving badly within the meaning of Article 3. Kate made quote marks in the air and Micah cringed. Sorry, I'm off the show. The scripts I helped with are done. Micah looked sympathetic, but you were a really good judge. The winners always think that. No, you cared. Bet you say that to all the judges. Kate faked a laugh, getting back to the point. George told me he stayed at the restaurant while Art went outside to catch his car. Who arranged for the car? I did. What was the car service? Alpha, they're good. We used them during the trial. It was due to pick him up at 6 to make it to the airport by 7:15 for a private plane. Right? But the car got there a little late in the rain. Simone was waiting out there alone when he was killed. Right, the traffic held out the driver. Kate made a mental note to double-check. Who made the dinner reservations? George did, or probably he had his associate or his secretary do it. He picked the restaurant, too. Kate considered it. She couldn't see immediately what George Hartford would gain by killing his own client, unless George was messing around with the jury consultant and Simone had found out. Still, would Simone tell George's wife? No. And did it matter anyway? In one of those crusty upper-crust marriages? Kate thought of Prince Charles and Camilla, her only reference point for upper-crust marriages, since there weren't many in Centralia. So you actually think Mars didn't kill Art? But then why would Mars kill himself? Maybe he didn't. Kate readied herself to watch Micah's reaction, since she was about to tell her everything. Maybe somebody did it for him and made it look like a suicide. Micah gasped. You're kidding, she yelled, then covered her mouth. 10 out of 10 on the shockometer. It's possible. Who would do that? Whoever killed Simone. Why? Just set up Mars as the shooter. After all, Mars was easy to frame. He had attacked Simone in open court and lost a lot of money to him. He had a motive and opportunity aplenty. Mars makes the perfect killer, except that I'm not sure he did it. He was like a real detective. That's incredible. Tell me about it. Kate leaned over. I'm asking you if you knew if George was having an affair with the jury consultant Courtney. I mean, I'm not stupid. Honestly, yes, Micah answered, her tone ringing true. She leaned forward, only too happy to dish now that she'd been excluded from the funeral. Or perhaps because she could cast suspicion on someone else. Really? Kate tried not to get excited. It only raised more questions. How do you know? It was obvious from the day she was hired. Micah's eyes glittered. Lots of touching, pets on shoulders like that, and joking around. I think it's been going on a long time. Really? Where was she hired from? The flavored agency, her own business. Courtney sells common sense for $100,000 a pop. Kate laughed. I told Art we shouldn't pay it, that I knew more about Philly than she ever could. But he didn't want to take any chances. And George insisted she was the best. Maybe she was, Kate shot back, and they both laughed like girlfriends. Then Kate asked suddenly, do you think she was sleeping with them both? What? Who? Courtney, the jury consultant. She was sleeping with George, Micah said testily. But was she sleeping with Art too? Of course not. What makes you say that? It's obvious, isn't it? Art Simone was a very attractive man with a lot of power and money. And Courtney was the one they both wanted at dinner. Kate paused, letting it sink in. Remember the threesome plotline for the first episode of the new TV series? The one you told me about? The two judges and the law clerk in a Menager toa? Right? The pilot, Micah answered, her face reddening in a way that told Kate she'd struck a chord. However, accidentally. Yes, the pilot, two men and a woman. Whose idea was it for the threesome plotline? Yours or Art's? Art's. So is life imitating art? Or is art imitating life? No pun intended. Kate managed another fake laugh, but Micah looked stricken. But Art would never cheat like that. On you? On his wife, you mean? Right, on his wife. Bingo. We'll never know, will we? And we know Art got his ideas from his life. Isn't that what he testified to? On the stand, remember? Micah reached for her water glass with a hand that trembled. Kate knew that Micah and Simone were having an affair. The girl's reaction to the threesome clinched it, and the incredible Mercedes. Micah had thought she was Simone's mistress. She never figured a head cheat on his mistress with another mistress, which left Kate with yet another question, and a thought about someone who might know the answer. Chapter 42. Kate could hardly wait for Micah to go before she called information on her cell phone, got the number, and waited for the call to connect as she ran to her car in the cold. Flavored Associates, said a woman's voice. Yes, is Courtney in? She's on vacation this week. Mice is calling. No, thanks. Kate flipped her phone closed in frustration. She would have loved to have cornered Courtney and gotten confirmation of her theory. She had learned so much. She felt like she was getting close to something. She reached her car, dug in her bag for the keys, and got in, eventually finding her way out of the parking lot and onto the street. Commuters flooded the street in front of her car, moving en masse toward buses, parking lots, and the train station. Wrapped in heavy mufflers and ski hats, like wool envelopes, night had fallen. The rush hour traffic tangled into lanes of red taillights and plumes of white exhaust rose above the cars, an urban version of the toxic fumes of Centralia. Smoke obscured everything lately, and suddenly nothing but a little bit of rain. Everything lately, and suddenly nothing was clear. Mar's wife, Micah. Kate flipped open her phone, pressed in the number, and the call connected. Amazad said, a man's deep voice, which Kate recognized with an undeniable thrill. Nesbit, Judge, what are you doing? You didn't return my calls. I've been wondering. Oh, I have a new cell, sorry. Kate was kicking herself. You're stirring up a hornet's nest about the Simone case. I'm getting calls about you. Where are you? I have to do something about that judge part. Back in the city? Listen, a girlfriend of Mar's wife called from the temple choir. She's asking me to reopen the case. How did the altar section of Beth Hillel get in on this act? Oops, maybe from Sarah Mars? She was making a lot of sense today. You spoke with her? We sat Shiva. Kate waited for her turn to leave the lot, but the traffic was unending. Judge, I'm not going to reopen this case. Maybe you'll change your mind. No, you won't. George Hartford called too from whatever law firm. He also called my sergeant on top of it. He doesn't want you nosing around in Simone's murder, and I don't blame him. How's Russo? Out of the woods. They moved him to Hupp. Hiss. A Penn? Kate felt a tingle of excitement. Penn's hospital was 20 blocks west. It was too good to be true. Wait a minute. Don't even think about going. It's dangerous, and it's not procedure. I'd never go see him. He tried to kill me, like Kate flicked on the turn signal to make a left turn, then finally saw her opening in traffic and seized it, heading west toward the hospital. Where are you? I'm in the Northeast on a job. A double homicide. Sounds grim and an hour away. I should go. Call you later, Kate. Great. Kate, it took her half an hour in rush hour traffic to travel the 5 miles to the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in West Philly, and another 20 minutes to find a parking space in one of the clogged 2-capacity lots. Kate hustled from the Acura, her thoughts churning and her emotions racing ahead. Are to believe she was visiting the man who had tried to kill her only the night before, but he had to have some valuable information on Mars. Kate kept an image of Sarah Mars in mind to motivate her. She prayed that Russo could answer some of her questions, and also that she was mature enough not to pull his plug. And then possibly young, the uniformed cop sat outside the door to Russo's hospital room, reading the sports page, which she lowered when Kate presented herself, apparently not recognizing her. Can I help you? How's the patient? Fine. Sleeps mostly. Is Stephen Esbit here? Detective Mesbit? He was here earlier but got beat and left. Oh, right. That job in the Northeast. Kate kept her tone even so she could sound in the know and vaguely masculine. Kate Fenty to see Detective Russo. Fenty? I know that name from somewhere. The cop said, thinking aloud, You're the judge, Ike. Edge. I'm acting as Russo's lawyer now. Mesbit said had put me on the list in case he didn't get back in time. List? The cop smiled uncertainly, his teeth perfectly white and even, as if his braces had just come off. I don't have a list. You're supposed to, Kate scowled. Russo has a right to counsel officer. You can't deprive the man of his constitutional rights. Just because you lost the list Mesbit gave you. You didn't give me a list. He told me he did. You're calling Mesbit a liar. No, never. Mesbit is here. Kate fished in her purse for her cell, flipped it open, and pressed dialed calls. That's his cell number right there. Don't make me call him. He's on a double homicide and very busy. You don't want to interfere with him, do you? No. Quick, pat me down. Russo pays by the hour. Kate dropped her purse and raised her arms. And after a minute, the cop rose, folded the sports page, and set it down on his hard plastic bucket chair. Well, okay, seeing as how he said it's okay. The cop ran his hands lightly over Kate's coat and in her pockets, then slipped his hands underneath and patted down her body. Want to check my purse? Sure, thanks. The cop turned around and dug inside the bag, then handed it back. Thank you, Kate said, slipping inside the wide wooden door and letting it close behind her. Chapter 43. Kate eyed Russo as he slept, taking evil satisfaction in the extent of his injuries. An ugly Frankenstein gash ran down his left cheek, which was covered with skin-toned butterfly things, and a large pink-red egg swelled in the middle of his chrome-magnum forehead like a third eye. His greasy black hair had been shaved in a reverse mohawk, a scalp-deep strip improvised to accommodate a white gauze bandage that wound sideways around his head, completely covering his left ear. His left arm lay in a light blue cotton sling, his right hand at a gauze bandage like a ping-pong paddle, and his knee, lying outside the blanket, was held rigid by a steel brace with navy blue padding. All told, Russo formed a bandaged if brawny mound in the white cotton sheet, and an overgrown thicket of dark chest hair sprang from the collar of his gown. Like the Black Forest come to Philly, Kate approached the sleeping man and put her face close to his good ear. Fire, fire, wake up, emergency. Ugh! Russo's puffy eyes flew open in alarm. He tried to get up, grimacing. No, just kidding. What? Russo blinked in pain, propped lopsided on his good arm. Recognize me, detective? Or should I run away and scream? Ow! Russo blinked a few more times, then sank back into the thin pillow. His voice sounded hoarse, hopefully from a tube they'd stuck down his throat. Dry, it's me, Judge Fenty. The killer, Judge. Once again, you're half right. I must say you got what you deserved, and I do excellent work. Kate clocked over his ugly wounds. You're single, right? Better get used to it. What are you doing here? Came to say hi? Kate plunked herself down next to his swaddled form, bumping him roughly aside. Make room with you? Russo moaned. Oh, stop it. Oops, sorry. Did I hurt you? Kate gave him another bump. Yikes, I got crazy hips tonight. Keep it up, and he'll call the uniform. Do that. Tell on me. Kate flashed on the swing of his car headlights, aimed right at her. Doesn't it itch like crazy under those casts? Or are you in too much pain to feel it? They say first comes the pain, then comes the itching. Maybe bed sores, boils too, barnacles, carbuncles, pestilence. Maybe your nose will fall off. Bitch, feelings mutual. Kate bounced on the bed until he grimaced again. Get well soon, would ya? So we can lock your ass in jail. You killed Rich? No, I didn't, you idiot. But I don't think it was suicide either. Look how much we have in common. I'm so glad you asked me out. If I could move, I'd kill you with my bare hands. If you could move, I wouldn't have done my job. Suddenly, there was a rattling in the hall, and they both looked over. The door was being opened by the uniformed cop holding it ajar for a short, attractive woman in a white uniform with a nameplate that read, a Julie Williamson. She was pushing a tall metal cart with shelves for dinner trays. She grabbed a tray from the cart and scooted into the room with it. Hello, you two, the woman sang out, carrying a green plastic tray on which sat a plate of roasted chicken beside a spreading pool of mashed potatoes and olive green peas puckering as they cooled. It's about time, Russo grumbled, and Kate stood up. Here, let me help. Thanks a lot, the woman said gratefully, handing off the tray and hurrying back out to her cart. The uniformed cop nodded, then let the door close. Kate turned to Russo with the tray. Hungry? Yeah, me too. Another thing we have in common. We're made for each other. You'll complete me. Give me my dinner. In a minute. What the hell is your problem? I need information. Tell me why you think Mars didn't kill himself. And don't give me all the soft stuff like he wasn't that kind of guy. Give me hard evidence. Make your best argument. Sell me. Who are you kidding? There's some game you're playing. You hired the scum to kill him and Simone. Like I said, I don't think Mars killed himself. I met his wife and she convinced me, but that's not evidence. You ought to help me out, since only one of us is mobile enough to catch the bad guy. Now answer my question, and I'll give you your dinner. Not enough blowback for a suicide, Russo answered gruffly. I don't get you, lady. What's blowback? I've heard the term, but I don't really know what it means. Blowback's the blood and tissue that gets on your hand when you shoot yourself. The explosion blows it back on your hand. Russo shifted in bed, wincing. Rich should have had a lot of blowback. He had some, but not as much as I would have thought. Or rather, suicides have. So that means somebody else got the blowback. So this proof that your man put his hand over Rich's and pulled the trigger. And on top, he got the blowback. Kate visualized the gruesome scene. Like a stencil, how do you know how much blowback to expect? Did you mention that? Rich should have stepped in. So I wish I'd expect more blowback. What's stippling? Russo sighed theatrically. Why are you playing this game? You're a freak, you know that? What's stippling? Your chicken's getting cold. Not towing from the gunpowder against the temple. Looks like a starburst. Shows that the gun was fired at close range. Gun fired that close should produce a lot of blowback. This didn't, so your guy tripped up. Russo's injured face twisted. He fooled them, but he can't fool me. Right? You're a genius. That's why you drove off a cliff. Now tell me this, Einstein. Why would Mars let somebody put their hand over his and shoot him? He was drunk. Anybody could have done it. He was drunk? Kate asked, surprised. I hadn't heard that. We smelled it on him. We found booze in the car. The test will come back with levels, so it's not back already. Kate considered it. Still, it's consistent with suicide. That's what Nisbet says. But I know Rich. He drank on the sly. His liver would show it. I guarantee the autopsy shows it. Russo tried to lift his head, but couldn't. Give me my dinner. He drank? He did it real well. But I know the signs. I used to be a drunk myself. He popped Altoids and got lost for a stretch now and then. Kate thought of what Sarah had said. Richard frequently went off alone to think. Did you ever confirm this with him? Huh? Russo seemed to grow suddenly tired and almost cooperative. Did you ever ask Mars if he drank? No. Why not? He's an Orthodox Jew. What do you think he's gonna say? I'm on my dinner. Russo raised his head, then gave up and put it back down again. Why are you asking these questions? Why'd you come anyway? Get out of here. Russo shouted, Yo, rookie, reggae. The door opened and the young cop stuck his head inside. Just detective? Russo pointed at Kate. Get her out of here. She's got my dinner. He's delusional. He'll be fine. Kate said, getting up, showing the cop out, and closing the door behind him. He's not going to be a good guy. He rolled the train to Russo and folded her arms. Well, here's your dinner, you big baby. Russo blinked, or at least his swollen eyes twitched. Oh, can't you feed yourself? Russo dropped his bandaged head backwards into the pillow. What a pity. Didn't think of that, did you? Please God, Russo said to the ceiling, you break in my heart. Any other evidence? Are you serious? Russo's eyes slid to Kate. You know you hired that guy to do it? Wrong. What else you got? That delicious meal sits right in front of you, and you can't even eat a bite. That's ironic. I'll fix you. Russo lifted his head, fumbled for the call button, and pressed it with a thumb. The nurse will come. She'll feed me. Not going to happen. They're busy. I know. I was just out there. We'll see about that. Russo kept pressing the button. Why don't you ask the boy wonder at the door? Maybe he'll feed you. That's too gay. So enlightened. You're going to prison. Think of it as orientation. Russo stopped chuckling. Tell me about the videotape. You've seen it. Why don't you think it's Mars? I could just tell. The guy on the videotape didn't walk like Rich. Walks fast. The guy in the cap walked slow. He was going to shoot somebody. Maybe he needed to take aim. Not point blank. It wasn't Rich. Let me ask you a question. Could it have been a woman? Russo paused. Possible. Micah, it wasn't. It was the guy you hired. Russo kept pressing the call button. Where did Mars go after the verdict? To get loaded. How do you know? I watched him. I knew his habits. He had his routines. We all do, especially drunks when things went bad with the writing. Or when we got another rejection letter, he disappeared. You know where? No. Another woman? No. The bottle. Kate considered it. You said they found booze in the car. What else did they find? The gun. That's another thing. Tell me, it was a revolver. Rossi. Looked new, like it was bought in a store. Okay, what's wrong with that? Rich wouldn't have been able to buy a gun from the street. Even his wife said, I checked the 2 gun shops in town, the one in Old City and the one in South Philly. Neither had sold to Mars. Maybe he bought it in the suburbs. I checked 10 others in the area. None of them had either. Also, the gun we found in the car had the serial number filed down, so it couldn't be traced. Why would Rich do that if he was going to shoot himself? Maybe when he shot Simone, he didn't know if he'd shoot himself. Rich didn't even know enough about guns to scratch off the serial number. I had to tell him about those things for scripts. He didn't know anything about guns. In one of his first drafts, he had a revolver with a safety on. So, revolvers don't have safeties. I knew that, but Micah could have bought the gun and filed the number off. And she'd know about doing that from the TV show. So what else did they find on him? A wallet? Yes. Cell phone? Russo stopped. I don't remember. Bed not. Cell phones show who called you last. Kate pulled her chair over to the bed, picked up the fork from the dinner tray, and stabbed a piece of white meat. Come on, Judge. Give me a break. Russo raised his raspy voice. I'm starving here. Shut up. Kate found the foot pedal, raised the top half of the bed, and stuck the chicken in Russo's face. Eat this before I stab you. This is a trick. Russo peered down with the chicken, his bruised chin going triple. Eat! Russo took a bite and chewed, winning as he swallowed. And just at that moment, the door to the hospital room burst open. Chapter 44. You're throwing me out, Kate asked, astounded as Nesbit hurried her down the hospital corridor, gripping her by the elbow. Like she'd imagined getting physical with him, but this wasn't the fantasy. You're damn right I am. Nesbit's graying bangs blew back off his forehead. His trench coat billowed open, and his wool tie took flight. I cannot believe you, Your Honor. Slow down. Our Kate was whizzed around the nice lady with the dinner card like a Ferrari switching into the fast lane. Suck it up. Nesbit wouldn't even look at her, leading with his chin like the prow of a battleship. I cannot believe that you did that. If you'd stop, I'd explain. I want you out of this building as soon as possible. I learned a lot in there. And today, stuff you should know if you don't already, which you probably do and kept from me. Kate was confusing even herself. It was hard to make sense at this speed. What were you thinking? Nesbit seemed not to hear, hustling Kate past pastel landscapes, her heels clattering across the glistening floor. He said, Russo is a danger to you. He thinks you killed his friend and got away with it. His instincts are right. Mars didn't do it. Did you forget already? The man tried to run you over last night. You were admitted to a hospital. Only for observation. You were unconscious. You held toxic fumes. I've been breathing that stuff since I was little. Maybe that's why you're crazy. Nesbit snorted, propelling her onward. I opened that door and couldn't believe my eyes. You were right there, not a foot from him. leaning over the bed, talking to him, feeding him. I took pity. You took your life in your hands. The man knows how to fight to kill. He's trained law enforcement. Remember, they teach us those things of the academy. In fact, we don't graduate clue school unless we learn it. Nesbitt's grip tightened as he steered her past a set of wooden chairs. Get the connection. He was lying in a bed. He's got bandages out the wazoo. He couldn't do anything to me. Of course he could. He's got a few broken bones. He's a little medicated. You think that would stop Russo? He can't even feed himself. You're a small woman. He was scamming you. No, he wasn't. And after all, he didn't hurt me. All's well that ends well. I told you not to go see him, and you did. You're not the boss of me, Kate thought, but didn't say, because it would make her sound immature. Then she reconsidered. You're not the boss of me. Nesbitt rolled his eyes on the run. I'm the boss of him, Russo. He's my prisoner. It's my case. Kate caught a blurry glimpse of an older patient tossing in his bed. Shh, this is a hospital. People are trying to sleep. Russo is in police custody. Nesbitt lowered his voice to controlled fury. That cop outside the door isn't there to protect Russo from the world. He's there to protect the world from Russo. You lied, and that cop happens to be my nephew. He's got a lot to learn. I told my sister the kid can't cut it. But does she listen to me? No. Does anybody listen to me? No. That kid is going to get somebody killed someday. Don't blame him. I wasn't in danger. You were too. You're like my daughter. I tell her, close your purse, but she always leaves it open. You know why I say that? Because I'm a cop, and I know that if she keeps leaving her purse open, sooner or later she's going to get her wallet stolen. But does she listen to me? No. But this is worse than purses. This is like driving drunk. You're in danger, and you don't even know it. You think you're invincible? That it can't happen to you. When you're just lucky it didn't. Nesbitt spotted the elevator bank and made a beeline for it. You're just lucky that Russo didn't wrap his hands around your throat and strangle the irrelevant life out of you or snap your neck. It would have been quiet and deadly. Over in a split second, nobody the wiser. Before my nephew finished the box scores, Kate shuddered. Kinda graphic, Nesbitt. You think it doesn't happen? You think nice ladies don't get strangled? Nesbitt's voice got louder again. It happens. I just left a murder scene in Tacony. A young wife and a 3-year-old, a little girl, strangled to death by the husband. It happens every goddamn day. Kate heard the anguish in his tone, and suddenly it wasn't funny anymore. Nesbitt punched the down button for the elevator, and they both felt quiet as a woman nurse wearing a loose patterned uniform passed by, eyeing them curiously. Their shoes squeaked as she walked away, emphasizing the abrupt silence between them. The elevator arrived, and the stainless steel doors slid open, and they stepped into the long rectangular cab without a word. The doors closed, sealing them inside. Look, I'm sorry. Kate hit the scratched-up button for the ground floor. It's just that I felt like I was getting close to something. You might have messed up my case against him, too. It said, after a minute, he shook his head. You're the victim, asking questions of a suspect in custody. What a friggin' mess. It shouldn't affect the case. I didn't interrogate him. We didn't talk about what happened in Centralia. We talked about Mars and Simone. That doesn't matter. Nesbitt kept shaking his head. The issue is what he'll say. You asked him. He had no lawyer present. Better yet, you posed as his lawyer. This is so against procedure. There is no procedure, no precedent. I told you, I'm a by-the-book kind of guy. I gotta tell the ADA, and my case against him might be out the window. What happened to me doesn't really matter. What matters is what happened to Mars and Simone, because somebody killed them and got away with it. Nesbitt's head snapped up. His brown eyes flared. No, they didn't. Mars killed Simone and he's dead. Don't be so sure. If you'd let me tell you what And what do you mean? It doesn't matter what happened to you. Russo's guilty of attempted murder. We have procedures, laws. Nesbitt looked stricken, his mouth opening, forming a circle like an open wound. I can't believe I'm saying this to you. A judge, you are, and for once I'm using my judgment. Russo wasn't a menace to society. He was a menace only to me because he thinks I killed his friend. And Russo isn't the point. Mars is, Simone is. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I know what I'm doing. We have to find out who killed Simone and Mars and bring them in. We know who killed them. Nesbitt raised his voice again. That case is cleared because I cleared it. You're not a detective. I am. The elevator doors opened onto a wide-eyed group of people who'd evidently been able to hear the argument. Kate flushed and Nesbit just shut her out without another word. They headed through the crowd for the exit doors, feeling a chilly blast that came only partly from the doors being opened and closed. People streamed out, tugging on knit hats, buttoning up winter coats, and wrapping themselves in overlong mufflers before they hit the sidewalk. A couple of teenagers came in carrying white bags at McDonald's that trailed the warm scent of fresh French fries. "Where you parked?" Nesbit asked calmly. When they got outside to the sidewalk, she walked next to him, the shoulders distant, their footsteps hitting the cold concrete on the way to the parking lot. "I'll walk you to your car." "It's nice of you." "No, it isn't. I want to make sure you leave." Or not, Kate's mouth went dry. In the lot across the street at the hotel, Nesbit held a hand up to stop a station wagon and waved Kate across the street. "If you'd listen, I could tell you what I learned today from Sarah Mars and George Hartford." "I don't want to hear it." "You might be persuaded I won't be." "I don't want to hear it." "Fine, good." Kate crossed the median slightly behind Nesbit, feeling hollow inside. The night had fallen, a frigid, starless black. The moon hiding, the massive concrete civic center sat on her right, an empty edifice looming in the dark, and the University Museum was on her left, with its ornate dome designed by Frank Furness. Oddly exotic in this American cityscape, the Penn Hotel lay straight ahead, a tall column of bright yellow windows, and the garage was off to its right. Kate said, Mike at Gilbert, Simone's assistant. I think she did it. Nesbit kept walking. I think she had an affair with Simone, and he ended it when the trial was over. In fact, the moment the trial was over and she was hurt and angry and went and shot, then she set Mars up for the murder. He would be the perfect candidate, given what had happened in the courtroom, and he was drunk enough that she could overpower him. How would she know where Mars was? She called him on a cell. Mars had a cell phone, and he wasn't found with it on him. Micah had access to Simone's files, so she would know Mars' a cell number. Nesbit didn't respond. I think she called Mars and said she had to meet him, that she had something important to tell him. Maybe inside information that would help it in appeal, or just good old-fashioned dirt on Simone. Can you walk a little faster? I want to get back to Russo, Judge. Judge, I've been demoted. What do you think of my theory? You don't want to know. Yes, I do. I think you're wrong and I'm right. Well, I think I'm right and you're wrong. Great, fine. Kate buttoned her, caught against the cold. She must have been crazy to think anything could happen between them. If he had been interested in her, he certainly wasn't any longer. Anyway, they were too different by nature, and now they stood on opposite sides of the gate fence. She followed him onto the sidewalk, crossing to the entrance to the parking garage. Nesbit's slowing cadence posed a tacit question. Kate answered, I'm on the first floor. What are you driving? A rattle. Kate walked ahead and Nesbit let her pass. His feature is impassive in the semi-darkness. A group of business people came out of the lot, laughing and talking. A fluorescent light flickering like an inner-city strobe on their padded shoulders, and cashmere topcoats. Kate led the way to her car, digging in her purse on the fly. She found her keys with less rummaging than usual, stopped at the back fender of the Acura, and looked up at Nesbit, who eyed her. His mouth tilted down unhappily. This year, he asked. Yes, thanks for the walk. Stay out of trouble, Judge. Nesbit turned on his heel, his trench coat catching a cold blast as he walked away, the soles of his shoes scuffing the gritty concrete of the parking lot. So be it. Kate didn't watch him go, keeping the melodrama to a minimum. She chirped the car open and got inside. The interior was freezing, the vinyl seats chilly against the back of her legs. She turned the key in the ignition, backed out of the space, and went up the ramp to find the exit sign in that counterintuitive way of parking lots, then drove down to the exit. She stopped at the white kiosk equipped with crappy TV, paid the fee to a young cashier, talking on a cell phone, and was about to drive forward when her headlights swung onto the figure of a man. Nesbit, Kate slowed to a stop, and Nesbit hurried toward her car, yanking open the passenger side door, folding himself into the seat and turning to her. I'm sorry I treated you that way, Nesbit said, his tone still louder than usual. I do want to hear what you think you learned, but not now. I'm too pissed off to hear you now. Nesbit met her eye in the semi-darkness. "If you want, when I calm down, maybe by tomorrow night I can take you to dinner and we'll talk all about your theory. How's that? Whoa, are you asking me on a date? What do you think? You think I'd like to follow you all over creation?" Nesbit threw up his hands. You think I'd like driving after you to your friends? To the hospital? You think I went up to Centralia for my health?" Kate felt a warm rush of emotion. Nesbit was really sweet, and he knew the whole truth about her. All that awful stuff, and he still wanted to date her. For a minute, Kate didn't know what to say. "This is more than a job to me, obviously," Nesbit said, his tone softer. "You know that. You're more than a job to me. I care about you. I hate what you're going through, what you've been through." Nesbit paused, looking at her. "Maybe we can have some dinner." Kate felt her throat catch. "Yes," Nesbit smiled. "Excellent." It felt suddenly quiet, Makar. They sat together in near darkness. Nesbit's face was 1 foot from hers. Kate could feel him breathe. She suddenly realized she knew nothing about romance. He should be kissing her, but he wasn't. "Aren't you going to kiss me?" she asked after a minute. Nesbit grinned. "Not yet," he answered, as he turned away, opened her car door and climbed out, leaning over and peeked through the open door, letting in a gust of cold air. Kate laughed, surprised. "I'll pick you up tomorrow night at 8. Good night." Nesbit closed the door and gave it a slap, and Kate laughed again, then gave him a wave as she drove away. And she hit the street and turned left, heading back toward the city, feeling happy and excited. She was definitely onto something after what she had learned from Russo. She knew the next logical step to take. If she could find out more, then she'd have more of a case to present tomorrow night to get Nesbit to reopen. And she had a lot to do, and she felt oddly adrenalized, maybe because she was getting closer to the real killer, or because she was proving Nesbit wrong. Or maybe it was Nesbit's not a kiss. She hit the gas. Chapter 45. Pistol range in rear. Read the blue neon sign. And Kate pulled up in front of the gun shop just as a man was locking the door. She had come straight to the gun shop in Old City and had gotten here just in time. If Micah were going to buy a gun, this had to be the place. The shop was only blocks from her office and apartment. Kate switched off the ignition and jumped out of the car, shouting, "Excuse me, please don't close." "What?" The man turned from the door, his steel keyring still in the lock. A security spotlight shone above him, showing an immensely beefy 6-footer. The man's head was shaved, his bumps in bas relief under the bright light, and he wore only a red Sixers windbreaker despite the cold. "Please wait." Kate dashed around the car to the big man, trying to get Ned. The big man, traffic rushed behind them on 4 lanes. "Lady, you need a gun that bad?" Yes, Kate wanted information, not weaponry, but she hadn't had the time to get a story in order. His assumption was as good as any. "Yes, I need a gun." "Wait a minute." The man looked down at her. Up close, he looked about 30 years old, with large dark eyes and thick lips with a scar that vanished when he smiled, like now. "I know you. You're that judge, been in the papers." "Rats, yes, that's me." Kate introduced herself and stuck out her hand, and he shook it without crushing it. "Lou Barons." "Pleased to meet you, Lou." Kate had to find a way to use it to her advantage. "So then you know that I've been getting a lot of publicity. My house was broken into, and I need protection. I can't go another night without a gun." She tried to sound like a damsel in distress, which she had. "See, I feel so unsafe. Please, can you stay open a little?" "I won't take long, I promise." "Well, okay," Lou answered, his voice softer, and Kate started to think sexism had been getting a bad rap. "Thanks so much. I appreciate it. But you can't buy a gun and start blasting away, you understand." Lou twisted the keyring in the lock, setting it, jingling, and opened the front door. "You have to take lessons. Learn firearm and you can't do it. Learn firearm safety. We have classes on Saturdays and some weeknights." I will. I just want to have a gun tonight so I can sleep better. Just in case. Come on in. Let's see what we can do for you." Lou flicked the switch, turning on old-fashioned fluorescent lights. He ushered Kate inside, then closed the door behind her and headed toward a doorway on the left. "Wait here while I turn off the burglar alarm." "Sure." Kate looked around at a rectangular store that seemed almost stop time. Old glass display cases framed with real wood flanked the room on either side. An ancient red and black linoleum tile covered the center aisle. On the right wall hung an array of dusty flags, a faded blue one that read Cult, and next to it, a sun-bleached yellow Firagar. Under the flags, at least 50 antique guns had been mounted on cheap pegboard, leading to a rack of modern rifles lined butt down in the back. Next to a room closed off with bars and padlocks, the air smelled vaguely of dirt and stale cigarettes, like a hardware store with attitude. "Step over here, Judge," Lou said, re-emerging from the doorway. He set the store keys on the glass top with a clatter and went behind the counter on the left. A grimy cash register sat at the end of the counter, and the wooden shelves behind were filled with stacks of colorful boxes that read American Eagle in cherry red and white, Winchester in tomato red, and Remington in Kelly green and chrome yellow. It looked like a cute and cheery display until Kate realized the boxes contained bullets. She shuddered, thinking of the heat that had whizzed past her cheek last night. It reminded her of her purpose. So what's a good gun for girls? A girl gun? Lou smiled, his scar dissolving into sweetness. You mean pink? Or like these with the mother-of-pearl handle? He waved a hand at some smaller guns, their whitish handles shining with opalescence. I mean, a gun you'd sell to a woman, for example. Kate leaned over the counter, which displayed an array of guns on top of their boxes. She skimmed the brands Beretta Colt Rossi. That was the gun that was the murder weapon. She remembered the name because it sounded like Russo. What do you think about those Rossi guns? Revolver? Good choice. Lou reached for the keys, unlocked the back of the counter door, and plucked the gun from the top of its blue box. He pocketed the keys, brought out the gun, set it on the counter in front of Kate. This is a good basic gun. It would be a fine choice for you. Revolvers don't have safeties, Kate said, for lack of something better. How could she find out if Micah had bought this gun from him? Don't worry about that. You don't need a safety on a revolver. It takes some doing to squeeze off a shot. Check it out for yourself. Pick it up and squeeze. Kate hefted the heavy gun and pressed the trigger, which made a loud click. See what you mean. The other judges already have guns. I don't want to be the last judge on my block to get one. Lou laughed. Judge Sherman told me he likes the gun he got, but I don't know if he got his here. Do you know? Lou set his scarred lips. I shouldn't say, to be honest with you. We keep our customers strictly confidential. Nobody will know from me that you got your gun here. Great, but on the QT I can tell you that the Common Pleas Court judges shop here, and most of the Sixers. A few Eagles too. We sell to police also. We're responsible. That's why I say have to have the lessons. Cops buy this gun? I thought you said it was a girl gun. Men use it too, of course. It's one of our best sellers. It's on TV all the time. Gangster gun of choice. Lou ran a thickly ridged fingernail along the glistening, silvery chamber with its perfectly machined indentations. Leaves no casings behind to identify the gun. Not like a semi-auto. I don't usually watch the cop shows, except that now I'm going to be on one, I guess. I read that. Lou warmed up immediately. They use this gun on Cold Case. If you saw the episode the other night, it's the same gun as you're holding. Only not all black. They like to use the stainless steel on TV because it shows up better for the camera. Really? Lou nodded. They filmed parts of Cold Case in Phil, because it's set here. They had a casting call when they first started, and I went down to try and be an extra, but they didn't hire me. Big I stand out. I bet. Kate smiled. Attorneys at Law is filmed here too. The exteriors, Kate remembered the lingo from Micah. I wonder if they used this gun in the show. Sure, the Rossi's on all the time. It's the one the main detective carries. They buy from me. Kate blinked, just like that. For real? Sure. Lou perked up. Hey, this is kind of a funny thing. If they make you into a character, you bought your gun here. For real. Funny. Who buys the guns for them? One of the assistants. She's a nice girl. Lou leaned over the glass counter. Hey, they're going to make you a consultant. You could get 5 G's an episode. They do that. It's real money. You got an agent or a manager? I'm a judge. So what? You need an agent. I know people. I could ask around. Get yourself a good deal. At least they could do, since they base the character on you. Good point. So you sell them the guns? This very store? Yep. Losing Men's Chest puffed under the red windbreaker. Who buys the guns for them? There was one assistant who used to watch the trial. Mike of Gilbert. Lou grinned, his scarred as a paring. Ike's. Yes, I think that was her name. Kate squinted as if she were thinking, but her heart almost leaped through her chest. Sure, Micah. I know Micah. She works for Arts and Moon. Comes in here all the time. She buys the guns for the show, for when they shoot in town. Lou chuckled. I mean, shoot scenes. Guns. Sure, right? Kate managed to laugh. So she buys the guns? Yes, she handles props on the Philly end. They don't want to deal with airport security. Flying the guns here from L.A. Whoa, so Micah bought these guns for the show? This exact one? I want to buy exactly what she bought. That's the exact one. You're going to be on TV. Yay! When did she buy it? She bought a few. That one she bought for me about 6 months ago. She bought 3 as I remember. 2 black burritas, 2 for the other characters. She picked up a few silencers too. You sell silencers? Sure, there is a use. You just thread them on? Can't put a silencer on a revolver though. Lou pointed through the case. Beretta Walk H&K. They take a silencer, a Zig 2. As some of the models, Kate could barely contain her excitement. Did she have to take the lesson too? No, but she wanted to. That girl can shoot. I taught her myself at our range. Lou smiled with a fatherly pride, and Kate reached for her wallet. I'll take it, she said, and Lou laughed. Don't you want to know how much it is? Doesn't matter. This is a celebrity gun. Kate couldn't wait to get to a phone. Chapter 46. Please pick Micah up, Kate Begnaspit, after she had finished telling him what she had learned at the gun shop. She sat in her car with the engine running in the empty parking lot of a warehouse near the gun shop. Her celebrity gun occupied the passenger seat in its gift box. The Rossi had cost $495, roughly the price of Manolo Blahnik's. The world would be safer if people overpaid for shoes, not firearms. That's quite a little theory. Nesbit sounded intrigued, which was more fun than contempt and scorn. Please go see her. Just feel her out. Find out if she has an alibi. I think she told me she was at work, but see if she can prove it. Kate gripped the steering wheel. Tense, please, she's the killer. The gun was the last piece of the puzzle. It all fits, I'll talk to my sergeant. Then do it tomorrow. But it can't wait. She can be a flight risk. She's free and she has money. If she wants, she could just take a little trip. Why would she? She doesn't suspect anything. Why take a chance if, don't you even think about going yourself? Nesbit said, raising his voice. That would screw up any case against her on the off chance that you're right. I know that. It was true, but Kate hadn't even thought of it. Could Nesbit be more diabolical than she was? I don't want anything irregular. I agree. There's too much at stake. Just go. Please, go. Tonight, I'm about to burst. Okay, calm down. I will. Thank you. Thank you. I'll tell you as soon as I know something. You got that? Got it. Go home. Stay home. I will. I am. This is me going home. And stay.
Off.
Kate felt alive with excitement. Her theory had been right. Her search had ended. She wished there was someone she could tell. Sarah Mars or even Russo, but she couldn't, lest she'd have to go home and wait it out. Go get him, she said in a fit of enthusiasm. But Nesbit had already hung up, and Kate had just pulled out of the warehouse lot when the cell phone rang again. She took a left and flipped it open. Nesbit, no, it's Val, the secretary said, her voice unusually soft. Val, what's the matter? Kate cruised to a traffic light and stopped. I'm bone-tired. I've been here all day. Didn't you get my message? I called you around 5:30. I must have missed it. Kate pulled the phone away and checked the lighted display. A telltale tape icon signaled a voicemail. She'd turned off the phone in the hospital and must have missed the message icon when she'd turned it back on again. Sorry, what's going on? I have bad news. Chief Judge Sherman told me to pack up your office. What? He came up here himself at the end of the day. He said that all your case files had to be boxed up and sent downstairs to him in the morning, and all your books and personal files had to be shipped to your house. He can't do that. Kate felt her face heat with anger. He can't throw me out of my own chambers. I feel just terrible for you, Judge. He offered me overtime to do it, but I don't want that money. Kate tried to get her bearings. She couldn't process it all fast enough. Her thoughts were still on Micah. He can't do this. He doesn't have the power. I know, it makes my heart sick. I'm so sorry, Judge. I had to do it. You know that. Of course, I don't blame you, Val. And I'm sorry you had to do such a big job by yourself. Kate hit the gas, accelerating unnecessarily into traffic, and Meriden was with him, practically rubbing his hands together. Meriden? What's the matter with that guy? God knows, it's his birthday, and all he can think about is making trouble for you. The man's a child, a little boy, so you're packing my office? Yes, books, papers, everything. I've been at it all night, and the clerks helped. But I didn't want to go through your desk without talking to you. I know those are your personal items. I'm coming in." Kate steered the car toward the courthouse. "I'll be there in 15 minutes. "I don't think that's a good idea, Judge. Chief Judge Sherman's on the warpath. I don't think he'd like it." Kate checked the clock on the dashboard. "It's past 8. He's not there this late, and if he sees me, so be it. He has no right to throw me out, and I'd love to tell him that to his face." "Yes, sure, Chief Judge Sherman. Yes, I'm sure. And don't worry, I won't say you called me. I'll say I've stopped in. But Chief Judge Sherman is so determined. Most said he'd been bothered all day. And now I know why. I don't know if you can fight this one." "Yes, I will." Kate's fire returned. "I got blown off by George Hartford, but I don't need a lawyer to talk for me." "I am a lawyer. Is that where you were when I called?" "No, I got sidetracked, but I think I figured out who killed Atsimone. And it's not Richard Mars." "For real?" Val asked. "Hushed. Who did it?" "Tell you when I see you." It's a long story. Kate narrowly avoided hitting an all-black SEPTA bus that advertised a radio station with a scrawled wire. It could have been a caption under Kate's photo. "I'll send the clerks home." "Good idea. See you in a sec, and I hope he's there." Kate flipped the phone closed and threw it on the seat. Bastard! She couldn't find a lawyer with the guts to represent her. She'd file the papers herself. Kate felt absolutely fearless, and it had nothing to do with her new gun. She was armed with the law, and her aim was very, very good. 15 minutes later, Kate parked on the street because it was quicker at this hour. Then hurried through the frigid night air to the panel of glass doors at the front of the courthouse. She went directly to the door at the far right, used for after-hours entry and late filings. She buzzed the intercom, hoping that Sherman hadn't put out a court mail denying her entry altogether. Still, she knew most of the marshals from working late, and they liked her. And her legs, yes, came the mechanical voice through the black plastic. "It's Judge Fenty come to clean out my office," Kate said, with a tone that brooked no disagreement. And after a second, the door buzzed loudly, and she yanked it open. She climbed the dark marble steps and pressed through the glass doors at the top as if she owned the courthouse. The judge's entrance was to the far right, and the public entrance was 50 feet across the lobby on the far left, manned by a marshal hanging out by the metal detectors. Kate recognized him and gave him an official wave. "Hi, Tony," she called out, her voice echoing on the cavernous lobby, her heels clacking across the granite floor as she hustled to the judge's entrance. "I'm moving out tonight." "Okay, Judge." Tony tipped his neat dark head, and Kate knew he didn't have the heart to embarrass her by stopping her. And she owed him forever for it. She fished out her white pass card on the fly, passed it over the wall-mounted magnetic sensor, then bustled without breaking stride toward the walnut doors that led to the judge's elevators on the right. She reached the doors without being tackled, then yanked the door open, only to find the elevator doors opening. Onto a bundled-up Vowel, her eyes drawn with strain. Judge Val said, startled, stepping off the elevator, and Kate wrapped her arms around her secretary in her nubby wool coat. "You okay? I have to go. I am so sorry. I got a call from my daughter, and the baby has the croup. She said he can't catch his breath like a spasm. She has to take him to the emergency room, and she needs me to stay with Tiffany." "My God, you have a ride? Jerome's a block away. He just called. Give him my love. You need help?" "No, thanks." Val gave her another final hug. "You're all packed upstairs except your desk, and the clerks went home." "Thanks. Sorry, Judge." Val hurried to the doors, buttoning her coat. "See you. Good luck." Kate called after her, hitting the up button. The elevator cab opened again, and she stepped inside, inserted her pass card, and watched the doors close on her, thinking about what she'd find in her chambers. There, Kate surveyed the reception room, trying to maintain control of her emotions. Boxes of files covered the rug, wedged between the wing chairs and coffee table. She let the door close behind her, then went over to one of the open boxes and thumbed through the accordion jackets, reading the case captions. Versus Bistany, U.S. versus Cholo. It was her docket. On the way out, Kate felt her anger rising. She went to the next file box and thumbed through the pleadings. More of the same. There had to be at least 12 boxes blocking the way. She turned, looked over the boxes, and walked to the threshold of her office. The large room sat perfectly quiet and seemed bigger now that it had been emptied. The expansive glass windows formed a black mirror, with the glittering lights of the city and the Ben Franklin Bridge ghosted darkly beyond. Her few framed diplomas had to be taken down. The law books she'd shelved had vanished. Her long work table had been wiped clean, as had all the chairs she used to store her case notes. Boxes lay everywhere, closed and labeled in Val's careful hand and magic marker: circuit conference, speeches, judicial code. Kate picked her way through the boxes to her desk and walked around it, sliding out of her heavy coat and setting it on the top, along with her purse and plastic shopping bag. The bag held the celebrity gun. She had no risks leaving it in the car. She sat down in her desk chair and scanned her office, assessing it with new eyes. The truth was, except for the sealed boxes, the place didn't look all that much different. She felt her jaw clenched in anger, now at herself. So many things I do different. So many ways I went wrong. Give me a second chance, she said aloud, then realized something. Nobody was going to give her a second chance. Least of all Sherman. If she wanted the second chance, she'd have to take it. She pushed thoughts of Sherman and even Nesbit and Micah to the back of her mind, rose to her pumps and walked over to the first cardboard box. Brown masking tape sealed the box, and she ripped it off in a sticky curl and opened the top flaps. It was time to start over. Now she knew she could be a judge, and she would begin by moving into her new chambers. Kate unpacked the first few books, mostly case books from law school, her go-to reference books with sentimental value. She chose one, noting that Val must have wiped each one down before she packed it. She took the book to the empty bookshelves near the work table and set it on the shelf where the satisfying thud that echoed in the silent office. Her thoughts skipping ahead with renewed energy. She'd replace all of her rules books and other reference books in the shelves nearest her desk, then rehanged her diplomas and awards. She'd hold boxes she had never opened from the closet and unpack them for the first time, making arrangements of treasured photos and certificates from practice. She'd unwrap the office-warming gifts that her partners had given her and decorate the place. She'd finally make the office her own. She'd turn back to the box of casebooks, shelving the next two with a happy, determined feeling. She'd just reached the middle of the box when she heard a noise in the reception area. The sound of the door to her chambers opening. Kate looked up from the law books in surprise. Chapter 47. Even at the sight of her old enemy, Kate felt unusually calm, like Zen judge. Maybe it was all this perspective she'd been getting. She hoped she hadn't changed too much. She'd start throwing out Chanel jackets. "What are you doing here?" Meriton asked from the threshold to her office. His thin lips pursed. He stood disapproving in his hound's-tooth topcoat, maroon and cashmere scarf, and black leather gloves that would have embarrassed most serial killers. Moving in, Kate answered pleasantly, "I'm the new judge. What are you doing here? I was working late, and so they'll lie down to the door, on my way to the elevator." "You mean you were killing time in your office until Val left? Then you came in to snoop?" Kate smiled, but Meriton frowned. "You know you're not permitted in this building. Chief Judge Sherman has ordered your belongings shipped out and your docket reassigned." "He doesn't have the power to do that. Chief Judge Sherman runs this courthouse." "Granted," Kate said with a shrug, "but might doesn't make right. He's overstepped his power. Sherman may be the court administrator, but the Constitution affords him no greater status than it does me." And she remembered in the beginning being intimidated that her job description was in the United States Constitution. Now she rather liked the idea. He's Chief Judge of the Eastern District. I don't see the words Chief Judge anywhere in Article 3. He has that title because he's the most senior, and that's all. Kate slid another of her old case books from the box and shelved it with another great thud. "It was fun to make noise, so you won't go willingly. Thank you, no. I earned this job, and I want this job. It's mine, and I'm keeping it." Meredith arched an eyebrow. "Have you been drinking?" "No, I've been growing up." "About time, I agree." Meredith snorted. "So you'll fight us? You'll sue the court? You're colleagues. And if you were colleagues, you wouldn't try to throw me out." "I don't think of it as a fight. I think of it as asserting the power of the law. No one's above it, not even judges, especially not judges. Meredith and shook his head. What lawyer would be crazy enough to sue the Eastern District? I would, thanks. You're going to represent yourself? Meredith burst into a loud laughter. Kate didn't like his noise as much as her noise. Looks that way. Nobody else wants the job, and I used to be passable of the trial thing. Kate shelved another casebook. She didn't need to refer to the fact that she kicked his ass because she was above that now. You're so self-righteous for a whore. Guilty, Kate smiled. Even that slur couldn't trouble her zen waters, all her secrets having been told they lacked superpowers. This is ridiculous. What's happening here? Meredith said, raising his voice, and Kate unpacked another casebook. Thud. On that, we agree. My working, you watching, why don't you help me unpack? Open that box in front of you. I'm calling the marshals. Go ahead, use my phone, tell them I said hi. Kate gestured at Val's desk near him. But after hours, they don't have the manpower to answer phones. It'd be faster to go down and get Tony. Is that the way you want it? Meredith shouted. You want that indignity. Don't you ever get enough of embarrassing yourself? They'll throw you out bodily. I doubt that. You have no authority to order them to do anything. And my body is way better than yours. Kate unpacked another book, Prosser on Torts. She had loved that class. We'll see about that. Meredith turned on his heels and stormed through the reception room out of chambers, letting the door slam behind him. Kate smiled and stuck Prosser thick and green on the shelf. Thud. She had maybe 10 minutes before they came up. God knew what would happen then. She reached for another book, but only 3 minutes later the door to chambers opened again. Chapter 48. I'm in here, gentlemen. Kate called from her office, examining her casebooks on the shelves. They made a nice, neat, hardback row, and she ran her index fingers along the pebbled spines. She hadn't seen them since law school, which may have been the last time she'd thought that she loved the law. Until now, she'd have time to study it now as an intellectual exercise and to affect its development as a code of conduct for the governance of a society. She couldn't imagine any job more exciting and important. It would more than make up for not being in court anymore as a trial lawyer. Now the action would be on the bench, merely a change of venue. Kate reached in the box for another casebook, heavy and red, cloth-bound with gold stripes on the spine, Antitrust Law by Arita and Turner. She placed it on the shelf and reached in the box for a bookend, a bar-leaf of Carpenter Hall in brass. Then she remembered somebody had come in. So where were they? Maybe they hadn't heard her. Hello, Kate called out, holding the bookend. No sound came from the reception area. Her chambers were quiet. She felt a tingle of something. Suddenly a dark head popped in the doorway and Kate jumped, startled. Emily, I thought you went home. No, did I scare you? I thought it might be Meredith. He's gone. I saw him go down the judge's elevator. Emily entered the office and her dark eyes shone with wetness as if she had been in the office. She had been crying. She wore her dark raincoat and a long black skirt with her dark martens, and after a minute she pulled something from her coat pocket. A black semi-automatic. Its barrel lengthened by a silencer. Kate blinked. I don't understand. Is this a joke? You figured it out, didn't you? What did I figure out? That I killed Simone. What? Kate couldn't believe her ears. She froze, bookend in hand. I was standing at Val's desk when she called you. You told her you figured out the real killer. I did, Micah Gilbert. Kate's mouth went dry. Emily holding a gun with a silencer? I don't believe you. You knew it was me. No, I thought it was Micah. It isn't Micah. She had an affair with Simone. I even know where she bought the gun. Kate remembered that her celebrity gun sat uselessly in a shopping bag. Not that she bought bullets anyway. You really didn't know? I mean, I never thought it would get this far. Emily's eyes went newly wet and she raised the gun higher. No, wait, what do you mean? Kate suppressed the urge to panic. Explain this to me. You owe me that. I thought we were friends. Art Simone called me at home after the pretrial. He said he'd pay me. All I had to do was call Micah and let her know when you were leaving chambers at night. So that she could follow you? Emily's goth mascara began to run. Her eyelashes turned to spiders. I need the money really bad. You know that. I have school loans and no offer. He said he'd hook me up with the network's legal department. Keep her talking. She's already in a state. So what happened? He wanted more details like what you wore or how you looked the next day after you'd been out. I said no, I wanted to end it, but he said he'd tell you. How'd you do it? Where were Meriton and the marshals? I followed him to dinner, and I shot him. Emily's eyes brimmed over, running black tears. I had to. My family depends on me. You remember that day when we talked about people and their dreams? This is their dream. I am their dream. What about Mars? What was taking them so long? I had to do it. After what happened in court, I know it was my chance. His phone numbers were on the pleadings, and I called him on the cell. I told him to meet me, that I had inside info. Emily sniffled. He was so drunk it was easy to make it look like a suicide. How did you get the gun past the metal detectors? The judge's elevator. I went in and out with everybody for Judge Meriton's birthday. When they went to lunch, I went to the gun store. Emily's eyes brimmed over, and a black tear rolled down her cheek. I didn't want to judge, but I had to. I thought I had to because of what you told Val, that you figured it out. I would never think it was you, Kate said softly. Her own emotions bubbled to the surface, and she used them to her advantage. Geez, Em, you would really hurt me, kill me, I have to end it. Emily sobbed and raised the gun higher, giving a panicky Kate her answer. Wait, no, please, Em. Kate heard sheer desperation in her voice. She had run out of time. The stalling wasn't working. You can't do this. It'll only make things worse. They'll know it was you. No, they won't. Val thinks I went home. No one knows I'm still in the building. I've been hiding in the bathroom. The cleaning people already went, though, and I'm staying the night. Tomorrow morning, I'll be the one who finds you dead. My God. Kate's fingers tightened around the bookend. She would get one shot. Emily squinted, taking aim. Sorry, Judge. Chapter 49. Suddenly, Kate threw the brass bookend at Emily, hitting her in the cheek. The clerk yelled, staggering backwards, her hand flying to her left eye. Blood appeared at a cut on her cheekbone. Bullets flew into the tiled ceiling as she fell, knocking over stacked boxes. Kate bolted for the door of her office past the boxes. She flung the door open wide. Onto an angry Jonathan Meriton. Kate, the marshals are on rounds, and she has a gun. Kate screamed, barreling into him, plowing him backwards into the opposite wall. Stop, Judge, Emily bellowed from chambers. Meriton's eyes popped. What? He asked, shocked. Run, Kate screamed, disentangling them. She thought fast. Meriton still held his pass card for the judge's elevator. He'd be dead if he went with her. She shoved him to the left, setting him in motion. Take the elevator, she shouted, tearing down the hallway in the opposite direction. Help! Meriton shrieked, taking off toward the judge's elevator. Kate ran for her life to the stairwell. No! Emily yelled, the sound coming from the hallway now. Kate hit the staircase at speed and straight on the door, banging into the stairway and grabbing the rail not to fall on the concrete stairs. She flew, grabbed the railing, and whirled around the corner at the landing, half running and half stumbling down the tight stairwell as it wound tightly down. Bullets exploded into the concrete wall. Help, Kate screamed. The marshals might hear her. They were on rounds. Her breath came in panicky bursts. She almost caught a heel on the stair. She grabbed the railing, frantic. Kate tore down the third floor, then the second. Did the fire stairwell go all the way down? She couldn't remember. She couldn't take a chance. She'd be trapped at gunpoint. Bullets flew into the wall. Kate burst through the stairwell door into the hallway near the clerk's office, skidding across the waxed floor. She ricocheted off the wall, righted herself, and went flat out for the two-story escalator that led to the courthouse lobby. The escalator was turned off, and Kate ran down the up escalator, her heart thundering. In the next second, she heard Emily's heavy tread behind her. Ahead lay the polished expanse of black granite. The lobby floor, almost there, but the metal detectors on the security desk were empty. No one left on guard? Kate tore down the steps, trying not to fall. Ping, ping, ping! Bullets strafed the stainless steel of the escalator. Kate's shoulder suddenly felt odd. Had she been hit? Emily was right behind her. The clerk had a clear shot to finish her off. Suddenly, Kate's heel caught in the ridge of an escalator's step. She fell, hurtling forward and down, banging her head against the metal side of the escalator, scraping her cheek against the sharp stair edge, rolling end over end. She tumbled to the bottom, her bruised cheeks smacking into the cold granite. She heard a man shout, "Help! Help!" Meriden? He must have reached the lobby. Judge Merrin, stop! Emily shouted, thudding down the escalator stairs in her heavy shoes. Kate raised her head and saw Meriden streaking for the courthouse exit, his topcoat flying. Stop right there, Emily bellowed. She raised her gun and aimed it at Meriden. Kate gathered all of her strength and staggered to her feet just in time to throw a surprise block into Emily. Emily grunted when they made impact, colliding and tumbling together onto the hard lobby floor. The clerk grimaced and doubled over. The wind knocked out of her. Still, she hung onto the gun and twisted it around until the muzzle pointed at Kate. "No!" Kate shouted, feeling a furious surge of adrenaline. She grabbed Emily's wrist with all her might and slammed it down into the hard floor. Emily shrieked as the gun jarred loose and went skidding across the slippery floor. Both women dove to recover it, struggling and wrestling. "Hey, freeze! Freeze you too!" yelled authoritative voices, and Kate saw two marshals charging from the elevator bank, drawing their revolvers. "Tony, it's me!" Kate yelled with relief. "Get the gun!" "Gotcha, Judge!" Tony shouted, running forward. "Freeze!" the other marshal hollered, reaching them and aiming his gun at Emily with a two-handed grip. "Hands up! Get your hands up!" Emily burst into tears and released her grip, prone on the floor and raising her hands as the other marshal kept his gun on her. Kate scrambled away, her high heels skidding. "Let me help you up, Judge," Tony said, taking Kate's right elbow and hoisting her to her feet. She felt her battered body sag in a sort of surrender. Aches appeared all over, and new pain stabbed the back of her upper arm. "What's up back there I can't see?" Tony frowned, peering. "We'll get you to the hospital. You'll be good as new." "How about the jacket?" Kate asked, coming to her senses. Chapter 50. Go away, people. Kate and Nesbit slammed the front door against the noisy media, mobbing her driveway and sidewalk. It was after midnight by the time she got home, but the TV Klieg lights flooded her street with a noontime brightness and illuminated the drawn curtains in her darkened living room. "Ugh!" Kate shivered against the residual chill and switched on the brass candlestick lamp on the hall table as Nesbit turned the deadbolt and looked at her with concern. "How's your shoulder?" "Fine," Kate answered, though she could feel an ache under the bandage they'd put on at the hospital. The bullet had only grazed her arm, but her jacket was DOA. "Let me help you take that coat off." "Thanks." Kate turned and let him lift the long top coat from her shoulders. It was his because hers was still in chambers. Her car was at the courthouse too, and Nesbit had driven her home. Unfortunately, her garage door opener was still in her car, so they'd had to park in the driveway and run the gondola of reporters. She could still hear them outside. "You know what bugs me about them?" "What?" Nesbit asked, folding the coat and setting it on the back of a chair. "That they'll camp out there forever and do almost as much harm as that dumb TV show. But, of course, they would make a better story if you would guess the real bad guy." Nesbit smiled, his blue eyes bright and his crow's feet creased with warmth. His longish hair fell sideways, dark silver in unexpected patches like weathered cedar shakes on a shed. "Imagine how much fun I had. Me, a law enforcement professional, accusing a completely innocent young girl of a double homicide." Kate cringed. "Be fair. How could I know that Micah would be at her therapist that night?" "I said I was sorry. I'll never live it down. Roots called myself twice when you were with the doc. Even my useless nephew was lording it over me. He's like, 'Love is blind.'" Love, Kate caught her breath, and Nesbit's eyes flared a little when he realized he'd let the L word slip. "Oh, well, anyway, whatever," Kate said, and they laughed uncomfortably, which stopped the moment Nesbit leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. She closed her eyes, enjoying the cold brush of his mustache. When he pulled away, his eyes looked fairly soft for a detective, set in his wonderfully lived-in face. "I should go." "I agree," Kate said with a smile. They understood what they meant, and neither needed to spell it out, because she sensed in her heart that Nesbit was going to be the last man she took to bed in her life. Chapter 51. Kate wrote the judge's elevator upwards, checking her reflection in the gold-plated panel of elevator buttons. Her makeup looked neutral and classy. Her hair was combed into its judicial chignon, and she wore her favorite gold tweed suit. She had been resting at home for 2 weeks, and during that time, her cheek had almost healed. Her shoulder felt better, and she'd ordered the new S500 sedan in glacier white. The Mercedes was pure sublimation because she was still on her sex diet, though she and Nesbit had finally segued into light petting, which was officially 10th grade. Also, during that time, Chief Judge Sherman had met with the members of the court, the Chief Judge of the Third Circuit, and the Circuit Executive to decide what to do about reinstating her. Kate wasn't betting on it. Taking her back would require a federal judge to admit he was wrong, which was highly unlikely. That was why they had appellate courts. The elevator cab opened, and Kate stepped out, strode down the hall to Chief Judge Sherman's chambers, and stood before his door, which was when her sense of humor vanished. She wanted this job, and she would fight to keep it. She could do it now. She felt it inside. What if Val said, "When you get yourself right with you, then you can hold your head high"? Well, Kate had gotten herself right with her. She was ready to be a judge in a way she hadn't been before. So she raised her chin, squared her shoulders, and twisted the doorknob. "Hello, Mo," Kate said, and Judge Sherman's secretary looked up from her computer keyboard. "Hello, Judge Fenty." Mo's gaze was cool, and if she knew the verdict, she didn't let it show. She swiveled in her seat, holding up a finger. "Wait a minute, please. I'll let him know you're here." "Sure." Kate swallowed hard, while Mo picked up the telephone receiver and pressed the intercom button. The door to Sherman's office was closed. "Judge Fenty is here, Chief," Mo said into the receiver. Then, of course, she hung up and raised her dark gaze to Kate. "He'll see you now, Judge. Thanks." Kate walked forward, opened the door, and almost fell over with surprise. The office was filled to bursting with judges who broke into polite applause, including Chief Judge Sherman. Judge Bonner Menking clapped next to William Sasso and Gloria Sullivan. There were all 18 judges of the Eastern District, and among them beaming and applauding were Val and Sam. And in front of the clapping throng stood Jonathan Meriton. "Huh?" Kate fell so shocked she didn't know what to say. "Come to order, please." Chief Judge Sherman waved the judges into silence, and his hooded eyes met Kate's, his lips pursed. "Well, Kate, I won't lie to you. You haven't been the easiest judge to manage, and I can't say I agree with you 100% in all things, but you showed enormous bravery, not only in saving the life of Brother Meriton, but in discovering the true murder of 2 citizens who came before us seeking justice. In so doing, you brought honor on all of us and on our court." Kate felt astounded and touched. "We judged you too harshly, which may be an occupational hazard. So we have discussed the matter, and in view of what has happened, our vote was unanimous. We each of us respect your talent, abilities, and commitment, and we welcome you back." Sherman paused with a sly smile. "And we will weather whatever TV does to us together as a court, as long as they get Eli Wallach to play me." Everyone nodded, and Judge Menking called out, "Eli Wallach is dead, Ken." Kate laughed and delivered good news of her own. Chief, you should know that they're not doing the Judges at Court series. They're not interested in judges anymore. House husbands are the new judges." She'd heard it from Micah, who was quitting showbiz and was going to law school, which was basically the same thing. Even better, Sherman grinned, and Meriton raised his hand to speak, his smile genuine, if begrudging. "And Kate, may I publicly add my gratitude for saving my life, especially when we all know you ate my guts." Everyone burst into new laughter and said, "Did Kate?" We'll notice for the first time that several bottles of Merlot sat uncorked on Sherman's polished conference table, behind rows of filled plastic glasses, and a silver foil tray of cheese and pepperoni slices, speared with multicolored toothpicks. "Speech, Kate!" The other judges called out, clapping. "Speech!" Judge Sasso formed his hand megaphone and bellowed. "And keep it short," Judge Gloria Sullivan shouted at him, laughing. "Bill, hush, thank you, okay." Kate flashed on the dinner they'd held for her last summer to welcome her to the bench for the first time. "I am deeply sorry for all the embarrassment I caused the court. I apologize to each of you, and thank you for welcoming me back to a job I love. You all said a lot of nice things about me just now. And there's one thing you need to know. I don't deserve a word of it, but I'm going to try." "Bravo! Way to go!" they shouted, giving her a fresh round of applause, and now a toast. Chief Judge Sherman picked up a glass from the table, walked over and handed it to Kate, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Do I need to ask you for a signed release, my dear?" "Not if you withdraw that misconduct complaint," she answered, and they both laughed as everyone milled around the conference table, picked up glasses of wine, and raised them. To Kate, Chief Judge Sherman called out, hoisting his glass. To Kate they all repeated, except for Sam, the forgotten law clerk. He stood proudly, basking in the new spotlight that he'd earned merely by not trying to kill his boss. And he called out to Judge Catherine Fenty of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Judge Catherine Fenty. Kate had never heard words so sweet or seen a sight that made her happier. She raised her glass and couldn't speak for a moment. Her eyes brimmed over, and for once, she didn't try to hide her feelings. Look, Mom, she thought unaccountably. Look. Chapter 52. The August sun burned hazy and low, dipping by this time of the afternoon behind a leafy maple tree. Kate and Gina sat on the elevated wood deck in gym shorts and tank tops, side by side in plastic beach chairs, soaking their feet in the warm water of an inflatable baby pool. Warren sat in the shady side of the pool, watching the dappled light on the water's surface, turning from baby to boy before their very eyes. "Happy birthday," Kate said happily, hoisting a jelly glass of Miller, golden in the sunlight. "Thank you, girlfriend." Gina grinned, raising her glass, and they clinked in the middle, making a sloshy, satisfyingly low-rent clunk. "I'm younger than you now." Kate took a sip of cold beer, tart and perfect on her tongue. "By 20 minutes, older is older. How can it be my birthday? But I feel younger and happier." "It's the sex. No, it's the beer," Gina said, and they both laughed. While she drained her glass, Kate wiggled her toes in the pool water, which was cloudy with water babies, sunblock, hiding Mickey Mouse's black eyes and Gina's red toenails. "Open your present, kid." "Yo, I'm woozy." Gina frowned. Her hair was back in its paintbrush ponytail because she'd cut it too short again. "I forget, did I eat lunch?" "No, you were doing you and me with the baby. You didn't even have your birthday cake." "I will later." Gina set down her empty glass and picked the wrapped gift from her lap, shaking it with vigor. "A present. Yo, did I tell you Justin got us a treadmill?" "Yo, 3 times," Kate smiled. "You're so in love." "You too?" Kate thought of Nesbit. "We both have great men. Wonder how long it'll last." Gina checked her watch. 10 minutes? 5, according to my shrink. They both laughed again, and Kate said, "Open your gift." "Happy birthday to me." Gina tore off the flowery wrapping paper, threw it on the grass, then tore off the box lid and threw it on the deck, and unfolded the white tissue paper. She looked inside the box and yelped, "I love it!" Suddenly there was a splash, and Kate looked up as Warren tried to stand in the pool, reaching out for the deck's wooden railing. "Warren, no, you'll fall!" Gina shouted, leaving up from her chair, dumping the sweater off her lap and onto the deck, and splashing through the pool to Warren. She scooped him up, and he burst instantly into tears. "Gina, relax," Kate said, surprised. "He wasn't going to fall. How do you know?" Gina turned and snapped, tears in her eyes. She cradled Warren's head against her shoulder as he cried full bore. "It's all right. It's all right, baby. I have you. It's all right." She rocked him until he finally stopped sobbing, then wiped his pink cheeks with her fingertips. Warren blinked, his eyelashes clumped, and he pointed to the pool with a chubby index finger. "You want to go down, Warren?" Gina asked softly, then set him back down in the water, and he sat peacefully looking at the leaf shadows on water's surface as he had before. Gina returned to her chair, shaken, her t-shirt wet from the baby. For a minute, Kate didn't know what to say. "Sorry, I guess. Sorry I yelled at you." Gina stammered, leaning over to the deck and picking up the new sweater, now wet from the splashing. "It'll dry." "Sure, no problem. It's okay. I guess I drank too much." Gina folded the sweater and put it back into the gift box. Then she moved her bangs from her damp forehead, her eyes still wet. "Are you okay?" Kate set down her glass and leaned over. "Gina, it's nothing." Gina's eyes glistened. Her lower lip trembled. She seemed to be losing control. "He's okay now. He wasn't anywhere near the railing, which is 5 feet high anyway. What were you worried about? The deck was wet. He couldn't have slipped off." Gina wiped her eyes. "I never told you," she said after a moment. "What? I thought it would compromise you." "What would? You're a judge." Kate didn't get it. "Tell me what. You can tell me anything. I'm your best friend. I know I didn't do anything illegal or criminal. That mature member from law school, I just feel terrible about it still. It's awful. Morally, it was wrong. It is wrong. I think of it all the time. I even pray about it." "What?" Kate asked, bewildered. "That night. The night you went to that motel. The night you called me. The night you almost got raped. When you didn't get home right away, remember, I was there waiting for you. Okay, you called me and told me you were at a pink motel on Ellsworth Avenue by the airport. Then you got the flat tire and were late. But I didn't know that. Right, because I couldn't reach you, because you left your cell. Gina nodded, biting her lower lip, not to cry. Well, something happened. What? You're scaring me. That night, when you didn't come home, I was worried about you. So I went to the motel. You told me where it was. It wasn't hard to find, and it's not far from here. I went to the office and asked where you were. A classy blonde, and he knew. A really scavy guy. He told me the room. I think he thought I wanted to join you. So I went to the room looking for you. And that man Partridge, he was in there drinking with the door open, watching TV. My God, Kate felt her eyes widen. She put a hand on her friend's back. I asked what he did to you. I guess I was yelling. And before I knew what he was doing, he came at me. Gina's eyes welled up again. He attacked me. Kate gasped. Gina, no. I tried to fight him, and he covered my mouth. And he started to tear at my jeans, and he was angry. Really angry. Gina's voice quivered, and she fought to maintain control. And I thought he's going to kill me. So I broke away and ran outside. But when he came after me, I pushed him away. And the balcony was wet, and all of a sudden he kept falling backwards. And he went right over the railing and off the balcony. Oh no, Kate froze. A chill numbed her despite the hot sun. And I looked over, and his neck was broken. And I knew he was dead. So I ran away. I ran to my car and drove to your house and calmed myself down until you got home. And I didn't tell you because I knew you'd feel terrible or maybe even turn me in. Even though it was self-defense, I swear it was. Gina was crying now, hoarse, choking sobs, bent over in the plastic chair, her elbows on her bare legs, her back shuddered under Kate's hand. I feel awful about it. I have nightmares. It's a sin. I killed a man. Then she looked up, her face tear-stained, her red eyes boring into Kate. What would you do, Kate? Will you turn me in? Do you have to? Before Kate could answer, a splash came suddenly from the baby, and they both looked over. Warren splashed the water with his small, flat hand, then watched the pattern of darkened light. Then he said, Mommy? Mommy! Kate felt a chord struck inside her chest. She had heard that sound before, long ago, in that identical little boy register. Gina's mouth had dropped open and her tears stalled. Did you hear that? She asked, her voice thick. Yes. Did he say, Mommy? I heard it too. Kate couldn't keep a thrill from her voice. He said, Mommy, just like he used to. That's me. I'm Mommy. Gina Rose set the gift down on the deck and walked through the pool to the baby. Warren, Mommy's here. I'm Mommy. You're Warren. Mommy, Warren said clearly without looking up. Warren? Gina scooped him up again, joyfully this time, holding him close as she stood in the baby pool. Warren, it's Mommy. It's Mommy. Mommy loves you. I love you, Warren. Gina said over and over, happiness lifting her voice. She rocked him in her arms. And Warren's large blue eyes looked up at the sky. Kate bit her lip, her emotions entombled. What will you do, Kate? Will you turn me in? Do you have to? The beer soured in her mouth. She could imagine Gina bursting into the motel room, demanding to be told where she was, screaming at Partridge in her fear, unknowingly walking into a nightmare. All for Kate. Kate kept her eye on her friend, rocking her baby back and forth. The two of them, a solitary silhouette against the leafy maple, the sun peeking through here and there in the most unexpected spots. Oh, Kate watched the patterns a minute, considering the leaves were in the way, but the sun was there all along, abiding, giving warmth and light. Sometimes it would be hidden by a tree or a cloud cover, by winter or even by pain or hopelessness, but it was always there, and always would be. Kate felt her heart wrenched to look at them. Mother and child, wrapped for just a moment around each other. And she knew that no courtroom or law would ever punish Gina more than she herself did now, and would forever. And all of a sudden, Kate understood something that she hadn't before, that at certain times, everything will fall surprisingly into place, even on a humid summer afternoon with her feet in a baby pool. And in those times, justice and love will look so much alike that they will become the very same thing. Thank you.